LH struggled in the orphanage for a decade, finally awaiting the day of awakening. However, what awaited him was a clever talent, spirit power refinement. His companions scoffed, his teachers lamented, and everyone believed his future was bleak. Yet, LH smiled knowingly, for he alone understood the true potential of this talent. Ding! This level talent, individual value refinement, has been activated. Effect: it allows the enhancement of any contracted beast's individual value directly to the theoretical maximum of S level. And that was not all. That very night, a second talent unexpectedly emerged in his mind. Ding! The hidden S-level talent, racial refinement, has been activated. Effect: it can surpass the racial value limits of beasts, shatter the laws of evolution, and create entirely new species. Within the YLNG tower, prodigies scrambled for a level thunderclaw, white tigers, and level windblade eagles. LH, however, strode directly to a corner, pointing at a mysterious little black dog, deemed a level individual with no skills and a voracious appetite, on the verge of being disposed of. That's the one, he declared. Ding. Target little black detected. Individual value D. Proceed with S-level refinement. Racial potential unknown. Shall we initiate racial refinement? In the face of the crowd's mockery, LH picked up little black, a smirk playing on his lips. Your endpoint is merely my starting line. Trash? Apologies, but in my hands, even a mutt can be refined into a celestial canine. Chapter 1. Awakening of Beast Mastery. On the Blue Star, in the chic country JNW City, at Orphanage number 9, LH opened his eyes on a hard cot, the moon still faintly hanging in the sky. He swiftly rolled out of bed, his fingers unconsciously stroking the well-worn introduction to Beast Mastery manual at his pillow. Today marked the day of his Beast Mastery awakening test, the pivotal moment in the fate of every 15-year-old. Since the ancient stone carvings documented it, Blue Star has been home to a myriad of spirit beasts. They breathe fire, wield thunder, and possess scales and claws imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. The winds, stirred by the wings of the Kanji dragon, can flatten mountains, while the chill exhaled by the Sun Shu turtle can freeze rivers. Humans have long felt out of place in this land brimming with spirituality. Lacking sharp claws and the ability to harness elemental powers, even the weakest plant-type spirit beasts could effortlessly slay an adult man. Ancient murals unearthed from the old era depict the ancestors of humanity cowering in caves, their fearful gazes confronting the malevolence of the world. Despite possessing spiritual power, life, essence, energy coursing through their meridians like a gentle stream, humans could not employ it for self-cultivation of supernatural abilities. That it was not until the advent of the beast contract that humanity finally grasped its destiny. Upon contracting with spirit beasts, humans could forge a degree of mental connection, allowing them to convey strategies from their minds to their beasts. Those qualified to form such contracts are known as beast masters. Countless ages passed, and humanity evolved, yet only in the realm of beast contracts. Today, the understanding of these contracts has become increasingly sophisticated. Modern beast masters can store their contracted beasts within a contract space, where the recovery of spiritual power and healing of injuries occur at an accelerated rate, albeit sometimes still inferior to specialized medical equipment. Beast masters can also supplement their beast's spiritual energy with their own. When a beast's internal energy is insufficient to execute a technique, it may directly consume the beast master's energy for the release of that technique. In the present day, humanity occupies more than half of the Blue Star surface, supported by dazzling barrier crystals. Yet beyond the city barriers, various spirit beasts roam, and many areas are deemed forbidden zones. Beneath the shifting sands of the tiny desert lurk swarms of sand emperor worms capable of devouring entire caravans. In the blizzards of the BNG Mountains, the howling of frost ghost wolves echoes. Every leaf, underside in the Gulu rainforest might conceal a deadly Medusa butterfly. The warning bell of the Beastmaster Association tolls daily, reminding all, the balance between civilization and wilderness hangs by a thread. The Beastmasters patrolling beyond the barriers hold contracts with their beasts, which serve not only as companions, but also as the last line of defense for humanity. Creek.lh. Rise and shine. Ah, you've already. SX's voice chimed like a wind chime, and as the wooden door swung open, a waft of gardenia fragrance followed. Losh, the youth elongated his tone, his fingers deftly fastening a faded shirt button. If I were in the midst of changing my trousers, would this not qualify as an invasion of my privacy? SX leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Having raised LH since childhood, she was already immune to such banter. She walked over and gently patted the back of the boy's head. I've seen you wet the bed before, hurry up. Others are waiting. Under the phoenix trees in the orphanage's front yard, for young boys and girls shuffled anxiously. Zichen, nervously fidgeting with his clothing, rushed over, exclaiming, Eslash. Quickly summoned the white antler-made deer. Aye. Do you wish to be invited by the enforcement team for early tea? LH interrupted, twirling his awakening qualification certificate, the recently revised Urban Beast Management Regulations. Chapter 3, Article 12. You have memorized it well. Sushi playfully flicked his forehead with her fingers, her eyes filled with approval, though he spoke the truth. Since the incident involving the dual-horned rhinoceros collision on 5th Street, it has been forbidden for beast tamers to summon their pets onto the roads. Dingling, dingling. Sushi's words were interrupted by the clear sound of bells ringing from afar. A 5-meter-long camel lizard beast stood at the entrance, its saddle gleaming with the luster of tung oil. This gentle reptilian pet snorted, and the copper tag hanging from its neck clinked with its movement. Let us ride the camel lizard to the Beast Tamer Association. Hop on. Sushi patted the lizard's scaly flank, signaling it to lower itself. The Jinwu Beast Tamer Association would not wait for tardy children. In line with the trends of the era, every aspect of life is now closely tied to pets, with many beast tamers riding their companions on the roads. However, those who drive hovering vehicles alongside these colossal creatures often suffer. Thus, after yet another serious pet-related traffic accident, the Jinwu city government enacted a decree prohibiting pets from entering the hover lane, though there is no ban on aerial travel. The camel lizard carried Lu He and Su Shi's group of 6 towards 1st Street. The districts of Jinwu City are layered like the rings of an ancient tree, with District 9 enveloping District 8 and District 8 embracing District 7. As one ventures inward, the buildings along the streets rise in height. The orphanage in District 9 now harbors only 5 children, all of whom have just turned 15 and are about to undergo their beast awakening. The Jinwu Beast Tamer Association is located in the city center within District 1, which houses the largest commercial area and the foremost institutions. As the camel lizard passed through the bronze archway emblazoned with the emblem of District 1, the scene that unfolded before the children from the orphanage took their breath away. On the 100-meter-high crystalline FAAD, holographic dragon-shaped pets spiraled in the clouds. Young science clad in tailored uniforms soared over intersections on their snowy owls, and above the entrance of their destination, the basalt structure of the Jinwu Beast Tamer Association. A massive bronze compass floated, emitting a faint glow. Lu He felt no particular emotion towards the opulent cityscape. Rather, he was filled with discontent at the sight of these privileged youths freely flying through the city on their pets. If he were part of the city enforcement team, he would not indulge these young masters. As Lu He lost himself in thought, Sushi had already led them into the grand hall. The hall soared nearly 20 meters high, its dome embedded with countless luminous crystal stones, simulating the trajectory of a starry sky as it slowly flowed. The floor was laid with dark golden tiles, each intricately engraved with beast-taming runes, and stepping on them allowed one to faintly perceive the subtle flow of energy. At the center stood a massive circular counter, carved from a spirit wood as smooth as jade, its surface radiating a faint azure glow. Behind the counter, a dynamic scroll titled Compendium of Beasts hung on the wall, displaying vivid images of various rare pets that occasionally emitted low growls or bright calls. Lu He's gaze was firmly locked onto the Compendium of Beasts, as the creatures depicted seemed to come to life, galloping, soaring, and roaring before his eyes. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed against the hem of his garment, his heartbeat quickening with the shifting lights of the scroll. From a young age, he had been imbued with all knowledge pertaining to beast tamers. In the orphanage's classroom, an old projector buzzed, casting blurry images of pet illustrations. While the other children drowsed, Lu He sat up straight, his eyes glued to the flickering images. After lights out, he would often steal glances at the worn fundamental contract theory by the dim light of the corridor. He did not understand where this almost obsessive determination stemmed from. Occasionally, he would dream of flames, shadows in black robes, and a dragon beast the size of a mountain, letting out a deafening roar. 2 indistinct figures stood protectively before him, their outlines distorted by heat waves, yet they steadfastly shielded him. After a high fever at the age of 10, these fragments began to haunt his dreams, like a dull knife slowly cutting through his nerves. Eventually, he learned to mask his tension with humor and to relieve stress with nonsensical chatter. These flights of fancy allowed him a brief escape from that vague yet burdensome dream. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Zhang Chen nudged him with his elbow. It's time to go. Oh, I was just thinking about what to have for lunch. You must be joking. How can you still think about food? Let us go? Zhang Chen circled around Lu He, pushing him to catch up with the group. Appointment code. The mechanical parrot at the front desk suddenly spoke, startling Li Xiaoyu beside Su Shi, nearly causing her to drop her identification card. Su Shi skillfully smoothed the parrot's crest, and green certification information promptly appeared on the display. Same as usual, the front desk girl in a dark green uniform peeked out from behind a potted plant, where a dancing moonlight grass was entangled in her hair. Yes, thank you, Xiao Xiao. Su Shi was quite familiar with the front desk girl named Xiao Xiao, as she often brought 15-year-old children from the orphanage for their beast awakening tests. Li Xiaoyu, Yu Qiu, Zhang Chun, Lin Junwu, Lu He. All right, information entry complete. Follow me. Xiao Xiao deftly inputted the information for the 5 individuals, temporarily entrusting the front desk to Yaya. The potted moonlight grass swayed, as if nodding in response. Xiao Xiao led them through the side corridor of the hall to the awakening room deep within the association. The heavy metal door was inscribed with ancient beast taming inscriptions, and a faint humming of energy could be heard from behind the door. Relax, just like during your usual meditation. Xiao Xiao smiled as she pushed open the door. Warm orange light flowing out from within. Place your hand on the awakening crystal and leave the rest to it. Chapter 2. Innate Talent. The first to step forward for awakening was Li Xiaoyu. She cautiously touched the awakening stone, and the moment her fingertip made contact, a tiny arc of electricity crackled. Silver-blue currents spread across the stone's surface like a spiderweb, revealing lightning-like fissures that flickered with alternating brightness, reminiscent of electric flashes in a storm cloud. The air around the awakening stone crackled with electricity, and Li Xiaoyu's hair even lifted slightly due to static. Her fingertips tingled, as if countless tiny currents surged within her body, occasionally sparking faint electric flashes on her skin. She vaguely sensed the electrons drifting in the air, even perceiving their movement as if an entire layer of electrical pathways had suddenly woven itself into the world. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened and attained the innate talent, electroconductivity, which will enhance the electric attribute power of your pet. Xiao Xiao observed the information on her tablet. Next, Yu Qiu. Yu Qiu silently stepped forward, her fingertip lightly tapping the awakening stone. The stone's surface instantly transformed to a silvery gray hue, intricate gear-like patterns seemingly emerging, with a cold, steady glow, as if a precise machine were in operation. Great. This is the innate talent, mechanical resonance, which significantly enhances the growth rate of mechanical-type spirit beasts. Following them, Zhang Chun and Lin Junwu also successfully awakened and acquired innate talents. Xiao Xiao watched the jubilant 4 youths, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of her tablet. The fluctuating data on the screen appeared like an unsolvable puzzle, a 100 success rate for awakening, a 90 rate for talent awakening. These figures were statistically improbable. Sister Su, she hesitantly began, her voice nearly drowned out by the children's laughter. You know, the standard data from the association. Her fingertip traced over the tablet, pulling up a comparative chart. The success rate for ordinary individuals is merely 47, while the talent awakening rate is as low as 0.8. Yet, at the 9th orphanage, Xiao Xiao's inquiries are entirely justified. Lu He and the others are not the first batch of children from the Jueshing number 9 orphanage, yet each time, the children from the number 9 orphanage successfully awaken their beast contracts, with the majority even awakening exceedingly rare beast talents. Sushi's gaze followed Lu He's silhouette, the silent youth standing before the awakening platform. She gently pressed her hand on Xiao Xiao's tablet, causing the screen data to instantly dim. Some truths. Sushi's voice was tender yet firm. The less one knows, the safer one remains. She turned to Xiao Xiao, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. Especially towards a good child like you. Xiao Xiao opened her mouth, wishing to say something, but was interrupted by a sudden burst of golden light. On the awakening platform, Lu He's figure was completely enveloped by a dazzling golden cocoon, causing the air in the entire room to tremble. The awakening stone was erupting with blinding golden light. Intricate runes and chains materializing within, then shattering inch by inch. The air surrounding the awakening stone twisted violently, even forming a miniature spiritual storm, as 12 prisms simultaneously turned towards him, focusing their brilliance upon him. When the golden light of the awakening ceremony dissipated, Lu He gazed at the faint golden spiritual energy flowing in his palm, his brow slightly furrowing. Spiritual energy refinement? He murmured softly, a level talent? According to the textbook definition, spiritual energy refinement is indeed merely an ordinary talent that enhances a beastmaster's total amount of spiritual energy and cultivation speed, yet essentially remains a quantitative change, not a qualitative transformation. However, Lu He distinctly sensed that the golden spiritual energy in his mind harbored a power entirely different. His spiritual energy refinement could augment the individual values of contracted beasts. In the realm of beastmaster studies, the innate differences among beasts of the same species are quantified as individual values, categorized into 5 tiers. A level individual fire lion spits flames at twice the temperature of a level individual. A level individual steel-armored turtle possesses defensive capabilities comparable to that of a level individual post-evolution. Thus far, human technology has only managed to elevate level individuals to level through genetic potions, with no cases existing of raising from level to level, and there are severe side effects. Yet Lu He's ability could allow any contracted beast to directly attain the theoretical maximum individual value level. Lu He found this outcome somewhat satisfactory, as the disparity among beasts can be succinctly summarized in 2 aspects: skill and numerical value. While skill is crucial in the face of absolute numerical superiority, exquisite technique may appear feeble when confronted with problems insurmountable by mere numbers. The inadequacy of numerical power can lead to a scenario where numerical anomalies fall victim to strategic misplays. However, if one could combine ultimate skill with ultimate numerical value. Strangely, Xiao Xiao lightly tapped the still warm awakening stone, her delicate brows furrowing. The residual energy intensity did not resemble that of a level talent at all. Zhang Chun casually draped an arm over Lu He's shoulder, the refreshing aura of wood element talent still lingering in his palm. Haha, Lu He. Though you only awakened a level talent, it's still better than having none. He bragged as he waved his wrist, the emerald green spiritual patterns flickering beneath his skin. Once you contract a beast, you'll truly appreciate the might of a level talent. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed in Lu He's eyes. Yet his lips curled into an exaggerated smile. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. Sushi precisely tapped the backs of their heads, casting a glance at the stunned front desk girl, stifling a laugh as she fished out her wallet. Let us go. I'll take you to Yuexian. It's a rare occasion to visit the #1 area. I heard they're serving special ice crystal shrimp dumplings today. Yuexian. Lu He gazed at his reflection in the glass cup, a strand of golden light quietly coalescing in his palm. The runic chains he had glimpsed within the awakening stone were now slowly swirling in his spiritual sea. He gently clenched his fist, and the radiance abruptly vanished. Chapter 3-2. As the neon lights of the #9 area gradually dimmed, Lu He lay alone on the creaky iron frame bed of the orphanage. They had explored the #1 area all day, and upon returning to the orphanage that evening, Sushi went to report to the director while the others engaged in their own activities. A sharp pain throbbed in Lu He's temples, as if a heated wire were stirring within his brain, a sensation he was all too familiar with. Every time he dreamt of those fragmented images, he would awaken with this burning pain. Why was he gripping the sheets so tightly, his knuckles turning white? Ever since the awakening that morning, a dull ache had begun in his head. Despite not having dreamt, why was the headache more severe than before? Darkness surged like a tide. This time, however, there were no burning ruins, no whispers of cloaked figures, only an expanse of utter blackness. Suddenly, the golden spiritual energy that had appeared during the awakening slowly materialized, akin to a firefly in the night. More astonishingly, beside it floated a slightly smaller silver orb. The moment Lu He's consciousness brushed against the silver orb, a torrent of information flooded in. Level, species refinement. It can break through the upper limit of beast species values. Current enhancement magnitude, 5. Side effects. Spiritual energy consumption is 400 times that of ordinary talents. Within the dark sea of consciousness, the 2 spiritual auras intertwined, forming a perfect energy cycle. The golden stream of spiritual energy refinement continuously expanded the ocean of spiritual energy, while the silver vortex of species refinement greedily devoured this energy. Lu He could clearly perceive that when both talents activated simultaneously, spiritual energy consumption, 400 to 200, reduced by 50 due to primary talent. Theoretical enhancement limit. Individual value, exceeding theoretical peak. Species value, 50, breaking the evolution limit. Such a beast would be akin to a walking war machine, crushing all within the same tier. Fighting beyond their level would not be a mere fantasy. Species value is a somewhat nebulous concept. Simply put, it is the data manifestation of a spirit beast lineage. Current technology cannot visually display the species values of spirit beasts, which conveniently allows for the concealment of species refinement, effects. Could this be the reason for my headache? Yet it is due to my awakening of 2 talents. Lu He felt torn between laughter and tears. It was undoubtedly a good thing. Yet why did it leave him with a splitting headache? A roar suddenly erupted deep within his consciousness, and Lu He witnessed a breathtaking scene. A fire dog enveloped in golden light unleashed a pillar of flame potent enough to evaporate the surface of a lake, instantly vaporizing an ice crystal giant python towering a realm higher. A little devil cackled in his ear. Did you see? In the face of absolute numerical superiority, so-called skill is merely the lament of the defeated. A little angel gently pressed on his shoulder. But what if you encounter a foe with equivalent values? The illusion abruptly shifted. The same fire dog, confronted by the Thunder Wolf King of the same tier, was outmaneuvered, ending up in a dizzying spiral before succumbing to the opponent's exquisite thunder flash. Louis sprang upright, cold sweat soaking his back. What if I want both? The little devil and little angel vanished from his mind, as if they had never witnessed such unabashed arrogance. Louis raised his gaze. The old-fashioned wall clock emitted a dull tick-tock, the hour hand pointing to 2 in the morning. Outside, there was no moonlight. Only heavy clouds pressing down over the city like a lead-gray curtain. Leaning against the iron bed, Louis reopened the weathered introduction to Beastmasters. The yellowed pages stopped at the chapter on innate talents, densely packed with notes he had taken over the years, yet he found no record of species refinement. Not all innate talents are officially documented, but those that are not recorded are undoubtedly rare. Double talents at level, he murmured softly, as a golden and silver glimmer manifested in his palm, weaving extraordinary patterns in the darkness. This power that transcends the ordinary would become the cornerstone of his ascent to the pinnacle of Beastmasters. In recent years, I have often simulated what it would be like to become a Beastmaster, contemplating team compositions and the balance of my contracted beasts. After all, each individual can only forge a contract with a maximum of 6 beasts, and breaking a contract inflicts severe spiritual trauma, making it impossible to replace them. The awakening of these 2 talents has somewhat altered my plans, allowing for further optimization, Louis mused to himself. He contemplated the path ahead, slowly closing his eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. The 2 orbs of faint light in his hands gradually dimmed, eventually dissolving into fine particles that vanished into the air. The old iron bed emitted a final soft creak, as if marking the end of this ordinary night. During the latter half of the night, he slept soundly, free from the haunting fragments of nightmares, which eased his long-strained nerves, granting him the most restful sleep he had experienced in 5 years. The primary duty of a newly awakened Beastmaster is to seek out their initial companion, often serving as the first demarcation of social class. In the awakening ceremonies of noble families, elders would present rare spirit beasts they had nurtured for many years. For instance, the Xin Bingxi, a legacy of the Mo family from Jinwu City, possesses the power to freeze pawns even in its juvenile stage. The children of affluent merchants can lavishly spend at auctions. Last year, at the Xinghui auction, a juvenile Huangguang who fetched an astronomical 30 million spirit coins. In contrast, families of modest means typically need to save for half a year to select a dull-colored Huahua shoe from the Laoli pet shop, which perpetually emits the scent of spirit beast feed. Meanwhile, the number 9 orphanage has its partnership with the Ling Tower, a colossal entity that stands as a rival to the Beast Management Association. To put it simply, it is a supersized organization akin to a pet store, but its scale far surpasses that of ordinary establishments. The key to their status as the most formidable force in the nation lies in their control over the Yuling's secret realm. The secret realm is a self-contained microcosm, existing in an alternate space suspended from the real world, where complete ecological chains thrive. The Yuling secret realm is the largest one under human dominion. It consists of 2 zones. The conservation zone, where endangered spirit beasts are artificially bred and prepared for selection by novice beastmasters, and the wild zone, home to untamed indigenous species, whose skills are more feral and lethal, offering greater variety and rarity. Generally, obtaining a spirit beast from the Yuling Tower is exceedingly difficult. A saying within the Beastmaster community goes, acquiring a spirit beast from the Yuling Tower is harder than teaching a magma turtle an ice-type skill. Ordinary citizens' applications are queued until the year 155 of the new calendar, which is 20 years hence. In the black market, an expedited slot has been inflated to a price equivalent to 3 sets of housing in Zone 1, humorously referred to as booking an appointment in the name of one's grandson for the grandfather, unless one possesses special connections. The next morning, Louis was startled awake by the sound of hurried footsteps. Outside the dormitory door, he heard Su Shi's voice, imbued with an unusual gravity. "Everyone, gather your things. The dean is taking you to the Yuling Tower." Louis sat up, the fatigue of the previous night dissipating entirely. The Yuling Tower? The fabled place where even the wealthy struggle to gain entry? The Yuling Tower? Zhang Chun had already donned his attire and stepped out of his room, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Teacher Su, you cannot be serious. How could we, from such a humble orphanage?" "No time for chatter. Hurry up." Su Shi replied with an undeniable firmness, yet softened by the urgency of the dean waiting outside. A wave of unease washed over Louis. The dean's peculiar expression following the awakening test yesterday lingered in his mind. The sudden decision to take them to the Yuling Tower surely harbored secrets. Under the phoenix tree in the front yard, Dean Shin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Today, the elderly man wore an exceptionally formal deep blue Beastmaster uniform, adorned with a badge he had never seen before. Dean, your attire. Autumn cautiously ventured. Let us go, children. Dean Chen turned, his expression unusually grave. It is time to reveal certain matters to you. A black hovering vehicle halted at the entrance, emblazoned with the emblem of the Yuling Tower. The driver, a middle-aged man, nodded respectfully upon seeing Dean Chen. Dean, the Tower Master has been awaiting your arrival. Lu He and the others exchanged glances. The Tower Master? Dean Chen was acquainted with the Tower Master? The atmosphere inside the vehicle was notably somber. Throughout the journey, Dean Chen remained silent, occasionally glancing out the window. Su Shi occupied the passenger's seat, her fingers incessantly tapping her knee. Teacher Su. Li Xiaoyu could no longer contain her curiosity. Are we truly able to select spirit beasts at the Yuling Tower? Yes, Su Shi nodded, though her tone lacked any excitement. This has always been the case whenever children from the orphanage awaken. Always. Lu He's brow furrowed. This indicated that the relationship between the number 9 orphanage and the Yuling Tower was far more profound than he had imagined. Reflecting upon it, the older siblings from their orphanage had mysteriously vanished the day after their awakenings. It seemed they had all been taken to the Yuling Tower early the following morning. But why had they never returned to the orphanage? The Yuling Tower loomed on the eastern side of Zone 1, its spiraling structure reaching 300 meters high, resembling a sword piercing towards the heavens. As the hovering vehicle approached the tower's entrance, Lu He caught sight of the massive banner that read, Yuling Tower, the last bastion of humanity. The interior decor surpassed even that of the Beast Management Association in opulence. Crystal chandeliers hung from the dome, and the floor was laid with jade stones that emitted a gentle glow. The most striking feature was the central teleportation portal, bustling with staff entering and exiting. Dean Chen, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, approached. The Tower Master awaits you on the top floor. The elevator ascended, and Lu He felt a slight pressure in his ears. When the elevator doors opened, the sight before them elicited gasps of astonishment. They found themselves in a vast circular chamber, its transparent glass walls offering a panoramic view of the entire Jinwu city. In the center of the room stood a tall man, his back turned toward them, gazing out the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Dean Chen, another year has passed, the man said. Turning around, he appeared to be in his 40s, exuding a composed demeanor and an overwhelming aura of authority. Tower Master, Dean Chen bowed respectfully. These are this year's children. The Tower Master's gaze swept over the 5 children before settling on Lu He. This child, the Tower Master furrowed his brow. Dean Chen shook his head, his expression becoming complex. His situation is rather unique. The Tower Master nodded, refraining from further inquiries. In that case, let the other children choose first. Dean Chen turned to Zhang Chun and the others, his tone considerably gentler. Children, it is time to unveil the truth. He took a deep breath. You are not ordinary orphans. Your parents were all court beast masters. What? Zhang Chun nearly leaped from his seat. Court beast masters. After a moment of silence, Dean Chen began to recount the tale. 15 years ago, a calamity struck. His voice grew heavy. A majestic monarch-class disaster beast, the Huang Xingjai Long, attacked the imperial capital. The court beast master corps, your parents, fought valiantly until all their contracted beasts perished, leaving only your teacher, Su Shi, to ultimately repel the disaster beast and save the capital. As Dean Chen continued his narrative, Su Shi stood behind the children, gazing at their silhouettes, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Over the years, each time she brought awakened children to this place, the faces of those predecessors would flood her mind. Once hailed as an unprecedented genius, she had joined the court beast masters 3 years post-awakening, the youngest sister among the corps, cherished by all her seniors. In that battle, several of her mentors had perished while protecting her, and her ace beast had chosen to self-destruct in an attack, driving back the Huang Xingjai Long and safeguarding the imperial capital. After the battle concluded, she chose to come to the 9th orphanage to care for the children of her predecessors. The 5 children, including Lu He, were the last batch. Li Xiaoyu covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Yu Qiu's complexion turned pale, and Lin Junwu clenched his fists. We established the 9th orphanage specifically to care for you orphans, Director Chen continued. Your parents, in their lifetime, entrusted spirit beast eggs at the Yuling Tower for you to inherit upon awakening. The Tower Master approached a safe in the corner of the room, entering a password, revealing 4 spirit beast eggs neatly arranged inside. Zhang Chun, this is your father Zhang Wei's green vine snake egg. Li Xiaoyu, this is your mother Li Hui's thunderbird egg. The talents you awaken are inherited from your parents. This is the memory embedded in your bloodline. One by one, the spirit beast eggs were taken out, emitting a faint elemental glow. The boys and girls accepted their inheritance, silently weeping. When it was Lu He's turn, the safe was empty. Su Shi's voice trembled as she approached Lu He. Your situation is rather special. Your parents, Su Shi, Director Chen interjected, halting her words. Some matters are too early to discuss. He gazed at the empty safe. A wave of inexplicable disappointment surged within him. Why was he different from the others? Who were his parents? Were the two figures in his dreams truly his parents? As a dull ache began to throb in his head, Louis's thoughts were drawn back to reality by the Tower Master's voice. However, even without your parents' inheritance, we can allow you to choose a suitable pet from the nursery. Really? Louis's eyes brightened, and the pain in his head eased considerably. The opportunity to select a pet from the Ling Tower's nursery was an immense stroke of luck. Tower Master, the secretary beside him interjected. The Tower Master merely waved his hand. Follow me. He pressed a button on the table, and a new portal slowly rose from the ground. Every pet in the nursery was meticulously cultivated. Chapter 5, Xiaohe. The growth of spirit beasts is classified into 6 distinct stages: juvenile, advanced, mature, elite, monarch, and emperor. The growth potential varies greatly among different species. Catastrophic beings such as the desolate star disaster dragon are advanced at birth and reach monarch status upon maturity, while lower-tier spirit beasts like the mane never surpass the advanced stage in their lifetime. However, evolution can break this limitation when it evolves into A. It may have the chance to reach maturity. The weaker the bloodline, the more challenging the breakthrough becomes, a strict rule set by the creator. The nursery is located on the 15th floor of the Yuling Tower, covering an area equivalent to 3 football fields. The spatial research of the Yuling secret realm has been applied to the real world, utilizing space compression technology. Gentle artificial sunlight bathed the cultivation room, where various young beasts roamed in spacious habitats. Some of these young beasts were brought from the Yuling environment, while others were offspring of high-level beast masters. Young man, you're quite lucky, said Mr. Wang, the staff responsible for the nursery, as he enthusiastically patted Lu He on the shoulder. As a guest personally brought by the Tower Master, we have all sorts of fine specimens here. Mr. Wang pointed to a nearby cultivation room. Look at that fiery lion cub. It's a top-tier individual, capable of spewing flames up to 3 meters high from birth. And over here is the Windblade Eagle, also a top-tier individual, whose father is said to be a mount of the Yuling Guards. Lu He approached to take a look. The fiery lion cub indeed looked majestic, its golden red mane shimmering in the sunlight, while the Windblade Eagle appeared striking with its feathers glistening in a light blue hue. So which one do you fancy, Mr. Wang asked eagerly. Louis shook his head. Is there anything else? Anything else? Mr. Wang was taken aback. Young man, you have quite the discerning eye. Let me show you our prized treasure. They ventured to the deepest part of the nursery, where an independent cultivation room housed a completely snow-white young beast. It resembled a hybrid of a wolf and a tiger, with fur as soft as clouds, yet its prominent royal mark on its forehead exuded a regal aura. This is a Thunderlight white tiger cub, with pure lineage, and it has already reached the top-tier level. Its future growth into a monarch level is a certainty, Mr. Wang said proudly. However, it has a rather haughty temperament, and has already rejected several beast masters who came to select. Louis gazed at the Thunderlight white tiger cub. It was undeniably beautiful, but its proud nature made him ponder whether he could afford such a creature. It felt like searching for trouble. Mr. Wang, Louis suddenly spoke. Do you have any spirit beasts with defects? Huh. Mr. Wang almost thought he misheard. What did you say? You know, those with physical defects or issues with their talents. Louis scratched his head. I prefer to pick up the overlooked ones. Mr. Wang's expression became somewhat peculiar. Young man, do you have a misunderstanding about the profession of beast masters? Defective specimens can significantly impact future development. It's fine. I just want to take a look, Louis insisted. Mr. Wang sighed in resignation. All right, since you're so determined, I'll take you to see them. But let me warn you, those creatures are all problem children. They arrived at a corner of the nursery, where several small cultivation rooms housed spirit beasts that were noticeably smaller than the others. This is our special area, Mr. Wang pointed to the first cultivation room. This is a lightning leopard. It was supposed to be an excellent breed, but upon birth, it was discovered that its lightning abilities are almost non-existent. It can't even produce a spark. Louis observed a small leopard lying listlessly on the ground, lacking any trace of electric energy. And this is a rock turtle. It has decent defensive talents, but Mr. Wang shook his head. Turtles are inherently slow. And this one is even slower than usual. I reckon a snail could outpace it. Louis continued walking and suddenly spotted a small figure in the farthest cultivation room. It was a young beast resembling a small wolf dog, completely black, except for a tiny silver crescent mark on its forehead. It curled up in the corner, looking particularly frail. What is this? Louis asked, pointing at it. Mr. Wang's expression turned awkward. Well, this is a bit embarrassing. We can't even identify its species. It was discovered during a secret realm exploration. Tests show it should be a dark-type spirit beast, but what? But it completely cannot utilize dark-type skills. It can't even learn the most basic shadow claw, Mr. Wang said with a bitter smile. Moreover, it has an enormous appetite. needing to consume the equivalent of 5 adult spirit beast food per day. We suspect there are issues with its genes. Lu He looked at the small black beast, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, especially with that crescent mark. What is its name? We call it Xiaohei, Mr. Wang replied. It has been here for 3 months, and its tested individual value is only at the bottom tier. No one wants it. In another month, it might be sent to a regular zoo. Lu He stepped into the cultivation room, and Xiaohei seemed to sense his presence, lifting its head to look over. Its deep purple eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. When it gazed at Lu He felt that familiar warmth surge within him once more. A spirit beast that even the Yuling Tower cannot classify. Mr. Wang, I want to choose it, Lu He said without hesitation. What? Mr. Wang thought he misheard. Young man, are you sure? This little black one can't do anything except eat, and we don't even know its true species. I'm sure. Lu He nodded. This is the one. A low individual value can be compensated for with the spirit power refinement effect. What Lu He valued most was its unique nature. An entity that even the Yuling Tower could not identify. Not all rare specimens are particularly extraordinary. It could very well be a product of some mutation. What Lu He needed most was this unrefined gem. This is a gamble, my friend. Lu He gazed into the large, blinking eyes of Xiaohei. Lao Wang hesitated for a moment, uncertain about how to explain to the Tower Master. They had tasked him with selecting a high-quality pet beast, but he had chosen a problematic one instead. Do not worry. I will explain the situation to the Tower Master, Lu He assured with a smile. Besides, it could be that it is merely a late bloomer. Observing Lu He's resolute expression, Lao Wang ultimately acquiesced. Very well, since you are insistent. I shall proceed with the paperwork, but do not regret it. As the door to the nursery opened, Xiaohei timidly looked at Lu He, seemingly unable to believe that someone would actually choose it. Lu He crouched down and gently extended his hand. Little one, are you willing to come with me? After a moment of hesitation, Xiaohei approached, nudging Lu He's palm with its moist nose. In that instant, Lu He felt a warm wave of energy in his mind. It was the sensation of a spiritual connection. Success. A surge of joy filled his heart as he sensed Xiaohei's emotional currents. Nervousness, anticipation, and a hint of incredulous delight. The success of their bond alleviated some of his sadness. The director had said it was still too early. What could that possibly mean? What truly happened to his parents? Lao Wang was busy completing the paperwork, muttering, how strange, this Xiaohei has never allowed anyone to touch it, yet today it willingly approaches you. Lu He shook his head, focusing on his pet beast. After all these years of yearning, was this not the moment he had been dreaming of? Cradling Xiaohei. He found it much lighter than he imagined. Lao Wang, you simply do not understand. Destiny is unfathomable. Just as Lu He was about to leave the nursery, a cold voice echoed behind him. It appears even trash has its admirers. Chapter 6. A true model for our generation. Lu He turned to see a young man clad in a refined beast master robe, looking at him with disdain. Though handsome, the arrogance in his eyes indicated he was the kind of privileged heir who had never known hardship. What did you say? Lu He's voice remained calm, but Lao Wang sensed a shift in the atmosphere. I said you, with your trashy choice, dare to claim anything. A worthless creature of indeterminate breed. And at a mere individual value. Are you planning to keep it as a pet? Suddenly, Xiaohei tensed in Lu He's arms, sensing the malice directed at it. However, to Lu He's surprise, the emotional waves from Xiaohei were not fear, but rather a potent mix of anger and fighting spirit. And who are you to judge? Lu He retorted. What business is it of yours to dictate what pet I choose? The young man smirked mockingly. I am Yun Feng of the Yunhai family, a newly awakened beastmaster. The swift falcon I just contracted can reach maturity as an adult and boasts a higher individual value. Your little black creature is not even worthy to serve as food for my swift falcon. Lao Wang attempted to mediate. Young Master Yun, we are all here to select pet beasts. There is no need for this. Silence. Yun Feng shot Lao Wang a frosty glare. What right do you have to speak here? Lao Wang felt stung by the reprimand, yet he could not retaliate. He was merely a staff member, and though seasoned, he could not afford to offend a young master from such a powerful family. Lu He sensed Xiaohei's emotional turmoil intensifying, its fighting spirit nearly spilling over. He looked down at Xiaohei, whose purple eyes sparkled with defiance. Xiaohei, are you suggesting I should endow you with more spiritual energy? That bird is not your match. Lu He inquired softly. Xiaohei nudged Lu He's palm with its nose, affirming his assumption. Lu He felt a surge of excitement. He was particularly irked by those who wielded their privilege to bully others, often finding delight in turning the tables on such individuals. Although he was still uncertain of Xiaohei's true abilities, he chose to believe in his pet. Yun Feng, is it? Lu He raised his head, a playful smile gracing his face. Since you hold my pet in such contempt, why not engage in a wager? A wager? Yun Feng paused, then burst into laughter. Are you certain you wish to gamble with me? With that worthless creature? Indeed, with my worthless companion. Lu He set Xiaohei on the ground. A battle between pet beasts. Winner takes all. Do you dare? Yun Feng's smile grew broader, finding the situation amusing. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so oblivious to their own limitations. He clapped his hands. I accept your challenge. However, merely wagering lacks excitement. Let us add some stakes. What stakes? Lu He inquired. If you lose, Yun Feng extended a finger, you shall kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. Then roll out of the beast tower. And if I win? Lu He asked. You win. Yun Feng shook his head in disbelief. That is impossible. However, should a miracle occur, I will apologize to you. How does that sound? Is that all? Lu He scoffed. Is this the extent of the Yun Hai family's sincerity? Yun Feng's expression darkened. What do you desire? If I win, not only do you apologize, but I also want 3 months' worth of your allowance. Deal. Yun Feng agreed without hesitation, viewing it as an easy victory. Lao Wang was beside himself, pacing anxiously. Lu He, you must think this through. Yun Feng's swift falcon has an individual value that is substantial, and it is a legitimate wind-type spirit beast, already mastering basic wind blade skills. You're Xiaohe. Lao Wang. It is fine. Lu He waved his hand dismissively. I trust Xiaohe. Soon, news of the nursery spread. A newly awakened beast master was challenging Yun Feng of the Yun Hai family with an indeterminate breed spirit beast. It was absurd. Staff members gathered around, eager to witness the inevitably one-sided battle. Truly unaware of the danger, some murmured, I have seen that Xiaohe. It cannot do anything aside from eating. Though Yun Feng is not the best person, his swift falcon is indeed formidable. This lad must be out of his mind. The murmurs grew, yet Lu He remained unfazed. He crouched down, looking at Xiaohe. Little one, now is our moment to prove ourselves. Are you ready? Xiaohe raised its head, the determination in its purple eyes shining brightly. It gave a soft bark, as if to say, bring it on. I have been ready. Yun Feng summoned his swift falcon, a bird spirit beast with feathers of a light blue hue, its wings spanning over a meter wide, exuding an impressive presence. Swift falcon. Show this mutt what true power looks like, Yun Feng proclaimed proudly. The swift falcon let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings gently, unleashing several transparent wind blades toward Xiaohe. It's over. Lao Wang shut his eyes, unable to bear watching the impending outcome. However, the next moment left everyone astonished. Xiaohe's form suddenly blurred, and the wind blades passed right through it, as if striking nothing but air. How is this possible? Yun Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of skill is this? The onlookers rubbed their eyes, convinced they were imagining things. The wind blades had clearly struck Xiaohe, yet it stood unharmed, its purple eyes glinting with a mischievous light. Impossible. You cheated. Yun Feng shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Lu He. Cheated? Lu He shrugged. I am standing right here, having not moved an inch. Your swift falcon simply misfired. How is that my fault? The swift falcon screeched angrily, flapping its wings vigorously, this time releasing even more wind blades. A barrage of blades surged towards Xiaohe from various angles, sealing off all escape routes. Let us see how you dodge this. Yun Feng sneered. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xiaohe's form blurred once more, and all the wind blades passed through it, as if they were striking a mere shadow. What kind of absurd skill is this? Yun Feng was gripped by panic. Lao Wang stood nearby, his eyes wide with disbelief. Phasing. Impossible. Such a skill can only be mastered by advanced dark-type spirit beasts, not by juvenile pets. Lu He felt the spiritual energy within him rapidly depleting. He understood that Xiaohe's ability undoubtedly required a substantial amount of spiritual power. Although he was unaware of Xiaohe's breed, the fact that it could employ phasing at such a young age indicated that it was indeed no ordinary creature. Xiaohe, do you have a way to counterattack? Lu He inquired softly, sensing that Xiaohe possessed more capabilities than it had thus far revealed. With a brief bark, Xiaohe's form solidified. Its limbs bent slightly, assuming an aggressive stance. The wind falcon continued to unleash its wind blades frantically, but each attack was effortlessly neutralized by Xiaohe's phasing. Meanwhile, Xiaohe awaited the opportune moment, its violet eyes fixated on the wind falcon soaring above. How can it possibly miss? Yun Feng exclaimed in frustration, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Wind falcon, use gale charge. The wind falcon folded its wings and dove from the sky like a released arrow. Its body was enveloped in a pale blue wind-type spiritual energy, moving with a speed that dazzled onlookers. Now let's see how you evade this. Yun Feng glared menacingly at Xiaohe. This wind falcon has already learned gale charge. It must be nearing adulthood, a staff member remarked. Gale charge was a racial skill of the wind falcon. One that had mastered this ability could potentially lead a small group in the wild. Yun Feng had chosen this wind falcon precisely for that reason, believing this move would decisively determine the outcome of the battle. Xiaohe chose not to phase, but remained poised. Just as the wind falcon was about to collide with it, Xiaohe suddenly leaped, opening its mouth wide. A sphere of pitch-black energy erupted from Xiaohe's maw. directly colliding with the descending wind falcon. Shadow Ball. Lao Wang gasped in astonishment. The black energy sphere collided with the wind falcon, resulting in a blinding explosion. The wind falcon emitted a pained cry, engulfed in dark energy, spiraling uncontrollably towards the ground. No. Yun Feng rushed forward, desperate to catch his wind falcon. But it was too late. Thud. The wind falcon crashed heavily to the ground, its feathers disheveled, its eyes glazed. It struggled to rise, but its body could no longer support it. Wind falcon. Yun Feng knelt, cradling his pet in sorrow. The scene fell into a profound silence. None could have anticipated that an unassuming little Xiao He could defeat a wind falcon of such caliber. How is this possible? Someone stammered. What breed is that Xiao He? It can use Shadow Ball at such a young age, and phasing too. This is undoubtedly a rare breed. Xiao He's timing in releasing the Shadow Ball was also quite cunning. Even a high-level skill like Shadow Ball could not instantly eliminate the Wind Falcon due to the significant disparity in their capabilities. However, it capitalized on the Wind Falcon's inertia from using Gale Charge, crashing into the ground to compensate for the lack of damage, Lao Wang analyzed. But why had it never shown us these skills before? Lu He, feeling his spiritual energy nearly exhausted, forced himself to approach Xiao He's side. Xiao He was also utterly spent. The recent battle had drained it of too much strength. Xiao He, you did wonderfully. Lu He crouched down, gently stroking Xiao He's head. Xiao He weakly nuzzled Lu He's palm, its eyes shimmering with a glow of satisfaction. It had proven itself not to be worthless, affirming that Lu He's choice was indeed correct. Yun Feng rose, clutching his wind falcon, his expression dark and foreboding. He glared at Lu He, his eyes brimming with resentment and rage. Yun Feng opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He had been defeated by a simpleton, by a spirit beast he had disparaged as worthless. This outcome was unbearable for him. A bet is a bet. Lu He struggled to rise. According to our agreement, you owe me an apology. Yun Feng's face turned a shade of iron. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. However, with so many onlookers, he could not retract his words. I'm sorry. Yun Feng gritted his teeth, managing to utter the 3 words. I'm sorry. My ears have been a bit dull lately. Lu He feigned ignorance. I'm sorry. Yun Feng raised his voice, nearly shouting. That's more like it. Lu He nodded in satisfaction. And don't forget the allowance for the next 3 months. Yun Feng's fists clenched tightly, but he ultimately restrained himself. He produced a gold card and tossed it to the ground. Here, 3 million. It should cover 3 months. Lu He bent down to retrieve the gold card, blowing off the dust. Young Master Yun is indeed generous, a true model for our kind. Just then, Xiao He suddenly collapsed, its body going limp. Its breathing grew rapid, and its violet eyes lost their luster. Xiao He. Lu He gasped, hurriedly scooping up Xiao He to assess its condition. Xiao He felt feverishly hot, as if afflicted by a fever. Its consciousness was fading, only able to emit faint whimpers. Quick! To the medical room. Lao Wang rushed over. Lu He carried Xiao He, following Lao Wang towards the medical room, feeling disoriented from his own drained spiritual energy. Hold on, Xiao He. Lu He gritted his teeth. We're in this together. Soon, Lu He's vision faded into darkness. Chapter 7. Relying on oneself. Darkness. Flames. The silhouette of a figure in a black robe. Then came the colossal feet of a mountain-like beast. A familiar nightmare, yet it bore more vivid imagery than before. A dimly lit room, blue liquid. Figures clad in white coats. What are these? They were scenes never before witnessed. Lu He felt as though his head had been crushed by a steamroller, his entire being engulfed in a haze. He struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with a white ceiling. You're awake. A familiar voice reached his ears. Lu He turned his head to see Su. She's sitting beside the bed. Teacher Su? Lu He's voice was somewhat hoarse. Where am I? In the medical room. Su, she replied, picking up a bowl of porridge from the bedside. You've been unconscious for 2 days. It all came rushing back to Lu He, the events that had transpired. Xiao He. He abruptly attempted to sit up, but his body felt weak, and he fell back down. What about Xiao He? How is it? It's fine, just like you. It has exhausted its spiritual energy. Su Shi's expression turned serious. It's resting in the next room. Lu He breathed a sigh of relief. He tried to sit up once more, this time succeeding, albeit still a bit unsteady. Here, drink some porridge. Su Shi handed him the bowl. You're very weak right now and need to replenish your strength. Lu He accepted the porridge, its warm touch making him feel somewhat better. He took small sips, savoring its sweetness. What about Dinshin? He went to handle matters at the orphanage. Su Shi sighed. But he already knows about your altercation with Yun Feng. Lu He paused. What did he say? He said you've got guts, daring to confront someone from the Yunhai family. Su Shi shook her head in exasperation. But he's worried about you as well. Lu He continued sipping the porridge, waiting for Su Shi to elaborate. He knew she hadn't come merely to deliver food. As expected, Su Shi soon began her admonishment. Lu He, I know you enjoy joking around, But how could you be so reckless in choosing your initial spirit beast? Sushi's tone grew serious. An unknown species with only a level of individual value, though it can use high-level skills at a young age. The consumption of spiritual energy is exorbitant. Look at you now, unconscious for 2 days. This will significantly impact your future as a beastmaster. Lui set down the bowl, gazing at Sushi's concerned expression. He understood that her words were for his benefit, yet he harbored his own secrets. Teacher Su. Actually, my spirit energy refinement. Lui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to reveal the truth. It has an additional effect. An additional effect? Sushi stared at him in surprise. I can enhance my pet's abilities using spiritual power, thereby increasing its individual values, explained Lui. However, he refrained from mentioning the concept of species refinement. Some secrets are better kept to oneself. Upon hearing Lui's words, Sushi displayed a look of astonishment. The added effects of talents are quite rare among beast tamers, and this spiritual refinement effect Lui spoke of was entirely unfamiliar to her. Are you certain? Sushi inquired. Absolutely, Lui nodded. I can feel it. Sushi fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck her, her expression grew somewhat complex. Was it possible that Sushi hesitated for a moment before shifting the topic? There is something more important I need to tell you. What is it? The orphanage is set to close, Sushi said in a somber tone. After the last group of children awakens, there will no longer be any kids left at the orphanage. According to regulations, it will officially shut down. Lui felt a tightness in his chest. Although he knew this day would eventually arrive, hearing the news still brought him a sense of sadness. What about us? You all need to take the entrance examination for the Beast Tamer High School, Sushi replied. However, once you enter, the orphanage will not provide you with any financial support. Everything will depend on your own efforts. Lui clenched his fists. He had initially thought to seek a backdoor entry through the orphanage's connections, but it seemed that he would have to face this challenge head-on. There are 2 months left until the entrance exam, Sushi continued. During this time, you can stay at the Ling Tower. The headmaster has already discussed this with the tower master. As for the other children, their pet eggs still need to hatch. So you can take this opportunity to train Xiaohei more intensively. Lui nodded. Indeed, he now had a pet and could commence formal training. Moreover, after the recent battle, he had gained a deeper understanding of Xiaohei's capabilities. By the way, the card Yun Feng gave you. Sushi produced a golden card from her pocket and handed it to Lui. 3 million. This should suffice for a while. Lui accepted the card. His emotions mixed. Although he found Yun Feng insufferable, he had indeed alleviated his immediate financial burden. What about you, Teacher Su? Lui asked. After your exams, I will be leaving here. There is something I need to confirm. Sushi stood up. You all must take care of yourselves. Lui observed Sushi's face, sensing she had more to say. However, feeling weak, he refrained from pressing her further. By the way, when will Xiaohei wake up? It should be just a couple of days, Sushi replied as she reached the door, glancing back at Lui. Although its recovery is hampered by its physical condition and the depletion of spiritual power is more severe than yours, don't worry, its recovery rate is faster than yours. After Sushi left, Lui lay alone on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. So much had transpired over the past few days. He needed time to digest it all. First and foremost was Xiaohei's combat power. Though its individual value was only at level, the skills it possessed were formidable. Skills like Void and Shadow Ball were advanced techniques that it executed with remarkable proficiency. Generally speaking, when pets utilized skills, they would first deplete their own spiritual power, only tapping into their tamer's energy when their reserves were nearly exhausted. Beast tamers thus served as a sort of power bank for their pets. Yet, Xiaohei consumed his spiritual energy directly with each use of Void, indicating that its own reserves were insufficient to sustain its demands. Although spiritual refinement had heightened his total spiritual energy and accelerated his cultivation speed, he had not had the opportunity to formally practice spiritual refinement in the past couple of days. Xiaohei's final Shadow Ball had completely drained both its and his remaining spiritual energy. This was likely a manifestation of the side effect of species refinement, where a consumption of 200 spiritual energy was evident, and Xiaohei's consumption of his energy had doubled as well. He needed to expedite Xiaohei's training while also enhancing his own spiritual power to increase his total energy reserves. Next was the matter of Yun Feng. Although he had won this round, the Yunhai family was not to be trifled with. He hoped that Yun Feng would not resort to using his family's influence against a mere impoverished boy like himself. Lastly was the closure of the orphanage. This signified that he would truly have to stand on his own, without any support. Lui sighed deeply. The road ahead was long, but he believed he could persevere. Xiaohei, when you awaken, we shall commence our true training. Chapter 8, Depleted. The medical room's bed was rather hard, and after lying there for a day, Lui felt as though his bones were about to fall apart. Having been unconscious for 2 days, now that he was awake, he felt a general sense of discomfort. He attempted to sit cross-legged, using spiritual refinement to meditate and begin guiding the spiritual energy within him. The golden stream of spiritual energy flowed gently through his meridians, and with each complete cycle, the feeling of being utterly depleted began to dissipate. After an hour, Lu He exhaled a long breath, feeling significantly more revitalized. The speed of cultivation brought about by the talent of spiritual refinement was truly remarkable. If he were an ordinary beast tamer, recovering from spiritual exhaustion would require at least 3 to 5 days of bed rest. Yet, he had only been a day and already regained 3/4 of his spiritual energy. He wondered how Xiaohe was faring. Lu He patted his empty stomach and decided to first address his hunger. He walked to the adjacent room and gently pushed the door open. Xiaohe was curled up on a specially designed pet bed, sleeping soundly, its breathing steady and powerful. A faint black mist enveloped its body, seemingly aiding in its natural recovery. Recovering faster than I am, as Teacher Su said. Lu He chuckled as he exited the room. He used the card left by Su Shi to order a nutritious meal at the cafeteria within the Yuling Tower. With 3 million at his disposal, he experienced the thrill of wealth for the first time, opting for the most expensive meal options. After dining, he returned to the medical room to continue his meditation. For him, time equated to money. No, time equated to power. He needed to elevate his total spiritual energy promptly. Otherwise, another bout of combat would leave him utterly drained after Xiaohe executed several skills. Early the next morning, Lu He was startled awake by a wave of emotional energy. It was intimate, joyful, and tinged with a hint of affection. He opened his eyes wide and immediately sensed that this wave originated from the next room. Xiaohe had awakened. Lu He dashed into the adjacent room. Xiaohe was standing on the bed, and upon seeing him, it joyfully wagged its tail, its purple eyes sparkling with excitement. Woof! Xiaohe let out a soft cry, leaping from the bed and landing directly in Lu He's embrace. Finally awake, Lu He exclaimed, feeling the strength coursing through Xiaohe's body, which seemed considerably enhanced compared to before. The recovery from spiritual depletion appeared to have contributed to its growth. You must be hungry. Let us go get you a feast. Lu He carried Xiaohe back to his room and used the golden card to order the highest grade of dark-type juvenile energy cubes from the pet shop within the Yuling Tower. A small box cost a staggering 100,000, and the expenditure stung a little. Yet, for the sake of his beloved pet, it was worth it. Xiaohe, catching a whiff of the food, was entranced and dove into a hearty meal. Watching it devour the food voraciously, a thought struck Lu He. The added effect of spiritual refinement could enhance a pet's individual values. Although he had only briefly mentioned it to Su Shi, he had yet to test its specific effects. Why not give it a try now? Lu He felt a surge of eagerness. He extended his hand and gently placed it on Xiaohe's back. Xiaohe, hold still. I'm going to enhance you. He closed his eyes, channeling the golden spiritual energy within him and slowly infusing it into Xiaohe. LH. While replenishing the magical energy of Xiaohi, took out a small device resembling a smartphone, left behind by SX. This was the latest version of the Spirit Beast pictorial developed by the YLNT, equipped with a self-evolving artificial intelligence that could autonomously learn and record information about spirit beasts not documented in the system. Its capabilities surpassed those of the Spirit Beast pictorial produced by the Spirit Beast Association. The device displayed the basic data of Xiaohi, species, unknown, attribute, dark, rank, juvenile, individual value, skills, phasing, shadow ball. Golden spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream into Xiaohi's body. Xiaohi let out a comfortable murmur, seemingly relishing the sensation. LH sensed that his spiritual energy was uniquely transforming Xiaohi's body, optimizing it from the most fundamental level. This process was not swift. It lasted approximately 10 minutes, during which LH felt nearly 30% of his spiritual energy deplete. Just as he had restored his energy, it was on the verge of exhaustion again. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, slightly out of breath, and examined the results on the device's screen. The data refreshed, individual value. It was successful, truly remarkable. A wave of exhilaration surged within LH. Although the rank had merely risen to a juvenile level, the enhancement of the individual value was an aspiration many spirit beast tamers dared not even dream of. It was well known that the gene potions available in the market could only elevate a beast's rank to a juvenile level at best, accompanied by significant side effects. Yet, his innate talent seemed devoid of any adverse consequences, merely consuming spiritual energy. Haha, Xiaohi, soon you shall be a divine beast. LH joyfully twirled around with Xiaohi in his arms. Xiaohi looked at him with a bewildered expression, still clutching half a piece of energy cube in its mouth. From now on, you shall feast on the finest. LH felt invigorated, envisioning a bright future ahead. With wealth, a spirit beast, and an extraordinary advantage, what was there to hold him back? Yet, He felt the depletion of his spiritual energy, as if his body was hollowed out and submerged in water, leaving him perplexed. He immediately began to devise a plan for the upcoming 2 months. First, training was essential. Although Shi-O-Hi possessed formidable skills, its combat experience was virtually non-existent, relying solely on instinct. Moreover, its physical attributes needed to be enhanced, otherwise, possessing skills without a robust physique would be futile. Next, he needed to focus on his own spiritual energy cultivation. While he was eager to experiment with race refinement, he knew that the outcome would likely lead to his own demise. Thus, he must proceed with caution and diligence. He needed to maximize the total amount of spiritual energy within 2 months. Otherwise, he would not even qualify as a mere battery. LH then went to the cafeteria for a hearty meal and purchased 2 bottles of spiritual energy recovery drinks, quickly restoring his energy to around 40%. Although these drinks could rapidly replenish spiritual energy, meditative cultivation could enhance a spirit beast tamer's overall spiritual capacity, leading most tamers to prefer meditation for recovery. Come, Shi-O-Hi, we shall head to the training ground. LH packed the remaining energy cubes and, brimming with ambition, departed the cafeteria with Shi-O-Hi. The YLT had a specially designated beginner training ground for novice spirit beast tamers. Although there was a fee, LH was now financially secure. Along the way, he passed a spirit beast incubation room and caught sight of several familiar figures. At that moment, he recalled that he had not seen those companions for several days. The group was gathered, gazing at their respective spirit beast eggs with forlorn expressions. What is the matter? LH approached, inquiring. LH, you're awake. ZHing and waved him over. Look, why are our eggs showing no signs of movement? LH leaned in to take a look. ZHing and S green vine snake egg, LSHOYS thunderbird egg, and the other 2 eggs lay quietly in the incubator, showing no signs of hatching. Isn't this quite normal? LH scratched his head. It usually takes 10 days to half a month to hatch. But Teacher SX said these eggs have been stored for over a decade, with high energy activation. They should show signs within a day or 2. LSHOY expressed worry. Don't fret. Perhaps your spiritual energy nourishment is insufficient, LH reassured them. Take your time. Haste makes waste. Though he too felt a twinge of doubt. Logically, these legacies of heroes should not be so lackluster. Forget it. I want to dwell on it. I have training to attend to. LH patted ZHing in S shoulder. Once your spirit beasts hatch, we can team up for adventures. You only know how to play. ZHing and rolled his eyes, though the worry on his face had lessened somewhat. After bidding farewell to his friends, LH arrived at the beginner training ground. Here, several newly awakened spirit beast tamers were engaged in the most basic training with their initial spirit beasts. The ability to train in the YL-ing-TS facility indicated that these novice tamers were not of common stock. Some were having their fire spark mice practice using their flame abilities, while others instructed their water babies to practice producing bubbles. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. LH found an empty corner. Shi-O-Hi, our first training exercise is physical conditioning. He retrieved a small leather ball from his pack. Go, fetch it. He threw the ball. Shi-O-Hi darted forward with incredible speed, leaving a dark silhouette in the air, catching the ball deftly and returning with a bounce, placing the ball at LH's feet like a trophy. Very good, very quick. LH threw the ball several more times, but to Shi-O-Hi, this hardly qualified as physical training. It was more akin to a diversion. This left LH perplexed, despite having just increased Shi-O-Hi's individual value. Its physical condition was far from the frailness he had anticipated. Subsequently, he began to test Shi-O-Hi's skills. Shi-O-Hi, aim at that target and use Shadow Ball. He pointed at a training dummy in the distance. Shi-O-Hi opened its mouth. A sphere of dark energy swiftly coalescing, then shooting forth. Boom. The Shadow Ball struck the target with precision, blasting through the specially crafted dummy. The other trainees were startled by the commotion and turned to observe. Wow, what skill is that? Such power. What breed is that little black dog? I've never seen it before. It seems to be Shadow Ball, an advanced skill. It can use it at the juvenile level? Whispers of amazement spread. And LH felt a swell of pride. This was impressive. However, before he could bask in his triumph for long, he suddenly felt a significant depletion of spiritual energy within him, causing him to stagger. He quickly checked, discovering that this single use of Shadow Ball had consumed 30% of his energy. My heavens! LH's smile froze. The side effects of race refinement were indeed severe. Energy consumption had doubled, akin to burning through a blue giant beast. It appeared that until he could enhance his total spiritual energy, Shadow Ball could only be utilized as a trump card. He conducted another test with phasing. Although this skill had a relatively lower energy cost, it was still measured in seconds. Maintaining phasing for 10 seconds consumed 1/10 of his energy. This is costly. This spirit beast is too demanding. LH sighed. The road ahead appeared daunting. He must devise means to acquire funds to procure more advanced energy cubes to expedite Shi-Ohi's growth. Simultaneously, he needed to exert himself in cultivation to thicken his spiritual energy reserves. Otherwise, while others engaged in team battles with skills flying, he'd likely be left with phasing out of energy and fleeing. LH gazed at the training dummy that Shi-Ohi had obliterated and fell into contemplation. What was the compensation for that target supposed to be? He recalled seeing a sign at the training ground entrance stating that damaged property would incur charges. He glanced down at the gaping hole in the target, then at the 3 million gold cards in his possession. His heart began to ache. This training has yet to commence, yet it already incurs a loss. Chapter 9, The Wilderness Zone. The administrator of the training ground is a Mediterranean gentleman who, upon seeing the perforated target, does not even raise an eyebrow. The new model training target, made from composite materials with an energy absorption core, costs 300,000. The man's tone is as flat as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. 300,000? He feels a jolt in his heart. For such a pitiful dummy, 300,000? It's highway robbery. The material cost is 250,000, labor 3,000, and patent fees 2,000, clearly listed. The gentleman gestures to the price list on the wall. Following his finger, he indeed sees a line of fine print stating the prices. His heart bleeds at the sight. Having just received 3 million, it hasn't even warmed up yet, and a tenth is already gone. Can the gentleman offer a discount? I'm a student, it's my first visit, and I'm rather clueless. He attempts a struggle. No chance. The man decisively rejects him, stating the rules of the Ling Tower. Even the tower master must pay the full price. Very well. He resignedly produces his gold card. Beep, payment successful. The cold mechanical voice echoes, and he feels as if he has been hollowed out. Young man, your pet is quite impressive, the gentleman remarks, storing the device away. A juvenile can already utilize shadow bullets, and it's a variety he has never seen before. With proper nurturing, it holds great potential for the future. Thank you for the compliment. I shall do my best, he responds weakly. He now understands why being a beast master is so financially draining. This is not merely raising a pet. It's akin to nurturing a money-burning machine. A target costs 300,000, a box of energy cubes 100,000. And this is just the first day. How long can the remaining 260,000 last? Clutching Xiaohei, he sits in a corner of the training ground, beginning to tally his expenses. Xiaohei's current appetite indicates that a box of premium energy cubes might last 3 days. Over a month, that amounts to 10 boxes, totaling 1 million. In 2 months, that is 2 million. This does not even account for potential training-related losses, such as breaking more targets. The remaining 600,000 is barely enough for his own sustenance, plus 2 months of lodging. This is it. I'm on the brink of bankruptcy. He despairingly covers his face. He had envisioned enjoying a carefree 2 months with 3 million. Now it seems merely surviving without starvation would be a triumph. Huh. Xiaohei nudges his hand, sensing his dejection. It's all right. It's not your fault. He pats Xiaohei's head. It's my poverty. I must find a way to earn money. This singular thought consumes He's mind. However, how can a recently awakened 15-year-old boy possibly earn money? Work a job? A beast master serving plates in a restaurant? The hourly wage likely wouldn't cover a meal for Xiaohei. Become a sparring partner? With his fragile battery-like form, he would probably be ground into the dirt by others. Just as he feels utterly lost, a conversation between several beast masters nearby piques his interest. Have you heard? The number 3 abandoned mine outside the city has been restless lately. It seems there's a small-scale stonehide rat swarm. Stonehide rats? Their fur and claws can be used to craft basic armor. Aren't they quite valuable? Indeed, many adventurer teams have already gone. They reportedly earn several thousand a day. Is that true? I might as well take a look. My rock turtle could use something to grind its teeth. The wilderness zone. He's eyes instantly brighten. How could I have forgotten this? The quickest way for a beast master to earn money is to hunt spirit beasts in the wilderness zone outside the city for materials. Beyond the barrier of Jinwu City lies a vast wilderness zone inhabited by all manner of wild spirit beasts. Though perilous, the rewards are substantial. The stonehide rat. A low-tier earth-type spirit beast, typically only exists in juvenile or advanced forms, possessing low offensive capabilities but decent defense. They are social creatures, and if a swarm forms, it can indeed pose a nuisance. However, for a beast master, as long as one remains cautious, dealing with a few stragglers should not present much of a challenge. The materials from an adult stonehide rat can fetch over 1,000. If luck is on his side, hunting a dozen or 20 in a day could yield an income of 10 to 20,000. This is far quicker than working a job. This is the plan. He resolves firmly. Although it carries some danger, he must strive to provide for himself. He immediately departs the training ground with Xiaohei, heading straight for the commercial district in Area 1. To venture into the wilderness, one must be thoroughly prepared. First, intelligence. He spends 10,000 to acquire a detailed map of the area surrounding the number 3 abandoned mine from an informant at the Bounty Hunter Guild, which marks the distribution zones and danger levels of known spirit beasts. The activity zone of the Stonehide Rat is marked as low danger, making it suitable for newcomers. Next, equipment. An alloy dagger for processing materials, a first aid kit containing antidotes and hemostatic spray, high-energy compressed biscuits, pure water, and lastly, a few bottles of spirit-replenishing drinks. These purchases cost him another 50,000. Finally, and most crucially, is Xiao Hei's sustenance. Gritting his teeth, he buys 2 boxes of premium energy cubes, just in case. Another 200,000 gone. Gazing at the remaining balance of 234,000, Lu He feels another pang of anguish. This money truly disappears swiftly. Xiao Hei. Whether we can afford meat in the next 2 months hinges on this expedition. Lu He straps on his newly purchased tactical backpack, which offers a minor spatial enhancement effect, providing significantly more storage than it appears. He gently touches Xiao Hei's head, his expression somber. Woo. Xiao Hei seems to sense his resolve, letting out an enthusiastic call. Together, they embark on their journey beyond the city. To save on travel costs, Lu He refrains from hailing a dragon ride, opting instead for the city's public transport. The steel puppet, a type of artificial mechanical spirit beast that resembles a rectangular box with seats inside. Soon, Lu He arrives at the city's edge. To enter the wilderness zone, one must pass through the city defense checkpoint for identity registration. Name, Lu He. Beastmaster level, Junior Beastmaster. Pet, unknown species. The soldier responsible for registration examines Lu He's information, then looks at Xiao Hei by his side, frowning. Young man, are you going to the wilderness zone alone? Especially to the number 3 mine? The soldier's tone is somewhat grave. Yes, I'm just trying to earn a living, Lu He nods. I advise you to join a team, the soldier kindly warns. Although the number 3 mine is experiencing a low-level beast wave, it can still be quite dangerous for newcomers. Every year, at least 80 newcomers perish in the wilderness. Thank you for the warning, I will be cautious. Seeing Lu He's determination, the soldier refrains from further comments and merely stamps a seal. This is your entry permit. You must return within 3 days, or the guard will assume you are missing and dispatch a rescue team. Naturally, you will bear the cost of the rescue. Lu He takes the permit. Taking a deep breath. One last reminder. Not only are there several bounty hunter teams, but even some noble families have dispatched teams into the wilderness zone surrounding the city. There may be other dangers beyond the Stonehide Rat swarm, so please remain vigilant. Understood, thank you. The massive metallic city gate slowly rises, revealing a world starkly different from the one inside. Dusty yellow earth, sparse vegetation, and the air is thick with the scent of dust and wilderness. In the distance, rolling hills and abandoned mines stretch as far as the eye can see. This is the wilderness beyond the barrier, a realm brimming with opportunities yet fraught with peril. Xiao Hei, let us go. Lu He grips the straps of his backpack tightly, taking his first step into the wilderness. Behind him lies the brightly lit city. Before him, the vast and unknown wilderness awaits. A true adventure, at this moment, officially begins. Chapter 10, Shadow Claw. The instant Lu He stepped beyond the city gates, he sensed a profound change in the world around him. Inside the city, the hum of hovering vehicle engines mingled with the clamor of the crowd. Outside, however, the wind howled across the desolate plains, interspersed with the distant, unidentifiable roars of unknown creatures. The air was thick with a mixture of earthy scents and the metallic tang of blood, causing his nerves to tighten involuntarily. This was indeed the wilderness. Lu He surveyed his surroundings, finding only desolation. The ground was cracked yellow earth, sporadically dotted with nameless, grotesquely shaped plants. The distant hills loomed like dormant giants, silently observing the land below. The sky was overcast, with heavy clouds pressing low, adding an oppressive weight to the atmosphere. The area beyond the city's barrier was not uniformly desolate like the wilderness outside Jinwu City. For instance, beyond the imperial capital of Xia country lay the vast Tianhua forest, the largest forest in Xia. It was within this forest that the fearsome Huangxing disaster dragon beast had once resided, and the reasons for its assault on the imperial capital remain a mystery to this day. At Lu He's feet, Xiao Hei was alert, its nose twitching, emitting low whimpers as it sensed the malevolence emanating from the land. Do not fear, I am here, Lu He reassured, crouching down to gently stroke Xiao Hei's head. Although he himself felt a swell of anxiety, he had to project a sense of reliability in front of his companion. He took out a map, confirming his direction once more. The abandoned mine area number 3 lay to the northeast, approximately 10 kilometers from the city gate. Walking there would take about 2 hours. Let us not rush to the mine. First, we shall acclimate ourselves to the edges of this territory, Lu He decided. Charging recklessly into the depths of the wilderness would be tantamount to courting death. He needed to understand the combat tactics of the wild spirit beasts first. Xiao Hei, remain vigilant. With an alloy dagger secured at his waist and his body lowered, Lu began to advance along a dry riverbed. This would allow him to utilize the terrain and minimize the chances of detection. After approximately half an hour of uneventful progress, he began to relax slightly. Perhaps this outer area was indeed quite safe. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a rustling sound emerged from the grass. They were coming. Lu's heart raced to his throat. He immediately pulled Xiaohe behind a rock and held his breath. Before long, a rabbit, roughly the size of an adult dog, emerged from the thicket. Its entire body was gray, muscles rippling beneath its fur. Most alarming were its two enormous incisors jutting out, resembling sharp daggers, glinting ominously in the dim light. Sharp-toothed rabbit. Attribute, combat. Level, juvenile. Individual value. Skills, bite charge. Lu's Spirit Beast Encyclopedia instantly displayed information about this creature. It was one of the most common low-level spirit beasts in the wilderness, possessing limited combat prowess, but a notably aggressive temperament and remarkable reproductive capabilities. It was often the target of novice beast tamers. Yet it was also responsible for numerous injuries among them. Many underestimate it, only to find themselves on the receiving end of its powerful bite capable of severing steel. The sharp-toothed rabbit was currently engrossed in gnawing at the roots of a plant, blissfully unaware of Lu and Xiaohe hiding behind the rock. This was an excellent opportunity. Lu's mind raced. This creature was the perfect target for a practical encounter. Xiaohe, prepare for battle. He conveyed his instructions through their mental connection. I will attract its attention, you attack from the side, evading its counter with your phasing ability, and then strike when the moment is right. Lu quickly devised a strategy. In the city, battles involving spirit beasts followed certain rules, but outside, it was a fight for survival, and the beast tamer must also strategize to aid their companion. He knew that with Xiaohe's strength, a single shadow ball could potentially annihilate the rabbit, but he couldn't afford such a waste. He needed to hone Xiaohe's conventional combat skills and their teamwork. Xiaohe nodded, signaling its understanding. Taking a deep breath, Lu suddenly dashed out from behind the rock. Hey, you foul creature, come here. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the sharp-toothed rabbit. The stone struck the rabbit squarely on the head, enraging it. Its red eyes zeroed in on Lu, emitting a piercing shriek. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it launched itself towards Lu like a cannonball. How swift! Lu's pupils narrowed. The speed and explosive power of wild spirit beasts far exceeded his expectations. He rolled aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the rabbit's charge. That was careless. The disparity between humans and spirit beasts was greater than he had imagined. Had he failed to evade, he might have suffered broken ribs. Missing its mark, the sharp-toothed rabbit quickly pivoted, baring its terrifying teeth, aiming for Lu's leg. In that critical moment, a shadow lunged from the side. It was Xiaohe. Xiaohe delivered a powerful headbutt, disrupting the rabbit's trajectory. After hitting the ground, the rabbit swiftly turned to bite at Xiaohe. However, Xiaohe leaped towards the rabbit, its form suddenly blurring in midair, allowing the rabbit's bite to pass harmlessly through it. Well done, Xiaohe, Lu exclaimed with delight. Xiaohe's figure solidified, its sharp claws raking furiously across the rabbit's flank. The rabbit let out a pained scream, a deep gash opening along its side. Injured and enraged, the sharp-toothed rabbit abandoned Lu and lunged wildly at Xiaohe. Yet, Xiaohe's agility allowed it to evade each attack with ease, utilizing its phasing ability and nimble movements to dodge effortlessly. Lu observed, noting that Xiaohe had seemingly mastered the use of phasing. No longer did it activate continuously. Instead, it now engaged at the moment of attack, immediately shutting off to conserve energy. This was undoubtedly Xiaohe's combat instincts, refined through its encounters with Yun Feng's swift falcon. Lu remained a spectator, waiting for the precise moment when Xiaohe could conclude the battle itself. Frustrated and bleeding profusely, the sharp-toothed rabbit's attacks grew increasingly erratic. Finally, after another failed charge, it exposed a significant opening. Xiaohe now, Lu commanded. Xiaohe's eyes sparkled with purple light as it leaped high, evading the rabbit's desperate snap. Simultaneously, it gathered a sphere of dark energy upon its claws. This was not a shadow ball, but a more rudimentary dark-type attack, Shadow Claw. This was a skill it had grasped during battle. Lu felt both astonished and elated. Clearly, Xiaohe's potential exceeded his expectations. With a swift strike, the claw imbued with shadow energy sank into the rabbit's neck. The creature froze, its frenzied aura dissipating rapidly as it collapsed to the ground, twitching briefly before lying still. The battle concluded. The entire encounter lasted less than 5 minutes. Lu exhaled deeply and approached. Xiaohe stood beside the lifeless rabbit, licking the blood from its claws, its violet eyes shimmering with excitement. This was its first true hunt. Well done, my partner, Lu exclaimed sincerely. However, within his heart, trepidation lingered due to a simple concern regarding attribute constraints. The Li Chi too possessed a martial attribute, while Xiao Hei's dark attribute attacks would be partially resisted. Yet, the essence of battle transcends mere statistical comparisons. Xiao Hei's phasing ability could evade the martial skills that Lu He dreaded. Though his claws lacked skill status, they would still inflict physical damage upon the Li Chi Tuesday. He unsheathed his dagger and commenced the dismemberment of the Li Chi Tu's carcass. 2 incisors and an intact hide constituted the most valuable components. After processing, he stowed the materials in his backpack, estimating a potential sale of 500 coins. Though modest, it marked a commendable beginning. Let us proceed. Lu He urged Xiao Hei as they ventured deeper into the wilderness. Over the next few hours, they encountered several solitary spirit beasts, including the sluggish yet remarkably defensive Shi Jiachong and the venomous Lv Yuhua. During each skirmish, Lu He insisted that Xiao Hei refrain from using Shadow Ball, allowing it to hone its new skills. Xiao Hei's combat prowess grew at a visible pace, mastering not only Shadow Claw, but also seamlessly integrating, phasing, with Shadow Claw, 4 unexpected strikes. Their coordination became increasingly harmonious. Often, a mere thought from Lu He was sufficient for Xiao Hei to comprehend and act. As dusk descended, Lu He glanced at the map, noting their proximity to the abandoned number 3 mine. Along the way, they had amassed materials worth several thousand coins, weighing heavily in their packs. Let us rest here for the night, Lu He decided, recognizing the wisdom in retreating while ahead. The dangers of the nocturnal wilderness multiplied exponentially. He discovered a wind-sheltered cave, barricading the entrance with stones, leaving only a narrow vent for airflow. A small fire was kindled, casting a flickering warmth and sense of security within the dark cave. Lu He produced his ration of compressed biscuits, nibbling on one before offering an entire box of energy cubes to Xiao Hei, who had expended considerable energy throughout the day and required ample sustenance. Bathed in the firelight, the pair nestled together, savoring the tranquility post-battle. Lu He gazed at Xiao Hei, now slightly larger than when they first met, filled with a sense of quiet satisfaction. Earning a living through his own efforts to sustain himself and his companion was a profoundly grounding experience. Just as he was about to close his eyes to meditate and restore his spiritual energy, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the distant mines. The sound was laden with ferocity and rage, akin to an ancient behemoth's bellow. The cave trembled slightly. Lu He and Xiao Hei sprang to their feet, their expressions etched with shock as they turned toward the source of the sound. That roar could not possibly emanate from a Shifu Shu. Chapter 11. The mantis stalks the cicada. The roar shattered the silence of the wilderness like a clap of thunder. Lu He's heart contracted sharply, and every hair on his body stood on end. The pressure was overwhelming, far beyond what he could confront at his current level. Xiao Hei crouched low, emitting a threatening growl, its violet eyes fixed intently on the cave entrance. It too sensed the terrifying aura. Silence, Lu He urgently instructed, extinguishing the fire. In the wilderness, any flicker of light or sound could invite deadly peril. He stealthily approached the cave's mouth, peering through the stone crevices. In the distance, glimmers of firelight flickered, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations and the cacophony of battle. Someone was engaged in combat with that fearsome spirit beast. Lu He's heart raced. Curiosity is both the ladder of human advancement and the precipice of folly. He understood that with his current strength, approaching to spectate could likely lead to his own demise. The most rational choice would be to turn back immediately and return to the city at the fastest pace. However, he glanced down at Xiao Hei, whose body quivered, not in fear, but in excitement. It was a palpable desire for battle. From its emotions, Lu He gleaned its intentions. It yearned to witness the fray. "You little rascal," Lu He chuckled wryly. "Fortune favors the bold. Perhaps this is an opportunity, a chance for us to ascend." "Very well, let us investigate," he resolved, steeling himself for the bold decision. "But remember, we shall only observe from the periphery. At the first sign of danger, we retreat immediately, understood?" He solemnly instructed Xiao Hei. "Woo!" Xiao Hei responded with a fervent cry. "Keep your presence concealed. Let us play the role of shadows." Lu He concealed their food and the materials acquired during the day deep within the cave, taking only his dagger, a first aid kit, and restorative potions. Then, the duo slipped into the night like shadows, silently advancing toward the site of the conflict. As they drew closer, the potent energy fluctuations became increasingly pronounced. The air was thick with the scent of blood and a charred odor. The ground was marred with massive craters and shattered trees, evidence of a fierce battle. Lu He felt a knot tighten in his throat, each step taken with utmost caution. He deliberately traversed rugged rock piles and dense underbrush, ensuring his form remained concealed in the shadows. Xiao Hei, leveraging its innate advantages as a dark spirit beast, melded almost entirely with the darkness, save for its gleaming violet eyes. Finally, they crested a hill to behold the heart of the battle. It was a vast pit, in which 2 colossal creatures were locked in a frenzied struggle. One was a massive wild boar, comparable in size to a truck. Cloaked in a layer of gray-black armor that resembled steel, its long tusks glinting with metallic luster. Steel armored boar. Attribute: Steel Earth. Rank: Elite. Individual value. Louis's pupils dilated sharply. An elite spirit beast. This was far beyond what a novice could handle. Even a professional bounty hunter team would need to weigh their options when confronting such a formidable entity. Its opponent was a slightly smaller but more agile wolf-like spirit beast. This wolf was adorned with azure fur and sported wings, creating fierce gusts with each flap. Wind-wing wolf. Attribute: Wind. Rank: Elite. Individual value. Another elite-level beast. Why were they clashing here? Louis crouched behind a massive rock, scarcely daring to breathe. He observed several human corpses strewn about the pit, indicating that a bounty hunter squad had overstepped their bounds, attempting to hunt one of the beasts, only to inadvertently provoke the other, leading to their annihilation and triggering a territorial dispute between the two powerful spirit beasts. The sight of those mangled bodies elicited a visceral reaction, and Louis felt nausea wash over him. For a 15-year-old, the impact of such scenes was profoundly jarring. He comprehended the world's cruelty, yet witnessing it firsthand starkly contrasted with theoretical discussions. Xiaohei gently patted Louis's back with its tiny paw, emitting a faint, concerned sound. Woo. Louis rinsed his mouth with water from his pack, reassuring Xiaohei with a gentle stroke on its head, signaling that he was all right. He then steeled himself, peering once more toward the center of the pit, grateful that the two monstrous entities had yet to notice his presence. The battle on the field has escalated to a fever pitch. The defensive prowess of the Gangjia Haozhu is immensely formidable. The Fengi Lang's wine blade merely sparks against its armor, leaving only shallow white marks. However, the Fengi Lang possesses remarkable speed and agility, evading the Gangjia Haozhu's heavy, brutal charge and earthquake stomp, which failed to make contact. The confrontation has reached a stalemate. One is high in attack and defense yet sluggish, while the other is swift and powerful but lacks the means to penetrate defenses. If this continues, it is inevitable that the Fengi Lang's spiritual energy will be exhausted first. Louis silently analyzes the situation. The Gangjia Haozhu, a spirit beast combining earth and steel attributes, is renowned for its endurance. For the Fengi Lang to triumph, it must possess a skill potent enough to breach the steel armor. At this moment, the Fengi Lang seems to recognize this reality. It suddenly creates distance, howling toward the heavens. A series of azure whirlwinds converge around it, forming a colossal tornado. Storm-rending. Louis's heart tightens. This is the Fengi Lang's racial ultimate move, immensely powerful yet equally draining. It is prepared to go all out. The massive storm, laced with countless sharp wind blades, surges toward the Gangjia Haozhu like a meat grinder. The Gangjia Haozhu appears to sense the imminent threat, letting out a furious roar, its steel armor glowing a muddy yellow, as its limbs dig deep into the earth. Defensive stance. Boom. The storm collides violently with the steel armor. In an instant, dust and debris swirl as fierce winds rage. Louis struggles to keep his eyes open, clinging tightly to the rock before him. The energy backlash continues for nearly half a minute before gradually subsiding. Louis quickly raises his head. In the center of the quarry lies chaos. The Fengi Lang hovers in the air, panting heavily, its wings dimmed, clearly exhausted. Opposite it, the Gangjia Haozhu fared worse. Its armor is riddled with cracks, and several sections have fallen away, revealing its mangled flesh beneath. Blood flows continuously from its wounds. Both have suffered grievously. Although the Fengi Lang has breached the defense, it too is on its last legs. The Gangjia Haozhu, despite being severely injured, still possesses the strength to fight. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Louis's heart begins to race. An opportunity. This is an extraordinary chance. If he waits for them to determine the victor before making his move, he can seize the moment like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow bird waiting in the wings. He suppresses his excitement and continues to lie in wait, anticipating the perfect moment. The nauseating feeling has been somewhat quelled by his exhilaration. The Fengi Lang circles in the air twice, seemingly assessing the Gangjia Haozhu's condition. Meanwhile, the Gangjia Haozhu shakes its massive head and, with heavy footsteps, charges once more. It aims to end this battle with its last ounce of strength. The Fengi Lang emits a mournful cry of defiance. It can no longer afford to maneuver and must eliminate this accursed wild boar. It too opts to dive, using its sharp claws for a final assault. Just as the two colossal beasts are about to collide, Louis readies himself. He has calculated that when they crash together, they will be at their most vulnerable, with their guard lowered. At that moment, it will be his time to shine. He holds his breath, channeling his spiritual energy. Golden light gathering in his palms before transferring to Xiaohei. Xiaohei is also prepared, the shadow energy coalescing in its mouth. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is right before him. Chapter 12. The Yellow Bird Awaits. Bang. A thunderous sound erupts, akin to two speeding dump trucks colliding head-on. The Gangjia Haozhu and Fengyi Lang collide violently. The Fengyi Lang's claws embed deeply into the wound on the Gangjia Haozhu's neck, spraying blood. Simultaneously, the Gangjia Haozhu's tusks pierce through the Fengyi Lang's abdomen. The two massive creatures remain locked in a deadly embrace. Blood stains half the quarry. The light in the Fengyi Lang's eyes dims first. Its body goes limp, sliding off the Gangjia Haozhu's tusks and crashing heavily to the ground, life extinguished. The Gangjia Haozhu lets out a roar of triumph. Yet the sound is filled with weakness and pain. It too has reached its limit. It struggles to withdraw its tusks from the Fengyi Lang's carcass. But the tremendous loss of blood and exhaustion render its movements agonizingly slow. Now is the moment. Xiao He, go! At Lu He's command, like a long-hidden cheetah, he leaps from behind the rock. Xiao He moves even faster, transforming into a streak of black lightning, charging at the reeling Gangjia Haozhu. The Gangjia Haozhu, clearly unprepared for an ambush, slowly turns its head, its enormous single eye filled with shock and rage. Yet it lacks the strength to mount any effective counterattack. Shadow Bullet. Lu He hesitates not, commanding Xiao He to unleash its ultimate ability. Against such a formidable foe, it must not be afforded a moment's respite. A sphere of black energy, the size of a human head, erupts from Xiao He's mouth, trailing a long tail, and strikes precisely at the deepest wound on the Gangjia Haozhu's head. Boom. Black and purple energy disperses. The power of shadows swiftly invades the Gangjia Haozhu's brain. This once mighty elite spirit beast, which had displayed such prowess in battle, does not even have time to emit a cry before its massive body collapses with a resounding thud. As the dust settles, the entire quarry is engulfed in a deathly silence. Lu He stands beside the two colossal spirit beast carcasses, gasping for breath. His back is drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. The thrill. What a thrill. The Gangjia Haozhu truly has but one breath left. We have succeeded. Lu He gazes at the scene before him, scarcely able to believe it. Two elite spirit beasts have become his spoils. Xiao He excitedly rushes over, nudging his leg with its head. That last shadow bullet had drained nearly all its spiritual energy, leaving it somewhat lethargic. Yet its eyes brim with pride and joy. Well done. You are the true hero of the day. Lu He scoops up Xiao He and kisses it fervently. This adventure has paid off. He suppresses his overwhelming joy and begins to inspect his spoils. The Fengyi Lang's most valuable assets are its wings, capable of harnessing wind elements. Along with its wind crystal core, the Gangjia Haozhu's armor, comparable to alloy, serves as superb material for crafting high-grade armor, as do its tusks and earth crystal core. The combined value of the materials from these two spirit beasts exceeds 5 million. We are wealthy. This is indeed a windfall. Lu He feels as though he has won the lottery, never having experienced such a splendid start. He draws out his dagger, humming a tune, and happily begins to process his spoils. However, he soon realizes a problem. His dagger cannot cut through. True to their elite status, even the materials of the deceased spirit beasts are remarkably resilient. This poses a dilemma. As Lu He ponders, he surveys his surroundings. At that moment, he spots a backpack beside a bounty hunter's corpse, which likely contains some tools. Lu He knows that now is not the time for hesitation. Even a second's delay could bring unforeseen consequences, thus he must act decisively. Xiao He, go retrieve the identification tags from those corpses, Lu He commands. Upon returning to JNWSH, LH intended to bring these identity tokens to the Bounty Hunter Association, as it was the only service he could render at that moment. Subsequently, he opened the bounty hunter's backpack, which indeed contained various tools. The bounty hunters had come well prepared, yet the outcome was likely beyond their expectations. LH commenced the dissection of two spirit beast corpses, a monumental task. The size of the two spirit beasts was immense. The skinning and dismantling alone consumed nearly 2 hours. In the end, his tactical backpack was filled to the brim, leaving no space for anything further. Regrettably, much of the meat could not be salvaged. LH gazed mournfully at the remaining flesh and blood of the spirit beasts. These were high-energy ingredients, capable of fetching a considerable sum when sold, and could also serve as sustenance for Shi-Ohi. However, his backpack simply could not accommodate any more. As he pondered how to dispose of the remaining flesh to avoid attracting other predators, he discovered a collapsed cave beneath the corpse of the armored porcupine. This cave could potentially be the porcupine's nesting site, as these creatures are known to burrow in mining areas. Curiosity piqued, he decided to explore, hoping to uncover something valuable. His treasure radar began to emit signals. Lighting a torch he had salvaged, he carefully removed his backpack and, accompanied by Shi-Ohi, cautiously ventured inside. The entrance, having collapsed due to the battle, was quite narrow, barely allowing passage for one person, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious. Upon entering, LH was met with a sight of numerous animal skeletons scattered about. As the armored porcupine is omnivorous, These must be the remnants of its meals. Alongside several gleaming ores, his attention was drawn to a peculiar object deep within the cave, a mineral the size of a human head, entirely black, yet shimmering with a metallic luster. It lay quietly, and the ground surrounding it exhibited a metallic texture. From it, LH sensed a profound and pure energy of earth and steel. Was this Hut-Su-Njn? His breath quickened. He had encountered descriptions of this rare mineral in his readings. It was a marvel of nature, formed through the fusion of the purest earth and steel elements under immense pressure over thousands of years within the Earth's veins. It served as a core material for forging sovereign-level equipment and was also a key item for the evolution of certain earth or steel-type spirit beasts. It was priceless yet scarce. Just a small piece could fetch tens of millions at an auction. Had he stumbled upon a treasure trove? LH felt his legs weaken with excitement. He approached cautiously and lifted the Hut-Su-Njn. The mineral was exceedingly heavy, weighing at least 100 pounds. Yet in that moment, LH felt invigorated. He meticulously wrapped the Hut-Su-Njn in his outer garment and secured it on his back. Despite its weight, it represented a fortune beyond measure, and he was determined to carry it home. Shohi, let us depart. Homeward bound, with the valuable mineral on his back, LH planned to climb out and retrieve his backpack filled with rare materials before leaving. However, just as he emerged from the cave, his steps faltered abruptly. He heard sounds, footsteps, rapidly approaching towards the mine, and there was more than one person. Chapter 13, Wrong Script. LH's heart skipped a beat. The distinct sound of footsteps resonated as if striking at the core of his being. Someone was coming. How infuriating that they would arrive at this precise moment. His mind raced, adrenaline surging through his veins. Flee. That was not an option. He bore the weight of the Hut-Su-Njn and an additional backpack filled with materials worth 5 million. To simply run out would be akin to being a walking treasure trove, like a firefly in the night, desperate to remain unseen. Hiding was his only recourse. Without hesitation, LH turned and scrambled back into the cave, clutching the heavy Hut-Su-Njn. Shohi, quickly come inside, he urged, his voice urgent. Shohi sensed the tension and, without delay, grasped the tactical backpack, adeptly retreating into the collapsed cave. The entrance widened slightly as the backpack pressed against it, and LH scrambled back inside, using all fours to push himself through. Once inside, he promptly shoved the priceless mineral and the backpack into the deepest shadows of the cave. He then pressed himself against the cave wall, peering through the entrance. Fixated on the outside world, his heart raced like a drum, and cold sweat drenched his clothes. The footsteps drew nearer, finally halting at the edge of the mine. A fire flickered to life, illuminating 3 figures at the mine's brink. The foremost was a burly middle-aged man, a menacing scar across his face. With sharp eyes akin to an eagle, clad in fine leather armor, he emanated an aura that commanded distance. Accompanying him were 2 others, a shorter, lean man who moved silently, eyes darting with vigilance, likely the scout of the group, and a young man in his 20s, filled with anxiety and rage. All 3 were accompanied by their spirit beasts. The scar-faced man was flanked by a formidable Yun, a fire-type spirit beast. Though merely of the advanced tier, its strength was formidable. At the scout's feet lay a long-nosed Shi-T-Nshu, renowned for its acute sense of smell, making it adept at tracking. Meanwhile, the young man's companion was a restless Lzhomo, scratching at the ground in agitation. Big brother. It's right here. My brother and the others were hunting that damned wild boar here, the young man exclaimed with fervor. The scar-faced man remained silent, his keen eyes scanning the entirety of the mine. Upon spotting the 2 enormous spirit beast corpses, alongside several human remains scattered about, his pupils dilated sharply. Armored porcupine. Windwing wolf. The scar-faced man's voice was low, filled with astonishment at the sight of 2 elite-level beasts lying dead in this place. The scout inhaled sharply. This battle was brutal. It seems Li Gu and his team attempted to hunt one and inadvertently attracted the other, resulting in their mutual demise. Brother. The young man, named Li San, spotted a familiar corpse and rushed forward, kneeling and weeping inconsolably. LH, hidden in the cave, felt a surge of dread. This was bad. Given the circumstances, these individuals were likely companions or relatives of the deceased, here to assist. The situation had escalated. The scar-faced man approached and placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, murmuring words of comfort before meticulously examining the battlefield. His experience was profound, and he quickly noted something amiss. Something is wrong. The scar-faced man stood, furrowing his brow tightly. What is it, Wanggu? The scout inquired. Observe that windwing wolf. The scar-faced man pointed at the wolf's corpse. Its wings are missing, and the wind-type core is absent. Additionally, the armored porcupine is missing its fangs and earth-type core. He moved to inspect the corpse of Li San's brother, turning it over. Old Li's backpack shows signs of having been rummaged through. The scout immediately grasped the implication. Wang Gu, are you suggesting? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The scar-faced man's voice turned icy. Someone has cleaned this place out before us. Who did it? Li San erupted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Daring to steal from my brother and disturb his corpse. I will shred them to pieces. LH, concealed within the cave, dared not even breathe. Alas, this script is erroneous. Shouldn't the treasure-seeking team discover the treasure, followed by the protagonist snatching it from the jaws of danger? How has it transformed into the victim arriving at the scene, with one becoming a suspect in a hit-and-run? Now, even jumping into the Yellow River cannot cleanse one's name. Xiao Lu, have your tracking beast sniff around. Scarface, known as Wang Gu, calmly issued commands. Indeed, the scout immediately directed his pet. The tracking beast began to scour the mine, its nose twitching rapidly in the air. Lu felt his heart leap into his throat. He realized he was doomed. After spending 2 hours disposing of the corpses here, the scent of blood and his own odor had undoubtedly lingered. For this tracking beast, as long as its nose was functioning correctly, uncovering him would be a matter of moments. What to do? Lu's mind was blank. Should he rush out and confess? Big brother, I didn't kill him, but I did strip your brother of his spoils. He would likely be cleaved into 8 pieces by that fellow named Li San on the spot. Indeed, after circling the mine twice, the tracking beast finally halted. Its long nose pointed directly toward the direction of Lu's hiding spot. Gulu. The tracking beast emitted an urgent call toward the cave entrance. Whoosh. 3 piercing gazes instantly converged on the cave mouth, partially obscured by rubble. The air in the entire mine seemed to freeze at that moment. Lu felt his heart also freeze in place. It was over. He was trapped. Someone was inside. The scout Xiao Lu barked a low command. The young man named Li San's eyes were bloodshot, eager to charge forward. Wait. Wang Gu, Scarface, restrained him, his eyes filled with gravity and caution. Do not act impulsively. Wang Ji's voice was low but exuded undeniable authority. He stared intently at the pitch-black cave entrance, his mind racing with analysis. He struggled to determine what had transpired. Were these individuals slain by someone within the cave or by 2 elite spirit beasts? What if this hidden foe possessed the strength to eliminate elite spirit beasts? Perhaps it was an even stronger adversary than they. A reckless charge could lead to their demise, following the fate of Lao Li and his companions. Friends inside. Wang Ge stepped forward and called out, "We are members of the Lai Feng Tuan, here to find our lost brothers. We mean no harm and merely wish to inquire what has transpired here." His words were half-truths, serving as both a probe and a warning. Inside the cave, Lu felt his heart nearly leap from his throat. This Scarface was clearly a seasoned veteran, not easily deceived. If he were to emerge, the 3 adversaries, along with their 3 pets, would pose a formidable threat against his lone, slightly revived Xiao He. How could he fight? This was not how one offered up their head. He couldn't afford to go out. He needed to devise a way to frighten them away. Lu's mind raced, and suddenly he conceived an idea. He quickly instructed Xiao He. Xiao He stealthily approached the cave entrance and then opened its mouth. Tendrils of dark shadow energy, alive and writhing, silently spread from the narrow cave's opening. This shadow energy coiled and intertwined at the entrance, creating a bizarre and ominous aura. Simultaneously, Lu lowered his voice, mimicking the husky tones of a horror film, projecting from within the cave. Get out. The single word seemed to carry the chill of hell, reverberating through the vast mine. Wang Gu and his companions felt a sudden shiver run down their spines. The black energy spilling from the cave instilled a deep sense of discomfort and fear within them. It was pure shadow power. Moreover, this power felt unfathomably deep, brimming with foreboding. The scout Xiao Lu's voice trembled slightly. Such potent dark spirit energy. Wang Ji's complexion turned exceptionally grim. Could there be a master hidden inside? Although Li San was furious, he was not a fool. He sensed the terrifying power. Momentarily frozen in place, reluctant to advance. The atmosphere grew tense. Observing this, Lu felt a surge of hope. There might be a chance. It seemed this ploy of instilling fear had borne some fruit. He decided to intensify the ruse. If they did not retreat, they would have to stay and face the consequences. He deliberately made his voice sound even more sinister and terrifying. Yet, he underestimated the audacity and greed of these desperate individuals. Wang Ji's gaze remained fixed on the cave entrance, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Although fear hovered, suspicion loomed larger. If a true master resided within, why would they remain hidden? Why not emerge and dispatch the 3 of them in an instant? Why resort to theatrics? There must be a deception at play. Furthermore, the materials from the 2 elite spirit beasts and the gear worn by Lao Li and his companions represented a significant fortune. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Ji's eyes. Humph, if you wish to play tricks, I shall see what you truly are. Lava Hound. Use flame jet and burn this cave. Wang Gu commanded, and the lava hound beside him immediately opened its cavernous mouth. Whoosh! A torrent of searing flames surged forth like a fire dragon erupting from its lair, roaring toward the cave entrance. Goodness! Lu He was utterly terrified. This old fellow was not adhering to any script. Without a moment's thought, he grabbed Xiao He and rolled deeper into the cave. Boom! The flames collided with the rocks at the cave's mouth, producing a deafening roar. Debris flew, and the entire cave was scorched to the point of resembling a steamer. Lu He was engulfed in the heat wave, dust and ash coating him, his hair singeing with a charred odor. Cough, damn it! Lu He coughed violently, the smoke choking him. He could no longer remain hidden. Upon hearing the coughing sounds from within the cave, Wang Gu wore a knowing smirk. Truly alive. I thought it was a talking dark spirit beast. He waved his hand. Xiao Lu, Li San, prepare to attack. This fellow must be our elusive quarry. We must force him out. Yes. The scout Xiao Lu drew a dagger, while Li San picked up a knife from the ground. Inside the cave, Lu He realized he had no choice. Remaining would lead to either being roasted alive or suffocated. Xiao He, get ready. We are charging out. He merely strapped on his tactical backpack, carrying the thick earth mysterious gold, would ensure he could not escape. Lu He took a deep breath. As the lava hound paused to breathe fire, now was the moment. Lu He, holding Xiao He, shot out from the smoke-filled cave like an arrow released from a bowstring. Whoosh! When Lu He's figure appeared before Wang Gu, Xiao Lu, and Li San, they were momentarily stunned. They had envisioned an insidious old man or a fierce lone wolf emerging from the cave. Yet they never anticipated that the one charging out would be a youth who appeared no older than 15 or 16, accompanied by a small, dark creature resembling a mutt. The entire scene turned exceedingly awkward. This is the elusive quarry? The scout Xiao Lu's grip on his dagger loosened. Wang Gu wore a bewildered expression. This mere child, alongside a pet that could hardly be identified, could have taken down an elite steel-armored porcupine? What a farcical notion. Indeed, mere theatrics. Could this lad merely be an unfortunate passerby, scared into hiding within the cave? As he hesitated, the young man, named Li San's gaze fixated intently on something at Lu He's waist. It was a specially crafted dagger for cutting materials, pulled from the bounty hunter's backpack. That knife belongs to my brother. Li San's voice suddenly rose, brimming with rage and murderous intent. He swept his gaze and noticed the bulging tactical backpack on Lu He's back. You dare to take my brother's knife and attempt to snatch away the spoils they exchanged their lives for. Li San was driven to madness. You little bastard. You killed them. You killed my brother. He brandished the knife and roared as he charged at Lu He. The clawed cat. Tear it apart. Shred that little black creature. A glint of cold light flashed, and the speed of the clawed cat was astonishing, transforming into a fleeting shadow, its sharp claws aimed directly at Xiao He's throat. Damn it. Lu He cursed inwardly. This time, there was no way to explain. Chapter 14. As long as the green mountains remain. Xiao He, become ethereal. Lu He reacted with extraordinary swiftness. At the moment when the clawed cat's claws were about to make contact with Xiao He's skin, he immediately issued the command. Xiao He's figure instantly became blurry and transparent. The clawed cat's attack, capable of tearing through steel, passed right through Xiao He's illusion, striking nothing. Simultaneously, Lu He rolled on the ground, clumsily dodging Li San's heavy blow. Boom! The long knife struck the ground, sending shards flying. After missing, Li San was momentarily stunned. Next to him, Wang Gu and the scout Xiao Lu widened their eyes. Ethereal? Wang Ji's expression changed instantly. Just a moment ago, he thought Lu He was merely an ordinary youth, but now it was clear that he was far from ordinary. Ethereal. That was a rare skill only advanced dark-type spirit beasts could master. This creature that looked like a mutt could actually perform such a move? This kid is definitely peculiar. You dare to hide. Li San, blinded by fury, did not think much further. All he knew was that this youth had taken his brother's belongings and killed him. He bellowed and swung his knife again. Clawed cat, continue the assault. Are you out of your mind? Lu He yelled while dodging. I didn't kill anyone. When your brother and the others were slaughtered by these two beasts, I was still 10 miles away munching on compressed biscuits. I don't believe you for a second. Li San ignored the explanation. You murderer. Pay with your life. In that moment, Lu He could only rely on Xiao He's ethereal ability and his own agility to evade. However, he knew this method was not sustainable. Xiao He's ethereal state drained energy by the second, and his own spiritual power could not last much longer. Moreover, there were two others watching with keen eyes. That scar-faced Wang Gu had not moved at all, merely observing coldly. Like a venomous snake waiting for its prey to reveal a flaw. He had to think of a way to break the deadlock. Lu He's eyes darted quickly, seeking any chance. His gaze fell upon Wang Gu and Xiao Lu. He discerned that among the three, Li San was the vengeful maniac, Xiao Lu was merely obedient. While the real mastermind was Wang Gu. In Wang Ji's eyes, There was no sorrow, only unabashed greed. He was fixated on the bulging backpack on Lu He's back. They were not seeking revenge, they were after wealth. Realizing this, Lu He immediately devised a plan. Stop fighting. If this continues, no one will benefit. Lu He shouted loudly while dodging a strike. You've already cost my brother his life. What benefits are you talking about? Li San roared. Your brother's life was exchanged by those two. It has nothing to do with me. Lu He pointed at the two massive spirit beast corpses. I'm merely a scavenger, picking up some scraps. You, Li San, cease your actions. At that moment, the previously silent Wang Gu finally spoke. Li San's movements faltered, unwillingly halting, yet he still glared at Lu He with murderous intent. Wang Gu slowly approached, his hawk-like eyes scanning Lu He before finally resting on the enormous bundle behind him. Kid, you're quite impressive. Wang Gu's tone was flat, a rookie beastmaster, with a rare pet, daring to venture into the wilderness alone, and even having the audacity to pick up elite-level spirit beast leftovers. This kind of courage is rarely seen even in my years, Wang Hu. Flattery, it's all due to necessity. Lu He panted, eyeing him warily. I won't waste words with you. Wang Gu extended a hand. Surrender everything you have on you. And then? Lu He inquired. Then, it depends on my mood. Wang Ji's lips curled into a cruel smile. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your pet and let you go. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll let my brothers avenge their brother. I spit. Lu He spat on the ground defiantly. Your scheme is so loud. I can hear it all the way in Jinwu City. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Hand it over, if you take the goods. You'll definitely kill me to silence me. If I don't hand it over, I'm still dead. Since it's death either way. Why should I make it easy for you bastards? Wang Gu's expression darkened. Kid, are you asking for punishment instead of accepting a drink? Punishment? You're not worthy. Lu He suddenly laughed, his laughter bright and radiant. As he spoke, he discreetly pulled something from his pocket. It was a smoke bomb he had found in that unfortunate hunter's backpack. Let me tell you, the most valuable thing in this mine is not the tatters on me. Lu He's tone was full of temptation. In the lair of that armored hedgehog, there's a treasure hidden. That is the real, priceless gem. What? Wang Gu's breath quickened noticeably. Greed is the best weapon. It's right in that cave. You can go see for yourselves. Lu He pointed to the cave he had just crawled out of. Wang Gu and Xiao Lu instinctively turned their gazes towards the cave entrance. Now is my chance. Xiao He, grab the bag, run. Lu He suddenly hurled the smoke bomb to the ground. Boom. Dense white smoke instantly enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. At the same moment the smoke exploded, Xiao He's figure solidified, and it swiftly clutched the tactical backpack filled with materials, transforming into a bolt of black lightning as it bolted away. Wanna run? Wang Gu and Li San's furious shouts erupted from the smoke. Damn it. Catch that little creature. Lu He paid them no heed and desperately sprinted towards Xiao He. He knew he had to abandon the Ho-Tu Xianjin. That thing was too heavy. Carrying it was tantamount to death. Safeguarding over 5 million in materials was already a significant gain. As long as he and Xiao He were safe, money could always be earned again. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. You little bastard, stop right there. An enraged shout came from behind. It was Li San. He had actually ignored the treasures in the cave and was fixated solely on Lu He. It seemed this guy was truly bent on avenging his brother. Without looking back, Lu He desperately dashed through the rugged mining area. Behind him, Li San and his clawed cat relentlessly pursued, like shadows that would not be shaken off. In the darkness of the wilderness, for a fugitive, it was akin to hell. Lu He felt as if his lungs were about to burst. He exerted every ounce of strength to weave through the debris, almost tripping multiple times. Li San was like a rabid dog, clinging tightly to him. You little bastard. Don't run. Have the guts to stop and duel with me. Li San's furious voice echoed behind him. I spit. You think I'm a fool? Lu He cursed without turning back. You a grown man in your 20s, bullying a 15-year-old minor. Have you no shame? While running, he rapidly recalled the terrain on the map. There should be a narrow canyon ahead, with complex terrain. Perhaps he could use it to his advantage. He glanced back. Li San and his clawed cat were closing in swiftly. This one do. At this rate, he would be caught eventually. Damn it, I'll fight. LH clenched his teeth and retrieved a bottle of replenishing beverage from the side pocket of his backpack. He twisted off the cap and gulped it down vigorously. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, rapidly replenishing the nearly depleted energy within his body. Meanwhile, in the mine, the smoke gradually dissipated. Wing Ji and Shioli gazed at the empty site, their faces ashen. Big brother, that kid escaped. LSN chased after him, Shioli reported. Damn it, that little brat fooled us. Wing Ji slammed his fist against a nearby rock. He glanced towards the direction LSN had taken and then at the dark entrance of the cave, his eyes filled with inner conflict. On one side lay the potential treasure, on the other, vengeance for his brother. He hesitated for but a second. Forget about LSN. Let's explore the cave. Greed consumed Ying's gaze. Whether that kid spoke the truth would soon be revealed. If there truly were treasures, we shall divide them equally. All right. Xiaoli was immediately stirred by the allure of wealth. The two ignited torches and cautiously ventured into the smoke-darkened cave. Upon entering, they were greeted by a ground littered with bones and scattered ores. When their torchlight illuminated the deepest part of the cave, their breath hitched simultaneously. There lay an unusual ore, the size of a human head, entirely black yet shimmering with a metallic luster. It lay quietly, emanating a pure and dense energy wave. This. Xiaoli's voice trembled. HT Su NJN. Ying nearly shouted, his eyes igniting with unprecedented ecstasy and avarice. We hit the jackpot. Ha! He dashed forward, seizing the ore. It felt incredibly heavy in his grasp, yet at that moment, it was lighter than anything else. Big brother, how much do you think this is worth? Xiaoli stammered. Worth. Ying laughed maniacally. With this, we'll never have to work again. We can buy a mansion in JNWSH without a second thought. The two were engulfed in immense joy, entirely disregarding LSN, who was still pursuing LH outside. On the other side, LH's flight continued. He led LSN into a narrow canyon. The terrain here was exceedingly complex, with towering rock columns and bottomless chasms. LH moved like a nimble monkey, leaping between the rock columns. Xiaoli, LH called out. Ow! The small black creature, upon hearing, skidded to a halt, turned its head to respond, and then scampered over to hide behind a rock column with LH. The distance between them and the other two had widened. Now, it was just himself and LSN. I can't keep running. My energy will eventually deplete. It's time to retaliate. He crouched behind a massive rock column, breathing heavily, listening to LSN's increasingly close footsteps. A glint of determination flashed in LH's eyes. He cautiously peeked out to observe LSN's position. In Chapter 15, Do Not Fear the Absence of Green Mountains. LH crouched behind the rock column, his heart pounding like a war drum. He looked at Xiaoli, who was poised and ready, warlike intent flickering in its purple eyes. LH quickly administered 2 bottles of replenishing beverage to himself and Xiaoli. Are you ready, Xiaoli? LH whispered. Xiaoli let out a soft bark, its body taut as a bowstring. LSN's footsteps grew nearer, his fierce clawed cat trailing closely, its nose sniffing the air for the scent of its prey. You little brat, I know you're nearby? LSN's voice was filled with rage. You killed my brother. Today, I shall make you pay with your blood. LH took a deep breath and suddenly charged out from behind the rock column. I told you. I didn't kill him. He shouted. Your brother was slain by those 2 elite spirit beasts. Upon seeing LH, LSN's eyes ignited with a furious blaze. You seek death. He raised his long knife, aiming for LH's head. Claw cat, tear him apart. The clawed cat shot forward like a streak of gray lightning towards Xiaoli, its sharp claws gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Xiaoli did not choose to phase out, but instead met the attack head-on. The 2 beasts collided midair with a resounding thud. The clawed cat's paw struck Xiaoli's side, causing it to yelp in pain, yet its counterattack was equally fierce. A shadowy energy blast erupted from Xiaoli's mouth, striking the clawed cat's chest. With a thud, the clawed cat was sent sprawling, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Dazed, it stood up, fur disheveled, its gaze now filled with caution. Damn dark-type spirit beast. LSN gritted his teeth. Claw cat, use the barrage of claw strikes. The clawed cat emitted a shriek, weaving through the air like a specter, delivering a relentless flurry of strikes towards Xiaoli. Its form began to blur as it repeatedly phased out to evade the onslaught. However, LH could feel his energy depleting rapidly. This could not continue. Xiaoli shadow claw. LH commanded through gritted teeth. Xiaoli's form solidified, its forepaws enveloped in dark shadow energy. It shot forth like a black arrow, aiming directly for the clawed cat. The clawed cat was caught off guard, struck squarely. The 2 beasts tumbled to the ground, both in disarray. You bastard. LSN's anger flared as he witnessed his pet injured. He charged at LH with his long knife. I will kill you with my own hands. LH hurriedly retreated, yet LSN was faster. The long knife arced through the air, glimmering silver as it descended towards LH's shoulder. Just then, Xiaoli struggled to rise, unleashing another shadow blast. The dark energy sphere struck the clawed cat's hind leg, causing it to wail in agony, completely losing its fighting capability. Claw cat. LSN halted his attack, gazing sorrowfully at his injured pet, then turned his furious glare towards LH. You have some nerve. Xiaoli panted heavily, its body swaying. The consecutive skills had drained its energy, and its purple eyes dulled. With a thud, Shi-Oh-Hi collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Shi-Oh-Hi! LH exclaimed, rushing over to kneel beside it, cradling the small creature in his arms. He felt its faint breath, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. This little one had exhausted all its strength to protect him. LH summoned Shi-Oh-Hi into his contract space, then began to transfer energy to it. The warm energy gradually nourished Shi-Oh-Hi's weary body. Now you have no spirit beast to protect you, do you? LSN retrieved his injured clawed cat, advancing step by step with his long knife. His face bore a sinister smile, as if he were witnessing the demise of his enemy. You little brat, weren't you quite capable? Why aren't you running now? LH remained silent as LSN closed in. What to do? Although he had just taken down LSN's spirit beast, he was still no match for LSN, particularly with the long knife in his hand. LH's mind raced, searching for any possible escape. He could only prepare to defend with his alloy dagger. Die! LSN raised his long knife, ready to deliver the final blow to LH. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Stop! A blue figure descended from the sky, positioning itself before LH. JF Ing-Su-N, Windblade. Several transparent wind blades whizzed past, causing LSN to retreat in fright. Who? LSN eyed the newcomer warily. LH looked up, astonished to see an unexpected figure. Yun Feng, the young master of the Ling family, whom he had humiliated in the Ling tea, had appeared at this moment, dressed in fine adventuring gear. Yun Feng was accompanied by 4 or 5 similarly equipped youths, appearing to be a small team. Yun Feng. LH was somewhat incredulous. How did you end up here? Yun Feng regarded LH, his expression a mix of anger, reluctance, but primarily an indescribable emotion. Our team from the Yun family came out for training. I sensed a familiar dark energy. Yun Feng remarked, I never expected it would truly be you. Li San gazed at Yun Feng and his entourage, his expression darkening. The opposing side was numerous and well-equipped, clearly not to be trifled with. My friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. Li San forced a smile, recalling how this fellow had slain his brother. He merely sought vengeance. Vengeance? Yun Feng scoffed. That can wait until I have settled my own score. He approached Lu He, towering over him. Lu He, our enmity remains unresolved. You humiliated me in front of so many and won my money. I have yet to settle that account with you. Lu He appeared bewildered. So you are here for revenge? Revenge? Yun Feng shook his head. I have come to challenge you to a fair duel. Therefore, you cannot die just yet. He turned to Li San. Leave, and do not let me see you again. Li San's face turned ashen. Kid, do you know who I am? I am a member of the Lai Feng Tuan. Lai Feng Tuan. A youth behind Yun Feng scoffed. That third-rate bounty hunter group that only bullies the common folk? Young Master Yun Feng, shall we take action? Another youth inquired. Yun Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need. He fixed his gaze on Li San. I will count to 3. If you do not leave, you shall never leave. 1. Li San's fists clenched, the knuckles cracking. 2. He glanced at the individuals behind Yun Feng, then at their beast companions. And ultimately, he gritted his teeth and turned away. Kid, wait for me. He shot a venomous glare at Lu He. This matter is far from over. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Lu He exhaled deeply as he watched Li San vanish from sight. Thank you, he said to Yun Feng. Do not be too quick to thank me. Yun Feng replied coldly. I saved you only because I have yet to complete my revenge. Your life is mine. Lu He forced a bitter smile. So I have now moved from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair? You may interpret it that way. Yun Feng nodded. However, you may recover a bit before I exact my vengeance. Lu He pondered for a moment, suddenly having a bright idea. Yun Feng, I have some good news to share. What good news? Thick earth Xianjin. Do you know what that is? Lu He lowered his voice deliberately. A rare or worth millions. Yun Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. What did you say? Just now. In that mine, there was a piece of thick earth Xianjin the size of a human head. Lu He continued. However, it may have already been taken by 2 other fellows. Which 2 fellows? That Li San who was chasing me. He has 2 companions. One with a scarred face named Wang Go, and a scout. Yun Feng's expression grew serious. Are you certain there is thick earth Xianjin? Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes, Lu He affirmed. But it is too late to discuss it now. They must have snatched it away. Yun Feng turned to his companions. Let us go take a look. Lu He almost laughed aloud, unexpectedly saved by Yun Feng, and now he was sending him to confront the scarred face. What a dilemma. He chided himself. How could I be so unscrupulous? I shall do it again next time. Chapter 16. Not a loss. As night deepened, the perilous aura in the wilderness grew more intense. Lu He dared not linger, running wildly until he finally spotted the gates of Jinwu City, allowing the tension in his heart to finally ease. Both he and his beast were safe, and the spoils were preserved. Although he mourned the loss of the piece of thick earth Xianjin worth over 10 million, He acknowledged that in comparison to his life, wealth was merely an external matter. A surge of excitement welled up as Xiao He emerged from the Beastmaster space. Thankfully, his spiritual energy depletion was not as severe as during his first experience of exhaustion. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Lu He reassured himself while stroking Xiao He's head. Moreover, over 5 million worth of materials still remained. This venture was not a loss. Let us return home. Together. Man and beast quietly made their way back to Jinwu City under the dim light of dawn. At the city gate, the guard who had handled the registration last time was just about to finish his shift, appearing to have pulled an all-nighter. Upon seeing Lu He, covered in dust and dried blood, he paused momentarily. Kid, you finally made it back. The guard assessed him from head to toe. What did I tell you? The wilderness is dangerous, right? Given your pitiful state, you should consider yourself lucky to have escaped with all your limbs intact. Haha, you speak the truth. Lu He scratched his head, offering a simple smile, lucky to have returned with my life. The guard, relieved that Lu He was unharmed, waved him through without further ado. Returning to the familiar city, inhaling the scent of steel and dust, Lu He felt as though he had been reborn. He did not head directly to the Beast Spirit Tower, but instead visited the Bounty Hunter Association in the city. The hall was bustling with activity, filled with beast masters clad in various types of gear. Lu He found an unoccupied window and presented the identification tags he had retrieved from the corpses to the attendant. Hello, I discovered the bodies of these bounty hunters in the number 3 abandoned mine. The attendant's demeanor shifted upon seeing the tags. She quickly contacted her superior through internal communication. Soon, a person who appeared to be a supervisor approached. Hello, I am the task department supervisor of the association. May I ask where you found them? What was the situation? Lu He recounted his prepared statement. I was operating on the outskirts of the mine when I heard a massive commotion. When I went to investigate, I found only the corpses of 2 elite-level spirit beasts and these bounty hunters. I suspect they met with an unfortunate incident while hunting the spirit beasts. He portrayed himself as a mere passerby who had fortuitously salvaged some scraps. The supervisor nodded gravely. The Li Hu squad of the Lai Feng Tuan. Yet another team lost in there. He sighed. Thank you for bringing back their identification tags. According to association regulations, we will provide you with a reward and contribution points. Thank you, Supervisor. Lu He accepted without reluctance. After receiving a reward of 100,000 and some inconsequential contribution points, Lu He departed the association. His actions served 2 purposes, fulfilling his promise made before the corpses of the bounty hunters and clearing his name. Should the members of the Lai Feng Tuan come looking for him in the future, the association would have a record proving he was merely a messenger. As for the scarred face and his companions, young Master Yun Feng and his crew should suffice to deal with them. Lu He sought a nearby bathhouse to cleanse the grime from his body and ordered a new outfit for delivery. Upon seeing his handsome reflection in the mirror, he could not help but smile proudly. Once prepared, he finally set off for his first step towards fortune, the largest spirit beast materials trading market in Jinwu City. He entered a shop that appeared the most impressive, named Wan Bao Lu Boss. Do you buy materials? A drowsy, plump proprietor lifted his eyelids lazily. Yes, what materials? But let me be clear, I do not buy low-grade materials. Without further ado, Lu He placed the heavy tactical backpack on the counter. Boss, take a look. Are these sufficient? He unzipped the bag and emptied its contents onto the counter. The sound of metallic clinking filled the air, sharp quills from a steel-armored porcupine. Wings of a wind-winged wolf adorned with intricate patterns, and 2 fist-sized elite-level crystal cores brimming with immense energy. In an instant, a powerful energy wave enveloped the entire shop. The proprietor's eyes widened in disbelief as his teacup fell with a crash, shattering on the floor, yet he remained oblivious. This is. The rotund proprietor, trembling with excitement, rose from his seat, donned a pair of specially crafted appraisal glasses, and gingerly grasped a wing of the esteemed Feng Yilang. An elite-grade Feng Yilang. What a treasure! He then picked up a pair of formidable fangs. An elite-grade steel-armored porcupine. Goodness, the length of these fangs is undoubtedly from an adult specimen. The fat boss's breath quickened, and he gazed at Lu He as if he were a marvel. Little brother, did you acquire all of this by yourself? I suppose so. Lu He replied vaguely. The boss gasped in astonishment, his demeanor shifting to one filled with reverence. To procure materials from 2 elite-grade spirit beasts single-handedly. This youth must be an extraordinary figure concealed among the shadows. I must acquire these. It is imperative. The proprietor's attitude underwent a complete transformation. His face adorned with sycophantic smiles. Rest assured, my dear brother, Wanbao Tower will offer you the highest price in the entire market. After much haggling, the materials were ultimately sold for the staggering sum of 5,800,000. Upon receiving this immense fortune in his bank account, Lu He gazed at the lengthy string of zeros, feeling as if he were floating. The 234,000 that remained, combined with this 580,000, brought his total assets to over 8 million. 8 million. He had never seen such a sum in his entire life, not even in his dreams. We are rich. This time, we are genuinely wealthy. Xiaohei, we have money now. From now on, I shall treat you to energy cubes for every meal. Lu He, overflowing with excitement, embraced Xiaohei and spun around multiple times. With newfound wealth, the first order of business was, of course, indulgence. He dashed to the Yuling Tower, specifically the floor dedicated to pet food, spending a grand total of 1 million on an array of premium energy cubes and nutritional supplements in various flavors and functions for Xiaohei. Subsequently, he also purchased potions to assist in his own spiritual cultivation. The sheer delight of spending money was unparalleled. By the time he returned to his residence, laden with bags and utterly content, the evening had already fallen. He intended to retire to his room for a good night's sleep. However, just as he reached the corridor leading to the hatching room, he was called to a halt. Lu He, turning around, he spotted Zhang Chun and Li Xiaoyu. The two companions appeared anxious, with Li Xiaoyu's eyes red as if she had been crying. What is the matter? Lu He approached them. Zhang Chun wore a distressed expression, pointing toward the hatching room. Lu He, it seems our eggs are experiencing problems. Chapter 17, as if his body had been emptied. Problems? What kind of problems? A sinking feeling gripped Lu He as he hurried into the hatching room alongside Zhang Chun and Li Xiaoyu. Inside the hatching room, besides them, were two other orphans from the same institution, all gathered around a temperature-controlled incubator, their faces etched with worry and despair. As Lu He leaned closer to inspect, he saw the few spirit beast eggs in which they had invested so much hope, lying quietly within the incubator. However, compared to a few days prior, the surface sheen of these eggs seemed to have dulled, and the energy glimmers surrounding the shells were nearly imperceptible. The atmosphere was thick with despondency. It has been several days, and there has been no sign of movement, Li Xiaoyu said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Today, we asked the caretaker to use instruments for a check, and he said the life vitality of the eggs is rapidly declining. If this continues, they may very well become dead eggs. Dead eggs? Lu He furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. According to teacher Su Shi, these eggs are precious legacies left by court beast masters, possessing high energy vitality. Under normal circumstances, with the nurturing of the beast master's spiritual energy, there should be reactions within a few days. Why are they weakening instead? Have you all been nurturing them with spiritual energy every day? Lu He inquired. Yes. Zhang Chen replied, looking aggrieved. The first trace of spiritual energy I recovered during my meditation these past few days has been generously given to them. But it's as if they are a bottomless pit, showing no response, and only becoming more listless. The others nodded in agreement, indicating they were experiencing the same situation. As Lu He gazed at the dim eggs, doubts began to swirl in his mind. Could it be that these eggs had been stored for too long, leading to severe energy loss, and that the meager spiritual energy from novice beastmasters like them was insufficient to activate them? Observing the tears welling up in Li Xiaoyu's eyes, he felt a pang of sympathy. They were all orphans, and for them, the first spirit beast represented not just a combat companion, but also a beacon of hope and their only family. If they were to lose that, the impact would be devastating. What if I try my talent? A thought emerged in Lu He's mind. His spiritual energy refinement talent, which enhances the individual value of contracted spirit beasts, could not apply to these eggs, as they were clearly outside his realm of enhancement. What about race refinement? Could it help these eggs regain their vitality? Zhang Chun, how about I give it a try? Lu He suggested. You? What method do you have? Zhang Chun was taken aback. I'm not sure, but I feel like my spiritual energy might be a bit special. Lu He scratched his head, offering an excuse. Let us take a chance. It can't get worse, can it? Zhang Chun and the others exchanged hesitant glances. After all, spirit beast eggs were delicate, and recklessly introducing different attributes of spiritual energy could cause damage. Let him try, Li Xiaoyu said, wiping her tears and looking at Lu He. I believe in you. Lu He. With Li Xiaoyu's support, Zhang Chun gritted his teeth. All right, Lu He, it's up to you. I entrust my green vine snake egg to you. Okay. Lu He took a deep breath, extending his hand to gently rest upon the emerald-hued, albeit somewhat grayish, spirit beast egg belonging to Zhang Chun. He closed his eyes and began to channel his internal spiritual energy. A warm stream of golden spiritual energy flowed from his arm, gradually infusing the eggshell. At the moment Lu He's spiritual energy made contact with the shell, a miracle occurred. The previously lifeless green vine snake egg trembled slightly. Almost immediately, the dull patterns on the surface of the eggshell seemed to ignite, radiating a gentle emerald glow. A faint yet unmistakable pulse of life emanated from within the egg. It moved. It moved. Zhang Chun exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement, covering his mouth in disbelief. Li Xiaoyu and the others widened their eyes, astonished. Goodness! There's truly a response. Lu He, how did you do that? Lu He himself was taken aback. He could distinctly feel that, upon entering the egg, his golden spiritual energy acted like a catalyst, instantly activating the dormant life energy within. The previously chaotic energies began to transform into a pure and orderly state under his influence. He could even visualize a small life curled up inside the egg, greedily absorbing this energy, slowly unfurling its form. So my talent is this remarkable. This was no mere enhancement. It was akin to the light of life, turning stone into gold. He stifled his overwhelming joy, feigning a struggle as he withdrew his hand. Phew, it seems to be somewhat effective, he gasped. In truth, the amount of spiritual energy he had expended was minimal. He hadn't truly utilized race refinement, but rather had employed the appropriate spiritual energy to guide the egg. Not just effective, it's miraculous, Zhang Chan exclaimed, cradling his egg, feeling the life pulse growing stronger, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Lu He, mine. Please help with my Thunderbird egg. Li Xiaoyu immediately handed her egg over. And mine. Please help with mine. The others rushed forward, their eyes filled with hope. All right. Don't rush. One at a time. Lu He reluctantly agreed. He employed his tried and true method, infusing his invaluable golden spiritual energy into each of the spirit beast eggs. Each egg was successfully activated, once again radiating the brilliance of life. The hatching room was soon awash with gentle beams of energy, and waves of joyous cheers filled the air. While Lu He reveled in the admiration and gratitude of his companions, he was also exhausted, breathless, and pale, as if his very essence had been drained. Unbeknownst to him, his earth-shattering actions had attracted the attention of certain individuals. Within the confines of the Ling Tower, in a monitoring room, a researcher responsible for overseeing the energy fluctuations in the hatching area suddenly stood up, alarmed at the abnormal spike in energy levels displayed on the screen. What was happening? Why was the energy fluctuation in the hatching room so unusual? He quickly accessed the surveillance footage. As he watched Lu He illuminate several nearly defunct spirit beast eggs, his mind went blank. What kind of ability is this? An ancestral activation? Bloodline purification? Who is this boy? He immediately reported the situation to the higher-ups of the Ling Tower. Moments later, Lu He, who had just played the role of a savior, was preparing to accept the veneration of his companions when a cold yet familiar voice suddenly called from behind him. Lu He, come with me. Turning around, he saw Su Shi, her expression a complex mixture of surprise, concern, and an unrecognizable excitement. We need to have a serious conversation. The gravity on Su Shi's face was unprecedented. Following Su Shi, Lu He traversed the quiet corridor, arriving at an office rarely visited by others. This was Su Shi's private lounge, once designated for the royal beastmasters, tidy and elegant, with a faint scent of books and fresh greenery permeating the air. However, at that moment, Lu He had no mind to appreciate such surroundings. Su Shi's demeanor was far too serious. Teacher Su, Lu He began to explain. But Su Shi raised a hand to interrupt him. Sit. She pointed to the chair across from her, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. Lu He's heart sank as he obediently took a seat. It felt akin to a student being summoned by their parents for a private admonition just as they were about to enjoy a meal. His mind raced, calculating the implications of his actions. Surely, the activation of the spirit beast eggs using his innate ability had been discovered. Yet, he believed he had been sufficiently discreet. With an excuse that was unassailable. My spiritual energy is somewhat unique, was a splendid reason, imbued with mystery and infinite potential. Surely, Teacher Su would not suspect anything about his innate talent, as the awakening of such abilities was always recorded. His file clearly stated spiritual energy refinement. Spiritual energy refinement could only apply to one's own beasts. No one had informed him about bloodline refinement. As he pondered how to evade suspicion, Su Shi spoke first. Lu He, tell me the truth. How did you accomplish that? Her gaze was piercing, as if she could see through him entirely. I mentioned it. My spiritual energy might be a bit special, Lu He stammered, continuing to feign ignorance. Special? Su Shi's lips curled into a smile, though it bore no warmth. What kind of special ability could resurrect dying spirit beast eggs? One that could streamline tangled bloodline energy and purify the essence of life? Such a feat transcended the mere definition of special. It was a miracle. Lu He's heart raced. How could she know so much? Streamlining bloodline energy? Purifying the essence of life? Wasn't that precisely what he had witnessed during the activation process? Could it be that Teacher Su had been present at that moment? No. She had approached from behind. Teacher, I don't quite understand what you mean. Lu He resolved to maintain his denial. Observing his innocent faade, Su Shi sighed softly. She stood and walked to the window, gazing out at the night view of the Ling Tower, her back turned to Lu He. Do you realize that your actions in the hatching room today have triggered the highest level of energy fluctuation alert within the Ling Tower? What? Lu He was taken aback. Such a mechanism existed? The Yuling Tower was equipped with energy monitoring arrays in every corner. Any abnormal fluctuations would be documented. Sushi turned to face him, her expression complex. Just moments ago, the surveillance footage from the hatching room and all your data have been reported to the highest echelons of the Yuling Tower. Cold sweat instantly drenched Luhi's back. Surveillance? Reported to the highest echelons? Good heavens, this is serious. I merely wished to assist my companions and show off a little. How did it escalate to such heights? Fortunately, the Tower Master Xiao is aware of some details about you and has temporarily suppressed this matter, Sushi said. Luhi exhaled in relief, feeling as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. However, this reprieve was only temporary. Sushi's next words raised his heart to his throat. You cannot hide a fire with paper. Your ability is too astonishing. Luhi, I do not need you to disclose your secret. I merely wish to impart one crucial piece of information. The seriousness of Sushi's expression intensified. An innocent man may bear no guilt, but possessing a treasure can bring calamity. Once your ability is exposed, do you understand the consequences? Countless covetous gazes, endless troubles, and even the threat of death. Those who will stop at nothing for power, those insidious organizations lurking in the shadows, they will pounce upon you like sharks sensing blood, eager to devour you whole and unravel your secrets. Evil organizations. A hazy dream flashed through Luhi's mind. Numerous figures in black robes, towering flames, colossal beasts, and the two silhouettes standing protectively before him. His breath quickened involuntarily. Thus, I need you to assure me. Sushi stepped closer, locking her gaze with his. Until you possess sufficient strength to protect yourself, you absolutely, unequivocally must not use the abilities you demonstrated today in front of anyone. Seeing Luhi's stunned expression, Sushi's gaze softened slightly. The files for you children were personally compiled by me. I am not just your teacher, I am your guardian. As for the hatching room, I will provide an explanation. I will state that your spiritual energy possesses a unique purifying effect capable of eliminating the decayed energy within the eggs. Though it comes at a substantial cost and cannot be used again in a short time. They are your companions, they will believe you. Luhi opened his mouth, feeling his throat parch. He gazed into Sushi's eyes, filled with worry and concern, and nodded solemnly. I understand, Teacher Su. I promise. Good. Sushi finally revealed a reassuring smile. She stood and ruffled Luhi's hair. You are a good child and a clever one. Intelligent individuals often bear greater burdens than others. Your recent venture into the wilderness, though reckless, has allowed you to witness the treachery of human nature, which is a valuable lesson. Starting tomorrow, I will personally conduct specialized training for you and Xiaohei. A glint of determination flashed in Sushi's eyes. Your current strength is still insufficient. Weakness is the original sin. Before the entrance examination of the Beastmaster Academy in 2 months, you must become stronger. Luhi gazed at Teacher Su, feeling as though she radiated light. At this moment, she was no longer the gentle and knowledgeable teacher, but rather a decisive queen. Adept in strategy. Is this a special favor from you, teacher? Luhi's thoughts began to drift. Sushi was amused by his words, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated significantly. You may interpret it that way, she replied, tapping the table. However, this special favor is not as delightful as it seems. Prepare yourself mentally, Luhi, for starting tomorrow, your fortunate days are over. Chapter 19. Is it not a dog? Early the next morning, before dawn, Luhi was yanked out of bed by Sushi. Hurry up, complete your morning routine within 5 minutes, and meet me at the top training ground of the Yuling Tower. With that, Sushi dashed off. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Luhi yawned. What is going on? The top training ground? ISNT that reserved for advanced beastmasters? He recalled passing by there once, and even the guards stationed at the entrance radiated an aura that made it hard for him to breathe. Why such a grand affair? Luhi grumbled, but hastily dressed and rushed into the bathroom. When he arrived at the top training ground, accompanied by the still sleepy little black creature on his shoulder, he was completely astonished by the scene before him. It resembled a miniature ecological park, complete with simulated jungles, rushing streams, and even a small volcanic model. Various advanced training equipment and energy detection instruments dazzled his eyes. This is too extravagant. Luhi felt as though he had entered a grand garden. You will train here every day? Sushi's voice came from behind him. Today, she wore a fitted combat suit that accentuated her perfect figure, exuding an aura that commanded distance. Is this a private reservation? Luhi exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw. Teacher, who exactly are you? Are you the illegitimate daughter of the Yuling Tower's master? A few dark lines appeared on Sushi's forehead as she shot him a glare. Stop the nonsense. Now, let us begin training. Yes. Luhi immediately straightened up, his expression serious. Your training consists of 2 parts. Sushi pointed to a nearby cushion. First, meditation. Your current spiritual energy is far too limited, akin to a small puddle that runs dry after just a couple of skill uses. Your goal is to transform this puddle into a small pond within 2 months. Absolutely. Luhi responded with confidence. Meditation? Isn't that just sitting still? I excel at that. Secondly, physical training. Sushi gestured toward the simulated jungle in the distance. An excellent beast master must possess a robust physique and quick reflexes. Otherwise, when the battlefield is ever-changing and your pet is restrained, you become a living target. I will set various traps and simulated attacks in this jungle. Your task is to complete a 10-kilometer run while dodging the attacks. Louis glanced down at his bare self. Waited? Where are the weights? Sushi smiled slightly and snapped her fingers. A blue light array lit up beneath Lu Hie's feet. Suddenly, he felt his body become incredibly heavy, nearly toppling him to the ground. What the? He felt as though he was carrying a mountain, and every movement was excruciating. This is a gravity system created to simulate the abilities of spirit beasts. I have applied 5 times the gravity. Once you can adapt to that, I will increase it to 10 times. Lu Hie's face turned pale. 5 times the gravity. This is unbearable. Teacher, can we negotiate for 3 times? I'm still a child. Lu Hie lamented. No. Su Shie's response was simple and unyielding. Now, start running. What about the little black one? Lu Hie pointed to the creature still dozing on his shoulder. Sushi glanced at the little black creature, a flicker of interest in her eyes. Its training will be personally supervised by me. As she spoke, she produced a cat toy from seemingly nowhere. Yes, a cat toy topped with colorful feathers. Come here. Little black. Sushi waved the toy. The little black creature, now alert, leaped off Lu Hie's shoulder, eagerly pouncing toward the feathered toy. You're training it with that? Lu Hie was dumbfounded. The contrast was stark. He was in hellish mode, laden with weights and traps, while it was in leisure mode. Playing with a toy. Was this not a blatant double standard? Moreover, was not the little black creature a dog? Why would it enjoy a cat toy? What do you know? Sushi rolled her eyes. This is to train its reaction speed, agility, and pouncing skills. Enough chatter, hurry and run. Lu Hie, on the verge of tears, could only drag his heavy feet step by step toward the jungle. Behind him, he heard the excited barks of the little black creature and the laughter of Sushi. Come on, little black, jump higher. Yes, just like that. Do a 360-degree turn in the air. Beautiful. Louis felt his heart bleed. This was not a devilish training session. It was clearly a case of the devil tormenting him while the angel pampered it. The next 2 hours were hell for Louis. Just a few steps into the jungle, vines suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring him tightly. After finally breaking free, a large net fell from above. Dodging the net, he was then struck by several water arrows. It felt less like training and more like playing a live-action version of Hold Out for 100 seconds. 2 hours later, Louis lay on the ground, drenched and resembling a lifeless dog, utterly unwilling to move a single finger. Meanwhile, the little black creature was also exhausted. Although it was playing, Sushi's standards were exceedingly high. Every move and every timing had to be perfect. Currently, it lay on the ground, tongue out, panting heavily. Yet its eyes sparkled with excitement and satisfaction. All right, physical training is over. Sushi approached, tossing Louis a bottle of blue potion. Drink this to restore your spiritual energy, then begin meditating. Louis took the potion, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. A refreshing energy spread throughout his body, swiftly filling his previously empty reservoir of spiritual energy. This is fantastic. Louis' eyes lit up. The efficacy of this potion surpassed any spiritual recovery drink he had ever purchased. This is my specially formulated spiritual energy recovery potion, not available for purchase externally. Sushi remarked casually. Hurry, you only have an hour for meditation. Louis, not daring to waste time, immediately sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. As his consciousness sank into the reservoir of spiritual energy, he noticed that after the extreme exertion and rapid replenishment, his reservoir appeared to have expanded slightly. Though it was just a tiny increment, it was a tangible change. It turned out that pushing oneself to the limit and then replenishing was the fastest way to enhance one's spiritual energy. Louis' heart soared with joy, and he focused intently on his cultivation. Sushi observed Louis as he entered his meditative state and glanced at the little black creature, which had regained some energy and was now playfully chasing its tail. A satisfied smile graced her lips. One was a beast master with extraordinary potential, and the other was a mysterious spirit beast whose breed even she could not discern. The future of these two little beings was indeed something to look forward to. She approached the little black creature, crouched down, and scrutinized it closely. Little one, what exactly are you? She murmured to herself. She extended her hand, wanting to touch the little black creature. As her fingertips were about to make contact with the soft, dark fur of the small creature, it suddenly lifted its head warily, emitting a low, mournful whine from its throat. A faint, almost imperceptible aura of dark energy, imbued with a hint of destruction, radiated from it. Sushi paused, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Such pure shadow power. She withdrew her hand, refraining from further attempts. It seemed that this little creature harbored more secrets than she had anticipated. Rising to her feet, she cast her gaze towards the distant Lu He. Lu He, your task has multiplied. Before the entrance examination, memorize the entire volume of the Common Spirit Beast Weakness Compendium. A tome thicker than a brick was tossed before Lu He. Having just emerged from meditation, he stared at the weighty book, feeling as though his very soul had floated out of his body. Chapter 20. Numerical Values Bring Comfort. The ensuing 2 months plunged Lu He into a hellish existence. He awoke before dawn each day, commencing with a 10-kilometer jungle obstacle run under 5-fold gravity, tormented by an array of vines, water projectiles, and ground spikes. This was followed by an hour of extreme meditation, draining every last vestige of his mental energy. In the afternoons, he engaged in practical combat, training alongside the small creature. Sushi did not summon the Bai Ime Lu, which Lu He had been familiar with since childhood, but instead called forth another of her spirit beasts. This one was an elegant and noble being named Yu Guang Ling who, a rare dual-attribute spirit beast of light and divine power, having reached the peak of elite level, poised to break into the monarch level soon. Initially, the small creature could not land a single strike against Yu Guang Ling who. A mere glance from the latter could ensnare the former in an illusion, or a gentle beam of moonlight could bind it tightly. Lu He watched anxiously from the sidelines, feeling utterly helpless. Teacher Su, this is far too unfair. The level difference is just too vast. In response, Sushi retorted, in the battlefield, will your adversaries grant you fairness? You must learn to seek a glimmer of hope amidst absolute adversity. This training is not solely for the small creature, but for you as well. Your commands determine its life or death. From that day forth, Lu He dared not voice any complaints. He began to fervently absorb all the knowledge imparted by Su Shi. He memorized the hefty Common Spirit Beast Weakness Compendium cover to cover, even recalling the illustrations with clarity. He meticulously analyzed every skill and habitual movement of Yu Guang Ling who, experimenting with various unconventional angles and extraordinary tactics to direct the small creature in battle. Though their victories were scarce, the duration of their persistence lengthened, from an initial 10 seconds to 30 seconds, 1 minute, and finally 5 minutes. The small creature's growth was visibly remarkable. Its muscular form became more streamlined and explosive, while its violet eyes deepened in intensity. Its skills were refined to perfection through countless practical engagements. The Shadow Claw grew increasingly unpredictable, often tearing through opponents' defenses from unexpected angles. The Shadow Bullet coalesced with greater speed and power, even acquiring a hint of corrosive effect. The skill phasing was mastered to an extraordinary degree, evolving from a mere evasion technique into a core tactical maneuver encompassing stealth, ambush, and evasion. At times, it could even combine phasing with Shadow Claw to deliver an enigmatic attack that penetrated defenses. Louis's progress was equally rapid. His reservoir of spiritual energy, through relentless daily exertion, transformed from a mere puddle into a shimmering pond. The quality and quantity of his spiritual energy escalated significantly. Now, the small creature could employ phasing repeatedly without taxing Lu He. This transformation was largely attributable to his substantial financial backing. Premium energy cubes and nutritional supplements ensured that the small creature received optimal sustenance daily, enhancing its physical capabilities. Lu He also purchased numerous potions to assist in his training, which, when combined with Su Shi's specially formulated elixirs, yielded exponential results. Funds flowed like water, yet each penny transformed into tangible combat strength. During this period, Zhang Chun and Li Xiaoyu visited him several times. Their spirit beast eggs, after being purified by Lu He, hatched successfully within days. Zhang Chun acquired a lively green vine snake, while Li Xiaoyu received a thunderbird adorned with feathers that crackled with electricity. Both were exuberant, cradling their new companions as if they were treasures. Lu He, I can't thank you enough. Without you, my little thunder might have perished. Li Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude earnestly. Indeed, Lu He, you'll be my brother from now on. Zhang Chun vowed, thumping his chest. Lu He merely smiled, echoing Su Shi's words and claiming that his energy expenditure was too great, necessitating a prolonged recovery, thereby evading their inquiries. Observing the joy of his friends, Lu He felt that the risks he had taken were worthwhile. However, one matter continued to trouble him, the talent of race refinement. Over the past 2 months, he had stealthily attempted countless times to employ this talent on the small creature. Yet, each attempt yielded the same outcome, failure. The moment his golden spiritual energy came into contact with the small creature, it vanished without a trace, leaving no ripples behind. His mind offered no hints. How curious. Could this talent be defective? Lu He pondered in confusion. Was it possible that the small creature's lineage was so exceptional that it could not be refined further? Or did the use of this talent require some special condition? Unable to comprehend, He could only temporarily suppress this perplexity deep within his heart. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Tomorrow marked the unified entrance examination day for all Spirit Beast high schools in Jinwu City. On the top level of the training grounds, Lu He and the small creature stood before Su Shi. The 2 months of grueling training had profoundly transformed both of them. Lu He had developed a straightened posture and a steely gaze, though traces of youthful Navet remained on his face. A semblance of a warrior's composure began to emerge in his brow. The small creature had already reached the mid-stage of its juvenile phase, quietly perched at his feet like a black statue. Its aura was completely reined in, yet its occasionally gleaming violet eyes were enough to deter direct gazes, as if harboring an unfathomable abyss within. Excellent. Su Shi nodded in satisfaction. Your current strength should suffice for the entrance examination. Remember, during the test, do not reveal too many trump cards, especially the small creature's phasing. Use it sparingly if possible. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled. Your journey ahead is long. Yes, Teacher Su. Lu He replied earnestly. That will be all for today. Return and rest well, gathering your strength to secure first place tomorrow. Su Shi waved her hand. I guarantee I will accomplish the task. Upon returning to his room, Lu He did not immediately rest. He sat cross-legged on his bed, cradling the small creature in his arms. Little Black, you've worked hard, he said, stroking its soft fur. Oh woo. The small creature affectionately nuzzled his chin. Tomorrow is the big test, so let me give you one last push before the exam. Lu He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. He summoned the golden spiritual energy within him, activating his first talent, spiritual energy refinement. A warm and pure energy gradually flowed into the small creature's body. He could vividly perceive every vein and bone within its form, growing more resilient and powerful under the nurturing influence of this energy. A virtual panel materialized in his mind. Spirit Beast. Unknown, Little Black. Attributes, Dark. Rank, Early Childhood. Individual value. Skills, Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, Phasing. It is done. Lu He abruptly opened his eyes, his face alight with uncontainable joy. After 2 months of relentless honing, he had finally elevated Xiao Hei's individual value today. Although it was merely a minor rank advancement, it signified that Xiao Hei's overall qualities had surpassed those of most peers. Does Xiao Hei even have peers? Regardless, raising the numbers was all that mattered. Indeed, numerical enhancement brings a sense of reassurance. Well done, Xiao Hei. Lu He excitedly lifted Xiao Hei, spinning around the room several times. He could feel that the little creature in his arms seemed a tad heavier, its aura more solidified. With a thought, he attempted to activate race refinement once more. Yet again, it was like a stone sinking into the sea with no response. Alas, never mind. Lu He shook his head. Where there is a will, there is a way. This mystery will eventually unravel. For now, the most pressing matter was tomorrow's examination. He gazed out at the vibrant cityscape at night, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Jinwu City First Beastmaster High School. Here I come, Lu He. Chapter 21. Avoiding internal competition. With the individual value successfully breaking through, Lu He could distinctly perceive Xiao Hei's transformation. The most immediate change was in Xiao Hei's fur. Once merely a pure black, it now resembled obsidian, shimmering with a dark luster under the light, while its texture felt remarkably smoother. Its size appeared unchanged, yet the muscle tone in its limbs had become more robust and powerful. Xiao Hei tilted its head, seemingly curious about its own bodily changes. It raised a front paw and gently waved it. Whoosh! A faint black mist sliced through the air, leaving a shallow trace that lingered for some time. Goodness! Even a mere wave has effects now? Lu He was astonished. This was no longer a simple physical attack. The claws were evidently infused with shadow energy. Is this the advantage of enhanced individual value? The same skills, the same spiritual energy consumption, yet the power had undergone a qualitative leap. Come on, Xiao Hei. Let us try Shadow Ball again. Lu He was intrigued. Xiao Hei obediently opened its mouth. A fist-sized black energy orb formed almost instantaneously. This Shadow Ball was smaller than before, yet its color was more profound, with wisps of black mist swirling around its surface, emanating a disquieting wave of energy. Wow! Lu He couldn't help but exclaim. This was no longer just an energy orb. It was practically a compressed black hole. If this struck a person, wouldn't it pierce right through? Put it away, put it away. Lu He hastily instructed Xiao Hei to dissipate the skill. Trying out moves in the room could lead to him getting his legs broken by Dean Shun. His confidence for tomorrow's examination had surged. The individual Xiao Hei utilizing Shadow Ball would undoubtedly be formidable. If he gradually enhances it, he lay in bed, blissfully cradling Xiao Hei. And the night passed in silence. The following day, Lu He arose early. He donned a crisp set of athletic attire and, with Xiao Hei, stepped out of the Beastmaster Tower with renewed vigor. At the entrance, Zhang Chun and Li Xiaoyu had already gathered. The group of friends wore expressions of both anxiety and excitement, chattering animatedly. Upon seeing Lu He, they immediately approached him. Lu He, you're here. How prepared are you? I hardly slept a wink last night from nerves, Zhang Chen said, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Me too. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest. Li Xiaoyu added, patting her chest. Don't worry, it's just an exam. Treat it like regular training. Lu He reassured them with a smile. Easier said than done. You had Teacher Su giving you extra lessons, while we did not, Zhang Chen replied with a hint of envy. Over the past 2 months, Lu He's daily presence in the top-tier training grounds had spread through the orphanage's small circle. Everyone was immensely envious. Yet they understood that he had earned it through his own efforts. Ahem, let us keep a low profile, Lu He waved his hand. Let us all work hard and aim for first high school. Let us go. The group rallied together, marching towards the examination site at Jinwu City, First Beast Master High School. The examination site was established in a vast square at the city center. Upon their arrival, they were met with a sea of people. Tens of thousands of candidates and parents crowded the square, making it nearly impassable. Various beasts were brought along by their owners, including those that flew above, ran on the ground, and swam, encased in specially designed water tanks. Thankfully, with the newly implemented beast traffic regulations, these creatures did not flood onto the main roads. Otherwise, the enforcement team would have questioned their life choices. My goodness, so many people. Zhang Chun was taken aback by the sight. I heard this year, over 30,000 candidates registered in Jinwu City, but first high school only admits 1,000. Li Xiaoyu whispered, her tone laced with anxiety. A 30-to-1 admission rate could be likened to a multitude of soldiers attempting to cross a single plank bridge. Lu He, however, remained calm. He observed the surrounding candidates and their beasts. Most were still in their juvenile stages, with only a handful having reached the advanced level. As for individual levels, by his estimation, most were at levels, and, with those at level being exceedingly rare, it seems the competition is not as fierce as anticipated, Lu He mused. Following the flow of the crowd, they passed the identity verification and entered the designated waiting area. A massive electronic screen displayed the examination guidelines. The exam comprised 2 parts, a written test in the morning and a practical test in the afternoon. The total score was 1,000 points, with 500 allocated to the written test and 500 to the practical. All right, brothers, we're heading into the examination hall. Wish me luck. Zhang Chan waved as he made his way to the written test building. Everyone, do your best. Li Xiaoyu encouraged her friends. Yes, you all too. Lu He said as he bid farewell to his companions and located his own examination room. He temporarily entrusted Xiaohei to the Beast Custody Center outside the examination hall before entering the tranquil classroom. The room was already filled with candidates, each seated upright with solemn expressions, the air thick with tension. Lu He found his seat and idly twirled his pen. For him, the written test posed the least challenge. Years of accumulation, along with Su Shi's 2 months of intensive education, had turned him into a walking spirit beast encyclopedia. Soon, the examination bell rang, and the proctor distributed the test papers. Lu He received his paper and glanced at it. As expected, the first question asked to describe the elemental relationships and extended counterchains among fire, water, and plant types. A gift of a question. The second question required listing at least 5 items that could serve as evolution materials for the Windwing Wolf, along with an explanation of their principles. A piece of cake. The third question involved identifying the spirit beast in the accompanying image, along with 3 or more of its weaknesses. The picture depicted a creature resembling a pangolin, adorned with crystals on its back. The crystal armor beast, possessing both earth and ice attributes, had vulnerabilities in its soft underbelly, was sensitive to high-frequency sound waves, and its crystals corroded in the presence of strong acids. Lu He's lips curved slightly as he picked up his pen and began to write fervently. While the other candidates were still scratching their heads in contemplation, Lu He's pen danced across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound akin to the most exquisite melody. In less than half an hour, he completed the entire test. He meticulously reviewed it from start to finish. After confirming there were no issues, he raised his hand. Teacher, I'm done. The entire examination hall fell silent. Every candidate, including the 2 proctors, stared at him as if he were a monster. How long had it been? Not even half an hour, right? Are you here to take an exam or to tour? A supervising teacher kindly reminded. Are you certain you wish to submit your paper? You have 3 hours for the exam. Perhaps you should review it again. No need. Teacher, I have already checked it, Lu He replied with a relaxed demeanor. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he gracefully submitted his paper and was the first to exit the examination hall. Outside, numerous parents, witnessing Lu He leave the hall just half an hour into the exam, began to murmur among themselves. Today's youth are indeed restless. They probably couldn't answer the questions and simply gave up. What a pity. The written exam was worth over 500 points, and they just threw it away. At that moment, a reporter approached Lu He. Hello, student. I am Xiao Yi, a reporter from Jinwu newspaper. You are the first candidate to exit the examination hall. Do you have anything to say? Lu He was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated the presence of a reporter. After a brief moment of contemplation, he responded, I believe a society that fosters competitive pressure lacks a future. Inside the examination hall, whispers began to circulate among the other candidates. The supervising teacher shook his head and picked up Lu He's paper, intending to glance through it casually. However, upon seeing just a glimpse, his expression changed. He flipped through the pages quickly, growing increasingly astonished. Whether it was the basic questions or the obscure extra ones, Lu He's answers were nothing short of exemplary. The teacher's hands began to tremble slightly. After 10 years of supervision, he had never encountered such a prodigious candidate. This was no mere student. This was a scholar. He hurriedly handed the exam paper to another teacher. Upon reviewing it, the other teacher's expression mirrored his disbelief. The two exchanged a glance, both struck by shock. Quick! Immediately send this paper to the evaluation room. Have the chief examiner review it personally. Chapter 22. I have always been human. Unbeknownst to Lu He, he had caused quite a stir within the examination hall. He left the crowded throng, inhaling fresh air, feeling completely at ease. Alas, it was far too simple. It lacked any challenge. He sighed with a touch of vanity. He proceeded to the pet care center to retrieve Xiaohei. The moment Xiaohei saw him, it affectionately leaped up, rubbing its head against his pant leg. Come, brother will take you to a wonderful place. He embraced Xiaohei and ventured into a small garden within the examination premises. The area was shaded by lush trees, tranquil, and sparsely populated. He found a bench to sit on and took out a box of premium energy cubes from his backpack. Here you go, Xiaohei, time to eat. Xiaohei's eyes lit up upon catching a whiff of the aroma and immediately began devouring the cubes. Lu He leisurely played with Xiaohei for a while, and when he estimated that enough time had passed, he made his way toward the square. By then, the written exam had concluded. Candidates gradually emerged from the teaching building, each wearing a frown and sighing heavily, clearly battered by the exam paper. Lu He quickly spotted Zhang Chun and Li Xiaoyu. How did it go? How did everyone fare? He inquired with a smile. Don't even mention it. I feel fortunate if I can pass, Zhang Chun replied, looking despondent. I was close. I guessed on many questions. Li Xiaoyu pouted. The expressions of the other friends were similarly grim. Just then, the enormous electronic screen in the center of the square suddenly lit up. A bold line of text appeared on the screen. Written exam results announced. Wow! The entire square erupted in excitement. Everyone craned their necks, anxiously gazing at the screen. The list of names began to scroll rapidly, each name and score flashing by. Is the grading process this swift? Results are being announced so soon after the exam? Traditional grading is a thing of the past, right? The Santong Yuan race possesses the skill, mind expansion, allowing a grader to evaluate 100 papers simultaneously. Look. My name. Zhang Chun, 325 points. Haha, I passed. I can't believe I passed. Zhang Chun exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. Though his score was not high, it felt miraculous to him. Let me see mine. Li Xiaoyu, 389 points. Yay, higher than Zhang Chun. She joyfully waved her fist. Everyone eagerly searched for their names. Lu He, how many points did you get? Zhang Chun asked curiously. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, Lu He replied, also looking up. At that moment, the scrolling list on the screen abruptly halted. In its place appeared an independent, gleaming golden leaderboard. Top written exam scores. All eyes were drawn to this leaderboard. 10th place, Wang Hao, 458 points. 9th place, Lin Shui, 461 points. Familiar and unfamiliar names alike appeared, each score eliciting gasps of astonishment. These were indeed the CR de la Army of scholars. The leaderboard soon reached the top 3. 3rd place, Long Yuer, 485 points. 2nd place, Yun Feng, 492 points. Yun Feng? Is that the Yun Feng from the Yun Hai family? It's actually him. No wonder he is so impressive, coming from such a prestigious family. 492 points? That's terrifying. Is he even human? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Lu He raised an eyebrow upon seeing the name. Surprised to find this individual had also come to take the exam, and with such a high score at that. Now, all gazes were fixed on the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Who could it be? To surpass Yun Feng's 492 points, one must be an extraordinary being. Under the collective scrutiny, the golden names slowly emerged. 1st place, Lu He. In that instant, a hush fell over the square. Moments later, the score appeared. Score, 500. Boom. The entire square erupted in chaos. What? 500 points? A perfect score. Am I seeing things? Someone actually achieved a perfect score in this year's written exam? Who is Lu He? Which school does he attend? How come I've never heard of him before? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a system error. Voices of doubt, astonishment, and debate soared to the heavens. Everyone was left in disbelief at such an unfathomable score. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun and Li Xiaoyu stood in shock among the crowd. Their mouths agape. They stared blankly at the name on the screen before mechanically turning to look at the composed Lu He beside them. Lu He, is that really you? Zhang Chen's voice trembled. It seems to be me. Lu He scratched his head, pondering the rarity of his name. Zhang Chun felt as if his worldview had crumbled. The boy he had grown up with, the one with whom he had climbed trees and faced punishments, the one he thought merely had a bit of luck and was slightly stronger than himself, turned out to be a hidden academic prodigy. A perfect score. This was the entrance exam for the first high school in Jinwu City. The difficulty was nothing short of hellish. He actually scored full marks. Lu He, are you even human? Li Xiaoyu gazed at him with eyes filled with incredulity. Don't say that. I have always been human. Lu He shrugged, feigning innocence. His nonchalant demeanor only pierced through the hearts of his friends like an arrow. Meanwhile, in a lounge of the Yuling Tower, Su Shi sipped her coffee leisurely while watching the live broadcast on the screen. Upon seeing Lu He's score of 500, a satisfied smile graced her lips. This lad has done well. In the office of the chief examiner at the first high school, the atmosphere was tense. A stern-faced middle-aged man, exuding authority without anger, repeatedly reviewed a particular exam paper. He was none other than Wei Tong, the vice principal of the first high school in Jinwu City and the chief examiner of this entrance examination. Principal Wei, have you seen this paper? A teacher beside him cautiously inquired. Wei Tong set down the examination paper and rubbed his temples. I have reviewed it 3 times. The logic and answers are impeccable. Even in the final essay regarding the future development of spirit beasts and beast masters working in tandem, his argument about the integration of numerical data and operational strategy astonished me. This level of insight is not something one would expect from a 15-year-old. Wei Tong's gaze sharpened. Fetch all the information regarding this candidate, Lu He. I find him quite intriguing. Yes. A staff member promptly responded, fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. Soon, Lu He's information appeared in the holographic projection at the center of the office. Name, Lu He. Age, 15. Background, 9th Welfare Institute of Jinwu City. Awakened talent, spirit power refinement. Contracted pet, unknown species, dark attribute. The information was rather simple, almost sparse. Wei Tong furrowed his brow even deeper as he examined the data. An orphan, lacking a family background and no renowned mentors to guide him. With the limited resources of an orphanage, how could he possibly possess such formidable knowledge? Could it be a prodigious talent? Wei Tong's gaze fell upon the awakened talent section. Spirit power refinement. A natural gift. An exclamation escaped from a nearby teacher. Wei Tong's eyes briefly shone, only to return to calmness. While innate talents are rare, they do exist. Furthermore, this particular talent belongs to the supportive category, which does not directly aid in knowledge acquisition. It seems this child is a promising prospect, Wei Tong ultimately concluded. A fine seedling who has struggled from the bottom through sheer effort and talent. Such individuals either soar to great heights or falter midway. Principal Wei. This one has achieved full marks. The results are valid. Wei Tong declared decisively. Our first high school seeks such unconventional talents. For the afternoon's practical assessment, list him as the primary focus for observation. A smile of anticipation curled at the corners of Wei Tong's lips. I am eager to see what surprises this gem, who has aced the written examination, will bring to the practical arena. In the plaza, the excitement surrounding Lu He's perfect score continued to escalate. Lu He was surrounded by friends, bombarded with questions. Lu He, how did you study? Do you have any secrets? Do you stay up late every night studying? Come on. Tell us, have you been possessed by some academic deity? Lu He felt overwhelmed by their inquiries. Stop, stop, stop. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. There's no mystery. Just read more books, stay informed, eat less junk food, sleep more. It's quite simple. Saying this, he felt a bit foolish. Indeed. Zhang Chun and the others looked at him with even more resentment. Just then, Yun Feng strode over with a few followers, his expression dark, as if someone had owed him several million. He approached Lu He, gazing at him with a mix of anger, resentment, and more than anything, a sense of defeat. Lu He, he spoke in a deep voice. Oh, isn't this young master Yun Feng? Not bad, scoring 492 points, second in the city. Lu He replied with a grin, deliberately emphasizing the word second. Yun Feng's face darkened instantly. He had thought that his 2 months of diligent study would surpass Lu He. Before the written results were released, he even fantasized about taking first place and flaunting it before Lu He. Instead, reality delivered a stinging slap. His proud score of 492 was a mere joke compared to Lu He's glaring 500. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Yun Feng gritted his teeth. The written exam is merely theoretical. In the world of beast masters, strength ultimately speaks volumes. In the afternoon's practical test, I will show you just how vast our gap truly is. With that, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Sigh, Why do some people always enjoy making threats? Lu He shook his head helplessly as he watched his retreating figure. Lu He, don't underestimate him. Yun Feng's contracted beast is a gale falcon, rumored to be on the verge of advancing. Very formidable, Li Xiaoyu whispered nearby. Don't worry, I have it under control, Lu He smiled. Yun Feng's gale falcon is indeed powerful. However, his Xiaohei is no slouch either. After 2 months of specialized training and enhancement, Xiaohei's true combat effectiveness far exceeds its level. Soon, it was time for the afternoon practical test. All candidates were ushered into a vast, enclosed venue. At the center of the arena was a simulated large jungle ecosystem, with complex terrain and various obstacles. Wei Tong stood on a high platform, microphone in hand, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Candidates, welcome to the practical assessment. The test is straightforward. Enter the hunting forest before you. Hunt the simulated spirit beast within, and earn points. The forest is populated with various levels of simulated spirit beasts, ranging from early juvenile to early advanced stages. The higher the level of the spirit beasts you hunt, the more points you will earn. The test duration is 2 hours. The test will automatically conclude when time is up or if your contracted beast loses combat capability. Each of you will have a wristwatch displaying your points and ranking in real time. Additionally, it serves as your emergency device. If you encounter insurmountable danger, press the button, and we will teleport you out immediately. Is that clear? Understood. Tens of thousands of candidates shouted in unison, their voices echoing. Excellent. Wei Tong nodded in satisfaction. Then, let the practical test commence. At his command, hundreds of entrances opened, and the candidates surged forth like a tidal wave, accompanied by their contracted beasts, into the vast forest. A fierce battle for points had officially begun. Lu He, along with Xiaohei, chose a secluded entrance and entered at a leisurely pace. Upon stepping into the forest, the cacophony of the outside world was instantly silenced, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Towering trees obscured the sky, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of damp soil and foliage. The environment within was remarkably realistic. All right, Xiaohei, the game begins. Lu He patted Xiaohei's head. Oh, whoa. Xiaohei barked excitedly, its purple eyes shimmering with a combative glint. It had been pent up for too long. Today, it could finally unleash its fury. Let us go, we'll seize the points. The duo, like phantoms, vanished into the depths of the jungle. Meanwhile, in the control room, Wei Tong and a group of examiners were intently watching a massive screen. The screen was divided into hundreds of smaller images, showcasing the live conditions within the examination area. The largest image, positioned centrally, displayed Lu He. Primary observation target has entered Zone 7. All units, please monitor all his movements closely. Wei Tong commanded, leaning forward, his eyes fixed on the screen. Young man, let me see whether you are a dragon or a mere insect. The towering trees intertwined their branches and leaves, fragmenting the sky into delicate shards of light. The air was saturated with the earthy scent of damp soil and the aroma of decaying vegetation, a realism that bordered on discomfort. Indeed, this simulated environment must have cost a fortune. Lu He surveyed his surroundings with astonishment, patting the head of his companion, Xiaohei. All right, Xiaohei, it's time for the game. With an excited growl, Xiaohei leaped from his arms, its violet eyes shimmering with an undeniable combative spirit. After 2 months of rigorous training under Su Shi, the little creature had pent-up energy ready to unleash. Let us go and seize those points. With a sweeping gesture, Lu He and his companion vanished into the shadows of the forest like phantoms. In the control room, a massive screen was divided into countless segments, displaying real-time footage from various corners of the examination area. Wei Tong and a group of examiners sat upright, their expressions stern. Switch the feed to the primary screen for observation target 1, Wei Tong commanded in a low voice. Leaning slightly forward, his piercing gaze fixed intently on the screen, revealing Lu He, who had just entered the forest. Observation target 1 has entered Area 7. All units, maintain close surveillance on his movements and record all data concerning him and his companion. Understood. The staff immediately began their tasks. A hint of anticipation creased Wei Tong's lips. Let us see if you are a dragon or merely an insect. He was eager to witness the prowess of the youth who had articulated such stunning theories of numbers and operations in real combat. Would he be a mere theorist or a strategic genius? In the forest, Lu He did not flounder like other candidates, who dashed about aimlessly. Instead, he climbed a large tree, securing a vantage point. Patience is key. Let us assess the situation first. He retrieved a pair of binoculars, scrutinizing the terrain and the movements of other candidates. The map function on his wristwatch was rudimentary, offering only a general outline that required exploration. However, he noted that the blue dots representing candidates were clustered in several fixed areas, evidently encountering simulated spirit beasts. Ah, a skirmish over there. Adjusting the focus, Lu He observed a clearing where 5 or 6 candidates were directing their companions in an assault against a massive armored bear. Although this juvenile Earth-type spirit beast was formidable, its defenses were impenetrable. The candidates' attacks resembled mere tickles, failing to inflict any significant damage, while the armored bear effortlessly swatted several of their companions away. Such novices. They've forgotten about attribute advantages and target weaknesses, Lu He sighed. The armored bear's vulnerabilities lay in its belly and eyes. Yet these candidates relentlessly attacked its toughest armor, akin to a feudal massage. A glance at other areas revealed a similar scenario. Most candidates lacked practical experience. Their commands chaotic and coordination clumsy, relying solely on their beast's instincts and numerical superiority. Boring. Let us aim for something grander. Lu He stowed his binoculars and descended the tree. He had discerned the distribution pattern of spirit beasts in this forest. The outskirts were populated by juvenile-level spirit beasts, yielding minimal points and easily claimed by others. The true high-point targets lay deeper within the woods. Xiaohei, conceal your presence. We'll proceed stealthily. Oh well, Xiaohei affirmed, its body seemingly melding into the shadows as it moved silently. The duo expertly avoided all candidate clusters, swiftly advancing into the forest's depths. Soon, they arrived at a marshland. The map on his wristwatch indicated it was a medium-risk area. A foul stench pervaded the air, and murky puddles occasionally bubbled ominously. Typically, marshlands are the domain of water or poison-type spirit beasts. Lu He speculated that such a locale would likely harbor marsh stalkers or venomous leeches. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow erupted from the mud ahead. A black, giant python, over 2 meters in length, emerged, its slick scales glistening, with cold yellow vertical pupils fixated on them. Marsh black python, attribute, water poison, rank, juvenile peak, points, 50. Ah, a worthy opponent, Lu He exclaimed with delight. 50 points far surpassed the meager scores of the other candidates. Xiaohei, it's your turn, finish this swiftly. Oh well, with fervor. Xiaohei charged forth before the marsh black python could strike, its speed remarkable as it glided over the muddy ground, leaving behind a fleeting black blur. The marsh black python, caught off guard by the speed of this little creature, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a spray of venom. Phase shift, Lu He calmly commanded. Xiaohei's form blurred in midair, evading the corrosive green liquid that sizzled as it eroded the ground, releasing wisps of smoke. What a potent toxin, Lu He thought, realizing that if it had struck his companion, it would likely incapacitate Xiaohei on the spot. When the marsh black python's attack missed, its enormous tail swept through the air, creating a fierce gust. Jump and use Shadow Claw. Xiaohei's form solidified in an instant, performing an agile flip to evade the tail's swipe. Simultaneously, its forepaw, enveloped in dense shadow energy, struck the marsh black python at a critical point. With a sickening sound, scales shattered and gore splattered. The shadow energy erupted, inflicting a horrific wound on the python's vulnerable spot. The marsh black python let out a pained hiss, thrashing violently in the mud, splattering muck everywhere. Enraged, it abandoned all strategy and charged at Xiaohei in a frenzy. It's over, Lu He stated coolly. Shadow Orb. Xiaohei, maintaining its composure, created a highly compressed black energy sphere that it unleashed in an instant. Boom. The Shadow Orb struck the marsh black python squarely on the head. This once mighty beast stiffened, its massive head drooping lifelessly, devoid of any sign of life. Marsh black python defeated, awarded 50 points. Current points, 50, ranking, 1257. A notification chimed on his watch. Well done. Lu He approached and gently patted Xiaohei's head. From target acquisition to combat conclusion, the entire process had taken less than a minute, executed with fluidity and precision. This was the fruit of their intensive training. In the control room, Wei Tong and the examiners were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Such remarkable synergy. One instructor exclaimed. The youth had issued only 3 commands throughout the engagement, each impeccably timed, exemplifying textbook-level leadership. Moreover, the combat instincts of that companion were extraordinary, calm, decisive, and with an exquisite sense of timing. Was this truly a 15-year-old boy who had only awakened 2 months prior, alongside his initial spirit beast? Wei Tong remained silent, yet his eyes gleamed with intensity. Continue monitoring. His voice trembled with excitement. Unbeknownst to Lu He, he had become a focal point of scrutiny. With Xiaohei at his side, he continued to scour the forest, their seamless collaboration and his extensive theoretical knowledge making them the most efficient of hunters. Any spirit beast, once targeted by them, rarely survives beyond 3 rounds. Lu He's score began to ascend at a terrifying pace. 100 points, 200 points, 500 points. His ranking surged from over 1,000 to within the top 1,000, then 500, and finally reached 100. Owl. After dispatching a colorful butterfly, Xiaohei licked its paw, seemingly unsatisfied. All right, let us take a break. Lu He chuckled as he retrieved a bottle of water and an energy cube from his backpack. Let us eat something and replenish our strength. He glanced at his wristwatch and noted his ranking, now 89th with 780 points. Remarkably, only an hour had passed since the examination began. His efficiency was commendable, and Lu He nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a blue figure flitting through a nearby thicket. Instantly alert, he pulled Xiao He behind a rock. Something was amiss. He cautiously peeked out and used his binoculars to observe. Within the dense forest, several candidates clad in matching uniforms surrounded an entity. At their center stood a massive rhinoceros-type spirit beast, its body encased in rock-like armor, emanating a formidable aura. Rock-armored dual rhinoceros. Attribute: Earth Combat. Rank: Early Evolutionary Level. Points: 200. An evolutionary spirit beast. Lu He's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, the candidates appeared formidable as well. The leader looked somewhat familiar. Adjusting his focus, Lu He recognized the face. Yun Feng. What a coincidence. Yun Feng and his entourage had also spotted the rock-armored dual rhinoceros and were preparing to engage. What a twist of fate. Lu He stroked his chin, a playful smile gracing his lips. Xiao He, should we wait for them to weaken each other before we step in, or should we disrupt them now? Ow. Xiao He tilted its head, seemingly questioning the difference. There's a significant difference. Lu He chuckled like a sly fox. The former is called benefiting from the fisherman's gains, while the latter is about playing with their mentality. He stowed away the binoculars and boldly stepped out from behind the rock. Oh, if it isn't young Master Yun Feng. What a coincidence. Are you out here hunting too? Chapter 24. Are you scraping your back? Lu He's teasing voice echoed distinctly in the tranquil forest. Yun Feng, who was preparing to command his spirit beast to attack, froze abruptly. Turning around, he was met with Lu He's cheerful demeanor, and his expression darkened as if he had seen a pot's bottom. Lu He. Yun Feng gritted his teeth, forcing out those two words. The followers behind him glared at Lu He with evident hostility. How could this guy possibly be here? Moreover, judging by his leisurely manner, he seemed more like a tourist than a participant in a grueling examination. What's wrong? Surprised to see me? Lu He approached them, glancing at the imposing rock-armored dual rhinoceros. Quite impressive, an evolutionary spirit beast worth 200 points. Young Master Yun Feng certainly has an eye for quality. His overly familiar demeanor only fueled Yun Feng's ire. What are you doing here? Yun Feng asked coldly. Me? Lu He pointed at himself with an innocent expression. I'm here for the examination as well. I noticed some commotion and came to see what was happening, hoping to seize an opportunity. His words were an unabashed provocation. One of Yun Feng's followers could no longer contain himself. Kid, don't be so arrogant. We discovered this rock-armored dual rhinoceros first. Exactly. You better scram, or we won't show you any mercy. Oh. Lu He raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at Yun Feng. Young Master Yun, your dog barks rather fiercely. Don't you think you should rein it in? The faces of Yun Feng's followers flushed with anger. Enough. Yun Feng barked at his subordinates. He fixed a steely glare on Lu He, the humiliation of being crushed in the written exam still fresh in his mind. He had intended to regain his honor in the practical test by firmly putting Lu He in his place. Yet, just when he thought he had found a suitable target, Lu He resurfaced like a haunting specter. Lu He, since you're here, that's perfect. Yun Feng's eyes turned icy. Let us use this rock-armored dual rhinoceros as a wager for our contest. Lu He's interest peaked. How so? It's simple. Yun Feng pointed at the rock-armored dual rhinoceros. Whoever kills at last will claim the 200 points. After you lose, you'll also return the 3 million you owe me. Yun Feng's tone brimmed with confidence. His wind falcon had significantly improved over the past 2 months and was now at the pinnacle of the juvenile level, ready to break through. Against such a slow-moving Earth-type spirit beast, his wind falcon had a natural advantage. In his eyes, Lu He's small, dark dog posed no threat whatsoever to the rock-armored dual rhinoceros. Why should I be afraid? Lu He laughed, uninterested in reiterating that the 3 million was one fair and square. However, merely that seemed dull. Lu He shifted the conversation. How about we raise the stakes? What stakes? Yun Feng instinctively inquired. Let us wager that exquisite watch on your wrist. Lu He pointed at the obviously high-end customized watch adorning Yun Feng's arm. That watch, aside from examination functions, must have several additional features, right? Such as ultra-clear maps, energy detection, and the like. If I win, it becomes mine. Yun Feng paused for a moment, then smirked coldly. You certainly have an eye for quality. But why do you think you can win? What if? Lu He shrugged. All right, I'll take your bet. Yun Feng agreed without hesitation. To him, this was practically a gift. He could hardly wait to see Lu He's dejected expression after losing. Let us begin then. Lu He took a few steps back and gestured invitingly. You go first. I'll let you have 3 moves to avoid accusations of bullying. Humph. Arrogant. Yun Feng wasted no time and immediately began to command. Wind Falcon, take to the skies and use Windblade. With a piercing cry, the Wind Falcon soared into the air, its wings unfurling, and launched crescent-shaped, transparent wind blades like raindrops toward the rock-armored dual rhinoceros below. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades struck the rhinoceros's thick rock armor, sparking showers of sparks, yet only left shallow white marks. The rock-armored dual rhinoceros didn't even bother to move, disdainfully snorting. Roar. It let out a thunderous roar, seemingly mocking the feeble attack. Yun Feng's expression darkened. He was aware of the rhinoceros's high defense, but he never anticipated it would be to such an extent. Continue attacking. Target its eyes and joints. Yun Feng adjusted his strategy. The Wind Falcon circled in the air, constantly seeking angles for attack. However, despite its sluggish movements, the rock-armored dual rhinoceros adeptly shielded its weaknesses, leaving no openings for the Wind Falcon's assaults. In the control room, Wei Tong observed the unfolding scene on the screen and shook his head. This Yun Feng is still too impatient. His Wind Falcon has an elemental advantage over the rock-armored dual rhinoceros, but the disparity in strength is apparent. A juvenile-level peak cannot challenge an evolutionary level simply through brute force. A nearby teacher chimed in. Indeed, the rock-armored dual rhinoceros has exceptional stamina. If this continues, it will surely be the Wind Falcon that falters first. So what do you think Lu He will do? Another teacher inquired curiously. All eyes once again focused on Lu He. Wei Tong remained silent, his gaze filled with an intensified anticipation. In the examination hall, Lu He stood with his arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama with an air of nonchalance. He even had the leisure to engage in conversation with Xiaohe. Look, this is a quintessential example of a counterproductive case. Possessing high speed and a rapid attack frequency, yet unable to penetrate defenses, rendering all assaults futile. Xiaohe nodded in agreement. To deal with such a heavily armored tank, one must either employ absolute force to pierce through or rely on strategy. Lu He tapped his temple, his mind racing through the pages of the brick-thick Common Spirit Beast Weakness Compendium. The Yin Jia Doshi, with dual attributes of earth and martial prowess, boasts formidable defense, yet its weakness lies in the soft armor at the center of its abdomen, where its energy core resides. Heavily shielded and challenging to strike. However, these heavy spirit beasts share a common flaw: their legs. The limbs must support their hefty bodies, making attacks on them quite effective. Additionally, the Yin Jia Doshi harbors a hidden vulnerability, its prominent horn atop its head. This horn, not only immensely solid, serves as an antenna for sensing and gathering earth elemental energy. Thus, damage to the horn would disrupt its energy control and significantly diminish its defense. Although achieving this is no simple task. Yun Feng, can you manage? You've been scraping for ages without drawing any blood, Lu He mockingly remarked from the side. Yun Feng's face turned a deep shade of reddish purple. His prolonged assault yielded no success, and with Lu He's taunts weighing on him, his mental state began to falter. Shut up, he bellowed. Jifeng Falcon, disregard everything and use Gale Charge. He resolved to unleash a decisive move to break through the defenses. With a piercing cry, the Jifeng Falcon spiraled in the air, folding its wings, and shrouded by a green whirlwind. Akin to a sharp arrow diving towards the Yin Jia Doshi, the momentum was astounding. However, the Yin Jia Doshi merely lowered its head in disdain, aligning its stout horn toward the descending Jifeng Falcon. Not good, Lu He thought to himself. Yun Feng is in trouble. Indeed. The Jifeng Falcon collided forcefully with the horn of the Yin Jia Doshi. A thunderous sound erupted. The green whirlwind dissipated in an instant. The Jifeng Falcon emitted a mournful cry, akin to a kite severed from its string, being flung away and crashing heavily to the ground, its wings twisted and deformed. Meanwhile, the Yin Jia Doshi merely took a half step back, its horn showing no signs of damage. Pooh, Jifeng Falcon. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward. But it was too late. The Yin Jia Doshi advanced with heavy steps towards the downed Jifeng Falcon, intent on eliminating the troublesome bird. It's over. Yun Feng's companions were left in shock. The examiners in the control room also stood up, tense with concern. Quick, prepare for teleportation. The candidate's spirit beast is about to lose its fighting ability. Yet, at that critical juncture, a shadowy figure sprang into action. Xiaohe, now is the time. Lu He's voice was calm and resolute. Target the left front leg of the Yin Jia Doshi, 3 inches behind the knee joint. Xiaohe let out a low growl, its body shooting forth like an arrow released from a bow. It did not attack the massive form of the Yin Jia Doshi directly, but instead maneuvered to its side. Just as the Yin Jia Doshi lifted its left front leg, preparing to stomp on the Jifeng Falcon, Xiaohe's form flickered, evading the flying debris. In that instant, it materialized, its claws enveloped in shadow energy, striking precisely at the location Lu He indicated. A soft sound echoed, reminiscent of leather being torn. That point was the weakest connection in the Yin Jia Doshi's armor and housed one of its vital tendons. The creature emitted a thunderous roar of agony, its massive body quaking violently, the left front leg buckling, leading to its colossal form toppling to the side. Chapter 25, just 998. The ground shook as the Yin Jia Doshi crashed heavily, stirring clouds of dust. In the control room, all the examiners, including Vice Principal Wei Tong, wore expressions of approval. Yun Feng and his companions stood agape, astonished by the incredible spectacle before them. How is this possible? One strike. Just one strike, and the Yin Jia Doshi lost its balance? How did he know that was its weak point? Wei Tong's lips curled into a smile as he fixated on Lu He's composed visage on the screen. This young man had provided him with an abundance of surprises. Amid the battlefield, while the Yin Jia Doshi lay fallen, Lu He issued his second command. Xiaohe, unleash a barrage of shadow balls at the Yin Jia Doshi's abdomen. Xiaohe was already poised for action. It leapt high, and in midair, a black energy ball, more solid and profound than any previous, rapidly formed in its mouth. The surface of the shadow ball swirled with tendrils of black mist, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. This was its most powerful strike. With a roar, the shadow ball shot forth, trailing a long flame, akin to a black meteor, striking accurately into the exposed, softest area of the Yin Jia Doshi's abdomen. The creature let out a mournful cry. Boom, boom. Two more shadow balls followed, landing squarely. The soft armor of the Yin Jia Doshi's abdomen was obliterated, and its energy core was struck, indicating that this spirit beast was now akin to a rhinoceros on the Butcher-S block. The black shadow energy erupted within it, voraciously consuming its vitality. Its immense body convulsed violently twice before it ultimately fell silent. Successfully killed Yin Jia Doshi, gained 200 points. Current points, 980, ranking, first place. A cold notification chimed from the wristwatch. Lu He exhaled deeply, feeling his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Xiaohe also landed wearily, panting heavily. The recent combination of moves had drained both of them significantly, with limited restorative drinks available. Lu He had encouraged Xiaohe to utilize its Shadow Claw to conclude battles along the way, allowing them to maintain sufficient energy against the Yin Jia Doshi. However, the consecutive 3 full-power Shadow Balls had emptied their energy reserves. Yet the outcome was worthwhile. First place. He glanced at the ranking on his watch, a slight smile gracing his lips. The entire forest was engulfed in silence. Yun Feng knelt in shock, gazing at the enormous corpse of the Yin Jia Doshi not far away, then at his own gravely injured Jifeng Falcon. Feeling as though his worldview had been shattered once more by Lu He. He had lost, utterly and completely. From start to finish, he had been akin to a jester, exhausting all his efforts, only to have his opponent dispatch him with 2 moves, one to exploit the flaw and the other to deliver the killing blow. Clean and efficient, with no room for hesitation. Was this the disparity? For the first time, despair surged within Yun Feng's heart. Hey, young Master Yun. Lu He's voice shattered the silence as he approached Yun Feng, extending his hand. A deal is a deal. Hand it over. Yun Feng, dazed, lifted his head to meet Lu He's face, which bore a hint of mockery. Gritting his teeth, trembling, he removed the valuable customized wristwatch from his wrist and placed it into Lu He's hand. Lu He. His voice was hoarse and dry. How did you manage to do it? Curious to know? LH chuckled while playing with his new toy. Read more books, watch more news, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. Yun Feng felt as if his heart had been pierced again. Just then, the announcement echoed through the venue. Examination time is up, all candidates. Please cease all actions. Final scores will be announced in 3 minutes on the central screen of the square. All candidates, please exit in an orderly fashion. Beams of white light illuminated the venue, and candidates along with their pets began to be teleported out one by one. LH was also enveloped in white light. Before leaving, he glanced at the disheartened Yun Feng and shook his head. Alas, such poor psychological resilience. He needs more practice. In the square, once all candidates were teleported out, the area was once again filled with a cacophony of voices. Groups of candidates huddled together, excitedly discussing the recent battles. I killed 3 stone beetles and scored 60 points. What has that compared to me? I teamed up with someone and took down a peak-level fire monkey in the junior division. We split 30 points. Look at the big screen. The final rankings are about to be revealed. All eyes focused on the enormous electronic screen in the center of the square. The data on the screen began to refresh rapidly, names and final scores appearing one after another. ZHing and L Shioi were nervously searching through the crowd. ZHing, written exam 325, practical 120, total 445. Haha, I passed. I'm definitely in. ZHing was ecstatic upon seeing his score, jumping with joy. L Shioi, Written exam 389, practical 155, total 544. Higher than you. El Shioi also joyfully waved her fists. Although their scores were not particularly outstanding among 30,000 candidates, securing a place in the top 1,000 and being accepted into the first high school was practically assured. But what about LH? How many points did he score? They began anxiously searching for LH's name. Just then, the scrolling list on the screen halted. In its place appeared a dazzling final score leaderboard. Final scores for the entrance examination of the first high school of JNW City. Everyone held their breath. 10th place, ZHOLI, total score 895. 9th place, CHNJing, total score 901. Each shining name and score drew gasps from the crowd. Soon, the list reached the top 5. 5th place, YNFing, written exam 492, practical 420, total 912. When YNFing's name was announced, murmurs erupted among the crowd. YNFing only ranks 5th? ISNT he's second in the written exam? Did he falter in the practical? I heard he challenged a mid-tier rock-armored rhinoceros in the hunting forest, and his pet was severely injured. What a pity. 4th place, 3rd place. Finally, the leaderboard reached the top 2. Everyone's hearts raced in anticipation. Who would claim 1st and 2nd place? 2nd place, Ling. Written exam, 485, practical, for 99, total, 984. A practical score of 499? My goodness. Did she annihilate all the creatures in the forest? Truly extraordinary. This is a genuine genius. Ling South score sent the square into a frenzy. Now, only the final suspense remained. Who could surpass the astonishing 984 points and seize the crown for the highest total score? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the name at the top of the leaderboard slowly emerged. 1st place, LH, written exam, 500, practical, for 98, total, 998. Boom. The square erupted after a brief silence. 998 points. What a joke. Just 2 points shy of full marks? Is he even human? Full marks in the written exam. Nearly full marks in the practical? Impossible. There must be a system error. LH. That same LH. Who is he? Where did this monster come from? Voices of doubt, astonishment, and chatter nearly overturned the entire square. Everyone was left dazed by this unprecedented score, one that may never be surpassed. Meanwhile, ZHNCHN and L Shioi stood in shock, eyes glued to the glaring name and score on the screen, feeling as though they were in a dream. The LH they had once collected bird nests with, been punished with, and grown up alongside was a superhuman with a score nearing perfection. My worldview seems to have collapsed once again, ZHNCHN muttered. In the examination director's office, WIT Ing observed the final results on the screen, raised his teacup, and took a hearty sip. Wonderful. What a remarkable LH. He laughed heartily, his voice filled with exhilaration. This lad is neither a dragon nor a bug. He is a potential dragon poised to stir the storm. Immediately, place this candidate LH in the first priority for the special experimental class. I want to see if our first high school can accommodate this true dragon. Chapter 26, Special Experimental Class. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, LH's achievement of full marks spread like wildfire throughout the Beastmaster community in JNW City. The number 9 orphanage in JNW City, previously obscure, entered the public eye for the first time. Many media reporters sought to interview this sudden genius, but upon arriving at the orphanage, now a construction site, they were left in tears. Why has the orphanage been demolished? LH, however, relished the peace. In these 3 days, apart from celebrating with his friends, he spent the remaining time studying the new watch he had won from YNFing. This premium item was indeed different. Not only did it offer precise maps down to every street, but it also featured a basic energy detection function that could sense the strength of surrounding spirit beasts. What a splendid item. Young Master YN is truly a good person, LH mused contentedly. He and his friends also received the official acceptance letters from the first high school of JNW City. ZHNCHN and L Shioi successfully entered the regular class. While merely a regular class, it was still the best high school in JNW City, enough to keep them excited for days. LH's acceptance letter, however, was somewhat special. It was embossed in gold lettering stating Special Experimental Class. The Special Experimental Class? It sounded extraordinarily prestigious. Those who could enter were certainly not ordinary individuals. LH, you are truly impressive. His friends gazed at him with envy. But LH could not share their joy. A sense of foreboding lingered within him. The day of departure eventually arrived. The day before school began. SX sought out LH. She had already bid farewell to the other children and would leave JNW City after saying goodbye to LH. Teacher S. Are you really leaving? LH looked at her, feeling a pang of sorrow. Yes, SX nodded, her gaze soft as she looked at him. I have some matters I must confirm. She did not specify what it was, but LH could sense that it was significant to her. This is for you. SX handed him a box. Inside were some specially made energy cubes and recovery potions, which should last him for a while. And this. She then passed him a note containing her insights on cultivation and suggestions for future training directions for Shiohi, advising him to take a good look. Remember, a tree that stands out in the forest will be brought down by the wind. Henceforth, act with caution and do not easily reveal your trump cards. SX's words flowed like a mother preparing to depart. I understand, Teacher S. LH's eyes began to redden. All right, let us not make this so sentimental. Sushi smiled as she tousled his hair. It is not a matter of life and death. Once I have completed my tasks, I will return to see you all. By then, I hope to witness a stronger Lu He. Promise to fulfill your mission. Lu He straightened his chest. Sushi departed, silently vanishing into the mist before dawn. Lu He stood by the window of the Yuling Tower, gazing in the direction she had left for a long time. Farewell, Teacher Su. On the first day of school, at the entrance of Jinwu City No. 1 High School, the streets were bustling with vehicles and throngs of people. Luxurious hover cars filled the road, and stepping out of them were well-dressed youths accompanied by their parents. Beside them, various rare companion beasts drew exclamations from passers-by. Look, that's a Liang bird, a noble among fire-type beasts. Over there, isn't that an ice crystal fox? So beautiful. In contrast, Lu He and the other orphans, who had arrived in a ride-hailing dragon, felt somewhat out of place. My goodness, is this really No. 1 high school? It's too impressive. Zhang Chun gazed at the palace-like school gates, astonished. Let us go. Don't act like a country bumpkin entering the city. Lu He playfully tapped the back of his head. After bidding farewell to his friends, Lu He made his way alone, following the signs to find the classroom for the special experimental class. The classroom was quite remote, located on the top floor of the teaching building. Upon opening the door, he found 7 or 8 students already seated inside. The classroom was small, with only 10 seats in total. As he entered, all eyes turned toward him, some curious, some scrutinizing, some disdainful, and others hostile. Lu He quickly identified the source of the hostile gaze, Yun Feng. This guy actually made it into the experimental class. At that moment, Yun Feng was coldly staring at Lu He, his expression complex, as if looking at a lifelong rival. Lu He ignored him and chose a seat by the window. He then spotted a familiar figure, Long Yu, the one who ranked second on the overall score list, just behind him. Today, she wore a pristine white dress, sitting quietly with an air of serenity, akin to a lotus atop a snowy peak. She glanced at Lu He, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity and inquiry, but soon shifted her gaze away. The others were strangers to Lu He, but their attire and the subtle airs they exuded suggested they were either wealthy or noble, certainly not ordinary individuals. The atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat oppressive and tense. Each person present was a prodigy, a dragon among men. No one was willing to yield to another. Just then, the classroom door creaked open. A tall, stunning woman in a black professional suit entered. Her sleek black hair framed her beautiful face, her cold gaze devoid of any emotion, radiating an aura that commanded distance. The moment she stepped inside, the temperature in the classroom seemed to drop several degrees. All the students, including the rebellious Yun Feng, instinctively straightened their postures. I am Ling. The woman approached the podium, her icy gaze sweeping over each person present. From this day forth, I shall be your homeroom teacher for the special experimental class. Her voice was as frigid as her eyes. I do not care what geniuses you were or which families you hail from. Here, you are only identified as my students. My requirements are simple. Within 2 years, all of you must become intermediate Beastmasters and represent the school in the National High School Beastmaster competition. Failure to meet this standard or keep pace will result in one outcome. She paused, emphasizing each word. You will be expelled from the experimental class. The classroom fell silent. Everyone was awestruck by her powerful presence. Now, I announce your first activity at school. A cold smile curved Ling's lips. In half a month, we will hold a class leader election. The election method is quite simple. She pointed to the battle simulation room at the back of the classroom. We will have a match. Chapter 27, Ling. A match? Ling's words stirred a whisper of excitement in the classroom. Selecting a class leader through combat? The school's style is indeed straightforward and brutal. However, this perfectly suited the taste of the proud youths present. In the realm of Beastmasters, strength reigns supreme. Let the prowess speak for itself, as it is the most equitable measure. The specific rules are as follows. Ling's tone remained flat, as though announcing a trivial matter. The class of 10 will be divided into 2 groups of 5, engaging in a round-robin tournament within each group, meaning everyone will face the other 4 members in one-on-one battles. Winners will earn 3 points, draws 1 point, and losers none. Ultimately, the top scorers from both groups will face off in a final match, the victor becoming the first class leader. She completed her explanation and surveyed the room. Is there anyone who does not understand? No one spoke. The rules were clear, purely a test of strength. Excellent. Ling nodded, seemingly satisfied with the efficiency. She tapped the virtual screen, and a grouping list appeared on the holographic projection in front of the classroom. Group: Long Yuer, Wang Hao, Lin Shui, Zhao Lei. Chen Jing. Group: Lu He, Yun Feng, Li Hao, Sun Qian, Zhou Kai. As soon as the groupings were announced, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted subtly. One group contained the second, third, and fourth-ranked students from the overall score list, essentially a death group. On the other side, everyone's attention converged on Lu He and Yun Feng. The first and fifth-ranked students were placed in the same group. It was as if fate had conspired. Yun Feng stared at the list, his fists tightening involuntarily. A fierce fire ignited in his eyes. What a splendid opportunity. He wouldn't have to wait for the finals. In the group matches, he could defeat Lu He and reclaim his honor. Lu He also noticed the groupings. He raised an eyebrow at Yun Feng, offering a friendly smile. As if to say, what a coincidence, we meet again, my defeated foe. Yun Feng's expression darkened immediately. Well, that is how the groupings are. Ling disregarded the undercurrents swirling among the students. From this day forward, until the election in half a month, you will undergo my special training. Now, everyone, bring your companion beasts and follow me. With that, she turned and strode away, leaving no room for hesitation. The students, not daring to delay, quickly gathered their companion beasts and followed her. They were led to an exclusive training ground on the back mountain of the school. The facilities here were on par with the top training grounds of the Yuling Tower: gravity rooms, simulated ecosystems, energy reaction testing fields, everything one could wish for. Ling brought them to an open area. For your first lesson, she stood before them, her gaze still icy. I will first make you aware of one thing, just how weak you truly are. No sooner had she spoken than she raised her hand, summoning a magical array before her. As the light dissipated, an elegant yet lethal creature appeared before them. It was a jet-black leopard, larger than an ordinary leopard, with not a single hair out of place. Its muscular form was sleek and powerful, while its limbs and tail burned with blue flames. Most striking were its eyes, pupils ignited with hellfire, exuding an aura of cruelty and destruction. Hellfire leopard. Attribute: Phantom Fire. Rank: Elite Peak. Individual value. As the ethereal fire leopard manifested, a wave of terrifying pressure swept across the training ground like a tsunami. All juvenile pets present emitted anxious whimpers, trembling uncontrollably, with several collapsing to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Even Lu He's small black pet stood on end, emitting a low, ominous growl as it entered a state of heightened vigilance. The faces of the students turned pale. An elite-level pinnacle. This was a presence they had only encountered in textbooks. The almost tangible sense of oppression made it difficult for them to breathe. Lu He observed this elegant, yet perilous creature, contemplating how the two elite-level wild spirit beasts in the number 3 mine would likely be mercilessly slaughtered by this ethereal fire leopard. Did you see that? Ling's voice echoed in the silent training ground. This exemplifies the gap between you and true elite beast masters. In the face of absolute strength, your so-called levels, innate talents, and proud family backgrounds are nothing but jokes. In my class, I only value results, not the process. I recognize only strength, not status. With a wave of her hand, the ethereal fire leopard transformed into a beam of light, returning to her contract space, and the terrifying pressure dissipated. The students finally exhaled, feeling as if they had emerged from the depths of water, their backs soaked with sweat. Now, let us commence your training for today. Ling retrieved a thick stack of papers from her spatial equipment. This is your training schedule for the next 15 days, 1 copy for each of you. Today's task is quite simple. She pointed to the gravity control room nearby, under 5 times normal gravity, with an additional weight of 30 kilograms. Complete a 10-kilometer cross-country run. Your pets must do the same. What? A student could not contain his astonishment. 5 times gravity, an additional weight of 30 kilograms. And we have to run 10 kilometers. This is insanity. They were all pampered young masters and young ladies, used to a life of comfort, and could hardly endure such intense training. Do you have any objections? Ling's gaze swept across the group, and the student who had gasped immediately fell silent. Those who fail to complete the task will forfeit dinner tonight. Ling's tone brooked no argument. Now, immediately begin. The students exchanged glances, their hearts filled with dread. Yet none dared to resist. They could only grit their teeth, don the weight equipment, and enter the gravity room. Lu He, however, felt little concern. Teacher She's special training had been far more grueling. He skillfully donned the weighted vest, securing a specially made smaller weight for his small black pet. Small Black. It's time for our favorite athletic segment. A woo. Small Black emitted a weak sound, clearly displeased by this ordeal. Let us go. Louis was the first to step into the gravity room. The moment the fivefold gravity descended upon him, he merely felt a slight heaviness before quickly adapting. However, the other students did not fare as well. Several of them, upon entering, were immediately pressed to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Sigh. Ling observed this scene, letting out a cold sigh. Training commenced amidst this hellish atmosphere. At the end of the day, everyone was utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. Yun Feng appeared particularly pale, having vomited several times. Only Louis, though equally fatigued, seemed significantly better off than the others. He even had the energy to tease Yun Feng beside him. Oh, young Master Yun, your physique is lacking. You need to bolster it. Get lost. Yun Feng retorted weakly. After class, the students departed the training ground in small groups. Yun Feng was immediately surrounded by several students who appeared to be his followers. Brother Feng, I've heard that Louis is too arrogant. Exactly. Coming from an orphanage, what right does he have to be in the same class as you? Brother Feng, your special experimental class will have a class leader election in half a month. You must teach him a lesson. Listening to these remarks, Yun Feng's expression darkened further. He longed to confront Louis, yet after a day of training, he had acutely felt the disparity between them. It was not merely a difference in pets, but also in physical fitness and willpower. I will, Yun Feng gritted his teeth and replied. Meanwhile, Louis was preparing to take Small Black to the cafeteria for a meal. Suddenly, a hasty figure dashed around the corner, nearly colliding with him. Ouch! The person slipped, losing balance. Louis reacted swiftly, catching them. Teacher, are you all right? He recognized this individual as the somewhat disoriented pet care teacher he had encountered earlier in the classroom. Ah, thank you, student. The teacher adjusted his glasses and regained his footing. He appeared to be in his 30s, with disheveled hair and a lab coat stained with dirt, exuding an air of untidiness. Just as he was about to speak, his attention was suddenly captured by Small Black at Louis's feet. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Adjusting his glasses, he leaned in for a closer look. Then, he extended a trembling finger, pointing at Small Black. This spirit beast. His voice trembled with excitement and disbelief. Student, I must study it. Chapter 28, Reaching Consensus. Study? Louis was momentarily taken aback and instinctively pulled Small Black behind him, watching the suddenly fervent teacher warily. This guy? He wouldn't have some peculiar obsession, would he? Perhaps something like dissection? Ah, please don't misunderstand. My name is Yin. You should have seen me in the pet care class. Teacher Yin seemed to realize his reaction was somewhat excessive and quickly waved his hands in explanation. I'm not a bad person. I'm just extremely curious about your pet. He was so excited he was nearly incoherent. I've studied spirit beasts for 30 years, familiar with all known species, and I swear, I have never seen this breed before. Teacher Yin looked at Small Black with eyes filled with fervor and obsession, akin to Columbus discovering a new continent. Louis felt a chill run down his spine at his demeanor. This guy wasn't he some sort of scientific madman, was he? Just then, Ling's icy voice rang out from a short distance away. Yin, are you harassing my student? Ling had appeared behind them without Louis noticing. Arms crossed and a displeased expression on her face as she regarded Yin. Ah, Teacher Shun. Upon seeing Ling, Teacher Yin wilted like a mouse confronted by a cat. I'm not harassing anyone. I was merely engaging in academic discourse with this student. Academic discourse? Ling cast a glance at Yin's disheveled lab coat. It looks to me like you're trying to abduct my student for some dissection study. No, absolutely not. Teacher Yin shook his head vigorously. Louis, listening nearby, thought to himself, so Teacher Shun feels the same way. Louis, you may leave now? Ling instructed. Yes. Louis felt a wave of relief wash over him, clutching Small Black and making a hasty exit. Wait. But Teacher Yin called out urgently to stop him. Student, wait. Let us talk more. Just 5 minutes. Seeing Louis ignore him, he rushed forward, grabbing Louis's arm. Please, I truly need to study your pet. He looked as if he might kneel before Louis. This is extremely important to me. Louis was overwhelmed by his persistence. Teacher, what exactly do you intend to study? He asked helplessly. Rest assured, it will be completely non-invasive. Teacher Yin hastily assured. We will conduct some fundamental observations and data collection. For instance, recording its dietary habits, energy fluctuations, skill responses, and so on. I assure you, it will not incur any harm. I can even provide it with the finest nutritional supplements. Noticing Louis still appeared somewhat hesitant, he unveiled his trump card. If you agree, for the next 2 years, I will cover all training resources at school, including advanced training facilities, energy recovery rooms, and premium nutrition meals. Moreover, he added, I can personally guide you and tailor the most suitable growth plan for your pet beast. What do you say? Teacher Yin gazed at him with eager anticipation. Louis felt a stirring in his heart. Free training resources. This was a fortuitous opportunity. It is worth noting that the sophisticated facilities at First High School are exceedingly expensive, and his limited funds would not last long. Furthermore, having a top-tier scholar in pet beast studies like Yin guiding him would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for both him and Xiaohe. His mind began to calculate swiftly. This deal seemed to hold no drawbacks. As long as he concealed his talent from Yin and focused solely on studying Xiaohe, there should be no issues. With this thought in mind, Lu He made his decision. Teacher, I am quite interested in your proposal. He cleared his throat and spoke. However, I have a few conditions. Name them. I would gladly accept even dozens. Teacher Yin exclaimed with delight. First, all research must be conducted in my presence. No problem. Second, no experiments that could potentially harm or discomfort Xiaohe may be conducted. Of course, I cherish it dearly. Third, Lu He stroked his chin, revealing a shrewd smile. The free resources you mentioned need to be formalized in writing. Teacher Yin paused momentarily, then chuckled ruefully. You are indeed quite astute. Deal. Thus, Lu He and Teacher Yin reached a friendly cooperation agreement. Nearby, Ling observed the two as they came to a consensus, her lips twitching in a mixture of annoyance and amusement as she shook her head. From the following day onward, Lu He's daily routine transformed into a linear 3-point schedule. In the morning, he attended cultural and theoretical classes in the classroom. In the afternoon, he engaged in grueling physical and practical training with homeroom teacher Ling. In the evening, he accompanied Xiaohe to teacher Yin's exclusive laboratory for collaborative research. His days were exceedingly fulfilling. Although Ling's training was harsh, its effectiveness was remarkable. Within just a week, Lu He felt his physical strength and spiritual energy control had ascended to a new level. Meanwhile, under the rigorous daily training, Xiaohe's combat skills became increasingly adept. Teacher Yin's guidance proved to be immensely beneficial. Although Yin often appeared somewhat careless, he transformed into an embodiment of focus and precision once he entered work mode. Each day, he employed various sophisticated instruments to record Xiaohe's data and, based on these findings, prepared the highest quality nutrition meals and energy blocks for it. Under his care, Xiaohe's fur grew increasingly lustrous, and its physique visibly strengthened. Lu He also seized this opportunity to secretly enhance Xiaohe's individual attributes through Ling Suela, elevating its level. Although it was merely a minor advancement, the changes were comprehensive. Xiaohe's strength, speed, and reflexes exhibited significant enhancement. How peculiar! Teacher Yin mused as he examined the latest data on the instrument, perplexed. This little creature's rate of growth defies scientific explanation. The growth curves of its various metrics completely surpass theoretical models. Could my nutritional formulas truly possess such miraculous effects? Teacher Yin found himself in a whirlpool of self-doubt and euphoria. Observing from the side, Lu He secretly rejoiced. Teacher, perhaps Xiaohe is exceptionally gifted? Indeed. That is a possibility. Teacher Yin nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed in this fulfilling yet slightly perilous daily routine. On that afternoon during the practical combat class, Ling summoned everyone to the battlefield. Today's training will consist of practical duels, she announced. You may freely choose your opponents for a simulated battle. As her words faded, a figure stepped forth from the crowd. It was Yun Feng. He strode directly to Lu He, his eyes brimming with combat intent. Lu He spoke in a low tone. Do you dare to face me in a duel? The training ground fell silent in an instant, all eyes riveted upon the two. The whistle for the class president election seemed to have sounded prematurely at that moment. Chapter 29, The Rematch with Yun Feng. Very well, Lu He replied, a smile flashing across his face as he regarded the provocatively staring Yun Feng. I, too, am feeling restless and would like to see if young Master Yun has made any progress over the past few days. His casual tone further darkened Yun Feng's expression. Enough with the idle chatter. Let our skills speak for themselves. Agreed. Ling nodded, clearly intrigued by the impending clash. You two, step to the center of the arena. Everyone else, retreat to the sidelines and observe closely. Learn well. Her tone was neutral, yet everyone discerned the implication behind her words. This was not merely a practice match. It was an open class. Lu He and Yun Feng positioned themselves at opposite ends of the battleground. All the students from the special experimental class gathered around the perimeter, not daring to breathe. They were eager to witness the confrontation between the top-ranking student and the fifth. Long Yuer's cold gaze also fell upon Lu He, tinged with curiosity. Yun Feng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that he could not allow Lu He to disrupt his mentality as he had during the entrance examination. This week of grueling training had not only honed his physique, but also steadied his temperament. Jifeng Swan. He was the first to summon his pet beast. Chirp. A high-pitched call resonated as the elegant blue bird appeared in midair. Compared to its demeanor during the entrance examination, this Jifeng Swan exuded a significantly stronger and sharper aura. Its feathers shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, and its gaze radiated aggression. It was on the verge of breaking through to the advanced level. Not bad. The bird looks quite spirited, Lu He remarked from across the arena. Oh woo. Xiao He stepped forward from behind Lu He, casting a disdainful glance at the Jifeng swan above. As if to say, you dare show your face here after being bested before? Sensing Xiao He's contempt, the Jifeng swan emitted an angry cry, flapping its wings and stirring up a tempest. The match begins. Ling commanded. The Jifeng swan swiftly darted forward, launching wind blades as a probing attack. This time, Yun Feng was more astute. He refrained from unleashing a powerful move right away. Instead, he aimed to utilize the speed advantage of the Jifeng swan to harass and suppress. The Jifeng swan transformed into a blue streak of lightning in the air, rapidly circling around Xiao He. Sharp wind blades sliced through the air from various angles, targeting Xiao He. Xiao He, evade using phasing. Do not take it head-on, Lu He calmly directed. Xiao He's form blurred and became translucent, skillfully dodging the onslaught. The concentrated wind blades passed through its illusion, striking nothing but empty air. That trick again. Yun Feng's eyes narrowed, but he was prepared. Jifeng swan, do not relent. Keep attacking and see how long its spiritual energy can hold out. He understood full well that such advanced phasing skills demanded immense energy. If he maintained the pressure, the opponent's spiritual energy would eventually run dry. However, he erred in his calculations. After a week of intensive training and the exquisite nutrition provided by teacher AI Yin, Lu He and Xiao He's blue stripes had thickened significantly compared to their initial examination. In the midst of the relentless wind blade assaults, Xiao He danced like a ghost upon the edge of a knife, each phasing executed with impeccable timing, minimizing the consumption of spiritual energy. The onlooking students were left in a daze, astonished by the incredible speed. My eyes can hardly keep up. That creature of Lu He's has mastered the phasing technique to an extraordinary degree. Yun Feng's strategy of sustained pressure seemed sound, yet its effectiveness appeared limited. Standing at the sidelines, Ling maintained a stoic expression, though a glimmer of approval flickered in her gaze. The creature named Xiao He possessed a battle intelligence and reflexes that far surpassed its peers. Lu He, will you merely play the role of a timid turtle? Frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, Yun Feng resorted to taunting words. If you dare, let us engage in a fair fight. As you wish. Lu He replied with a smile. Xiao He, now is the time. Charge forth and unleash Shadow Claw. In the brief interval between the wind blade assaults from the swift-winged falcon, Xiao He's form solidified in an instant, its limbs propelling it like a black cannonball towards the airborne swift-winged falcon. What a splendid move. Yun Feng felt a surge of excitement. Swift-winged falcon. Gain altitude and utilize gale strike. This was the opportunity he had awaited. In the air, he held an undeniable advantage. The swift-winged falcon ascended immediately, evading Xiao He's strike, then folded its wings for a standard dive, crashing down upon Xiao He. The very same maneuver as during the entrance exam. You intend to use the same trick against me a second time? A mocking curve formed at the corner of Lu He's mouth. Xiao He surprised it. Just as the swift-winged falcon was about to collide with Xiao He, the latter unexpectedly twisted its body midair. Opening its jaws, it did not release a shadow ball, but instead emitted a cloud of ink-black mist. Shadow mist. This was a new skill Xiao He had comprehended during the week of training. The mist bore no offensive capability, yet it effectively obscured the opponent's vision and perception. What? Yun Feng was taken aback. The swift-winged falcon, in its high-speed dive, plunged into the black mist, immediately losing its sense of direction, akin to a plane spiraling out of control amidst the darkness. Shadow Claw. Lu He's command resonated once more. Within the murky haze, a claw infused with shadow energy glimmered. With a sharp sound, the claw struck fiercely against the swift-winged falcon's wing, spraying blood. The swift-winged falcon emitted a cry of agony, tumbling out of the mist, its balance lost. But the assault was not yet over. Lu He pressed the advantage. Xiao He, phase around to its rear, and strike again with Shadow Claw. Xiao He's form became indistinct in the air, like a phantom, suddenly appearing behind the swift-winged falcon. Another swift claw strike ensued. Halt! Just as Xiao He's claws were poised to strike the swift-winged falcon once more, Ling's cold voice rang out, echoing throughout the venue. Xiao He's movement came to an abrupt halt, its claws hovering perilously close to the swift-winged falcon's neck, less than a centimeter away. It turned its head to look at Lu He. Lu He nodded subtly, signaling it to return. Only then did Xiao He dissipate the energy from its claws and gracefully land back on the ground. Meanwhile, the swift-winged falcon wobbled to Yun Feng's side, its wings bearing deep, visible wounds that were bleeding profusely, clearly rendered incapable of further combat. The training ground fell silent. Everyone was awestruck by the remarkable battle that had just unfolded, particularly Lu He's final combination of moves. The shadow mist obscured vision, followed by a surprise with Shadow Claw, phasing around, and then another Shadow Claw. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, embodying the beauty of strategy. Lu He emerged victorious. Ling announced the result with an impassive demeanor. Both sides performed commendably. Yun Feng, your creature's strength has improved, and your tactical choices have become more rational. However, your adaptability in the heat of battle requires enhancement. Lu He, she turned her gaze to him. Your tactical application was exceptional, and your development of new skills was quite innovative. Yet the tier of your creature remains your Achilles heel. Now, today as practice concludes here. Return and reflect thoroughly. After Ling finished speaking, she turned to leave. Lu He had maneuvered a creature of lower tier to outmaneuver Yun Feng's Swift-Winged Falcon. Had it not been for Teacher Ling's timely intervention, the Swift-Winged Falcon may have sustained severe injuries by now. Yun Feng cradled his Swift-Winged Falcon, his expression shifting from pale to flushed. He had lost. Again. And this time, he accepted his defeat willingly. His once proud advantage in speed crumbled before Lu He's relentless tactics. The gazes of the surrounding students towards Lu He transformed completely, no longer filled with disdain or scrutiny. They now bore a hint of reverence. This boy, emerging from an orphanage, had earned their respect through sheer strength. Long Yuer watched Lu He's departing figure, a flicker of battle intent igniting for the first time in her cold eyes. Time flew by. The grueling 2-week training soon came to an end. The day of the class leader election arrived as scheduled. On that morning, just as Lu He was preparing to head to the training ground, Teacher Yin rushed over, seizing him with an uncontrollable joy and excitement etched upon his face. Lu He, I have discovered something. He was so exhilarated that his words tumbled over each other. I finally know. I understand what Xiaohe truly is. Chapter 30, The Moon-Eating Celestial Shadow Beast. Teacher, please. Slow down. Do not be so flustered. Lu He observed the flush of excitement on Teacher Yin's face, fearing that he might hyperventilate from his fervor. No. I cannot contain my excitement. Teacher Yin gripped Lu He's shoulders tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline. This is a discovery that will be inscribed in the annals of history. Lu He, follow me. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Lu He towards his laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Teacher Yin pointed at the central holographic projection, his fingers trembling. The projection displayed ancient and blurred wall paintings, along with a multitude of incomprehensible, complex gene sequence comparison charts. Look here. Teacher Yin clicked on one of the wall paintings. It depicted a doomsday-like scene. The sky was torn apart. A black moon hung ominously above. On the ground, a colossal shadow resembling a wolf dog howled at the heavens. On its forehead, a distinctly silver crescent mark was visible. Behind it, countless shadows seemed to come alive, transforming into grotesque creatures that devoured everything on the earth. This is a unique wall painting I discovered in the ancient ruins of Shengxinjuan in the Summer Kingdom, dating back at least 3,000 years. Teacher Yin's voice resonated with a sense of reverence akin to a pilgrimage. According to the ancient texts accompanying the painting, this terrifying creature was referred to by people of that era as the moon-eating celestial shadow beast. The moon-eating celestial shadow beast? Lu He echoed this name steeped in a sense of youthful fantasy, yet a tempest of emotions surged within him. He fixated on the crescent mark on the forehead of the colossal beast in the painting. It was identical to the one on Xiaohe's brow. According to the records, the moon-eating celestial shadow beast is one of the progenitors of shadow-type spirit beasts, the sovereign of shadows and annihilation. Teacher Yin continued, his eyes gleaming with fervor. They were believed to be mythical beings that had long since gone extinct. Everyone assumed this was merely the fanciful imagination of ancient people. But I was mistaken. We were all mistaken. He abruptly turned, his gaze blazing as it fell upon Xiaohe at Lu He's feet. It has not become extinct. It still exists. After a fortnight of relentless comparison and analysis, I extracted a genetic sample from Xiaohe and compared it with an exceedingly faint trace of the primordial dark lineage obtained from ancient spirit beast fossils. The compatibility reached an astonishing 99.9%. Teacher Yin nearly shouted in astonishment. Lu He, your Xiaohe is far from an unknown little dog. It is, in fact, a cub of the most authentic and ancient bloodline of the Shi Yutianing beast, essentially the pre-evolutionary form of the Shi Yutianing beast. Lu He was utterly dumbfounded. He gazed at Xiaohe, who was licking its paws in a daze at his feet, feeling his mind blank. Shi Yutianing beast? Primordial dark lineage? This is too outrageous. He merely intended to pick up a stray, yet ended up acquiring a mythical creature? Teacher, regarding this matter. Lu He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Who else knows? Just the two of us. Teacher Yin responded immediately. Lu He, listen to me. This matter must not be leaked. His expression turned extraordinarily serious. If the outside world discovers you possess a living cub of the sure-Yun beast, do you understand the consequences? It would invite insatiable greed and madness. Those great families, those nefarious organizations, would stop at nothing to seize Xiaohe. At that point, you would face a cataclysm. Teacher AI Yin's words echoed the warnings previously given by Teacher Sushi. A common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure is a crime. Lu He clenched his fists. He understood that from this moment forth, his fate was irrevocably intertwined with Xiaohe's. He not only had to grow stronger, but must do so with utmost urgency. Strong enough to protect this seemingly fragile companion, who harbored earth-shattering secrets. Teacher, I comprehend. Lu He nodded earnestly. I have another discovery. Teacher AI Yin opened another data chart. Through analyzing Xiaohe's energy structure, I have finally discerned its racial characteristics. Racial characteristics? Indeed, each spirit beast possesses its own unique racial traits. For instance, the characteristic of the swift-winged falcon is wind wings, which enhances speed in windy conditions. As for Xiaohe's characteristic, Teacher AI Yin's eyes sparkled with fervor. It is Shadow Sovereign. As one of the primordial dark spirit beasts, the sure-Yun beast possesses the ability to utilize all shadow skills. What? Lu He was genuinely astonished this time. The ability to use all shadow skills? This characteristic is utterly extraordinary. Lu He, from this day forth, we must alter our training approach for Xiaohe. What it requires is not merely physical and skill training, but the guidance of energy and the activation of its bloodline. I will assist you in researching all available information regarding ancient dark spirit beasts, crafting a brand new training regimen exclusively for the sure-Yun beast. Teacher AI Yin's words opened a gateway to a new world for Lu He. He looked down at Xiaohe, his heart brimming with anticipation. Sure-Yun beast, Xiaohe, what heights can your future truly attain? At that moment, a voice broadcasted from outside the laboratory. The special experimental class leader election is about to commence. All contestants, please assemble immediately at Battle Arena 1. Repeating once more. The competition is about to begin. Teacher AI Yin slapped his forehead. Hurry, Lu He. Let everyone witness the prowess of the sure-Yun beast. He was even more excited than Lu He himself. Lu He smiled, cradling Xiaohe as he exited the laboratory. His gaze became resolutely determined. He was determined to secure the position of class leader. This was not merely for honor, but to proclaim to all that he, Lu He, possessed the capability to protect his companion. He arrived at Battle Arena 1, which was already teeming with people. Not only were students from the experimental class present, but many others from different classes and teachers had also come, eager to witness this clash of talents. In the center of the arena stood Ling, arms crossed, her expression impassive. Upon seeing Lu He approach, she merely cast a fleeting glance. The first match of the group. She picked up the battle roster and announced in her cold voice. Lu He versus Zhou Kai. A tall, somewhat bumbling boy stepped forward from the group. He scratched his head, smiling shyly at Lu He. Lu He, please be gentle. I am a friend of Yun Feng. He stole a glance at Yun Feng, who was standing nearby. Lu He followed his gaze, locking eyes with Yun Feng's provocative and mocking expression. In an instant, Lu He understood. This fellow was sent by Yun Feng to test his strength. Having defeated Yun Feng more than once, his obsession with Lu He was truly profound. Quite intriguing. Lu He's lips curled into a slight smile. He embraced Xiaohe and stepped onto the battlefield. Chapter 31. Overwhelming Victory. Zhou Kai? That name rings a bell. He recalled that on the class roster. This fellow was positioned at the very end. In the group, besides him and Yun Feng, the remaining three, Li Hao, Sun Qian, and Zhou Kai, were all students who ranked lower in the entrance examinations. Zhou Kai walked to the center of the arena, appearing somewhat anxious, unsure where to place his hands. Lu He, I just want to have a friendly spar with you, so please go easy on me. Rest assured, Lu He replied with a smile. This fellow is quite earnest. I have always believed in winning hearts with virtue. The surrounding students could not help but chuckle at this remark. Win hearts with virtue. When you had Yun Feng's swift-winged falcon drenched like a drowned rat, there was no sign of virtue then. Both sides prepare. Ling's icy voice interrupted the murmurs from the sidelines. Summon your spirit beasts. Zhou Kai took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for something, and raised his hand to summon his spirit beast. A flash of light revealed a monkey, nearly human-sized, appearing in the arena. This monkey was covered in blue and white fur, its long tail ending in a crystalline ice tip. Its eyes were lively, curiously surveying its surroundings. Ice water monkey. Attribute: ice water. Rank: peak of the juvenile stage. Individual value: the ice water monkey, a rather common elemental spirit beast, excels in utilizing both ice and water energies for attacks, possessing decent control abilities, albeit somewhat fragile in constitution. Judging by its aura, This ice water monkey is not far from advancing, indicating that Zhou Kai's family has invested considerable resources. Xiaohei stepped forward from behind Lu He, yawning. It cast a nonchalant glance at the ice water monkey opposite. The ice water monkey sensed the aura emanating from Xiaohei and emitted a series of alerting chirps. The match begins. Ling declared decisively. Ice water monkey, use ice spear. Zhou Kai immediately launched an attack. Aware of the strength disparity between himself and Xiaohei, he knew he had to strike first. The ice water monkey clasped its hands before its chest, and the moisture in the air rapidly condensed, forming a dozen sharp ice spears about half a meter long, which shot towards Xiaohei with a whoosh. Quite swift. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. This move, ice spear technique, demonstrated both quick condensation and launch speed, indicating that Zhou Kai had indeed practiced diligently. How will Lu He respond? Surely he will use the phasing technique, right? That move is rather crafty. Hard to say. Ice-type skills carry a slowing effect, and if he gets grazed, his speed could be compromised, just as the crowd speculated. Lu He's command took everyone by surprise. Xiaohei Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth? What sort of skill is that? I've never heard of it. At the moment when the ice spear was about to strike Xiaohei, an astonishing scene unfolded. Xiaohei's body unexpectedly melted into a puddle of ink, vanishing into the shadows of the ground without a trace. It simply disappeared into thin air. The numerous ice spears landed in the void, creating shallow pits on the hard battlefield. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, dumbfounded by the empty space before them. Where was the person? Where was the dog? What on earth was this skill? Was it a form of earth escape technique? No, it was the shadow. It had slipped into the shadows. Not only the students, but even the teachers observing from the sidelines, including Ling, displayed expressions of shock. Teacher AI Yin was trembling with excitement, gripping the railing tightly, muttering to herself, "Yes, this is it." One of the fundamental abilities of the moon-devouring shadow beast recorded in the murals, Shadow Stealth. My goodness, I am witnessing this firsthand. Zhou Kai was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the solitary shadow on the ground. How could they fight now, when the opponent had directly slipped into a two-dimensional space? Ice water monkey. Watch your feet. As a beast master, Zhou Kai quickly regained his composure and loudly warned his pet. However, it was too late. Just as the ice water monkey looked around in confusion, a shadow beneath its feet suddenly twitched. Then, a claw composed entirely of pure dark energy shot out from the shadow, accurately grasping at the ice water monkey's ankle. Shadow claw. Eek. The ice water monkey let out a terrified shriek, attempting to leap away, but the shadow claw was too swift. With a sickening sound, the claw dug into the ice water monkey's ankle, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone, while the black shadow energy invaded its body like a parasite. The ice water monkey stumbled and fell to the ground. Now, shadow mist. Lu He's command echoed once more. Xiaohei leaped from the shadows, opening its mouth to unleash a plume of even denser and darker black mist than before, enveloping the fallen ice water monkey and a vast area around it. The spectators outside lost all visibility of the arena, only able to see a swirling mass of black fog. Again with this move, Yun Feng clenched his fists in frustration from the sidelines. Last time, his Gale Falcon had suffered greatly under this attack. Zhou Kai was about to lose. Long Yuer's cold voice rang out beside him. Her gaze pierced through the layers of black mist, seemingly able to see everything happening inside. In the mist, Ice Water Monkey, quickly use Blizzard. Blow the fog away. Zhou Kai shouted anxiously. The Ice Water Monkey, enduring the excruciating pain in its foot, struggled to cast its skill. However, a flash of black lightning zipped past it. It was Xiaohei. Within the black mist, it moved with the grace of a fish in water, reaching an incredible speed. Another shadow claw. This time, the target was the Ice Water Monkey's hands, which were gathering energy. With a sickening sound, the Ice Water Monkey's skill was abruptly interrupted, its hands lacerated and bleeding profusely. Immediately after, Xiaohei's figure flickered like a ghost around the Ice Water Monkey, each appearance accompanied by a spray of blood. Shadow claw, more shadow claws. In the black mist, only the Ice Water Monkey's painful cries and the sound of claws tearing flesh could be heard. The students outside felt their scalps tingle. This was a one-sided massacre. So cruel. Enough. Ling's icy voice once again resonated throughout the arena. The black mist enveloping the battlefield, as if responding to her command, swiftly receded, ultimately being absorbed back into Xiaohei's body. The scene within the arena reappeared before everyone's eyes. The Ice Water Monkey lay on the ground, covered in wounds and utterly devoid of combat capability, its eyes filled with fear. In contrast, Xiaohei stood elegantly to the side, licking its paw, pristine and unblemished. Not a single hair out of place. It was a complete and utter domination. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it lasted less than a minute. The arena was enveloped in a deathly silence. Everyone gazed at Lu He and the seemingly harmless Xiao He at his feet with expressions akin to that of observing a monster. If the last victory over Yun Feng had some tactical and unexpected elements, this one was purely a demonstration of overwhelming superiority. Lu He victory. Ling announced the result with a blank expression, yet a flicker of shock, one she was unaware of, shone in her eyes. How many secrets did this boy, emerging from an orphanage, and his mysterious pet still conceal? What on earth did I just witness? That shadow stealth is utterly insane. How can one possibly contend against that? Is this the strength of the top scorer in the entrance examination? Terrifying. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. The students' gazes towards Lu He transformed from awe to profound fear. This guy was no genius. He was a monster. Zhou Kai, in despair, cradled his trembling ice water monkey, approached Lu He, opened his mouth, but words failed him. Ultimately, he just bowed deeply and hurriedly exited the battlefield. He had been thoroughly defeated. Lu He watched his retreating figure, then glanced at Yun Feng, whose expression was dark enough to drip water. He smiled, holding Xiao He, and descended from the arena. His gaze fell upon the team on the other side. Long Yuer was quietly observing him, and for the first time, fierce battle intent ignited in her cool eyes. Chapter 32, quite dashing. The battlefield was shrouded in deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was magnetically drawn to the boy who descended the arena with Xiao He in his arms, exuding an air of nonchalance. Domination. If the previous battle against Yun Feng had been a victory of strategy and unexpected skills, this one was a pure, unadulterated, suffocating display of strength. From the enigmatic shadow stealth to the ruthless hunt within shadow mist, the entire process flowed seamlessly, embodying the essence of violent beauty. Zhou Kai's ice water monkey, a peak elementary level spirit beast, appeared as fragile as parchment before Xiao He. Lu He victory. Ling's cold voice announced the result, pulling everyone back from their shock. Her gaze towards Lu He now carried a hint of inquiry. What other secrets did this boy, emerging from the orphanage, and his mysterious pet still conceal? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. What on earth was that shadow stealth? Did it literally shift into 2 dimensions? How can one fight against that? So underhanded. It was simply an assassin's divine skill. Who would dare to engage in ground combat against dark-type spirit beasts henceforth? Is this the true worth of the top scorer in the entrance examination? Terrifying indeed. The students' gazes towards Lu He had irrevocably changed. From initial disdain and scrutiny to subsequent awe, and now, sheer terror. This guy was no genius. He was a monster in human guise. Zhou Kai, utterly defeated, clutched his shivering ice water monkey and hurriedly exited the arena. He lacked the courage to even glance at Lu He again. He had been thoroughly subdued. Completely and utterly subdued. Lu He paid no heed to the surrounding discussions. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing on the distant figure of Yun Feng. The young master of the Yunhai family wore an expression that defied description. It was a mix of shock, unwillingness, confusion, ultimately settling into a desolate ash-gray despair. Shadow stealth. The inexplicable ability to infiltrate, the commanding presence that dominated the shadows. Yun Feng pondered, if it were he standing on the arena today, how many seconds could his swift gale falcon endure against this maneuver? The answer was, not longer than the ice water monkey. The disparity had grown so vast that he felt devoid of any jealousy. At that moment, Lu He approached him, cradling the little black creature in his arms. The remaining 2 competitors instinctively took a step back, yielding to this formidable presence. Are we still going to fight? Lu He inquired in an unperturbed tone, as casual as asking if one had eaten. The entourage beside Yun Feng attempted to utter some harsh words, but upon meeting Lu He's calm gaze, they felt as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, leaving them utterly speechless. Yun Feng lifted his head, fixating on Lu He. After a long pause, the flames in his eyes gradually extinguished. He released his tightly clenched fists, as if all strength had been drained from his being. I concede. The 3 words emerged from his lips, hoarse and dry. The battlefield fell silent once more. Concede? The proud, imperious Yun Feng had voluntarily surrendered? This was even more shocking than Lu He's earlier crushing defeat of Zhou Kai. Not merely in this match, Yun Feng took a deep breath, as though summoning all his strength, and turned towards the class teacher, Ling, bowing deeply. Teacher Shun, I wish to withdraw from the class monitor elections. Moreover, I request a 6-month leave of absence for specialized training. This decision left everyone gasping in astonishment. Withdrawing from the election? Requesting leave for training? This signified that he was relinquishing all resources and courses in the special experimental class for the next 6 months. What immense determination and courage this required. Ling regarded Yun Feng, and for the first time, a glimmer of approval flickered in her cold eyes. To know shame and strive for progress. This young master, though proud, is not beyond redemption. Very well, Ling nodded. I grant your request. I hope to see a different you in 6 months. Thank you, teacher. Yun Feng bowed once more, then turned to cast one last glance at Lu He. In his gaze, there was no longer hostility or resentment, only a chilling resolve, as unyielding as tempered steel. Lu He, wait for me. Next time, I will personally dethrone you from your lofty perch. With that, he departed the scene without a backward glance. Lu He observed his retreating figure, stroking his chin. This guy, he seemed somewhat handsome. His words instantly shattered the tense atmosphere, eliciting laughter from several students around. With Yun Feng's withdrawal, the match lost its suspense. The remaining 2 competitors wisely chose to forfeit. Lu He emerged victorious with an undefeated record. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Yuer similarly swept through all opponents with overwhelming force, claiming the top spot. All right, the elections conclude here, Ling announced. 2 days from now, at 9 in the morning, on Arena 1. Her gaze swept between Lu He and Long Yuer. The final showdown, Lu He versus Long Yuer. As these names were uttered in conjunction, all students felt their breaths quicken. One was a grassroots sensation with a crushing demeanor, the other, an enigmatic prodigy of unmatched prowess. This would be the pinnacle duel since the inception of the special experimental class. Lu He's gaze met Long Yuer's once more. This time, he discerned a reflection of himself within her cool eyes. A thirst for victory, a respect for strength, and the spirit of worthy opponents surged between them. The flames of battle ignited. A woo? Little Black stirred in Lu He's embrace, sensing the faint, challenging aura emanating from the little light butterfly dragon. It licked its lips, a glimmer of light flashing in its purple eyes. The clash of light and darkness was set to unfold in 2 days. Yun Feng's nonchalant departure stirred considerable waves within the special experimental class. Some admired his decisiveness, while others mocked his cowardice. Yet the majority focused their attention on the impending final battle. Lu He and Long Yuer. These names would become the most discussed topics in the prestigious Jinwu First Beastmaster High School over the next 2 days. Various speculations and betting pools quietly emerged among the students' private conversations. I bet Long Yuer will win. Her pet, the little light butterfly dragon, possesses both light and dragon attributes, which counter Lu He's dark-type puppy. Not so fast. Lu He's shadow stealth is exceedingly formidable. Even if he can't win, he can evade and remain undefeated. Come on, the light attribute skills have a vast range and come with purifying effects. Under the brilliance, shadow stealth might be rendered powerless. Chapter 33, The Ultimate Elixir. Amidst the external clamor, Lu He remained undistracted. These 2 days, he devoted all his time to training and preparation. He did not frequent the usual training grounds, but instead visited AI Yin's laboratory first. Come, Little Black, open wide, At that moment, teacher AI Yin, clad in a white lab coat and thick goggles, carefully fed Little Black from a jade bowl emitting an extraordinary aroma. Inside was a viscous, dark purple substance resembling jelly, adorned with scattered star-like granules. Upon catching a whiff, Little Black's eyes sparkled, its tail wagging like a rattle as it gulped down the contents of the bowl, licking its lips in satisfaction. Teacher AI Yin, what exactly is this? It looks like some dark cuisine. Lu He inquired curiously from the side. What dark cuisine? This is my labor of love, AI Yin exclaimed, puffing out his chest in pride. I took the blood sample of Little Black you provided and conducted an in-depth analysis with the ancestral dark-type gene data from my database. After combining it with 32 rare dark-type materials and simmering it for 49 hours, I finally condensed this bowl of dark moonstar essence soup. His face beamed with pride. This concoction maximally replenishes shadow energy, nourishes the bloodline, and awakens the latent power of the moon-eating shadow beast within Little Black. I don't understand. Lu He replied succinctly. Cough. AI Yin cleared his throat. It's a great tonic. A super tonic. 1 bowl is worth 100 boxes of those high-grade energy cubes. Lu He's eyes lit up. Wow, isn't this the legendary divine food? He observed Little Black after it finished eating. Its entire body was enveloped in a faint black mist, its fur gleaming, and its aura visibly thickened, confirming AI Yin's claims. Teacher, is this expensive? Lu He rubbed his hands together, revealing a merchant-like grin. Expensive? It's beyond expensive. AI Yin lamented, pounding his thigh. I invested my entire research budget for this month into it. You brat, once you become class monitor and secure more resources, you must compensate me well. Absolutely. Lu He chuckled. He understood that teacher AI Yin was supporting him in his own way. He would remember this kindness. Having satisfied their hunger, it was time to train. AI Yin had initially promised him that for the next 2 years, he would have access to all training resources at the school, including advanced training grounds, energy recovery rooms, and special nutritional meals, until AI Yin checked his account balance and realized he had no savings left, as he had devoted it all to research. including the significant elixir he had just provided to Little Black, which nearly drained his funds. Witnessing AI incompletely forget the promises made to him, Louis could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. However, he acknowledged that AI had indeed assisted him significantly, and thus he resolved to strive for those resources on his own. Subsequently, Louis refrained from allowing Xiao He to engage in conventional skill training, instead opting to review all the footage from Long Yuer's previous matches, studying it repeatedly. Look, Xiao He, Louis pointed at the holographic projection displaying the delicate, luminescent Xiao Guang Dai Long. This creature is our nemesis. Xiao Guang Dai Long. Attribute: Light Dragon. Rank: Peak of Juvenile Stage. Individual value. In terms of attributes, rank. An individual value. Xiao Guang Dai Long overwhelmingly suppressed Xiao He. Its skills predominantly consisted of area effect light spells. Ripple of Light. Releases concentric light waves centered on itself, dispelling all negative states and concealment effects. Holy Light Ray. Emits a highly penetrating beam from its mouth, dealing double damage to dark-type creatures. Light Prison. Constructs a cage of light energy to trap opponents. Do you see? Ripple of Light specifically counters your Shadow Stealth and Shadow Mist. Once enveloped in its radiance, your two core strategies become futile. Louis's expression was grave. Moreover, Holy Light Ray and Light Prison, one offering high burst damage and the other providing strong control, when combined, leave us with little room to retaliate. Xiao He looked at the butterfly on the screen, growling in defiance. Do not be disheartened. This is the reality. Louis gently tapped its head. Thus, we cannot engage it in a positional battle, nor allow ourselves to be drawn into its rhythm. What is our advantage? A glint of determination flashed in Louis's eyes. It is speed, it is burst, it is the resolve for a decisive strike. We shall have but one opportunity. In the fleeting moment between its skill transitions, we will resolve the battle with our swiftest speed and our most potent attack. Louis's strategy was straightforward yet audacious. He was betting on Xiao He's speed surpassing the spread of light. He was wagering that Xiao He's burst could shatter its individual defenses in an instant. Over the past 2 days, all his training revolved around these 2 points. Teacher AI Yin also utilized the laboratory's equipment to simulate various lighting conditions, training Xiao He's stealth and ambush capabilities under intense illumination. Time quietly slipped away amid this tense and fulfilling preparation. On the morning of the decisive day, Louis opened his eyes to the dawn light outside. He did not rise immediately, but instead took a moment to savor the flow of spiritual energy within him. After this period of cultivation, his reservoir of spiritual power had expanded significantly, now able to support Xiao He in unleashing more shadow projectiles. Meanwhile, in his embrace, Xiao He, nourished by dark moon star essence soup, had also reached the pinnacle of the mid-juvenile stage, just a step away from the late stage. Are you ready, partner? Louis inquired, glancing down. Ow! Xiao He raised its head, nuzzling against his chin, its violet eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Very well, let us proceed. Louis stood up and opened the door. Let us seize what rightfully belongs to us, the first place. He cradled Xiao He, striding purposefully towards the number 1 battlefield. Greeted by the rising sun. Behind him, the entire Jinwu First Beastmaster High School buzzed with anticipation for the impending confrontation. At the number 1 battlefield, the area was already teeming with spectators, every seat occupied. Not only students from the special experimental class, but also those from regular classes, senior students, and even several teachers who had rushed over upon hearing the news, packed the grand viewing platform to capacity. Excitement and anticipation radiated from every face. They've arrived. Lu He and Long Yuer are here. As a gasp echoed through the crowd, all eyes turned to the 2 entrances of the battlefield. From the left, Lu He entered, cradling Xiao He, his expression calm. He maintained his usual slightly laid-back demeanor, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll in the park rather than participating in a match to determine the class champion. Yet, anyone who had witnessed his prowess in battle dared not underestimate him. This seemingly harmless lazy lion could unleash a thunderous force once it revealed its fangs. From the right, Long Yuer made her entrance, clad in a flowing white dress. She exuded an ethereal grace, her beauty reminiscent of a snow lotus untouched by the dust of the world, elegant and isolated. Her appearance momentarily hushed the raucous crowd. Many boys gazed at her with admiration and infatuation. The 2 stood at opposite ends of the arena, gazing at one another. It felt as though invisible sparks of electricity crackled in the air. Prepare yourselves. Shunling's icy voice echoed throughout the venue, drawing everyone's attention back to the competition. Summon your beasts. Lu He gently placed Xiao He on the ground. Owl. Xiao He yawned, stretched, and lazily lifted its head to face the opponent. Meanwhile, a radiant glow enveloped Long Yuer's side. An exceptionally resplendent creature materialized in midair. Its size was comparable to Xiao He, yet it boasted a pair of magnificent butterfly wings, adorned with intricate golden patterns. Each flutter scattered glimmers of golden light. Its body resembled that of a young dragon from Western mythology, cloaked in fine white scales, exuding a graceful and smooth silhouette. Atop its head rested a pair of petite golden dragon horns, and its golden vertical pupils radiated sanctity and authority. Xiao Guang Dai Long. This was Long Yuer's beast, an exceedingly rare spirit beast possessing both light and dragon attributes. Its emergence elicited gasps of awe and admiration throughout the venue. It is stunning. Is this truly Long Yuer's beast? It is nothing short of a masterpiece. Not only is it beautiful, can you feel the pure essence of light energy? I feel as though my very soul has been purified. Xiao He, observing the luminous butterfly gliding through the air, scoffed dismissively. Such flamboyance. Xiao Guang Dai Long also took notice of Xiao He, its proud golden vertical pupils flashing with disdain. A pure dark-type creature, before its radiant power, was akin to a mere, trifling insect. The match begins, Ling swiftly declared, providing no further time for confrontation. Xiao Guang Dai Long, ripple of light. Almost instantaneously upon the judge's command, Long Yuer issued her directive. She opted for an aggressive strategy similar to that of Zhou Kai, yet her intentions diverged entirely. Buzz. Xiao Guang Dai Long's splendid wings flared dramatically. A visible circle of golden light radiated from its center, expanding like ripples on water, enveloping a significant portion of the battlefield. Wherever the ring passed, the air filled with a warm and sacred aura. Not good. Outside the battlefield, Teacher AI Yin's expression shifted. This move, seemingly devoid of lethality, was the bane of all stealth and concealment skills. It would mark and dispel all shadow energy within the vicinity. Indeed, just as the golden ring was about to sweep across Xiao He, Lu He's command rang out. Xiao He Shadow Stealth. Xiao He's form instantly transformed into a puddle of ink, attempting to merge into the ground's shadows. However, just as half of its body melded into the darkness, the golden ripple approached. Sizzle. Like hot oil meeting cold water, the shadow Xiao He had submerged into emitted a searing sound under the golden light, releasing puffs of white smoke. Ow! Xiao He let out a cry of pain, violently expelled from the shadows, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Several patches of its fur bore singed marks. Shadow stealth has failed, or rather, it has been forcibly interrupted. The audience erupted in astonishment. Oh my! Lu He's most cunning maneuver has been unraveled. The light attribute indeed proves to be the nemesis of the shadow attribute. How can they fight now? It's over. Lu He's trump card has been rendered useless, and the outcome of this battle seems certain. Lu He's heart sank heavily. He had anticipated that shadow stealth might be countered, but he never imagined it would be so thoroughly defeated. Long Yuer maintained her cool demeanor, as if everything were as per her calculations. Her assault showed no signs of abating. The sacred light ray, those chilling 4 words, sounded like a decree from the Grim Reaper. The small light butterfly dragon opened its petite mouth, and a beam of golden light, even more solid and blinding than the previous halo, instantly coalesced, shooting towards the recently stabilized Xiao He with breathtaking speed. This strike was executed with such swiftness that Lu He could not even issue a second command. Xiao He could only rely on its combat instincts to forcibly twist its body. With a whoosh, the sacred light ray grazed Xiao He's shoulder, leaving behind a bottomless, melting hole on the hard battleground. Meanwhile, a terrifying penetrating wound appeared on Xiao He's shoulder, where blood did not flow. Instead, under the purifying power of the golden light, it continued to dissolve and vaporize. A howl of agony escaped Xiao He's lips. Total suppression. From the start of the match until now, less than 30 seconds had passed. Lu He and Xiao He had been thoroughly dominated by Long Yuer's small light butterfly dragon. They hadn't even managed a single effective counterattack. Is this the strength of the second-ranked student? This is the despairing gap brought about by individual values and attribute countering. Xiao He. Lu He's heart raced as he beheld that horrific wound on Xiao He's shoulder. It was no ordinary injury. The purifying power of the light was incessantly destroying Xiao He's bodily tissues, preventing it from self-recovery. If not addressed swiftly, that arm could be lost. Surrender, Lu He. Long Yuer's cold voice drifted from across the arena. Your pet's attribute is too severely countered by mine. Continuing the fight will only lead to irreversible, permanent damage for it. Her tone was devoid of mockery, merely stating the facts with a calm demeanor. To her, this battle had already concluded. The spectators outside shared the same sentiment. Alas, it's over. The disparity in strength is too great. Attribute countering is truly insurmountable, despite the defeat. Lu He still holds honor. Indeed, forcing Long Yuer to use 2 moves is already quite remarkable. Teacher AI Ing gripped the railing nervously, her palms slick with sweat. Ling remained expressionless, yet a trace of imperceptible regret flickered in her icy gaze. Is this how the highly anticipated pinnacle duel is to conclude? With such an anticlimactic end? Surrender? Lu He lifted his head, grinning broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. We can only fight to the death. We cannot be beaten down like cowards and concede. Chapter 35, Breakthrough. Lu He's gaze, far from exhibiting any despair, ignited with an even more fervent flame. The more adverse the circumstances, the more it fueled his fighting spirit. Xiaohei, can you still stand? He asked in a low voice, though his heart raced with anxiety. How could they turn the tide when they couldn't utilize any skills? A howl. Xiaohei, enduring excruciating pain, managed to support itself on 3 legs, swaying unsteadily as it rose. It fixed its gaze on the small light butterfly dragon in midair, its purple eyes devoid of fear, only filled with a wild, beast-like frenzy. A primal and ruthless aura began to emanate from its diminutive body. Long Yuer's brows slightly furrowed. She sensed a hint of danger from that little black dog. Is it an illusion? Since you are so obstinate, Long Yuer's expression turned cold once more. Then I shall have to render you completely incapable of fighting. Small light butterfly dragon, light prison. She ceased holding back and directly employed her control skill. The small light butterfly dragon flapped its wings, scattering golden light points throughout the air, which swiftly converged around Xiaohei, forming a cubic prison composed of pure light energy, trapping Xiaohei within. This is bad. Lu He's heart tightened. They have been restrained. The final strike, Sacred Light Ray. Long Yuer's command followed swiftly. The small light butterfly dragon opened its mouth again, as a devastating golden beam began to gather. It intended to thoroughly purify the Xiaohei trapped within the cage. It's over. These 2 words surged in everyone's hearts. Trapped in an unavoidable prison, taking a counter-attribute ultimate move head-on. Even an elite-level spirit beast would be gravely injured on the spot. However, in this critical moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred that no one had anticipated. Xiaohei, confined within the light prison, did not struggle. Instead, it closed its eyes. Its body trembled violently from pain and fury. On its shoulder, the searing light power, like a parasite, incessantly stimulated its nerves, awakening a switch deep within its bloodline. The immense energy that teacher AI Yin had infused into it with dark moon star essence soup, over these days erupted like a dormant volcano. Triggered by this foreign light power. Boom. An indescribable surge erupted from the depths of Xiaohei's soul. Countless shattered and ancient images flashed through its mind. It was a torn sky, with a black moon hanging high in the heavens. The ground was littered with corpses, and countless powerful spirit beasts cowered in fear. A terrifying giant beast, resembling a wolf dog and blocking out the sun, howled to the sky. On its forehead was a remarkably clear silver crescent mark, identical to that of Xiaohei. Behind it lay an endless realm of shadows, with billions of shadowy creatures roaring and howling. That was its ancestor. That was an indelible memory inscribed in its bloodline. The pride of the moon-devouring celestial shadow beast, reigning supreme. Mere light dares to boast before me. Roar. A roar filled with boundless majesty and brutality, entirely disproportionate to its small frame, erupted violently from within the light prison. This roar transcended the plaintive howls of a puppy, resonating as if it were an ancient, primordial roar that could shake the very soul. Following this, a visibly denser surge of black shadow energy, exceeding tenfold, erupted from Xiaohei's body like gushing oil. Boom. The seemingly indestructible light prison began to crack under the overwhelming force of the dark energy, producing a cacophony of breaking sounds, its surface riddled with fissures. What? For the first time, Long Yuer's eternally stoic face exhibited a look of shock. The sacred light ray that the small light butterfly dragon had concentrated was interrupted due to this sudden turn of events. The audience outside stood up in unison, staring in disbelief at this astonishing scene unfolding before them. What is happening? Has it suddenly powered up? Such terrifying dark energy. What sort of creature is that little dog? Teacher AI Yin trembled with excitement, gripping the railing tightly, murmuring, "It's here. It's here. This is it. The resonance of bloodlines. The awakening of ancient memories." Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the torrent of black energy reached its zenith. Then, it suddenly drew inward, all rushing back into Xiaohei's body. The light prison shattered, transforming into a flurry of luminous particles. As the smoke cleared, the scene in the center of the battleground re-emerged before everyone's eyes. Xiaohei remained standing there. However, its aura had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. If one were to liken its former self to an innocuous little pup, then its present form resembles an ancient beast unleashed from shackles. This aura, on the observation platform, Xun Ling's icy gaze abruptly narrowed, and her hands, which had been clasped tightly against her chest, fell to her sides involuntarily. She fixated intently on the small black creature in the arena, her expression finally betraying a grave concern. Late-stage juvenile? No, this pressure is already teetering on the brink of its zenith. It has broken through during combat. Not just her, everyone could sense the transformation of the small black creature. Its size seemed largely unchanged, yet its fur had morphed into the deepest abyss of night, devoid of any glimmer, as if it could devour all light. The wound on its shoulder, pierced by a ray of holy light, was now visibly mending at an astonishing rate, tendrils of dark mist entwining around it, greedily consuming and purifying the lingering remnants of light. Most astonishing were its eyes. Those violet orbs now held a depth akin to swirling nebulae, no longer reflecting innocence or belligerence, but rather an indifference and authority befitting a sovereign. It was as if a slumbering monarch had awakened, disturbed by the provocations of mere ants. With a low, rumbling growl, the small black creature slowly raised its head, its aura escalating once more. A primordial force, arising from the depths of its bloodline, surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, relentlessly washing over its limbs and sinews. Late-stage juvenile. It was but a step away from reaching the pinnacle of its juvenile stage. It was still growing stronger. The students outside the arena gasped in disbelief. Long Yuer's countenance also shifted to an unprecedented seriousness. She could feel the pressure emanating from the black pup multiplying exponentially. There was no time to waste. It must be defeated before it completes its metamorphosis. Xiao Guang Dai Long, Dai Wu Guang Ren. Long Yuer decisively launched her attack. Invoking the racial skill of the Xiao Guang Dai Long, a dual attribute skill combining light and dragon attributes. The Xiao Guang Dai Long's wings flared vigorously, summoning countless crescent-shaped blades of light, resplendent like butterflies, sweeping toward the small black creature in a deluge. This indiscriminate area attack sealed off all avenues of escape for the small black creature. Faced with this torrent of light blades, Lu He's heart leaped into his throat. He was about to command the small black creature to endure with phasing. However, the small black creature moved faster than his command. It stood its ground against the dazzling and lethal storm of light blades, unwavering. It merely opened its mouth. An Ing Ji Wu, a cloud of black mist, denser and deeper than ever before, erupted from its mouth like a volcanic eruption. This mist was no longer merely obscuring vision. It emanated a potent aura of corrosion and devouring. The myriad light blades pierced into the black mist, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, instantly swallowed and dissolved by the roiling darkness, not even stirring a ripple. Within mere seconds, the center of the battlefield was enveloped in an impenetrable shroud of darkness. What? This scene once again shattered everyone's perception. An Ing Ji Wu could actually consume light-based skills? Long Yuer was utterly stunned. For the first time, her Xiao Guang Dai Long had lost its lock on the target. Just as her confusion set in, the thick black mist began to writhe violently. A bolt of black lightning, striking without warning from the edge of the black mist, surged toward the Xiao Guang Dai, long suspended in midair. It was the small black creature. It had launched a surprise attack under the cover of the mist. Its speed had increased exponentially, so rapid that most onlookers could only catch a fleeting shadow. Xiao Guang Dai Long, be cautious. Long Yuer shouted anxiously. The Xiao Guang Dai Long, relying on its combat instincts, hastily conjured a shield of light in front of itself. However, it was too late. The small black creature's form appeared like a phantom, instantaneously at the side of the light shield. Its claws, unbeknownst to Wen, had coalesced with potent shadow energy. An Ingzhua, with a piercing sound. The claws savagely tore through the Xiao Guang Dai Long's magnificent wings. Golden blood instantly stained half the sky. The Xiao Guang Dai Long emitted a cry of agony, losing its balance and plummeting from the air. But that was not the end. Lu He's eyes sparkled with excitement. The small black creature pressed its advantage, shadow stealth. Just as the Xiao Guang Dai Long began to fall, the ground beneath it transformed into a murky darkness. It was the small black creature. In the moment of its successful strike, it seamlessly melded into the ground, launching a second attack. A colossal claw, entirely composed of pure shadow, erupted from the earth, accurately reaching for the falling Xiao Guang Dai Long. The flawless combination of shadow stealth and an Ing Zhua. In that instant, the tide of battle had completely shifted. Chapter 36, Darkness and Light. A piercing lament echoed throughout the venue, with golden blood cascading like shattered stars from the sky. The once resplendent wings of the Xiao Guang Dai Long were now marred with deep claw marks, hanging limply, unable to maintain their graceful flight. It lost its balance, spiraling toward the ground. The arena fell into a hushed silence. All eyes widened, hearts gripped by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. What transpired? Just moments ago, that little black pup was confined within a cage of light, awaiting its fate of purification. Yet now, it had assumed a commanding presence, forcefully dragging the once mighty Xiao Guang Dai Long from the skies. What remarkable speed! What a ferocious attack! When did it burst forth from the black mist? The students on the observation platform finally regained their voices from the shock, erupting into incredulous exclamations. They had merely seen a fleeting black shadow dart out from the mist, too swift for the eye to capture. The next moment, the Xiao Guang Dai Long was grievously injured. It was a victory. It was on the brink of triumph. Teacher AI Yin trembled with excitement, gripping the railing tightly, his face flushed from exhilaration, repeatedly murmuring about the awakening of bloodlines. The moon-devouring shadow beast's abilities would be immensely amplified in the shadows. Ling had long since lowered her clasped hands, her previously icy gaze now filled with astonishment. She had witnessed clearly. At the moment the small black creature launched its attack, it did not charge in a straight line, but executed an extraordinarily peculiar, inertia-defying right angle turn under the cover of the mist, perfectly circumventing the hastily assembled shield of light, delivering a fatal blow from its weakest flank. This was not mere speed. It was an exquisite mastery over space and shadow. But that was not all. On the battlefield, Lu He's voice suddenly soared, brimming with pent-up excitement. He and the small black creature were now intricately linked in spirit. He could distinctly feel the relentless power surging within the small black creature, a force stemming from the primordial chaos. Small black creature, press the advantage, shadow stealth. Just as the Xiao Guang Dai Long began to descend, the ground beneath it came alive with shadows. This shadow was no longer a mere obstruction of light, but transformed into an unfathomable black marsh, exuding a sinister aura. It was the small black creature. At the moment of its successful strike, it showed no signs of hesitation, fully integrating into the ground, launching a second seamless attack. A giant claw, entirely composed of pure shadow, erupted from the dark marsh, precisely reaching for the falling, defenseless Xiao Guang Dai Long. The perfect fusion of Yingzi Qianxing and Inying Zhua. In this moment, the tides of battle have completely reversed. Xiao Guang Dai Long. Long Yuer's cool voice was tinged with urgency for the first time. She could hardly fathom that the situation would undergo such a profound transformation within mere seconds. Confronted with this lethal strike arising from the ground, Xiao Guang Dai Long gritted through the excruciating pain in its wings. A flicker of determination flashing in its golden vertical pupils. It suddenly opened its mouth, not to unleash an attack, but at the last moment before its body was seized by the shadowy claws, it expelled a dazzling orb of golden light. Guangxi Jinghua. This was not an offensive skill, but a wide-ranging supportive ability capable of instantly purifying all negative energy in the vicinity. Boom. The golden orb erupted with a thunderous blast, its gentle and sacred radiance sweeping through the surroundings like a tidal wave. The shadowy giant claw emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with this pure light, rapidly becoming ethereal and dissipating like snow under the scorching sun. The dark force that Xiao He had just unleashed against the light was gradually waning. Yet Xiao Guang Dai Long's pure light still posed a significant challenge to it. Seizing this fleeting moment of respite, Xiao Guang Dai Long clumsily flapped its one remaining intact wing against the ground, barely stabilizing itself and creating distance from the re-emerging Xiao He. Gasping heavily, Xiao Guang Dai Long, with a torn wing rendering it flightless, fixed its golden pupils upon the opposing black creature, its gaze now filled with gravity and caution. Xiao He maintained its indifferent demeanor, slowly licking the remnants of golden blood from its claws, a glint of insatiable cruelty flashing in its deep purple eyes. In its view, this noble-blooded Xiao Guang Dai Long, with its individual value, was merely a slightly tougher prey. It managed to withstand the onslaught. Lu He was somewhat surprised. Yet his fighting spirit surged even higher. This was it. This was the pinnacle duel he had anticipated. If it were to end so swiftly, it would be exceedingly dull. Long Yuer, Lu He raised his head, surveying the arena, locking eyes with the girl in the flowing white dress. Can your Xiao Guang Dai Long fight again? Long Yuer did not respond. She simply extended her hand, gently stroking the top of Xiao Guang Dai Long's head. A wave of gentle spiritual energy emanating from her palm, soothing her partner's anxious emotions. The eternal frost upon her face began to thaw gradually, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. She looked at Lu He, at the now invigorated Xiao He, and for the first time, true flames ignited within her cool gaze. I admit, I underestimated you, Lu He. Her voice lost its coldness, now imbued with solemnity. And I underestimated your beast. However, the battle has only just begun. As her words fell, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her. Xiao Guang Dai Long sensed its master's resolve, letting out a reluctant roar as the remaining light within it began to coalesce once more. The golden flames ignited upon its torn wing, temporarily halting the bleeding and forcibly restoring some mobility. it would finish this battle standing. Come, Long Yuer's eyes sharpened like a blade. Let me see just how strong you are with your awakened ancient bloodline. Xiao Guang Dai Long, Guang Ta Ji Wu. Long Yuer issued an unexpected command. Guang Ta Wu. The signature enhancement skill of light-type spirit beasts. Through a mysterious dance, it significantly enhanced its own attack and speed. Everyone assumed that, given Xiao Guang Dai Long's damaged wings, Long Yuer would opt for defense or control. Yet, she did not. She chose the most vigorous and direct approach to confront the challenge head-on. Under the gaze of all, the flightless Xiao Guang Dai Long began to perform an ancient and sacred dance upon the ground. Its body swayed with an unusual rhythm, golden dragon-shaped phantoms swirling around it. Ascending, finally merging into its being. With each dragon phantom absorbed, its aura grew stronger. The wounds upon its body seemed to dull under the power of Guang Taji Wu, reigniting the fighting spirit in its golden pupils. Insanity. She has lost her mind. With a broken wing, she still chose to enhance with Guang Taji Wu. What does she intend to do? Engage that monster in ground combat. Xiao Guang Dai Long is a flying artillery platform. Fighting on the ground is akin to courting death. The audience struggled to comprehend Long Yuer's choice. But Lu He understood. Long Yuer was responding to his challenge in her own way. She aimed to defeat the equally formidable Xiao He with the strongest stance. This was the pride of the strong. How intriguing. Lu He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. If that is the case, then let us see this through to the end. Xiao He, let it witness our power. Enying Ji Wu, engulf the arena. Roar. Xiao He howled skyward. A more intense and colossal darkness surging forth than ever before. This time, the black mist did not coalesce in one location, but spread across the battleground like a living tide. In mere seconds, half the arena was consumed by this impenetrable dark domain. Xiao He stood at the boundary between darkness and light, akin to a sovereign of the night. Meanwhile, Xiao Guang Dai Long's Guang Taji Wu had reached completion. Its momentum peaked, golden flames blazing fiercely upon its form, dispelling the surrounding darkness and creating its own realm of light. Light and dark, two utterly distinct domains clashed violently at the heart of the arena, compressing and eroding one another. The entire battleground was starkly divided into realms of black and gold. The final showdown was imminent. Chapter 37. I have a plan. The domains of light and dark stood resolutely opposed in the center of the arena, sharply delineated. The golden light was divine and fervent, while the black shadow was deep and enigmatic. These two opposing energies pressed against each other, colliding with a piercing hissing sound, distorting the very air due to the clash of such immense forces. The entire venue was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. All present held their breath, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the two small figures on the field. They knew that the pinnacle duel since the inception of this special experimental class was about to reach its ultimate conclusion. Xiao Guang Dai Long, are you ready? Long Yuer's voice was gentle, yet filled with undeniable resolve. Chirp. Xiao Guang Dai Long emitted a high-pitched roar, its body ablaze with golden flames, crouching like a coiled predator ready to pounce. The immense power flowing within from Guang Taji Wu allowed it to momentarily forget its pain. Its gaze solely focused on pure combat intent. On the other side, Lu He took a deep breath, sensing the intense will for battle and victory emanating from Xiao He. Xiao He, this is our final push. Lu He's voice echoed through their mental link, clear in Xiao He's mind. I have a plan. Roar. Xiao He let out a low growl, its purple eyes swirling with the depths of two cosmic nebulae. The battle begins. Xiao Guang Dai Long, Xingguang Longxi. Long Yuer's command was as swift as lightning. She chose no flamboyant techniques, but instead fused the powers of light and dragon into the purest and most ferocious attack. Xiao Guang Dai Long opened its mouth wide, unleashing a beam of light that was no longer merely golden, but intertwined with countless dragon-shaped phantoms, a brilliance beyond measure. As the beam of light traversed its path, even the very fabric of space emitted a burdensome hum, and the ground was plowed open, forming a profound chasm. The rocks at the edges were instantaneously purified and vaporized. A devastating aura surged forth. Faced with this formidable strike capable of obliterating any spirit beast of equal rank, Lu He's gaze remained remarkably composed. Now is the moment. Xiao He, shadow stealth, shadow ambush. At the precise instant the sacred light dragon breath was unleashed, Xiao He sprang into action. It did not choose to confront the attack head-on. Instead, its entire form transformed into a pool of ink, sinking instantly into the dense realm of darkness beneath. What? It has hidden itself? Attempting to evade the sacred light dragon breath through stealth? Such naivety. In such a wide-ranging exhalation, there is nowhere to hide. In the audience, murmurs of doubt arose. Long Yuer's brow furrowed slightly, perplexed by Lu He's intentions. However, In the next moment, everyone comprehended. The dark realm enveloping half the arena began to churn violently, boiling asunder. Following this, one after another, black figures identical to Xiao He surged forth from the swirling shadows. Each radiated solid shadow energy, rushing towards the cataclysmic sacred light dragon breath from various angles with astonishing speed. The combination technique of shadow mist and shadow stealth, a shadow clone. What skill is this? Long Yuer's icy visage betrayed a second expression of shock. She could not discern which was Xiao He's true form. Boom, boom, boom. Each shadow clone hurled itself unflinchingly towards the sacred light dragon breath, akin to moths drawn to a flame. They were purified and evaporated upon contact with the beam. Yet they successfully depleted a fraction of the sacred light dragon breath's energy, providing a precious opportunity for the true body to advance. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by the shadow clones, an inconspicuous black figure, skimming the ground, traversed the line between light and darkness at a ghostly speed, silently maneuvering to the rear flank of the little light butterfly dragon. It was Xiao He's true form. Utilizing the cover of the shadow mist and clones, it launched a most lethal ambush. Little light butterfly dragon, beware from behind. Long Yuer finally reacted, shouting urgently. The little light butterfly dragon whirled around abruptly, its golden pupils reflecting a rapidly enlarging black figure. There was no time left. Xiao He gifted our final present. Shadow bomb. Roar. Xiao He leapt high, opening its mouth midair. A sphere of pure black energy, compressed to the size of a pigeon's egg, yet exuding enough power to devour all light, formed instantaneously within its maw. At that moment, it poured all remaining brutal power derived from its bloodline into this strike. The surface of its body began to ooze black blood, unable to withstand the immense force, its skin cracking slightly. This was a gamble of everything. The little light butterfly dragon sensed the imminent danger, letting out a defiant roar, forcibly twisting its body to redirect the incomplete sacred light dragon breath towards the airborne Xiao He. The final confrontation unfolded in an unforeseen manner, erupting in this close-range clash. Time elongated infinitely in that instant. Under the astonished gazes of thousands, the pure black energy sphere collided violently with the cataclysmic sacred light dragon breath. Mere meters from the little light butterfly dragon, there was no earth-shattering roar, only a fleeting moment of profound silence. Immediately following, a sphere of interwoven black and white light exploded at the point of impact. An indescribable tempest of terrifying energy radiated outward in a circular wave from the epicenter. Boom. The entire battlefield fractured as if struck by a heavy hammer, shattering like glass. The solid ground was uprooted, becoming a storm of debris. The powerful shockwave even penetrated the protective barrier, causing the entire spectator platform to tremble violently. Students screamed in terror, clutching onto nearby fixtures to avoid being thrown off. The brilliance consumed everything. No one could discern what transpired at the center of the arena. They could only feel that energy wave capable of annihilating all, rampaging uncontrollably. As the radiance faded and dust settled, the scene at the center re-emerged before the crowd. The battlefield had transformed into a desolate ruin. A massive pit over 10 meters in diameter appeared at the center, with edges scorched by light and charred by darkness. Amidst the debris, two diminutive figures lay quietly. The little light butterfly dragon rested at the edge of the pit, its once resplendent white scales now a charred black, golden flames extinguished, wings broken, lost to consciousness. On its chest, a horrific wound, corroded by dark energy, marred its form. Nearby, Xiao He lay in a similarly pitiful state. Its fur had lost its luster, appearing ashen and worn, with multiple skin fissures, black blood staining the ground. It curled up, body twitching slightly, clearly at its limit. Both had suffered grievous injuries. Who emerged victorious? This question arose in the minds of all. At that moment, amidst the profound silence enveloping the arena, the black creature curled on the ground summoned its final vestiges of strength, propping its battered body on 3 legs, wobbling as it stood once more. It refrained from roaring, merely raising its head to survey the arena with its now dimmed purple eyes. In its gaze, there was no joy of triumph, only an innate, regal pride. It had won. Though the victory was arduous, it ultimately remained standing in the end. A wave of thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the spectator platform. Louis triumphed. My heavens, this is undoubtedly the most exhilarating freshman duel I have ever witnessed. Incredible. Both Louis' Xiao He and Long Yuer's little light butterfly dragon are extraordinary. At the edge of the arena, Long Yuer gazed at the swaying yet unyielding black figure, then glanced at her fallen little light butterfly dragon. A complex smile graced her icy face, tinged with bitterness yet oddly relieved. She had lost. The match concluded. Ling's cold yet slightly trembling voice finally resonated. The victor is Louis. As the words fell, Lu He could no longer hold on. Drained of both spiritual and mental energy, his vision darkened, and he collapsed backward. In his final moment of consciousness, he beheld Xiao He also exhausting its last reserves of strength, collapsing once more onto the ground. Well done, my friend. This was his last thought. Chapter 38, Class Monitor. At the instant Lu He fell, the medical team, already on standby at the sidelines, rushed forward. Two attendants clad in white coats swiftly bore a stretcher, securing the unconscious Lu He. Meanwhile, several beast physicians encircled the similarly unconscious Xiao He and little light butterfly dragon. Quickly, vital signs are weak, spiritual energy significantly depleted, multiple tissues torn. Administer level energy stabilizers. Connect to life support systems. The little light butterfly dragon too. With fractured wing bones, the balance of dragon and light energy disrupted, immediate energy recalibration is imperative. In a professional medical setting, a specialized healing creature dispensed a gentle therapeutic mist, enveloping two battered pets as medical personnel cautiously transferred them to a specially designed medical chamber. The entire process was tense yet orderly. Students observing from the stands witnessed the aftermath of the battle, their initial fervor gradually giving way to profound shock and awe. The ferocity of this conflict was overwhelming. The moment Lu He collapsed, the medical team, already on standby, rushed forward with urgency. Quick! Two staff members clad in white coats deftly lifted the unconscious Lu He onto a stretcher. Meanwhile, several veterinarians hurried to the two injured pets, their expressions gravely serious. The vital signs were weak, their spiritual energy severely depleted, and multiple tissues were torn. Immediately, administer the energy stabilizer. Connect to the life support system. The small light butterfly dragon, too, had fractured wings, with both dragon energy and light energy spiraling out of control within, necessitating immediate energy realignment. The gentle therapeutic mist continued to envelop the two injured creatures as they were meticulously moved into the medical chamber, the atmosphere taut yet methodical. The students, observing this poignant scene, felt their excitement dissipate, replaced by a deep sense of reverence. This battle had been too brutal. Whether victors or vanquished, all had given their utmost. They had illustrated the essence of combat and willpower in the most primal and unadulterated manner. Let us depart. Ling glanced at Lu He, who was being lifted onto the stretcher, and cast a fleeting look at Long Yue, who silently approached her pet's medical chamber, her icy countenance displaying a complexity of emotions. She chose not to speak further and turned to leave the desolate battleground. Lu He's consciousness was forcefully pulled from a realm of chaotic darkness. Blinding sunlight pierced through his eyelids, scorching his retina with an intense heat. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his vision transitioning from blurred to clear. Before him lay a pristine white ceiling, the air thick with an unmistakable scent of hospital disinfectant, clean yet frigid. The debilitating sense of utter exhaustion had receded significantly, and the once desiccated sea of spiritual energy within him was now swelling like a tide, becoming full and vibrant again. How long have I been unconscious? He murmured, his voice hoarse from disuse. Attempting to lift himself, he felt a dull ache resonate deep within his brain. A day and a night. A cool, unanticipated voice emerged from beside the bed. Lu He froze. He turned sharply to find an utterly unexpected figure, Long Yue. She sat gracefully in a chair beside him, holding a thick hardcover book, appearing as though she had been reading for quite some time. Today, she had shed her ethereal white gown for a well-tailored deep blue academic uniform. This attire softened her celestial aura, revealing her elegant and poised form, infused with a touch of youthful vibrancy. What brings you here? Lu He's astonishment was unmistakable. My light butterfly dragon is in the adjacent ward. Long Yue closed her book with a deliberate calmness. She lifted her gaze, her clear, tranquil eyes resting steadily upon his face. I came to check on you as well. Her tone was devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if stating a fact unrelated to herself. Oh, Lu He nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. The air in the hospital room thickened with an awkward tension. Xiao He. Lu He suddenly recalled the most pressing concern, his anxiety surging to the forefront as he urgently inquired, raising his voice slightly. How is my pet? It is fine, Long Yue replied, her demeanor composed. Its injuries are more severe than the light butterfly dragon's, but its recovery is astonishingly swift. Teacher AIE mentioned that its lineage is exceptionally unique, endowing it with self-healing abilities far beyond those of ordinary pets. Relieved to hear that Xiao He was safe, Lu He felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders, fatigue washing over him alongside a wave of reassurance. He leaned back against the pillow and exhaled deeply. That is good, he murmured, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. Here, Long Yue retrieved a crystal vial containing a softly glowing blue potion from the bedside table and handed it to him. What is this? Lu He accepted it, feeling the cool surface of the vial in his hand. An advanced spiritual energy recovery potion, Long Yuer explained. Designed to stabilize your recently restored, yet unstable spiritual sea and eliminate any aftereffects. Lu He regarded her, and then the potion in his hand. The tension that had once been palpable dissipated, replaced by a playful smile. Is this your way of giving me a sweet treat after a slap? The corners of Long Yuer's lips, typically a straight line, subtly curved upward, a rare and delicate smile that was nearly imperceptible. You could interpret it that way. Lu He had poured every ounce of effort into the competition, even risking unconsciousness for himself and his pet, which surprised Long Yuer. Having never faced any setbacks in her life, this defeat was a novel experience that would undoubtedly fortify her resolve. Long Yuer rose, turning away from Lu He, and approached the window, her arms crossed as she gazed out at the academy's scenery. I lost. She spoke softly, her voice devoid of bitterness, only embodying a serene acceptance of the reality. I lost due to my misunderstanding of you and your pet's extraordinary willpower. She turned her gaze back to Lu He, her eyes sharp yet clear. You are formidable, Lu He. Both you and your pet are deserving of respect. This marked the first time Long Yuer openly acknowledged the strength of a peer without embellishment. Lu He observed her straightened posture, and the peculiar sensation within him intensified. The girl, revered by all and referred to as the flower atop the high peak, was not devoid of emotion. Rather, she encased a remarkably proud heart within her icy exterior. You are strong as well. Lu He's expression grew earnest. The light butterfly dragon is the most splendid and tenacious opponent I have ever encountered. In Long Yuer's eyes, the stillness of the cold depths seemed ignited by a spark, rekindling a fire known as the spirit of battle. Thus, I shall not concede so easily. Her voice, though soft, was resolute. Next time, I will ensure victory. I await your challenge. Lu He grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, his smile radiant and self-assured. They exchanged smiles across the distance of several meters, the earlier awkwardness lessening. By the way, Long Yuer appeared to recall something, stating, Teacher Shin asked me to inform you that the results of the final election have been announced. She paused, adopting a tone that was purely factual and devoid of personal sentiment. From today onward, you will serve as the class leader of the special experimental class. And I will be the vice leader. Class leader? What are the responsibilities of a class leader? Lu He instinctively inquired. Nothing much, Long Yuer replied, shaking her head. In the special experimental class, the class leader and vice leader have no administrative duties. It is merely a title, a symbol of identity. Her gaze scrutinized him, assessing him closely. A symbol to demonstrate to everyone who is the strongest in this class. Simultaneously, it signifies that you will receive the Academy's most substantial resource allocation, including the exclusive rights to utilize the independent training grounds, a monthly allocation of rare spiritual materials, and the privilege of accessing the school's internal database. The training ground, the rare materials, the database access. His eyes instantly sparkled, and his breath quickened with excitement. This time, it was indeed a tremendous gain. Just as Lu He's thoughts drifted to how he could leverage these resources to enhance Xiao Hei's strength, immersed in boundless fantasies of a beautiful future. A loud bang resounded. The hospital room door was forcefully flung open. Teacher Yin burst in like a whirlwind, his already disheveled hair now standing on end. His white coat splattered with various unknown liquids, exuding an odd odor. Yet, the most startling aspect was his eyes, filled with frenzied bloodshot veins, glowing like two small light bulbs. Lu He, you are awake. He dashed to the bedside in a single leap, offering Lu He no time to react. As he tightly grasped his shoulders and shook him vigorously. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Quick, while your body is still weak and unable to resist. Allow me to draw a vial of blood. No, 2 vials. And your Xiao Hei, its genetic sequence. It is the epitome of the Creator's perfect artistry. I must conduct a comprehensive, in-depth, non-invasive study on it. Teacher Yin appeared almost frenzied, and with his other hand, he produced a row of gleaming syringes of varying sizes from his pocket. Lu He, Long Yuer, observing his teacher, now completely transformed into a mad scientist. A few clear black lines formed on Lu He's forehead. He suddenly felt that the coming days might not be as leisurely as he had imagined. Chapter 39, The Obscure Crystal Core. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Through Lu He's diligent efforts, Xiao Hei's skill set had become impressively extensive. Shadow Bullet, Shadow Claw, Phasing, Shadow Stealth, Shadow Assault, Shadow Mist, Shadow Binding, Shadow Clone. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Shadow Master ability. Once Xiao Hei reached the Monarch level, it would fully master Shadow Master. Lu He had also elevated Xiao Hei's individual attributes through spiritual power refinement, yet race refinement had still failed. Perhaps Xiao Hei would only be able to adapt to the effects of race refinement after advancing, considering that as a Yu-emotioning beast, Xiaohe possessed an exceptionally high racial lineage, and strengthening it would entail certain thresholds. Lui pondered deeply. The weather in Jinwu City gradually turned cooler. The leaves of the sycamore trees lining the streets tinged with gold, cascading down with the autumn breeze. For the students of Jinwu First Beastmaster High School, these 3 months had been particularly fulfilling. Especially for the students in the special training class, it was a blend of suffering and joy. Teacher Ling's special training had transformed into a rigid regimen every 2 days. Each session left this group of gifted individuals utterly exhausted, feeling as though their bodies were emptied. Yet, the results were undeniably evident. Not only had their stamina increased, but each student's beast's power had visibly grown, and their combat experience had enriched significantly. During these 3 months, Lui had devoted nearly all his spare time to the school's various training facilities. The advantages of being class president were now manifesting. While others had to spend points to rent the gravity room and spiritual sensing room, he could utilize them free of charge thanks to his position as class president. Of course, this was also a special privilege granted by Ling, as she put it. It was a benefit of being class president. Xiaohe, hold on a little longer, just one last set. In the gravity training room, Lui encouraged Xiaohe, who was striving to maintain its shadow stealth state under 5 times the gravity. Xiaohe's physique had grown significantly compared to 3 months ago. Its fur more lustrous and deep, as if capable of absorbing light. Its purple eyes sparkled in the dim gravity room, appearing exceptionally spirited. Gur. Xiaohe let out a low growl, shadows swirling around its body, but it ultimately steadied itself. It was now at the peak of the juvenile stage, just a step away from advancing. All right, that will be all for today. Lui switched off the gravity device, exhaling a sigh of relief. He approached and took out a specially made dark attribute spiritual energy jerky from his backpack, offering it to Xiaohe. Xiaohe joyfully called out, snatching the jerky and swallowing it in a few bites before affectionately rubbing its small head against Lui's pant leg. You just love to eat. Lui chuckled, stroking its little head, yet his mind was preoccupied with another matter, Xiaohe's advancement. Over these 3 months, he had utilized the resources available to him as class president, along with his frugal savings, to gather most of the materials listed by teacher Yin for advancement. Moonlight grass, acquired. 3 pieces of shadow stone, secured. The heartwood of a century-old dark wood, also obtained. Lui mentally recited, checking each item off. Each of these materials was quite costly. Had he not become class president and enjoyed the benefits of the school's resource allocation, it would have taken him another 1.5 years to gather them alone. Only one item remained. Lui furrowed his brow. The final item on the list was the most crucial and rarest. He resolved to seek teacher Yin's guidance once more. The next morning, after the pet beast class concluded, Lui intercepted Yin, who was about to leave with her teaching materials. Teacher Yin, I would like to consult you about something. Yin adjusted her glasses, and upon seeing Lui, she smiled gently. Lui, what can I do for you? Is it regarding Xiaohe? Yes, teacher. It's about Xiaohe's advancement. Lui got straight to the point, detailing his progress in gathering materials and the difficulties he encountered. Oh, have you gathered all the other materials? So quickly? Yin appeared somewhat surprised. The list she had given Lui contained materials that, while not extraordinary treasures, would still pose a considerable challenge for a high school student to gather in a short time. Yes, thanks to the school's resources and teacher Shin's assistance. Lui replied honestly. Good. Yin nodded in approval before her expression grew serious. Since you have come this far, I will be frank. The final core material required for Xiaohe's perfect advancement is called Yunjinghe. Yunjinghe? Lui repeated this unfamiliar name. Yes. Yin's demeanor was earnest. It is a very special energy crystal, composed of extremely pure shadow energy intertwined with ghost energy. It typically only manifests in extremely perilous locations, such as ancient battlefield ruins or deep within certain high-level secret realms. Yin looked at Lui, enunciating each word carefully. Such places are far too dangerous for you at this moment. Lui's heart sank. He understood that teacher Yin would not speak lightly. A place deemed extremely dangerous by a high school beastmaster teacher was certainly not one that a novice beastmaster like him could approach with ease. Teacher, is there no other way? For instance, can it be purchased in the market? Lui inquired hopefully. Yin shook her head with a wry smile. Yunjinghe is a strategic level resource. Even if it occasionally circulates in the black market, the price is astronomical. Moreover, it is often the case that even if it is available for sale, it is tightly controlled by powerful families or organizations, making it nearly impossible to find in the market. Lui fell silent. As an orphan without power or influence, astronomical prices meant nothing more than a distant fantasy to him. Observing Lui's despondent expression, Yin felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment of hesitation, She spoke up. There are not entirely no solutions. However, I must reiterate that it is exceedingly perilous. Lu He's eyes instantly brightened. Teacher, please tell me. As long as there is hope, he is willing to take on any danger. He had long carried a weight in his heart concerning his parents' circumstances. Why did Dean Shun and Master Xiao prevent Su Shi from revealing the truth to him? To uncover the truth from that year, he must grow stronger. Yin observed the unwavering determination in Lu He's gaze, reminiscent of someone far beyond his years, and sighed inwardly. To the east of Jinwu City, approximately 300 kilometers away, lies a marsh known as the Forbidden Zone, officially named He Wu Zhaozhe. It is perpetually shrouded in dark miasma, inhabited by numerous formidable shadow and spirit-type beasts, with an extremely harsh environment. According to records from several adventurers, someone once detected an energy response resembling Yuing Jinghe deep within the marsh. Yin spoke gravely. Lu He, I am merely providing you with information. The decision to go is yours alone. However, as your teacher, my counsel is to wait until both you and Xiao He have grown stronger before considering such a venture. Lu He clenched his fists tightly. He committed the name He Wu Zhaozhe to memory. Thank you, Teacher Yin, I understand. Lu He bowed deeply. He did not immediately respond to the question of whether to go, but the scales in his heart had begun to tip. He realized that Yin was not jesting about waiting until he was stronger to seek that material. His pursuit of that material was precisely to grow stronger. A cyclical linguistic play. Yin himself felt conflicted. Initially, he was merely curious about the ancient beast Xiao He, but now he had developed a fondness for Lu He and did not wish for him to encounter any misfortune. Watching Lu He depart, Yin pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Teacher Shin? It's me, Yin. Yes, regarding student Lu He. I believe it is necessary to report some matters to you. Lu He did not return to the classroom, but instead went directly to the school library. He intended to research all available information about He Wu Zhaozhe, knowing both himself and his adversary would lead to certain victory. Even if the path ahead was fraught with danger, he needed to ascertain the depth of the marsh and the ferocity of the beasts it concealed. He sat in a corner of the library, poring over materials one after another, studying geographical conditions, climatic characteristics, as well as the known types of spirit beasts and their distribution. His focus intensified, as if the entire world consisted solely of himself and the yellowed pages before him. A bold decision was gradually taking shape in his heart. He would venture to He Wu Zhaozhe for Xiao He and for the unclear shadows of his past. Chapter 40, Recklessness. The following day, after the special training session concluded, Lu He lingered behind. Ling was tidying up the teaching materials when she noticed Lu He standing at the edge of the training ground, appearing hesitant. She raised an eyebrow. Is something the matter? Her voice remained cool, devoid of excessive emotion. Yet Lu He understood that this seemingly aloof homeroom teacher genuinely cared for her students more than anyone else. Teacher Shin, I would like to request a leave of absence. Lu He summoned his courage to speak. Ling's movements paused as she turned to face him, her gaze sharp. A leave? What is your reason? I wish to go outside the city. Outside the city, where? Ling inquired. Lu He took a deep breath, realizing this matter could not be concealed, nor should it be. He Wu Zhaozhe. The moment he spoke, the air in the training room seemed to freeze. Ling's expression instantly turned icy. Her eyes became exceedingly serious, even tinged with anger. Repeat that. Teacher, I wish to go to He Wu Zhaozhe. Lu He met her gaze unwaveringly, reiterating each word. Recklessness. Though Ling's voice was not loud, the authority within it sent a chill through Lu He. Do you have any idea what kind of place that is? He Wu Zhaozhe is a level 3 danger zone. The authorities have explicitly forbidden novice beast tamers from entering. Who gave you the audacity, as a student, to think you can act with impunity? Do you believe that just because you ranked first in class, you can do as you please? Do you think your Shi Yu Tianing beast is invincible? It is merely a juvenile. Ling was genuinely angered. She had learned about Lu He's circumstances from Yin, including the nature of Xiao He and the materials needed for its evolution. She had expected Lu He to weigh the pros and cons and refrain from engaging in such a reckless endeavor. Yet her most promising student was, indeed, so unaware of the dangers he faced, intent on venturing into a place fraught with peril. This was not merely audacity, it bordered on folly. In the face of Ling's wrath, Lu He remained remarkably calm. He understood that his teacher had his best interests at heart. If he could not provide a reasonable explanation that would persuade her, this matter would be futile. Teacher, please do not be angry. Allow me to explain. Lu He gathered his thoughts and spoke with measured confidence. I am not seeking adventure or boasting by going to He Wu Zhaozhe. It is for Xiao He's evolution. He conveyed Yin's analysis and the significance of the Yuing Jinghe to Ling in full detail. Though Ling was already aware of the Yu Ing Jing He, she did not interrupt as she observed Lu He's earnest demeanor, allowing him to continue. Xiao He has reached the pinnacle of its juvenile stage and may soon encounter an opportunity for evolution. Teacher Yin said that if we can use the Yu Ing Jing He as the core material, its foundation will be exceptionally solid, and its future potential will be even greater. This is its most crucial evolution, and I do not wish to leave any regrets behind. After speaking, he retrieved a thick stack of materials he had organized from his backpack. This is all the information I found regarding He Wu Zhao Zhe in the library yesterday, including the distribution of spirit beasts, danger level classifications, and some exploration notes left by previous adventurers. I am not acting impulsively. I have prepared as best as I can. Ling regarded the materials Lu He offered, then glanced at his eyes filled with determination, her anger subsiding slightly. She did not take the stack of documents, but continued to watch him quietly. This student was indeed different from the others. He possessed talent, worked diligently, and, most importantly, harbored a sincere heart for his beast. This was particularly precious in the increasingly utilitarian world of beast tamers. However, this alone could not serve as justification for her to permit him to risk his life. Preparation? Tell me, what comprehensive preparations has a novice beast tamer like you made, accompanied by a juvenile beast, to venture into a place where even advanced beast tamer teams might fall? Ling's tone remained icy. Lu He recognized that mere words would not suffice. He stepped back 2 paces and took a deep breath. Xiao He. A shadow suddenly sprang forth from his own shadow, revealing Xiao He. After 3 months of growth and rigorous training, Xiao He's aura had solidified several times over, its violet eyes bright and profound. Teacher, I wish to request that you personally assess the results of our endeavors over the past 3 months, Lu He stated earnestly. He sought to prove that he was not merely speaking grandly. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling's eyes. He dared to challenge her? Although he merely sought an evaluation, this young man certainly possessed audacity. Very well, she succinctly replied. She too desired to witness how far this promising youth, whom both she and Yin had high hopes for, had progressed. Come forth, Yuling Xiao. With a gentle wave of her hand, a brilliant azure light flashed, and a sleek blue bird appeared before her. The Yuling Xiao was an advanced spirit beast known for its speed. Though it was not Ling's main beast, it was more than sufficient for testing Lu He. You may attack first, Ling stated calmly. She wished to observe Lu He's command abilities and tactical choices. Understood. Teacher Shen, I beg your pardon. LH's gaze sharpened, and his fighting spirit surged. Shi-O-H-I. Y-N-Z-Chi-N-X. Approach it. With that command, Shi-O-H-I's body swiftly melded into the shadows on the ground, disappearing without a trace. The opposing Y-Ling Shio immediately became vigilant, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings in an attempt to locate Shi-O-H-I. Impressive stealth capabilities, SH and Ling mused internally. Yet she refrained from issuing any commands, patiently awaiting LH's next move. LH was acutely aware that a mere stealth attack against a wind element spirit beast, known for its speed and perception, had a low probability of success. This Ling Shio was evidently far superior to YNF-Ing's JF-Ing Su-N. His intention was not to launch a surprise attack. New Yorking SHF. Just as the Ling Shio was wholly focused on searching for Shi-O-H-I's true form, its shadow suddenly came to life, transforming into several black ropes that swiftly ensnared its talons. The Ling Shio was taken aback and immediately flapped its wings to take flight. However, the New Yorking SHF was executed too quickly. Although it only delayed the creature by a fraction of a second, in a duel of skilled combatants, that fleeting moment could prove fatal. Now, New Yorking ZHO. LH's voice coincided perfectly with the moment the Ling Shio was bound. A shadow surged from beneath the Ling Shio, its sharp claws glimmering with an eerie light, aimed directly at the creature's abdomen. The timing, coordination, and strategy were impeccable. A genuine look of surprise finally flickered in Ling's eyes. This boy had an understanding of battle dynamics that surpassed his peers, even rivaling some less experienced intermediate beastmasters. Yet, that was where his advantage ended. F-Ing ZHB. Ling whispered these 3 words. A flash of azure light enveloped the Ling Shio, and a barrier composed of high-velocity air currents formed instantly beneath its abdomen. Bang! Shi-O-H-I's New Yorking ZHO collided forcefully with the wind barrier, producing a muffled sound as it was repelled. Nevertheless, it executed a nimble somersault in midair, landing gracefully on the ground, unscathed. Well done. Ling withdrew the Ling Shio and regarded LH, offering him a rare commendation. His timing and tactical execution were commendable. Shi-O-H-I had indeed reached the pinnacle of its juvenile stage. even surpassing many early-stage evolved spirit beasts. LH felt a surge of joy. That teacher, my application, SH and Ling interrupted him. However, this is still insufficient. Her expression turned serious once more. The dangers within the HIWSHO are far beyond your imagination. If your opponent were to be an evolved EHOUD, your New Yorking's HO would barely pierce its scales. While it could easily snap, she OHI in two with a single bite. LH's smile faltered. I cannot approve your application. SH and Ling delivered her final verdict, a responsibility she bore as his homeroom teacher. LH's heart sank gradually. Was there truly no way? Observing the undeniable disappointment etched on the boy's face, SH and Ling felt a pang of sympathy. After a brief silence, as if grappling with a difficult decision, she finally spoke. This matter cannot be decided by you alone. I cannot grant you permission to go alone. However, she shifted her tone. I will arrange a meeting for you. Perhaps someone else may also be interested in that location. A meeting? Who else? LH was taken aback, completely unable to follow SH and Ling's line of thought. SH and Ling did not provide a direct answer, but left him with a meaningful glance. You will find out tomorrow. Return now, and do not disclose today's events to anyone. Chapter 41, Disdain. The following day, filled with curiosity, LH was escorted by SH and Ling to the principal's office. Upon pushing open the heavy wooden door, he immediately spotted the individuals within. Aside from the stern-faced SH and Ling seated behind the desk, there was another unexpected figure present, dressed in a white gown, exuding an aura of cool elegance. She resembled a lotus atop a snow-capped mountain. It was none other than Ling, the vice-class leader of the special experimental class. Upon noticing LH's entrance, Ling merely cast him a fleeting glance before redirecting her attention, her face betraying no emotion. What is happening? Why is she here? LH pondered anxiously. Could it be that she too was foolishly seeking adventure in the HIWSHO? Please take a seat. SH and Ling gestured toward the nearby sofa. LH complied, sensing an unusual atmosphere. The reason I called you both here is for the same matter. SH and Ling stated directly, shattering the silence. LH, you wish to venture into the HIWSHO to seek the evolved material. Why you Ying Jing H for your SHOHI? She paused before turning to Ling. You too submitted an application to enter the HIWSHO in search of the evolutionary material CH Nguing ZHL for your Guing DLing. LH's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Ling. CH Nguing ZHL? He had encountered references to it in the library's materials. It was a rare substance that only formed in areas where light and dark energies converged most intensely and harmoniously, solidifying under the first rays of morning sunlight. It was said to have astonishing benefits for the evolution of light-type spirit beasts. The most suitable location within the vicinity of JNW City was indeed the edges of the HIWSHO. He hadn't anticipated that this aloof vice-class leader shared the same goal as himself. Ling seemed to sense LH's gaze, and a subtle flicker of emotion passed across her cool visage before she quickly regained her composure. She indeed needed the CH Nguing ZHL. Her spirit beast, the Guing DLing, had already reached the evolved stage and was now ready for evolution, but its bloodline was exceptionally unique, rendering ordinary evolutionary materials ineffective. Only such extraordinary treasures born in extreme environments could fully unleash its potential. I have, in principle, denied both of your applications. SH and Ling's voice was unwavering. The reason is simple, it is far too dangerous. You are both key training targets of the school, and I cannot permit you to take such unnecessary risks. LH's heart sank once more. After all this, it seemed the answer was still no. However, SH and Ling then introduced a classic twist. LH's spirits lifted instantly. Teacher, could you refrain from such dramatic pauses? My heart cannot handle it, he inwardly complained. Considering that your spirit beasts are indeed at a critical juncture, and that these two materials are vital for them. SH and Ling's gaze swept over their faces. I have proposed a compromise after discussions with the principal. She stood up and approached them, her tone becoming gravely serious. You may go. However, you must team up. What? LH and Ling exclaimed in unison. They exchanged glances, both astonished and perhaps a tad disdainful of the arrangement. Over the past 3 months, they had interacted frequently, and while they acknowledged each other's capabilities and efforts, their personalities seemed to clash just slightly. Team up with him? Ling frowned, feeling some resistance. While she recognized LH's strength, his carefree demeanor and lackadaisical speech made her question the reliability of embarking on such a perilous mission with him. Going to the marsh to play in the mud with an ice queen? That image is too beautiful for me to behold. LH also internally lamented. He bore no disdain for Ling, but felt immense pressure being around such an aloof beauty. What if he made a joke and she didn't laugh? How awkward would that be? This is an order, not a discussion. Ling saw through their thoughts and intensified her tone. The HIWZHO is fraught with peril. One of you possesses a dark-type spirit beast, while the other has a light type. Their abilities complement each other perfectly. Xiao He excels in stealth reconnaissance, while Xiao Guangdai Long possesses the ability to dispel toxic mists, providing illumination and healing. When these two join forces, their survival rate significantly increases. Furthermore, Ling added, I will accompany you. Huh, teacher, you're coming too? Lui was genuinely taken aback. I will join you. But I will not intervene, Ling clarified. I will remain behind you, concealing my presence. Treat this mission as your final exam. I will only step in if you encounter life-threatening danger that you cannot handle. The purpose of this trial is to allow you to experience the harshness of the wilderness firsthand, honing your combat skills and teamwork, rather than embarking on a leisurely excursion. Upon hearing this, Lu He and Long Yuer fell silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. This opportunity presented by the school was also a test of their capabilities. If they cannot overcome even this minor challenge, then discussions of their future are moot. I understand, Teacher Shun. I agree. Lu He was the first to express his consent. Although teaming up with Long Yuer felt somewhat peculiar, the presence of a teacher certainly enhanced their safety. Moreover, the opportunity to venture into the He Wu Zhaoza was of utmost importance. Long Yuer contemplated for a moment before softly nodding. I agree as well. She was a rational individual, recognizing this as the best choice available. Excellent, Ling remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Since you both agree, prepare yourselves. We shall depart in 3 days. During this time, familiarize yourselves with each other's pet's abilities, devise a detailed action plan, and gather all necessary supplies. Understood. The two replied in unison. Oh, by the way, Lu He seemed to remember something and raised his hand to inquire. Teacher Shun, since this is a school-organized operation, will there be insurance? Who should be listed as the beneficiary? Ling and Long Yuer fell silent. The air in the office thick with tension following Lu He's unexpected query. Ling's brow twitched, and after a deep breath, she managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. You can write your will right now. Just kidding. Let's lighten the mood. Lu He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. A fleeting smile flickered in Long Yuer's cold gaze, but it disappeared as quickly as it had come. This fellow, as expected, remained quite offbeat. All right, you may leave now. Remember, this matter is confidential. Ling waved her hand, signaling their departure. As Lu He and Long Yuer walked side by side along the tree-lined path, an awkward silence enveloped them. The uncomfortable atmosphere spread between them. That vice-class leader, Lu He finally broke the silence. Call me Long Yuer, she replied coolly. Oh, all right. Long Yuer, Lu He acquiesced. Shall we find a place to discuss our plan? Long Yuer nodded. Let us head to the training arena. There is a tactical simulation room there. Sounds good. The two made their way to the training arena, walking in tandem. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. An expedition into the unknown marshland was about to commence. Meanwhile, as they strategized, Ling picked up the phone once more. Principal, I have finished speaking with them. A gentle, aged voice resonated from the other end. Yes, these two children are exceptional. They will not shy away from challenges. However, Ling, the principal's tone turned grave. You must exercise utmost caution during your journey to the He Wu Zhaoza. I have a foreboding feeling that all is not well there. A few days ago, an old acquaintance of mine disclosed that traces of the Xie Xian organization have been detected near the marsh. What? The Xie Xian organization? Ling's pupils contracted sharply. Indeed, the principal's voice was heavy. Though the traces were fleeting and quickly vanished, they cannot be disregarded. I have heard of Lu He's situation. He is a survivor of that incident from years ago. Ling's heart tightened instantly. Her grip on the phone tightened, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Principal, I understand. I will ensure their safety. After hanging up, Ling gazed out the window, her expression profound and icy. Let us hope this is merely a coincidence. In the depths of the marsh, a notorious spirit-type beast, the Zhuozi Guiying, lurked, known for devouring the souls and energies of living beings. Its elusive nature makes it one of the apex predators of the He Wu Zhaoza. Ling's final warning to her students was specifically regarding the Zhuozi Guiying. Remember, your objective is to gather materials only from the periphery and mid-level areas. Under no circumstances should you venture into the marsh's core. If you encounter the Zhuozi Guiying, do not hesitate. Immediately crush the signal device I have given you and flee. Ling's tone was unprecedentedly stern. Lu He and Long Yuer looked at the two signal devices in her hand, which emitted faint spatial fluctuations, and nodded solemnly. They understood that this final warning was not mere hyperbole. 3 days later, at dawn, an off-road hover vehicle halted at the safe perimeter of the He Wu Zhaoza. The doors opened, and Ling, Lu He, and Long Yuer exited in succession. A pungent odor, a blend of decaying vegetation and damp earth, assaulted their senses, prompting involuntary grimaces. Before them lay a marsh shrouded in black mist, extending beyond sight. In the fog, grotesque, dead trees loomed like ghastly claws, creating a foreboding and eerie atmosphere. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the occasional strange cries of unknown creatures from deep within the marsh and the sound of bubbling gases surfacing. "This is the He Wu Zhaoza," Ling remarked, her expression grave as she surveyed the dark mist ahead. "Remember our agreed plan. I will follow behind you. Unless you crush the signal device, I will not appear. Keep each other within sight at all times, and do not stray apart." "Understood." Lu He and Long Yuer replied in unison. "Proceed," Ling gestured. Lu He and Long Yuer exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and stepped into the seemingly all-consuming black mist. Ling's figure quietly vanished behind them. Upon entering the mist, the light dimmed immediately, visibility dropping below 10 meters. The temperature seemed to plummet a few degrees, the damp, chilly air penetrating their bones, creating discomfort. "Xiaohei, come forth." Lui called softly. A shadow elongated beneath him, and Xiaohei's agile form appeared at his side. Upon entering this realm saturated with shadow energy, Xiaohei visibly perked up. However, upon observing the filthy surroundings, its previously joyful demeanor quickly soured. Meanwhile, Long Yuer summoned her own pet. As Xiaoguang Dai Long emerged, the radiance emanating from it instantly dispelled the surrounding black mist within a 10-meter radius, forming a small, brightly illuminated safe zone. Although the original visibility was not increased, they could now see clearly within that small area. The cold sensation was promptly replaced by the warmth of light. Wow, a walking light source with dispelling and temperature-regulating effects. How sophisticated. Lu He couldn't help but exclaim. Long Yuer paid him no mind, focusing intently on her surroundings. According to the map, we need to head southeast for about 5 kilometers to reach the area where the Chunguang Ji Lu may appear. That region is also one of the areas with the strongest energy response from the Yu Jing He, she analyzed calmly. All right, I'll follow the vice class leader's lead, Lu He acquiesced readily. Xiaohei, utilize shadow stealth to scout ahead, and watch your step. Wow, Xiaohei responded, its body once again melding into the shadows, vanishing from their sight. Yet, through their bond, Lu He could sense its location. 2 individuals, one in front of the other, cautiously ventured deeper into the marsh. Beneath their feet lay soft, yielding mud, which threatened to engulf them with the slightest misstep. Surrounding them were withered trees adorned with unknown vines, and occasionally, they glimpsed bioluminescent fungi illuminating the darkness. The world seemed to consist solely of the squelching sounds made by their feet in the muck and the gentle hum of the wings of the small Guang Dai Long. Suddenly, Lu He halted in his tracks, his expression shifting. According to the information relayed by Xiaohei, several dark figures lurked not far ahead in the quagmire. What is it? Long Yuer immediately became alert, and the small Guang Dai Long assumed a combat stance. It's likely 5 or 6 of them. All in the early stages of advancement, Lu He responded swiftly. They are lying in wait in the mire, just waiting for us to pass by. A water and dark attribute spirit beast is one of the most common predators in the Haimu Zhaoyan. They exhibit remarkable patience and are masters of disguise, often catching inexperienced adventurers unawares and turning them into easy prey. What should we do? Should we go around? Long Yuer inquired. There's no way around. This is the only route. Lu He shook his head. We must engage. Understood, Long Yuer replied succinctly. The two exchanged a knowing glance, quickly formulating their strategy. I'll have Xiao Guang use four-range suppression, while you command Xiaohei to find an opportunity to ambush, Long Yuer proposed. Very well. This was one of the new skills Xiao Guang had acquired after advancing. Indeed, Xiao Guang was now at the mid-level of advancement. Over the past 3 months, Long Yuer had diligently practiced alongside her spirit beast, frequently challenging Lu He, the once evenly matched Xiaohei, who could contend with Xiao Guang in their juvenile stages. Now found itself overwhelmed after Xiao Guang's advancement. Long Yuer stepped forward, her voice cool and clear. Xiao Guang, unleash, in rapid succession to cover the mire ahead. With a flutter of its wings, the small Guang Dai Long released a barrage of energy arrows, precisely targeting the location marked by Xiaohei. Boom, boom. The light arrows struck the mire, producing a series of explosive detonations. The radiant energy possessed a natural restraining effect on these creatures of darkness. The mire erupted violently, and several massive alligators screeched as they surfaced from the mud. Their bodies cloaked in black, mud-like scales, now charred and exuding a foul stench from the light arrow's impact. Roar. Enraged, they locked onto Long Yuer and the small Guang Dai Long, charging forward with powerful limbs. Now, Lu He urged, Xiaohei, target the leftmost 1 SI. At that moment, a shadow darted out from the silhouette of one of the revealing the long-hidden Xiaohei. Its timing was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with the moment the opened its maw to roar. Xiaohei's claws surged with dark energy, slicing through the air in a deadly arc toward the vulnerable eyeball of the splat. Blood sprayed forth as the creature emitted a piercing scream, its massive form crashing to the ground and thrashing wildly. A successful strike. However, the remaining were already closing in. Xiao Guang. Long Yu Air commanded coolly. A golden barrier materialized before them. Bang, bang. Two collided violently against the shield, creating a resounding thud, yet the light barrier remained unyielding. Your small Guang Dai Long is quite resourceful, Lu He praised. Xiaohei, use to restrain them. Xiaohei darted across the battlefield like a spectral assassin. Wherever it went, the shadows beneath them morphed into resilient ropes, binding them in place. Although Xiaohei, being at the juvenile stage, could not hold these advancing beasts for long, the brief control sufficed. Xiao Guang. Seizing the opportunity, Long Yu Air commanded Xiao Guang to unleash a more potent skill. A thick beam of light erupted from its mouth, striking the ensnared with precision. Boom. The blinding white light, accompanied by anguished cries, reverberated through the marsh. When the illumination faded, only charred remains lay upon the ground. The battle concluded in under a minute. Despite it being their first collaboration, their synergy exceeded expectations. Lu He managed the distractions, controls, and lethal strikes, while Long Yu Air focused on direct suppression, defense, and area clearance. Lu He exhaled in relief. Well, that wasn't too difficult. Long Yu Air glanced at him, her expression impassive. Just as Lu He opened his mouth to speak again, a chilling, ethereal wail pierced the air from the depths of the marsh. The sound was filled with malice and resentment, as if countless vengeful spirits were crying out in unison. The surrounding black mist thickened and grew colder in response to this wailing. Lu He and Long Yu Air exchanged glances, both reading a flicker of horror in each other's eyes. That sound, could it be that teacher Shin warned us about? Chapter 43. How can a gambler always win? The mournful wail extinguished their victorious spirits like a bucket of ice water. This sound, it can't truly be that entity. Can it? Lu He felt a chill creep down the nape of his neck. I don't know. Long Yu Air's complexion paled slightly, yet she maintained her composure. The voice is distant, likely still deep within the marsh. Indeed, we have not ventured too far, yet that creature's cry can resonate over such a vast area. Lu He reasoned. Let us proceed swiftly and decisively. We'll obtain what we seek and leave. The two steeled themselves and continued toward their target. They grew increasingly cautious along the way, encountering several waves of spirit beast attacks, including swarms of, and the camouflaged. However, with Lu He and Xiaohei's preemptive warnings and their ever-improving cooperation, they navigated through these trials without serious incident. Xiaohei's shadow abilities thrived in the marsh, significantly enhancing its reconnaissance and stealth capabilities. Meanwhile, the light powers of the small Guang Dai Long served as a bane to all shadow and ghostly creatures. A single proved remarkably effective. Approximately an hour later, Lu He suddenly came to a halt. Weevee arrived. He gazed ahead, his expression serious. The shadow energy in the air had thickened considerably, accompanied by a strong ghostly presence. Long Yu Air sensed it too. The black mist ahead was nearly impenetrable, and a massive outline of a mountain wall loomed, beneath which lay a dark, gaping cave that resembled the open maw of a colossal beast, exhaling chilling black vapors. The energy fluctuations of the emanated from that very cave. It seems the object lies within, Long Yu Air remarked. Indeed, Lu He nodded. But I sensed something amiss inside. His unease intensified, even more than when they first heard the wailing. Regardless, we've come this far. Xiaohei, scout the situation. With a swift motion, Xiaohei transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the dark entrance. Lu He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the connection with Xiaohei, the interior of the cave vividly materializing in his mind. Inside the cave lies a vast, intricate cavern, its walls adorned with moss emanating an eerie blue luminescence, casting an otherworldly glow throughout the entire expanse. Countless passages twist and turn like a labyrinth, overwhelming in their scale. Lu He furrowed his brow. Have the Xiaoguang Dai Long mark the entrance, suggested Long Yu Air. The Xiaoguang Dai Long soared to the cave's mouth, its wings flashing with light, leaving behind a gentle white glow as a beacon. Let us proceed. The two ventured into the cavern, with Xiaohei scouting ahead and Xiaoguang illuminating their path, allowing them to navigate the complex maze without losing their way. Soon, remnants of shadow energy-laden crystal fragments began to appear on the walls, indicating that they were drawing closer to their objective. Found it. Lu He's eyes widened with excitement. Through Xiaohei's vision, he beheld the end of the maze. It was an expansive underground cavern, vast enough to accommodate several football fields. In the very center stood a massive black rock, and at its core pulsed a crystal the size of a human head, entirely black, as if forged from pure shadows, emanating a heart-stopping energy. It was indeed the Yun Jingha. Moreover, judging by its size and energy intensity, its quality was undoubtedly top tier. Lu He was overwhelmed with joy. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his heart sank. Surrounding the Yun Jingha coiled a colossal creature, a grotesque amalgamation formed by countless translucent wraiths entwined together. This creature lacked a fixed form, resembling a swirling mass of black mist and ghostly apparitions. Countless tortured faces flickered within the fog, emitting silent cries of anguish. An oppressive aura, powerful enough to suffocate, washed over Lu He, even through Xiao Hei's perspective, causing his chest to tighten. An elite level, Yuhan Jihengtai. The name squeezed through Lu He's clenched teeth. He had seen it in the library's compendium. This was an exceedingly rare spirit-type beast, born from the vengeful souls of countless beings that perished in desolation, drawn together and twisted by immense spectral energy. Each, Yuhan Jihengtai, represented an immense graveyard. Its power was at least elite level. Damn it, why do I always encounter elites in the wild? This is a serious predicament. Lu He quickly relayed the scene he witnessed to Long Yu'er. Her expression turned grave in an instant. Elite level. That was 2 entire tiers above the advanced rank. Not only were the 2 of them insufficient, but even Professor Ling would likely struggle. What should we do? Retreat? Long Yu'er inquired. This had clearly exceeded their capacity to handle. According to their plan, they should withdraw. Lu He fixed his gaze deep into the cave. The Yun Jingha was right before him, within reach. To abandon it now would be utterly unacceptable. He had an unsettling premonition that if he missed this opportunity, he might never find a Yun Jingha of such quality again. No. Lu He shook his head, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. We cannot retreat. Are you insane? That is an elite-level spirit beast. Together, we wouldn't even be enough to fill its tooth gap. Long Yu'er exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. She believed Lu He had been blinded by the allure of the treasure. I am aware it is elite level. Lu He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm and analyze the situation. But have you noticed? That Yuhan Jihengtai appears to be in slumber. All its energy is interconnected with the Yun Jingha, as if it is absorbing its energy. Its mental fluctuations are exceedingly stable, showing no hint of vigilance. We might have a chance to steal it. A remarkably audacious plan began to form in Lu He's mind. Steal. Take the treasure from the jaws of an elite-level monster. Long Yu'er was taken aback by Lu He's audacity. This was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Yet, gazing into Lu He's fervent eyes, her usually composed heart began to race. How could he always defy logic? Having been raised as a model student, Long Yu'er struggled to comprehend Lu He's reckless mindset. She knew she should not support such wild ideas, but she found herself asking, what do you intend to do? It's quite simple. A manic smile crept across Lu He's lips. Create a diversion. I will draw its attention while you find a way to retrieve the crystal as quickly as possible. No. It's too dangerous. Long Yu'er immediately countered. If anyone should go, it should be me. My Xiao Guang has a light attribute that counters it, increasing my survival rate. No, it must be me. Lu He shook his head, his tone leaving no room for argument. Xiao Hei's Innate Qianxing was the only ability that could silently approach the crystal. My task is merely to create a distraction. Just a moment's diversion will suffice. Trust me. Lu He gazed intently into Long Yu'er's eyes, speaking earnestly. She fell silent. After a long pause, she finally nodded gently. Very well. However, if you find yourself in danger, I will immediately abandon the crystal and prioritize your safety. No problem. Lu He smiled. With their plan established, the 2 sprang into action. Long Yu'er, accompanied by Xiaoguang Dailong, stealthily maneuvered toward another area of the central cavern, searching for the optimal vantage point. Meanwhile, Lu He took a deep breath, accompanied by Xiao Hei, as he cautiously approached the slumbering monstrosity. His heart raced like a drum, every step teetering on the boundary between life and death. Lu He reflected on his inherent gambling nature. He had gambled when choosing Xiao Hei, when facing Yun Feng for the first time, and now he was gambling that the Yuhan Jihengtai would not awaken. This was indeed reckless, and he resolved not to gamble again in the future. Yet, how often does a gambler win continuously? Just as they approached within 100 meters of the Yuhan Jihengtai, the slumbering creature suddenly opened its eyes. No, it had no eyes. Instead, the countless tortured faces on its surface all turned simultaneously toward Lu He. A chilling, vengeful spirit surged forth, filled with a brutal, murderous intent, crashing upon Lu He and Long Yu'er like a tsunami. Not good. We've been detected. The thought flashed through both Lu He and Long Yu'er's minds simultaneously. In the next instant, the Yuhan Jihengtai let out a deafening roar, unleashing a barrage of black energy arrows, formed entirely from pure malice, raining down upon the 2. Chapter 44, desperation. Xiao Guang Dai Long, Xingguang Hujuan. As the mental onslaught approached, Long Yu'er reacted instantly, issuing a clear command. A brilliant white light erupted from Xiao Guang Dai Long, forming a massive shield composed of pure light energy, enveloping the two instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Countless arrows of malevolent energy battered against the Xingguang Hujuan, producing a cacophony of explosions. The luminous barrier trembled violently, rippling ominously, as if it might shatter at any moment. It won't hold for long. Long Yu'er's face paled. The Xiao Guang Dai Long was merely mid-tier advanced, while their opponent was elite level. The disparity in levels was simply too great. Even with the light attributes advantage against spirit types, this level of assault was far beyond its capacity to withstand. I know. Lu He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The stealth plan had already failed. Now, it was a matter of life and death. Escape? That was utterly impossible. The Yuhan Jiheng Tai's attack range engulfed the entire cavern. They couldn't even reach the entrance. The only path to survival is to strike. Long Yu'er, unleash your most formidable attack upon its core. Xiaohei, we advance. Lu He made a reckless decision, intending to confront this elite-level monster head-on. You are insane, Long Yu'er exclaimed. I am not insane. Trust me. Its energy is connected to the Yueying Jingha, and the crystal is its Achilles heel. If we can inflict damage upon the crystal, we shall have a chance. Xiaohei. Shadow stealth. Target the crystal. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohei transformed into a shadow, braving the terrifying pressure as it charged towards the Yuhan Juhuat. Xiao Guang Dai Long, Holy Light Ray. With a clenched jaw, Long Yu'er resolved to believe in Lu He's judgment. At this juncture, there was no turning back. Xiao Guang Dai Long emitted a piercing cry, spreading its wings wide to gather all the radiant energy into its mouth. A beam of light, more robust and dazzling than any before, tore through the darkness and struck fiercely at the writhing mass of the Yuhan Juhuati. Roar. The Yuhan Juhuati let out a pained roar. The damage inflicted by the light energy was palpable, despite the disparity in levels. The luminous skills unleashed by a creature of Xiao Guang Dai Long's lineage could still cause the Yuhan Juhuati to recoil in pain. The area struck by the beam saw vast swathes of dark mist evaporate, revealing more tortured souls writhing within. Its attention was instantly diverted to Long Yu'er and Xiao Guang Dai Long. Now is our chance. A glint of determination sparkled in Lu He's eyes. Xiaohei had stealthily maneuvered behind the Yuhan Juhuati, closing the distance to the pulsating Yueying Jingha to less than 10 meters. Shadow assault. Xiaohei erupted from the shadows with astonishing speed, akin to a black bullet, directly aiming for the crystal. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as Xiaohei's shadow assault struck the Yueying Jingha squarely. Yet, the crystal merely trembled slightly, leaving no mark upon its surface. Xiaohei, however, was violently repelled by a tremendous backlash, tumbling through the air several times before barely landing. This is impossible. It's too hard. Lu He's heart sank. The hardness of the Yueying Jingha exceeded his wildest imaginations. Their assault had thoroughly enraged the Yuhan Juhuati. Death. A venomous intent exploded in their minds. The Yuhan Juhuati abandoned its suppression of Xiao Guang Dai Long, its massive form shuddering violently as it unleashed numerous colossal tentacles composed of dark mist, striking toward every individual in the cavern like venomous serpents. This was an indiscriminate area attack. Xiao Guang Dai Long. Long Yu'er cried out, attempting to summon a shield. However, after expending most of its energy on the previous Holy Light Ray, it was currently siphoning spiritual power from Long Yu'er and was unable to react in time. Just as a black tentacle was about to strike Long Yu'er, the deathly aura it carried rendered her body rigid. Dodge. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly lunged forward, forcefully knocking her aside. It was Lu He. Thud. The black tentacle struck Lu He's back with tremendous force. He felt as if he had been hit by a speeding dump truck. His insides jumbled, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly fainted. Lu He. Long Yu'er let out a piercing scream, her mind blank as she beheld Lu He collapsed in a pool of blood. Coughing. Lu He struggled to rise, but his body betrayed him. The chilling energy of the specter was ravenously eroding his vitality. With his remaining strength, Xiaohei issued a command to his beast, protect her. Roar. Witnessing his master gravely wounded and on the brink of death, Xiaohei's violet eyes turned a deep crimson. A primal and ancient fury, erupting from the depths of his bloodline, surged within his small form like a volcano. He let out a roar filled with infinite majesty and murderous intent. The shadow energy in the cavern seemed to respond to a king's call. Rushing towards Xiaohei's body in a frenzied tide, Lu He had packed materials for advancement, hoping they could be utilized should he encounter a suitable place for Xiaohei to break through. At this moment, These materials were irresistibly drawn to the shadow power unleashed by Xiaohe, flying forth of their own accord. They transformed into streams of light, swirling around Xiaohe. Simultaneously, the enormous Yuing Jinghe on the rock wall began to pulse violently, pure primordial shadow energy being forcibly extracted, flowing in a relentless stream into Xiaohe. What is happening? Long Yuer stared in shock at the astonishing scene before her. The Yuhan Juhuati emitted a roar of confusion. It could feel its very source of sustenance being voraciously plundered by that diminutive creature. In a fit of rage, it commanded all its tentacles to interrupt this process. But it was too late. All the materials, all the energy, converged in an instant, forming a colossal black cocoon composed entirely of pure shadow energy, enveloping Xiaohe completely. Buzz. The cocoon's surface shimmered with countless mysterious runes, emanating an aura that even the elite, Yuhan Juhuati, found unsettling. Advancement. In that moment of despair, it was forcibly initiated. Chapter 45. The Moon-Eating Shadow Beast, Second Stage. The black cocoon hovered in the air like a pulsating heart. The shadow energy throughout the cavern was drawn into it like a whale consuming the ocean, creating a vast energy vortex. The light from the Yuing Jinghe on the rock wall dimmed at a visible rate, clearly drained of immense primordial energy due to Xiaohe's enforced advancement. Roar. The Yuhan Juhuati was utterly enraged. A cooked duck not only flew away, but was also taking the pot with it. How could it tolerate this? It abandoned its pursuit of Lu He and Long Yuer, concentrating all its power to form a massive black energy spear, thrusting it fiercely at the suspended cocoon. It aimed to obliterate this thief of its strength along with the cocoon. This is bad. Long Yuer's expression shifted dramatically. She understood that the advancement process was at its most vulnerable, and it could not be disrupted. Should the cocoon be breached, Xiaohe could suffer a failed advancement, damaging its foundation, or worse, experience an energy backlash that could lead to its demise. Xiao Guang Dai Long. With all its might, Holy Light Shield. Chirp. Xiao Guang Dai Long emitted a desperate wail, as Long Yuer had already transferred most of her spiritual power to it. A golden barrier, denser than before and imbued with a hint of divine essence, manifested once more before the cocoon, attempting to shield it from the impending lethal strike. Lu He, hold on. While maintaining the barrier, Long Yuer anxiously glanced at Lu He, who lay not far away. At this moment, Lu He's breath had become faint, his face pale as a sheet, with only a slight rise and fall in his chest. Regret and self-reproach filled her heart. If only she had reacted faster. If only her strength had been sufficient, Lu He would not have been gravely injured while saving her. This young man, who often appeared carefree, had proven capable of shielding her from a fatal blow at a critical moment, and his image was indelibly etched in her heart. Boom. At the moment she became distracted, the ethereal spear collided fiercely with the holy light shield. This time, there was no stalemate. A sharp crack echoed. The shield, hastily constructed by the small light disc dragon, could barely endure for less than a second before shattering like glass. With a mournful cry, the small light butterfly dragon plummeted from the sky, its wings extinguished. Succumbing to unconsciousness, Long Yuer also suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her body swaying precariously. It was over. Despair filled her as she beheld the unstoppable ethereal spear thrusting towards the colossal cocoon. In this critical moment, Lu He seized a nearby stone, exerting all his strength to hurl it at the massive form of the ethereal aggregation. Sun Zai, over here. The stone struck the ethereal aggregation, causing no harm. Yet, this act resembled a silent provocation. The ethereal aggregation appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the actions of this seemingly insignificant creature. But even this brief hesitation was fleeting. A crisp sound of cracking suddenly emanated from the dark cocoon. It was not the sound of the spear piercing through, but rather the sound of the interior fracturing. Purple-black fissures, resembling a spider's web, rapidly spread across the surface of the cocoon. In the next instant, an explosion resonated. The entire cocoon erupted, releasing a torrent of shadow energy, exponentially more potent than before, filled with an aura of dominance and destruction, sweeping outwards like a shockwave. The once invincible ethereal spear was reduced to mere paper, instantly shattered and dissipated into nothingness before this force. The massive form of the ethereal aggregation was violently hurled away, crashing against a distant rock wall with a painful thud. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. As the brilliance and energy faded, a brand new figure emerged in midair. It was now twice its previous size, nearly 1 meter tall. Its silhouette had become clearer, with muscular lines exuding explosive power. A tail covered in fine scales trailing behind, its tip ablaze with a cluster of purple-black shadow fire. Its fur had transformed into a pure, light-absorbing black, resembling a walking black hole. Most striking were its eyes. Those violet orbs had deepened, seemingly swirling with galaxies, exuding an air of majesty and indifference. Coldly gazing at the nearby, ethereal aggregation, the Shuriwetianying beast, second stage. It had advanced. In the direst of circumstances, it had completed its metamorphosis. With a roar, the newly advanced Xiaohong felt the unprecedented surge of power coursing through its body, lowering its head to see its master lying in a pool of blood. A tidal wave of fury engulfed its reason. It emitted no sound, yet the chilling intent reduced the cavern's temperature to freezing. The space around its body began to warp slightly. A formidable skill, unique to the Shuriwetianying beast, awakened within its veins. Shadow Nova. In an instant, Xiaohong vanished from its original position. When it reappeared, it was directly above the ethereal aggregation. At that moment, the pure energy within the ethereal crystal core was instantly absorbed by Xiaohong, causing the ethereal aggregation to feel dizzy, akin to a hypoglycemic reaction. Xiaohong opened its mouth, rapidly forming a fist-sized black energy sphere, compressed from high-density shadow energy. Although the sphere appeared small, it contained the terrifying energy residual from the ethereal crystal core that had just been extracted, causing the surrounding space to distort and collapse violently. The ethereal aggregation sensed an unprecedented threat. Dazed, it let out a terrified shriek, and countless faces on its massive body displayed expressions of fear. An invisible, domineering force locked it firmly in place. This was the bloodline suppression from a superior being. The Shuriwetianying beast was the unrivaled monarch of the Shadow Realm. Even in its newly advanced state, it exerted a natural dominance over all shadow and ethereal entities. Die. A chilling thought emanated from the depths of Xiaohong's soul. In the next moment, the black energy sphere it held erupted. Shadow Nova. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor were there apocalyptic light effects. Only a continuously expanding, pure black sphere that devoured all in its path. Where the black sphere passed, light, sound, and even space were completely consumed and obliterated. The immense form of the ethereal aggregation, upon contact with the black sphere, had no time to scream, dissolving rapidly as if cast into a furnace. Ultimately breaking down into the purest energy particles, entirely absorbed. Chapter 46, The Evil Organization. With a single strike, a formidable elite-level spirit beast, one that even teacher Ling would confront with full force, was annihilated. As the black nova gradually dissipated, there was no trace left of the ethereal aggregation in the cavern. Only on the central rock, the ethereal crystal core, previously drained by Xiaohong, now seemed purified, radiating gentle and pure energy waves. After the demise of the ethereal aggregation, the energy within it returned to the ethereal crystal core, which now, though only the size of a fist, was even more refined. The battle had concluded. Xiaohong slowly descended from the air, its once ferocious killing intent now receding. It hurried to Lu He's side, gently nudging its head against Lu He's cheek, emitting anxious and worried whimpers. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Lu He forced a smile, one more grotesque than tears. Well done. After uttering these words, he could no longer sustain himself, his head tilting as he fell into unconsciousness. Lu He, Long Yue exclaimed, rushing over. She first checked Lu He's breath, relieved to find it weak, yet steady. Then, she examined the wound on Lu He's back. The area struck by the tentacle was a gruesome mess, charred and oozing, with wisps of black mist continuously corroding his flesh. This was the curse energy of the ethereal realm and needed to be expelled immediately. Long Yue's expression grew grim. She cradled the unconscious, small light butterfly dragon, slowly infusing her limited spirit energy into it. Moments later, the small light butterfly dragon stirred awake. Xiao Guang, use purifying light to heal him. Chirp. The small light butterfly dragon weakly called out, struggling to fly onto Lu He, emanating a gentle and sacred white light from its wings. The white light shone upon the wound, causing the black mist to hiss as it met its nemesis, gradually being purified and dispelled. Lu He's pale complexion finally regained a hint of color. Seeing Lu He's condition stabilize, Long Yue felt a profound sense of relief. She stood up, glancing at the enticingly glowing, ethereal crystal core nearby, then at the ever-vigilant Xiaohong by Lu He's side, her gaze becoming incredibly complex. Lu He, his spirit beast. Everything felt so unusual. A breakthrough in the heat of battle, a forced advancement, and the absorption of the elite monster's energy source. After advancing, it had effortlessly obliterated that terrifying creature in one strike. Such occurrences had completely surpassed her understanding of beast mastery. She had overheard Lu He mention the Shuriwetianying beast. Could it truly possess such formidable power? She approached the rock cautiously, delicately retrieving the purified Yun Jinghe and carefully placing it into a specially crafted jade box. After completing this task, she returned to Lu He's side, sitting quietly as she restored her spiritual energy while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Her primary objective now was to safeguard this companion who had fought valiantly alongside her. At that moment, a clear, unhurried sound of applause unexpectedly echoed from the entrance through which they had entered. Clap, clap, clap. The noise resonated in the vast cavern, strikingly clear and eerily unsettling. Long Yuer's pupils constricted sharply, and she sprang to her feet, positioning herself protectively behind Lu He. Xiaohe also abruptly raised its head, emitting a low growl filled with hostility towards the cave entrance. A tall figure, shrouded in a black cloak and enveloped in shadows, slowly emerged from the darkness. His face was obscured by a silver mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that gleamed with mocking cruelty. He surveyed the chaotic scene within the cave, taking note of the energy residue left by the Yuhanjuhati, and then glanced at Long Yuer and Xiaohe. Finally, his gaze settled upon the unconscious Lu He. TSK, 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 what a splendid performance, came a raspy, jarring voice from beneath the mask. I never imagined that in merely collecting experimental waste, I would witness such an intriguing aftershow. Experimental waste? Long Yuer furrowed her brow, demanding, Who are you? Me? The cloaked figure chuckled lightly. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is his gaze fixated greedily on Xiaohe, brimming with fervor. I have discovered a far more fascinating experimental material than the Yuhanjuati. Shuriwe Tianying Show, experimental subject 734. Furthermore, his eyes gradually shifted to Lu He's face. The previously missing, failed specimen. I never anticipated that both of you would survive and come together. Fate is indeed a curious thing. Experimental subject 734? Subject 6? The cloaked figure's raspy, jarring words thundered in Long Yuer's mind, and she instantaneously comprehended the gravity of the situation. You are a member of the Xiexin organization. Long Yuer's voice trembled with shock. The Xiexin organization, that notorious underground faction infamous for conducting countless taboo biological experiments, employing brutal methods, and being the nemesis of all legitimate beast masters. Oh, the young lady is quite knowledgeable, the cloaked figure remarked with interest, seemingly pleased with her reaction. Since you are aware of our name, you should understand that today, none of you will leave. A chill and immense aura erupted from the cloaked figure. An elite beastmaster. Long Yuer's heart plummeted. Just as they had escaped the wolf's den, they had stumbled into the tiger's mouth, and this time, their adversary was 100 times more terrifying than the previous monsters. Xiaohe. Their only hope now lay with the newly advanced Xiaohe. Roar. Xiaohe sensed an unprecedented threat, positioning itself protectively behind Lu He, unleashing an enraged roar towards the cloaked figure. Shadow energy gathered around it, poised to strike with thunderous force. Heh, a newly advanced little one wishes to challenge me? The cloaked figure scoffed derisively. Though its bloodline is remarkable, it remains merely a beast. He slowly raised his hand. Allow me to show you what a true masterpiece is. A twisted, ominous summoning array unfolded before him. A grotesque spirit beast began to crawl out from the summoning array. It was a horrific creature, stitched together from the severed limbs of various beings, crudely sewn with rough thread and metal nails. It possessed the head of a wolf, the arms of a gorilla, the tail of a scorpion, and countless eyes of various sizes, filled with malice and insanity. A pungent stench of blood and decay instantly filled the cavern. Feng Mingyan, peak elite level. A weapon of war created by the Xiexin organization through forbidden stitching techniques. Chapter 47, The Sorceress. Gazing at the abomination formed from countless severed limbs, Long Yuer felt her stomach churn violently. The overwhelming stench of blood and decay, combined with the aura of malice and madness, nearly suffocated her. Peak elite level. The creature named Feng Mingyan radiated a presence far more terrifying than the earlier Yuhanjuati. How could they possibly fight? Long Yuer's heart sank completely. She had little spiritual power left, and the little light butterfly dragon had exhausted its remaining energy while healing Lu He and was now resting in her contracted space. Although Xiaohe had swiftly defeated the Yuhanjuati, it had done so by consuming a significant amount of energy from the Yuing Jinghe and under the influence of bloodline suppression. Now, Xiaohe was equally drained. That previous move, Innate Xinqing, had nearly depleted its strength. Before them stood an adversary in peak condition, an elite-level beast. This was not despair. It was a certain death scenario. What's wrong? Little girl, are you frightened by my masterpiece? The cloaked figure's chilling laughter echoed as he observed Long Yuer's pale complexion. Do not fear. Soon, you and your beast will become part of it, embellishing this grand artwork. His tone dripped with a morbid fervor, as if discussing something immensely glorious. You lunatic. Long Yuer bit her lip in disdain, her delicate face revealing utter revulsion. Roar. Xiaohe let out a furious growl. It could sense the nauseating evil aura emanating from the cloaked figure and Fenghe Mingyan, as well as their unmasked malice. Even though its body was at its limit, it forced itself to summon all the shadow energy within. Its purple eyes ablaze with unyielding fighting spirit. It was determined to protect its master. Oh, you still wish to resist? The cloaked figure regarded Xiao He with interest. Truly, the descendant of the Shuriwei Tunying Shou possesses admirable willpower. But now what can you do? He raised his hand, contemptuously pointing at Xiao He. Nightmare, go? Capture that little creature for me. Remember, it must be alive. I have no desire to damage such perfect experimental material. Roar. The enormous wolf head of Fenghe Mingyan emitted a deafening roar, countless eyes locking onto Xiao He. Its sturdy arms, modified from gorilla limbs, thrust down against the ground, propelling its massive body forward with an incongruous speed toward Xiao He. The earth trembled beneath its weight. Xiao He quickly dodged. Long Yuer cried out in alarm. Xiao He also attempted to evade, but its weakened body delayed its movements. More importantly, it could not retreat. Behind it lay the unconscious Lu He. If it took a step back, Lu He would be exposed to the monster's onslaught. Roar. Xiao He released a decisive roar, opening its mouth to gather a small, inning Dan. This was the only skill it could unleash instantly. However, just at that critical moment, a blue flame, akin to ghostly fire igniting from the void, silently appeared in the path of Fenghe Mingyan's charge. The flame was not searing. Rather, it bore an unsettling chill that penetrated to the bone. The cloaked figure emitted a soft gasp, seemingly taken aback. The frenzied charge was abruptly hindered by the sudden emergence of azure flames, instinctively bringing it to a halt, accompanied by a low, anxious growl. Immediately following, a cold and menacing female voice resonated from the entrance of the cave, echoing throughout the expansive cavern. The Xia Xian organization dares to lay its hands on my students. It seems you have grown weary of life. The voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this voice, Long Yuer felt her heart, which had sunk to the depths of despair, suddenly race with fervor. This voice was. She swiftly turned her gaze towards the cave entrance, where a tall, alluring figure emerged slowly from the shadows. The newcomer donned a fitted black combat suit that accentuated her breathtaking curves exquisitely. Her long hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, swaying gently with her movements. Her face bore no expression, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were devoid of warmth, only exuding cold, lethal intent. Beside her strode a graceful and agile leopard-shaped spirit beast, entirely black, its muscular form sleek and powerful. With its limbs and tail engulfed in ghostly blue flames, its golden slit pupils fixed coldly upon the distant Sode Nightmare. Elite-level pinnacle, Yuming Huabao. Teacher Shun. Long Yuer's voice quivered with excitement, her eyes instantly reddening. The transition from despair to hope brought her to the brink of tears. Indeed. Ling nodded slightly at Long Yuer, signaling her to remain calm. Her gaze then shifted to the figure draped in black robes. I thought it might be someone else. But it is you, the seamster. Ling's voice was icy and piercing. Oh, could it be the witch? The raspy voice of the black-robed figure revealed a hint of gravity for the first time. He evidently recognized Ling's identity. I never expected you to come in person. It seems these two little ones hold a significant place in your heart. Spare me the chatter. Ling was disinclined to engage in further conversation, issuing a direct command for attack. Yuming Huabao, Yuming Guehua. Roar. The Yuming Huabao unleashed a roar, opening its mouth to launch a fireball the size of a human head, hurtling towards Sode Nightmare, like a cannonball. Humph, do you think I fear you? The black-robed figure scoffed coldly. Nightmare, Yuan Du Sure Bai. From the massive form of Sode Nightmare, dozens of arms, stitched together from various biological remnants, grew wildly like twisted roots, weaving into a gigantic flesh shield before it. Boom. The azure fireball collided violently with the flesh shield, erupting in a thunderous blast. The eerie azure flames swiftly spread, sizzling against the arms as they were engulfed, releasing thick plumes of black smoke. Yet that was all. The flames quickly extinguished, and although the flesh shield composed of corpse arms was charred black, it remained unbroken. Your Yuming Guehua seems rather ineffective against my exquisite masterpiece. The black-robed figure chuckled derisively. Ling's brow furrowed slightly. The Sode Nightmare, a creature assembled from countless corpses, possesses formidable resistance to many energy attacks. Is that so? Ling sneered coldly. Then let us try this. Yuming Huabao, Lin Yu Claw. Roar. In an instant, the silhouette of Yuming Huabao vanished from its position. When it reappeared, it stood before Sode Nightmare. Its claws, ablaze with azure flames, traced lethal arcs through the air, striking fiercely at the body of Sode Nightmare. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes resounded. The claws of Yuming Huabao left only shallow white marks upon the resilient skin of Sewed Nightmare. What? This time, it was Ling who was astonished. She knew Sewed Nightmare had incredible defensive capabilities, but she had not anticipated such an extent of strength. Ha! Useless witch. The black-robed figure laughed triumphantly. My treasure is my most perfect creation. Its body is stitched from the toughest parts of dozens of elite spirit beasts, tempered through countless trials with corpse oil. Its physical defense can withstand even several blows from monarch-level attacks. Today, none of you shall escape. The aura surrounding the black-robed figure surged dramatically. Treasure, Shirshanshuahai. With a commanding shout, the body of Sewed Nightmare trembled violently. A nauseating blood-red mist erupted from every seam in its body, instantly enveloping the entire cavern. Within this blood mist, it seemed as though countless vengeful souls were wailing and weeping. A powerful negative energy began to erode the spirit and bodies of every living thing within the cave. Long Yuer felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her internal spiritual energy becoming sluggish. Xiao He emitted a low, pained growl, its shadow energy nearly dissipating under the oppressive blood mist. A domain-type skill. Ling's expression darkened immensely. She had not anticipated that the opponent still harbored such a trump card. Battling within the enemy's domain was highly disadvantageous for them. Yuming Huabao. Counter with Minghua Diku. Ling decisively commanded. Yuming Huabao howled skyward, the azure flames surging dramatically, forming a domain that repelled the blood mist. The azure and blood domains clashed violently within the cavern, compressing and producing a deafening sound. Useless, Ling. In my Shirshanshuahai, I am a god. The black-robed figure's voice echoed within the blood mist, filled with madness and confidence. Treasure, tear them apart. Within the blood mist, the massive form of Sewed Nightmare flickered in and out, like a ghost, launching an attack once more at Yuming Huabao. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Long Yuer watched the fierce confrontation with bated breath, her heart lodged in her throat. She knew that Teacher Shun was their only hope. If even Teacher Shun were to fall, they would be truly lost. She instinctively glanced at the unconscious Lu He beside her. The young man's handsome face bore traces of blood, his brow tightly furrowed, as if caught in a nightmare. Lu He, please wake up. Long Yuer silently prayed in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, though Lu He's body lay in a state of unconsciousness, his consciousness had plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. In this darkness, he once again beheld that familiar dream. Fiery flames soaring, the silhouette of the black-robed figure. A monstrous beast of mountain-like proportions, and the two indistinct figures fiercely protecting him. However, this time, the dream appeared to be more vivid. He felt as though he could hear the two figures calling out to him. Survive. Run quickly. The voices were filled with reluctance and determination. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Lu He shouted frantically in the darkness, yet no sound escaped his lips. He desperately attempted to discern the faces of those two figures, but their outlines remained obscured by heat waves and flames, forever unclear. The scene shifted, and he saw a group of individuals clad in white lab coats. Himself within a transparent, massive container filled with blue liquid, data lines affixed to his body for unknown purposes. Faintly, Lu He noticed an identical container across from his, containing two entirely black wolves, each bearing a crescent-shaped symbol on their foreheads. Chapter 48, The Terror of Sewed Nightmare. Within the cavern, the azure and blood domains clashed violently, the residual energy tearing gnarled wounds into the rock walls, causing debris to tumble down. S' expression grew increasingly grave. The situation was far worse than she had anticipated. The power of this fused nightmare exceeded her expectations by a considerable margin. Its capabilities were akin to a complete instrument of war, or rather, a mobile fortress. With exceptionally high physical defenses, formidable resistance to energy attacks, and the eerie domain of sea of blood and flesh, the fused nightmare was a formidable adversary. Its body was stitched together from the corpses of various spirit beasts, allowing it to switch the attributes of its struck parts at will to defend against the fire and ghostly attributes of the Yuming Huabao. Although the Yuming Huabao's level was on par with its opponent, the elemental affinity was drastically unfavorable, making the battle exceedingly arduous. With a roar, the Yuming Huabao struck fiercely with its azure flames, but the resilient skin of the fused nightmare merely dented slightly before returning to its original form. The counterattack from the fused nightmare was swift. Its massive scorpion tail, modified into a lethal hook, glimmered with a purple-black toxic light, striking at the Yuming Huabao's abdomen from an unexpected angle. S pupils constricted. In an instant, the Yuming Huabao vanished from sight, narrowly evading this lethal strike. The tail hook plunged into the ground, piercing the hard rock as if it were tofu, creating a deep, bottomless hole from which dark, toxic vapors emanated. Quick reflexes, indeed. "No wonder you are a witch," came the mocking voice of the figure in black robes from within the blood mist. "However, in my domain, how many times do you think your Yuming Huabao can teleport?" S heart sank. She recognized the truth in his words. The domain of sea of blood and flesh not only eroded the enemy's mind and body, but also severely disrupted spatial fluctuations. The teleportation ability of the Yuming Huabao was greatly restricted here, with each use consuming far more energy than usual and the distance significantly shortened. If this continued, the Yuming Huabao's spirit power would inevitably be depleted. A method to break this domain must be found. Yuming Huabao, maximum power, nether firestorm. With her teeth clenched, issued the command. The Yuming Huabao howled to the sky, its azure flames surging upwards, coalescing into a colossal fiery tornado above its head. The whirlwind spun violently, engulfing the surrounding blood mist in a voracious manner, attempting to tear a rift in this domain using pure energy. Naive, the figure in black robe scoffed. Let it witness what true despair is. With a command from the black-robed figure, the colossal form of the fused nightmare began to writhe and dissolve. The ground beneath its feet quickly turned to a muddy quagmire of blood and flesh, bubbling grotesquely. The swamp expanded rapidly, soon enveloping the entire crimson domain. The fiery tornado created by the Yuming Huabao diminished drastically upon contact with the blood-soaked mire, which seemingly possessed an extraordinary ability to absorb and extinguish flames. The azure flames struggled momentarily before dimming swiftly. More terrifyingly, enormous arms formed from the putrid blood and rotten flesh reached out from the swamp, seizing the Yuming Huabao's limbs and dragging it toward the depths of the mire. With a painful roar, the Yuming Huabao felt its azure flames being rapidly consumed and extinguished by the swamp. "This is bad." S expression changed dramatically. She had not anticipated such a transformation in her opponent's domain skill. "Want to save it?" Too late. The black-robed figure appeared behind like a specter. He had, unbeknownst to her, brandished a dagger crafted from pale bones, entwined with a suffocating aura of death, and thrust it violently towards back. This madman was personally launching a sneak attack. Alarm bells rang in his mind, but at that moment, all her focus was on the trapped Yuming Huabao, leaving her no time to react. In this moment of peril, a petite figure stepped in front of her. It was the Xiaowang Dai Long. Holy Light Shield. Long Yuer poured the last remnants of her spirit power into the Xiaowang Dai Long. The awakened Xiaowang Dai Long emitted a feeble cry, its wings glowing faintly with white light as a translucent golden barrier unfolded instantaneously before the bone dagger. Crack! The barrier barely held for half a second before shattering like fragile glass. Puff! Both Long Yuer and the Xiaowang Dai Long spat out blood, forcefully propelled away by the immense impact, crashing to the ground some distance away, completely losing consciousness. "Yuer!" exclaimed, her phoenix eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. "Oh, what a touching bond between teacher and student," the black-robed figure remarked, relishing in the sight of S rage and helplessness. "Do not rush, soon it will be your turn." He licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile, looked at Long Yuer, lying in a pool of blood, and then at the struggling Yuming Huabao in the blood mire. A profound fury and murderous intent erupted from the depths of her heart. "You shall die?" Each word was squeezed through clenched teeth. A power far stronger and more ferocious than before burst forth from her being. She was prepared to summon her other pet. The smile on the black-robed figure's face froze, as if sensing a threat, and his gaze grew wary. Possessed for spirit beasts, the Yuling Owl was of a lower level, primarily used for teaching, while the Yuming Huabao was her main combat pet, albeit not the strongest among her beasts. To have to summon her strongest pet in such a situation was something had not anticipated. The most formidable spirit beast under her command was at the initial stage of the sovereign level, but it often did not heed her commands. Otherwise, she could have long since participated in the qualifications for the Beastmaster assessment. If it went berserk here, the threat posed would far exceed that of the fused nightmare. Just as she was about to initiate the summoning, a pristine white orb of light shot in from the entrance. The orb struck the wolf head of the fused nightmare, with precision, causing it to tumble to the ground. Completely caught off guard while it was focused on capturing the Yuming Huabao, it failed to switch its head's attributes in time, resulting in a severe injury from the light attribute energy ball. Chapter 49, the just 2-on-1. Who goes there? The smile on the black-robed figure's face vanished, replaced by shock and anger. He whipped around, glaring fiercely at the entrance. This sudden strike not only wounded his prized possession, but also disrupted all his plans. With the fused nightmare severely injured, its control over the blood-flesh swamp weakened instantaneously. Roar! The Yuming Huabao seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, its azure flames surging once more as it violently broke free from the grasp of the blood-soaked arms and leaped out of the mire, landing beside. Its golden vertical pupils vigilantly fixed ahead, halted her summoning, equally astonished as she gazed toward the entrance. She was acutely aware of the power of that previous strike, pure, refined, and domineering. This was undoubtedly the might of a peak elite-level being, a rarity in Jinwu City. Who could it be? As the onlookers exchanged uncertain glances, two figures slowly emerged from the pitch-black entrance. Leading the way was an elegantly poised spirit beast resembling a spirit fox. Its fur was an immaculate white, devoid of any blemish, shimmering like flowing moonlight, soft and sacred. Its 9 long tails gently swayed behind it, each tail's tip adorned with a white gem radiating a soft glow. The most peculiar aspect is its eyes, which resemble translucent amethysts, brimming with spirituality and wisdom. Yueguang Linghu, an exceedingly rare spirit beast possessing both light and divine abilities. Following it is a woman clad in a simple white dress. She appears to be in her late 20s, her long, jet black hair held back by a plain hairband. Her features are delicate, and her demeanor exudes a gentle and intellectual aura, akin to a big sister from the neighborhood, evoking no sense of threat. Yet, this seemingly ordinary woman instills a sense of dread in the figure cloaked in black, causing Shun Ling's pupils to constrict sharply upon recognizing her visage. That name nearly escapes her lips. Sushi? Shun Ling's voice carries an astonishment that she herself is unaware of. It has been many years since she uttered that name. Belonging to the sole rival who could match her in every regard during their era. The woman, whose terrifying strength belied her ever-gentle smile and professed ambition to become a teacher. How could she be here? Shenling Su-Shi greeted Shenling with a nod. Her smile serene. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, and upon seeing Long Yuer and Lu He, unconscious and bleeding, a subtle chill flickered in her gentle eyes. It seems I have arrived not too late. Once again, it is you pesky insects. The black-cloaked man glared fiercely at Su-Shi and her Yueguang Linghu. His hoarse voice laced with resentment and fear, one which was not enough. Now another celestial maiden has appeared. You orthodox beast tamers truly enjoy meddling. He knew that the situation had spiraled out of control. He could handle Shenling and her Yuming Huabao, but facing 2 elite beast tamers simultaneously, 2 against 1. He had no chance of victory. Pesky insects. The smile vanished from Su-Shi's face, her tone turning frigid. As it is those like you who toy with life and create tragedy that are the dirtiest pests in this world. Yueguang Linghu, Yuehua Tianjiang. Su-Shi, uninterested in further banter, issued her command. The Yueguang Linghu raised its head and emitted a clear, melodious fox cry. The 9 tails behind it shimmered with brilliant light, and above the cave, a resplendent moon seemed to materialize from thin air. Soft moonlight cascaded down like a sacred drizzle, enveloping the entire battlefield. Under this moonlit glow, Shenling felt her and Yuming Huabao's depleting spiritual energy rapidly replenishing, the mental fatigue dissipating. However, the Fenghe Mingyan, illuminated by the moonlight, reacted as if doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, emitting a thick cloud of black smoke and a wretched scream. Even the black-cloaked man felt his domain, Shirshan Shuhai, being swiftly purified and weakened by this holy power. A rising tide against a falling one. This is a formidable domain skill combining divine and light attributes. Damn it, the black-cloaked man cursed inwardly, the thought of retreat blossoming in his mind. If he did not flee soon, he might truly meet his end here. He was not one of those crazed zealots willing to sacrifice everything. He wished to continue his artistic pursuits and did not want to perish in such a cursed place. Shenling, Su-Shi called out sharply. Understood. Shenling instantly grasped her intent. Though years had passed since they last met, the synergy of their past remained intact. They would take advantage of his weakness to claim his life. Yuming Huabao, Minghua Lianyu. Shenling commanded, and Yuming Huabao lunged forward with a roar. Azure flames coalescing around its claws, transforming into blades of fire that tore through space, cutting off all escape routes for the black-cloaked man. Su-Shi's Yueguang Linghu did not remain idle. It elegantly stepped forward, its form becoming indistinct. Yueguang Ren. In the next moment, countless sharp crescent blades, forged from light energy, rained down upon the black-cloaked man from all directions. 2 elite-level peak beast tamers, along with their equally potent beasts, formed a flawless joint assault at that moment. The black-cloaked man was struck with terror as the overwhelming onslaught threatened to annihilate him. He realized he had fallen into a dire predicament. A flicker of madness and resolve crossed his eyes. You wish to keep me here? Then you must pay the price. My treasure, explode for me. The black-cloaked man's hoarse, frenzied shout echoed throughout the cave. With his command, the Fenghe Mingyan, which had just risen, trembled violently, its seams glowing red. An intensely unstable and violent energy erupted from within. It was preparing to self-destruct. Not good. Retreat. Shenling and Su-Shi's expressions changed simultaneously. The explosion of an elite-level peak spirit beast would unleash devastation akin to that of a heavy bomb, capable of leveling the entire cave. This madman was willing to sacrifice even his most prized creation to escape. Without hesitation, both commanded their beasts to cease their attacks and fall back. Yuming Huabao, Kongjian Pingzhang. Yueguang Linghu, Xingguang Hudu. Although Yuming Huabao's teleportation ability was interfered with, it could still create a stable spatial barrier. Azure and golden energies intertwined before them, forming a double-layered defense. Boom. The deafening explosion threatened to rupture eardrums. The massive form of the Fenghe Mengnian detonated. Countless severed limbs and grotesque remains, mingled with foul blood and putrid flesh, surged forth like a cataclysmic storm in all directions. The entire cave quaked violently as massive rocks tumbled from above. The ground rent asunder. The barrier, interwoven with azure and gold, quaked under the impact of the energy torrent. Ripples forming on its surface as if it might shatter at any moment. Behind the barrier, Shun Ling and Su Shi gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength to maintain their defense. The aftermath of the explosion raged on for nearly half a minute before gradually subsiding. As the light and dust settled, the cave lay in ruins. The battlefield had been transformed into a vast pit, charred and reeking of nauseating blood and decay. Meanwhile, the black-cloaked man had long since vanished. Clearly, he had seized the chaos generated by the explosion to make his escape. He got away. Shen Ling withdrew the barrier, gazing at the empty pit with a sense of reluctance. Such a person possesses a tenacious life force. Sushi's tone was remarkably calm, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She recalled her Yueguang Linghu and swiftly approached the two students lying on the ground. Shen Ling also commanded Yuming Huabao to remain vigilant, following closely behind. With the battle concluded and the tension dissipated, the estrangement that had developed between them over the years resurfaced. You. Both spoke simultaneously, then halted, the atmosphere growing awkward. Ultimately, it was Shun Ling who broke the silence, observing Su Shi's back as she voiced her greatest curiosity. Su Shi, how on earth did you end up here? In her recollection, Su Shi had become a teacher at an orphanage after graduating, living in seclusion. How could she suddenly appear in the treacherous Haimu Zhaoyue and fortuitously rescue them? It is a long story. Su Shi approached Long Yue, crouching down and extending her finger. A gentle white light emanating from her fingertip as she lightly touched Long Yue's forehead. The Yueguang Linghu stood behind Su Shi, radiating a subtle purity. I have been investigating the Xie Xian organization for the past few months. Investigating the Xie Xian organization? Shun Ling furrowed her brow. You? Alone? She was acutely aware of Su Shi's prowess. Yet the Xie Xian organization was a vast and ruthless underground entity that even the Alliance found troublesome. Her decision to investigate alone was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Su Shi acknowledged with a nod, her focus primarily on assessing the injuries of the students. I have my personal reasons, she continued. The trail of the Xie Xian organization ultimately leads to this black mist swamp. I suspect they have a clandestine experimental base here. She elaborated. I initially came to seek the Chun Guangji Lu, as my moonlight spirit fox requires it for its advancement. Upon arrival, I sensed a violent surge of energy from this vicinity, one of which I am quite familiar. The energy she referred to was undoubtedly the malevolent aura of the Feng He Mengnian. Thus, I hurried over, not expecting to encounter you all. After examining Long Yue, Su Shi approached Lu He. Long Yue gradually regained consciousness. Her spiritual and mental energies replenished somewhat under Su Shi's care. Rubbing her still aching head, she gazed at the unfamiliar gentle woman before her, then at the ravaged battlefield and the vanished foes, beginning to comprehend what transpired. Thank you for saving us. Long Yue expressed her gratitude, struggling to sit up. No need for thanks, Su Shi replied with a soft smile, then turned her attention back to Lu He. However, when her hand made contact with Lu He's body, preparing to heal him, her movements slightly faltered. Shen Ling keenly detected the complex emotions that flickered in her gaze, an amalgamation of concern, guilt, relief, and a hint of tenderness. Such a look was not one typically seen from an ordinary teacher witnessing an injured student. An uncontrollable thought surged within Shun Ling's mind. Su Shi, her tone turned serious. Do you know Lu He? Su Shi's body stiffened imperceptibly. She did not turn to face Shen Ling, but kept her head lowered, continuing to channel a gentle light energy into Lu He, purging the remnants of curses and death energy from his body. He is a child I watched grow up. After a long pause, she finally whispered softly. A child you watched grow up? Shen Ling was taken aback by this revelation, her mind momentarily struggling to process it. She had reviewed Lu He's records. He had come from the 9th orphanage in Jinwu City. Su Shi, upon graduation, indeed went on to teach at an orphanage. Could it be that it was the same 9th orphanage from which Lu He hailed? After purifying the final traces of curse energy from Lu He, Sushi breathed a sigh of relief as he regained a hint of color in his pallid face. She rose and faced Ling, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Ling, this matter is quite complicated and cannot be succinctly explained in a few words. We should leave this place. It is not safe to linger. Though the seamstress has fled, one cannot predict whether he will summon his accomplices. Ling nodded, understanding that now was not the time for probing deeper. The safety of the students was paramount. At that moment, Long Yuer had regained some strength and approached Lu He, gazing at his unconscious face with a complex expression. Their expedition to the Black Mist Swamp had been utterly harrowing. From the dire encounter with the Yuhun Ju He Ti to Lu He suffering grave injuries while saving her, and finally to Xiao Hei's timely breakthrough, which vanquished their formidable foe. Just when they thought the crisis had passed, a more terrifying cadre from the Xian organization emerged. Had it not been for teacher Ling's timely arrival and the intervention of the enigmatic Su Shi, both she and Lu He might have truly become part of that grotesque monster. The words of that cloaked figure echoed in her mind. Experimental subject number 734. A failed specimen. These words pierced her heart like daggers. She looked at Lu He, the boy who always exuded a carefree demeanor and enjoyed jesting, only to discover a heavy and dark past concealed beneath. Has he always been this way? Long Yuer could not help but softly inquire of Su Shi. Su Shi's gaze fell upon Lu He, her eyes soft as water. Yes, he has always been understanding and resilient since childhood. However, fate has been exceedingly unfair to him. She reached out, gently brushing aside Lu He's tousled hair, her movements imbued with affection. But now, he has friends like you and such a wonderful teacher. I feel reassured. Turning her gaze to Ling, she sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Ling. Thank you for taking such good care of him. He is my student. It is my duty to look after him," Ling replied, her tone somewhat brusque, though her gaze softened. She observed Su Shi, then glanced at Lu He, her heart entwined with myriad emotions. In their youth, they were both prodigious talents, rivals, yet also friends who admired each other's strengths. They had once explored hidden realms together, competed fiercely in arenas, vowing to reach the pinnacle of beast tamers side by side. Yet after graduation, their paths diverged dramatically. Ling remained in the bustling metropolis, becoming an elite mentor at a prestigious academy, forging ahead on the path of the strong. In contrast, Su Shi returned to her roots, tending to an orphanage, caring for a group of children, completely concealing her own brilliance. Over the years, Ling occasionally reminisced about her, always accompanied by a tinge of regret. She believed Su Shi had fallen from grace for reasons unknown. It was only today that she realized Su Shi had not fallen, but rather chosen a more arduous and noble path, guardianship. Contemplating this, Ling's heart swelled with genuine admiration for Su Shi. At that moment, Lu He, still unconscious, suddenly furrowed his brows tightly, murmuring indistinctly in his sleep, "Don't touch him. Run. Mom, Dad." His voice was laden with anguish and struggle, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye. Upon hearing these murmurs, Su Shi's body jolted, her eyes instantly glistening with moisture. Ling and Long Yuer exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and heartache reflected in each other's eyes. It became apparent that he had not lost his memories. Rather, they were sealed deep within his subconscious, manifesting as nightmarish torment each evening. "It's all right, child. It's all in the past." Su Shi could no longer contain her emotions. Reaching out to gently hold Lu He's hand, transferring her warm spiritual energy to soothe his restless spirit. Meanwhile, Xiao Hei, who had been vigilantly guarding nearby, seemed to sense the benevolent and caring aura emanating from Su Shi, gradually relaxing its tense form but remaining steadfastly by its master's side. Outside the cave, the distant roar of a hovering vehicle's engine resonated. The school's rescue team had arrived. The military hovercraft, designated for emergency aid, traveled at remarkable speed, reaching the exclusive medical center of Jinwu First Beast Tamer High School in under an hour. The medical personnel, already awaiting their arrival, swiftly transported the unconscious Lu He, along with the still weakened Long Yuer and Xiao Guang Dai Long, into the finest treatment room. Ling and Su Shi followed closely behind, their expressions grave. Xiao Hei was also granted access, quietly resting by Lu He's bedside, its violet eyes fixated on its master, growling protectively at anyone who dared approach. The nature of this incident was far too heinous. The cadre from the Xian organization had personally attacked students on campus. This was no ordinary wilderness trial mishap, but a severe act of terrorism. News of the event quickly reached the principal. Outside the top-level intensive care unit of the medical center, Ling and Su Shi awaited the preliminary examination results. The atmosphere in the corridor was somewhat oppressive. Does he often experience such nightmares? Ling ultimately could not hold back and inquired. Su Shi leaned against the wall, nodding slightly, her face betraying a hint of exhaustion and guilt. It all began when he fell gravely ill at the tender age of 10. We explored numerous avenues and sought the expertise of the finest therapists, yet all our efforts proved futile. Those memories are etched into the depths of his soul like indelible scars, impervious to external forces. The only solace we could offer was to reassure him that it was merely a dream, urging him not to be afraid. Sushi's voice was soft, yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. So, you have been concealing the truth from him all this time. Ling's tone was laden with complexity. We had no other choice, Sushi replied, managing a wry smile. He was too young to comprehend the truth. Revealing it would only ensnare him in a web of hatred and fear, devoid of any purpose. Both Shun and I hoped he could grow up like an ordinary child, safe and happy. However, as you can see, the Xine organization has already come knocking. Ling remarked. Continuing to hide the truth will only plunge him into greater peril. I understand. Sushi's gaze grew resolute. So, when he awakens, we shall reveal everything to him. He has matured and deserves to know his origins. He possesses the strength to confront it all. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a white coat approached them. He was the head of the school's medical center and a highly esteemed senior therapist. Teacher Shun, Miss Sushi. The elder nodded to both. Classmate Long Yuer merely experienced a depletion of spiritual energy, compounded by a minor psychological shock, with a few days of rest. She will be fine. Her pet is also unharmed, merely suffering from superficial injuries. The concerning case is classmate Lu He. The elder's expression grew grave. Although his wounds were attended to promptly, the energy of a ghostly curse has infiltrated his organs, coupled with the long-term erosion from the seamstress's domain. His life essence has sustained some damage. Fortunately, his unique constitution grants him remarkable recovery abilities, and with Miss Sushi's subsequent purifying light energy, he is no longer in mortal danger. However, he may remain in a state of unconsciousness for an extended period. Upon hearing that there was no immediate threat to life, both Ling and Sushi sighed in relief. Thank you, Director Wang. Ling expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Director Wang waved his hand dismissively. However, one peculiar matter arose during his full-body examination. We discovered what seems to be another distinctly different energy concealed within him, very subtle, yet of an extraordinarily high level, seemingly safeguarding his heart's pulse. Another form of energy? Ling and Sushi exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. At that moment, an aged yet gentle voice resonated from the corridor's end. That is the last protection they bestowed upon him. The three turned to see an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair graying, yet his spirit vibrant, leaning on a cane as he approached. Principal. Ling and Director Wang respectfully called out in unison. The figure was none other than the principal of Jinwu First Beastmaster High School and the honorary president of the Jinwu City Beastmaster Association, a true master of beast taming. The principal's gaze transcended them and settled upon Sushi, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Sushi, it has been many years. You have finally chosen to show yourself. Principal Luo, it has indeed been a long time, Sushi replied, bowing deeply to the elder. Enough of the formalities between us. The principal gestured dismissively. He approached the glass window of the special care ward, gazing at the unconscious Lu He and sighed. Old Shun has informed me of the situation. You have endured much, as has this child. I appreciate your efforts over the years. The principal's tone revealed he was fully aware of past events. Standing beside them, Ling felt an internal tempest brewing. The principal, Sushi, and the director of the orphanage, Chun, seemed entwined in a monumental secret. At the heart of this enigma lay the boy still lost in unconsciousness on the hospital bed. Meanwhile, in the depths of his consciousness, Lu He's dreams continued unabated. This time, the visions were no longer mere flickers of flames or distorted silhouettes. Instead, they emerged with unprecedented clarity. He beheld a warm room where a gentle woman cradled his youthful self, humming an unknown lullaby. A tall man approached, smiling as he ruffled the boy's hair. Lu He could discern their faces, yet they were unfamiliar and yet profoundly familiar. Their eyes radiated love and tenderness. Little He, remember, no matter what happens, live bravely and kindly. Your father and mother will always protect you. The tender voice echoed clearly in his mind. Father, mother, Lu He silently called out within the dream. He desperately sought to remember their faces, to hold on to this hard-won warmth. Yet, abruptly, the scene shifted. Chaos ensued, alarms blared piercingly, fiery infernos, colossal beasts, and the two figures resolutely shielding him from harm. Sushi, this child is in your care. Run, you must survive. This time, he heard it distinctly, his parents' final words. Tears streamed silently from Lu He's tightly closed eyes. Chapter 51, The Truth. In the principal's office, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Principal Luo personally brewed a pot of tea, Pouring a cup for both Su Shi and Xin Ling, try this new Yun Ding Shuiya. It has a calming effect. Xin Ling lifted the teacup, but found no desire to drink. Her mind was consumed with the events she had just witnessed and heard in the medical center. Lu He's origins, Su Shi's identity, and the principal's cryptic words, all swirled together in a fog, igniting her fervent quest for answers. Cradling the warm teacup, Su Shi gazed into the rising steam, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Principal, are you already aware of everything? She inquired softly. Old Chen's loose lips have made it impossible for him to keep such a monumental matter concealed. Principal Luo replied, taking a sip of tea, his tone somewhat irritable. He called me in a frenzy last night, recounting the entire sequence of events. He too believes it is time to reveal the truth to Lu He. Setting down his teacup, the principal's expression turned serious as he regarded Su Shi. Su Shi, I am aware of the sacrifices you and Old Chun have made over the years to protect those children. However, now that Lu He has encountered the Xia Xian organization, the nature of the situation is no longer the same. Lu He is not a delicate flower confined to a greenhouse. Keeping him caged is not protection. It is an act of suffocation. Su Shi's body trembled slightly as she lifted her head, a flicker of struggle crossing her eyes, but ultimately transforming into acceptance. I understand. Principal, you are right. She inhaled deeply, as if solidifying her resolve. Xin Ling. She turned to the previously silent Xin Ling. I know you have many questions. Now, I can provide you with answers. Xin Ling's spirit surged as she straightened in her seat, her gaze fixed intently on Su Shi. Myself, Dean Shun, and Lu He's adoptive parents all hail from the same organization. Su Shi's voice was gentle, yet it carried the weight of the world. A group that has nearly faded into obscurity, the Imperial Beastmasters. Imperial Beastmasters. Xin Ling gasped in astonishment. This name had only appeared in the most ancient of historical texts and royal secrets. It referred to the most elite and mysterious group of beastmasters, once loyal solely to the royal family of the Xia Kingdom. However, 15 years prior, this legendary organization had suffered near total annihilation in a cataclysmic battle against the monarch-class ferocious beast, the Huangxing disaster dragon, vanishing from public consciousness. The world believed they had irretrievably become a part of history. Little did they know, there were still survivors among them. And 2 of them had been by her side all along. Indeed, Su Shi confirmed, validating her suspicions. In that catastrophe 15 years ago, the Imperial Beastmasters lost nearly all their members. Only the then deputy leader, Director Chun, and I, who had recently joined, survived. Lu He's adoptive parents were the elite members who sacrificed themselves in that battle. A storm of emotions surged within Xin Ling. She finally comprehended why such a genius as Su Shi had chosen to work as a teacher at an orphanage. It turned out she was already a member of the Palace Beastmasters at that time, and her intention was to care for the orphans left behind by those Palace Beastmasters. Lu He's voice was somewhat hoarse. He was not the biological child of his parents. Su Shi's gaze dimmed. He was rescued from a mission aimed at wiping out the Evil Heart Organization's experimental base. A child created through forbidden techniques by the Evil Heart Organization. What? This revelation shocked Xin Ling even more than the secrets of the Palace Beastmasters. The lunatics of the Evil Heart Organization had been attempting to breach the taboos of life. They not only stitched together spirit beasts, but also sought to dabble in the creation of life. Principal Luo's voice was filled with disdain. Lu He was one of their rare success stories among countless failures. When his parents discovered him, he was merely an infant confined in a cultivation pod, nameless, identified only by the cold designation Experiment Number 6, unable to bear the thought of such an innocent life being treated as a monster. They defied the odds and brought him out, adopting him and giving him the name Lu He, providing him with a home. Xin Ling fell silent. She could hardly imagine the heavy burden Lu He bore beneath his carefree exterior, created as an experiment, and witnessing the death of his adoptive parents at a young age. Xin Ling exhaled deeply, feeling that the information she had absorbed today exceeded that of the entire past year. So, you intend to inform him of everything once he awakens. Su Shi gazed out the window, choosing not to say more. After a while, in the special care unit of the medical center, Lu He's fingers twitched slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a stark white ceiling and a faint scent of antiseptic. Turning his head, he spotted a familiar figure. Long Yue sat in a chair beside the bed, cradling the slumbering Xiao Guang Dai Long in her arms. Looking utterly exhausted herself as she leaned back against the chair, asleep. Her serene sleeping face was softened, lacking the usual sharpness, revealing a gentler side. A warm current surged within Lu He as he gazed at her. He attempted to shift his body to sit up, but the movement tugged at his back wound, causing him to grimace in pain. This slight commotion roused Long Yue from her light slumber. She opened her eyes wide, and upon seeing Lu He awake, a flicker of surprise illuminated her cool gaze. You're awake. Lu He managed a grimace, one that resembled a smile more than a cry. How long have I been asleep? Where's Xiaohei? Where are we? He bombarded her with questions in a hoarse voice from disuse. You've been in a coma for 3 days. Long Yuer's voice carried a hint of morning raspiness, but her tone was laced with concern. She gently placed the sleeping Xiao Guangdai Long on the empty bed beside him and stood up to pour him a glass of warm water. Xiaohei is fine. It's right beside your bed. Following her gaze, Lu He indeed saw the familiar black figure. Xiaohei lay at the foot of his bed, deeply asleep, its body rising and falling with each breath. Feeling its master's gaze, Xiaohei's ears twitched, and it sleepily opened its purple eyes. Upon realizing Lu He was awake, it let out a joyful whimper, quickly scrambling to its feet and nudging Lu He's hand. It's all right, I'm fine. Lu He chuckled as he affectionately ruffled its large head, feeling a surge of warmth within. The presence of a companion by his side felt truly comforting. This is the school's medical center. We are safe now. Long Yuer brought the cup to his lips, carefully helping him drink a few sips. Safe. Lu He leaned back against the pillow, letting out a long sigh, his tense nerves, which had been taut for days, finally relaxing. He began to recall everything that had transpired before his unconsciousness. The terrifying Jihudi, the injuries sustained while saving Long Yuer, and Xiaohei's explosive performance at the last moment. Right, what happened afterward? Lu He inquired eagerly. Did Xiaohei win? What about that large creature? It won. Long Yuer's face revealed a hint of lingering disbelief. She recounted the events that unfolded while Lu He was unconscious. From Innate Xinxing, striking down Jihudi in an instant, to the sudden appearance of the evil heart organization Stitcher, and finally, Ling's timely arrival, leading to the breathtaking battle between both sides. Wait, Lu He interrupted her mid-sentence. Did you say Teacher Shin came? What happened afterward? How did she fare against that Stitcher? It's the Stitcher, Long Yuer corrected. Teacher Shin fought fiercely against him, but his fused nightmare was too formidable. Ling's Hellfire Leopard was even temporarily trapped. Lu He's heart sank. And then, how did we escape? Long Yuer's expression grew peculiar. We were saved by a very powerful person. She detailed how Su Shi and the Moonlight Spirit Fox emerged, how they struck a heavy blow against Fused Nightmare, and how they teamed up with Ling to force the formidable enemy back. Chapter 52 The Truth, Part 2. Lu He listened intently to Long Yuer's account, his mind buzzing. Innate Xinxing had vanquished Jihudi in an instant. The Stitcher of the Evil Heart organization had appeared out of nowhere. Teacher Shin arrived just in time. All of these events were within his comprehension. However, when Long Yuer mentioned the name of the one who saved them all with a peculiar look, Lu He was utterly stunned. You mean to say it was Teacher Su Shi who saved us? He instinctively questioned, his voice taking on a different tone. Yes. Long Yuer nodded, equally astonished by the strength displayed by the seemingly gentle and intelligent woman. It was indeed Teacher Su Shi. She has a remarkably powerful Moonlight Spirit Fox. With one move, Yuehua Tianjiang, she shattered the Stitcher's domain. The name Moonlight Spirit Fox was all too familiar to Lu He. It was Su Shi who had used the Moonlight Spirit Fox to help him during the entrance exam. But why was Teacher Su Shi, who should have left Jinwu City, aiding them in the marshlands near Jinwu City? Lu He? Lu He? What's wrong? Long Yuer noticed his change in demeanor and asked with concern. It's nothing. Lu He shook his head, forcefully suppressing the tempest of thoughts swirling in his mind and managing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Just felt like the world is quite small. Long Yuer regarded him, choosing not to press further. She understood that this young man harbored far too many thoughts. At that moment, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. 3 figures entered, one after the other. Leading the way was an elderly man with graying hair but a vigorous spirit, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. It was Principal Luo. Following closely behind him was Teacher Ling. And lastly, the woman in a simple white dress, exuding a gentle demeanor, was the source of Lu He's myriad thoughts. Su Shi. Their eyes met. Lu He observed the complex emotions reflected in Su Shi's gaze. There was concern, satisfaction, guilt, and a hint of relief at finally being able to unburden herself. Lu He, you're awake. Teacher Su Su. Lu He opened his mouth, his throat feeling parched. He had many questions swirling in his mind, yet as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for where to begin. How do you feel? Su Shi approached the bedside, naturally extending her hand to check his forehead. I'm fine. Su Shi smiled gently and withdrew her hand. Next to her, Ling watched the scene unfold, her heart a tumult of emotions. She now knew the entire truth, and observing Su Shi and Lu He, she felt the whims of fate at play. Principal Luo approached the bedside and regarded Lu He with warmth. Child, do you feel better? Much better. Thank you for your concern, Principal, Lu He replied promptly. Well, that is good to hear, Principal Luo nodded. He glanced at Long Yuer beside him, then back at Su Shi and Ling. Some matters are now ready for you to comprehend. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Lu He's heart raced. He understood that the moment he had been anticipating had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. Principal, please speak. I am ready to listen. He had steeled himself to confront the truth concealed for 15 years. As Sushi observed his facade of strength, a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes. She reached out, gently clasping Lu He's hand. Principal Luo raised his hand, and an invisible wave of energy spread, forming a soundproof barrier within the hospital room. He looked at Sushi, indicating that she could proceed. Sushi nodded, gathering her thoughts. She looked at Lu He, her gaze unprecedentedly solemn. Lu He, I know you have many questions regarding your origins and the nightmares that have haunted you. Lu He's heart leapt into his throat. Your parents did not leave you a pet egg, not out of lack of love, but because they did not have the chance. Your adoptive parents, Lu Yun and Lin Wei, were members of the Royal Beast Masters. Sushi's next words caused Lu He's pupils to constrict sharply. Adoptive parents. It was the first time he had heard their names from someone else's lips. Lu Yun, Lin Wei. So, these were their names. Sushi continued. Your adoptive parents bravely sacrificed themselves during the battle against the Huangxing disaster dragon beast to protect the populace. In their final moments, they entrusted you to me. Lu He's mind felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. The Huangxing disaster dragon beast. That giant creature like a mountain, the flames shooting into the sky, and the two figures that had steadfastly shielded him. It turned out that the nightmare that had tormented him for countless nights was not a dream, but a reality that had transpired. A wave of profound sadness and pride surged within him simultaneously. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Sushi tightened her grip on his hand, channeling her warm spiritual energy to soothe his tumultuous emotions. Then Lu He's voice became hoarse and dry. Sushi looked at him, her gaze dimming with sorrow. Lu He, you must brace yourself. You are not the biological child of your parents. He had already suspected this. The moment he heard adoptive parents, a premonition had taken root. Yet, when this truth was articulated, it felt as though a needle had pierced his heart. You were rescued by them a year ago during a mission to eradicate the Evil Heart Organization's experimental base. Evil Heart Organization. That name struck him again. The seamstress. Lu He clenched his fists involuntarily. The lunatics of the Evil Heart Organization had been conducting inhumane experiments. Principal Luo's voice dripped with disdain and coldness. They not only fused spirit beasts but even dared to meddle in the creation of life through technology. You are a rare success among their countless failures. A fabricated child born of their forbidden techniques. Chapter 53, The Truth, 3. What? A fabricated child? This revelation struck Lu He like a hammer, freezing him in place. His mind blank. He was not an orphan bereft of parents. He was not even a normal person. He was merely a manufactured entity. When your parents discovered you, you were merely an infant confined within a growth vessel. Sushi's voice brimmed with compassion. You had no name, only a cold designation. Test subject number 6. Test subject number 6. The very subject that had gone missing. The raspy, grating voice of the seamstress echoed in his mind once more. It was true. Lu He instinctively raised his hand, gazing at his palm. An overwhelming sense of confusion and self-doubt engulfed him. Who am I? Where do I come from? What am I? They could not bear to see such an innocent life treated as a monster. Sushi's eyes glistened with tears. They defied all odds to rescue you from that cold laboratory and took you as their son. They bestowed upon you the name Lu He, hoping that your life would flow like a river, ceaseless and full of infinite possibilities. They gave you a home and the warmest love. Sushi's words reverberated in the quiet hospital room. Lu He listened in a daze, as unfamiliar yet familiar images began to surface in his mind. A cozy room. A gentle woman humming a lullaby. A tall man smiling as he ruffled his hair. Little He, remember, no matter what happens, live bravely and kindly. Mom and Dad will always protect you. Tears finally slipped uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. He was not without parents. He had once had the best parents in the world. They had given him a name, a home, and the most precious warmth in his life. They had even sacrificed their lives to grant him the chance to live. Yet, he had forgotten them for a whole decade. I'm sorry. Lu He covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently as suppressed sobs escaped him. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I forgot you. The room fell silent, save for Lu He's muffled cries. Su Shi, Shen Ling, Principal Luo, and Long Yuer quietly watched him, refraining from interrupting. They understood that this young man needed time to process everything. In all these years, Sushi had never witnessed Lu He in such a state. She realized he was finally releasing the burdens he had kept hidden deep within, manufactured as a test subject and witnessing his adoptive parents' deaths in his youth. Such a heavy past could crush any adult, yet he had borne it alone in ignorant innocence for a decade. After weeping for a long while, Lu He's emotions gradually settled. He lowered his hands, revealing eyes that were now red but devoid of confusion or self-loathing, instead ignited by an unprecedented flame. That flame was one of anger, hatred, and resolute determination. He had not been defeated by this cruel truth. On the contrary, he had risen. The nightmare that had plagued him for years now had an answer. He was no longer a drifting reed without roots. He knew who he was and what he must do. Teacher Su Shi, Principal Luo, Teacher Shun. Lu He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the three. His voice still somewhat hoarse, but exceptionally resolute. Thank you for revealing all of this to me. He did not question why they had kept it from him. He understood that they had done so to protect him, just as his parents had. Now I know my mission. Lu He's eyes sharpened, like blades. Evil Heart Organization. He enunciated the name slowly through clenched teeth. This overwhelming resolve moved everyone present. They understood that from this moment forth, the once somewhat cynical youth had undergone a profound transformation. A good child. Principal Luo gazed at him, his eyes filled with pride and admiration. Ambitious. This is indeed the son of Lu Yun and Lin Wei. However, this path is fraught with challenges and lengthy. The Xian organization is a vast and intricate power, far more terrifying than one can imagine. What you must do now is not to be blinded by hatred, but to calm your mind and diligently enhance your abilities. I understand. Lu He nodded heavily. He was no fool. He would not recklessly confront the Xian organization in a fit of rage. What he needed to do was to accumulate strength, wait for the opportune moment, and then deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. By the way, he seemed to recall something, looking towards Long Yuer. Did she not mention something about Xiaohe? Long Yuer's expression also became serious. Yes, she nodded. He said Xiaohe is experiment number 734. Experiment number 734. Lu He softly repeated this number, then directed his gaze to the foot of the bed. Xiaohe seemed to sense the shift in his master's emotions. It stood up, approached the bedside, resting its head on the edge of the bed. Looking at Lu He with its deep purple eyes filled with concern, it emitted a low whimper. Xiaohe. Lu He extended his hand, gently stroking its soft fur. He recalled another scene he had witnessed while unconscious in that laboratory. In a cultivation container similar to his, there were two pitch-black wolves. Each bore a crescent moon symbol on their foreheads. Moon-devouring shadow beasts. If what the seamstress said is true, then those two moon-devouring shadow beasts must be Xiaohe's parents. Yet, the Xian organization actually has the capability to locate and control two moon-devouring shadow beasts. Lu He looked at the crescent on Xiaohe's head. No wonder he had always felt a sense of familiarity. He had seen this pattern long ago. It turned out that Xiaohe, like him, was also a victim created in that hellish laboratory. A wave of poignant sorrow and even stronger anger surged within Lu He. He and Xiaohe had both had everything taken from them by the same executioner. Chapter 54. The Ethnic Refinement begins. Lu He had found the inherently weak Xiaohe in the nurturing area of the Yuling Tower. Whether this was mere coincidence or fate's design, Lu He could not ascertain. It seemed the Xian organization had conducted extensive research on the moon-devouring shadow beast species. Ling's expression was grave. They not only created Xiaohe, but even assigned it a designation as an experimental subject. This indicates that they likely have manufactured other experimental subjects of the moon-devouring shadow beast. This speculation cast a pall over everyone's hearts. If the Xian organization truly possessed the technology to mass-produce moon-devouring shadow beasts, it would spell a cataclysmic disaster for the entire world. Lu He tightly embraced Xiaohe's head. Xiaohe, rest assured. His voice brimmed with determination. The vengeance of the two of us, we shall exact together. Xiaohe responded with a firm nod, nudging its head against his palm. In that moment, the destinies of man and beast became inextricably linked by the bonds of vengeance. The heavy truth unveiled. A suffocating atmosphere permeated the ward. Although Lu He appeared strong, his slightly trembling shoulders and clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Principal Luo looked at him, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. He sighed, stepped forward, and patted Lu He's shoulder. Child, I know you are feeling immense pain right now. His voice was gentle yet powerful, like a warm current flowing into Lu He's cold heart. However, you must remember, one's origins do not dictate who they are. Those madmen may have constructed your body, but they cannot provide you with a soul. It is Lu Yun and Lin Wei who bestowed upon you a courageous and kind heart through their love. It is they who made you a true person. Principal Luo gazed into Lu He's eyes, articulating each word with deliberate care. Thus, you are not experiment number 6. You are the son of Lu Yun and Lin Wei, the continuation of their lives, their pride. You are also a student of Jinwu Yigao, the future we wish to protect. Just as Principal Luo was about to delve deeper into his educator's discourse, a knock on the ward door interrupted. Director Wang entered, holding a report. Principal, Teacher Shun Ms. Su Shi. He greeted everyone, then turned his attention to Lu He. his face displaying an expression of astonishment. Lu He, your recovery ability is truly extraordinary. The test results are in. The curse energy within you has been completely eradicated, and the damaged life source is rapidly recovering. After a couple more days of rest, you can be discharged. Really? That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Lu He's eyes sparkled with joy. He had long grown weary of the scent of disinfectant. Can I leave now? He looked at Director Wang with eager anticipation. Theoretically, yes, but it would be best to observe for another 2 days. Director Wang replied. No need for observation. Lu He suddenly leapt from the bed, only to feel a sharp pain from the wound on his back, causing him to wince. Ouch! You need to lie down properly. Ling and Su Shi admonished in unison. Lu He had no choice but to sheepishly return to his bed, offering a sheepish smile. I just wanted to ask, when can I eat? I'm starving. The hospital's nutritional meals are tasteless. After being compelled to rest for 2 additional days, Lu He finally completed his discharge procedures. During these 2 days, aside from eating and sleeping, he had focused on meditative practices to restore his spiritual power. Upon learning of his origins, his desire to grow stronger was more urgent than ever. Returning to the school dormitory, he closed the door, and the world around him fell silent. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he cradled the now significantly larger Xiao He in his arms, beginning to reflect on their journey through the Black Mist Marsh. The gains were substantial, yet the process had been perilously intense. Had it not been for Xiao He's last-minute breakthrough, they might have truly met their demise there. Xiao He, I owe you so much this time. Lu He stroked Xiao He's head. Xiao He comfortably squinted its eyes, emitting a soft sound. Its current size had doubled, nearly reaching half a human's height, its fur as black as ink, devoid of any blemish, exuding an explosive sense of power. Advanced stage. Moon-devouring shadow beast, second phase. Lu He gazed at it, suddenly struck by a thought. He recalled his long-failed talent, ethnic refinement. Previously, during his early years, no matter how he attempted to activate it, this talent had remained unresponsive. He had once believed there were limitations or special conditions necessary for its activation. Could it be that Xiao He's previous low tier was the reason? Lu He speculated. Now, with Xiao He having advanced, could he try once more? This thought ignited an irrepressible urge within him. Let us do it. Lu He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with focus. He closed his eyes, channeling the mysterious golden spiritual energy within him. This time, unlike with spiritual energy refinement, where he gradually infused energy, he concentrated all his mind and spirit on the talent of ethnic refinement. Activate. With a soft command resonating in his mind, a radiant and divine golden light erupted from him, more resplendent than any previous manifestation. The golden glow enveloped both him and Xiao He completely. Xiao He seemed to sense something as it suddenly opened its purple eyes, looking at its master with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. However, it did not resist, for it sensed that this energy emanated from the same source as its master, imbued with warmth and goodwill. LH felt that his Zong Siu Lian had finally been successfully activated, gradually channeling golden spiritual energy into the body of Xiao-Hi. It worked. Truly, it worked. LH's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. It turned out that the previous failures were simply due to Xiao-Hi's insufficient level. This talent could only be employed once the beast attained the advanced stage, immediate refinement, as he commanded with his will. The golden radiance enveloping Xiao-Hi instantly became more resplendent. Countless mysterious golden runes flowed within the light, akin to miniature suns, merging into Xiao-Hi's form. Roar! Xiao-Hi emitted a low growl, a mixture of pain and relief. It could feel that its body was undergoing an extraordinary transformation at the genetic level, deep within its soul. Its bloodline was boiling. Its strength was transcending. This process lasted nearly 10 minutes. As the golden light slowly dissipated, LH's complexion grew pale, his forehead glistening with sweat. The activation of Zong Siu Lian had drained a significant portion of his spiritual and mental energy. Yet, gazing at the Xiao-Hi before him, he felt that it was all worthwhile. The refined Xiao-Hi displayed no significant change in appearance. However, its aura had become more profound and domineering. Zong Siu Lian succeeded. Target individual, the SHUT New Yorking SHU's racial potential has increased by 5. An enhancement of 5 in racial potential. While it may seem modest, LH understood its implications. Racial attributes fundamentally determine the upper limits of spiritual beasts. It is akin to a tractor. No matter how much one modifies its engine, it cannot outrun an ordinary sports car. And Zong Siu Lian is the divine skill that can transform a tractor into a sports car. Splendid. LH exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat drained. He leaned against the headboard, watching Xiao-Hi, who was familiarizing itself with its newfound power, a content smile gracing his face. This was merely the beginning. His eyes burned with a fierce ambition. Once Shi-O-Hi advanced to the mature, elite, and monarch levels, he could continuously elevate its potential using Zhong Siu Lian. One day, he would forge Shi-O-Hi into the most exceptional being in this world. Unparalleled and unique. Chapter 55, The Bounty Hunter Association. LH lay sprawled on the bed, having grown accustomed to the sensation of being utterly drained. Each activation of his talent felt akin to running a marathon, especially with added weight. He gasped for breath, observing his companion, Shi-O-Hi, who, despite little change in appearance post, Zhong Siu Lian, radiated a depth and aura that was unmistakable. This was merely the beginning. LH squeezed Shi-O-Hi's paw, the pad firm and powerful. Once I have the means, I shall transform you into a unique Imperial level SHUT New York Ing SHU. Woof. Shi-O-Hi barked, seemingly urging him to hasten. However, the individual value must also keep pace. LH recalled another talent of his, L-N-G-L-C-U Lian. Previously, due to limited spiritual energy, he had only managed to elevate Shi-O-Hi's individual value to a moderate level among its kin, unworthy of such a remarkable race. Now, with his spiritual energy significantly amplified, he was ready to attempt it once more. Come, Shi-O-Hi, stay still. Let me enhance you. LH took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. This time, he concentrated entirely on the talent of L-N-G-L-C-U Lian. Buzz. Golden energy surged forth from within him once more, but unlike the sacred and vast energy of Zhong Siu Lian, this energy was gentler, like a gentle stream, precisely infusing Shi-O-Hi's limbs and bones. Shi-O-Hi purred contentedly, its fur sprawling out. LH could distinctly sense that Shi-O-Hi's muscles, bones, and meridians were becoming increasingly resilient under the nourishment of this golden energy at a visibly rapid pace. L-N-G-L-C-U Lian succeeded. Target individual. The SHUT New York Ing SHU's individual value has been elevated to level. It worked. LH nodded in satisfaction. Level. While there remained a considerable journey to reach the next level, this was already a monumental leap forward. It signified that Shi-O-Hi now stood as an exceptionally gifted entity among its peers in the same level. Perfect. LH clapped his hands, asserting that from genetic engineering to postnatal cultivation, he had managed it all single-handedly. Where could he seek justification for this? He lay back on the bed, feeling utterly lethargic, unwilling to move even a finger. The dormitory building was eerily silent, devoid of life. It dawned on LH that school had already adjourned. Having secured the YUY Ing JNH, he had completed the final examination early, directly attaining a high evaluation and a substantial credit reward. In contrast, Ling Ur had yet to conclude her exams due to the disruption caused by the seamstresses, having failed to acquire the morning dew. LH opened his phone and indeed found a message from Ling Ur sent a day prior. The message was short, perfectly in line with her style. I have gone to the depths of the black mist marsh with teacher SH in to search for the morning dew. Take care of your wounds and don't perish. TSK. LH smirked, a smile unconsciously forming on his face. He replied, rest assured, calamities endure for a millennium. As for you, do not be seized by the toads in the marsh. Setting down his phone, a wave of emptiness washed over him. The desire for revenge ignited like a fire within his heart, burning ever brighter. He could no longer afford to follow the mundane routine of classes and training. He needed money, resources, intelligence, and most importantly, real combat experience. Remaining confined within the ivory tower of the school would never unveil the traces of the Xie Exine organization. Shi-O-Hi, LH turned to his companion resting by the bed. Do you wish to venture out to earn some money and stretch your limbs? Roar. Shi-O-Hi abruptly raised its head, its purple eyes brimming with combat spirit. An hour later, JNWCH Ing, Bounty Hunter Association. LH had previously come here to return a team of bounty hunters' identity badges, hurriedly seeking to sell his spoils without taking a moment to observe the bounty hunter hall. The hall was bustling with noise, the air thick with the sense of sweat, alcohol, and the various energies emanating from the spiritual beasts. A stark contrast to the upscale environment of the Beastmaster Association. Massive electronic screens adorned the walls, scrolling through numerous bounty tasks. Seeking the lost who are Ing Mo. Reward, 500 yuan. Escorting a merchant caravan to LNHI City, requiring a team of intermediate beastmasters. Reward, 100,000. Clearing the abandoned factory's burrows of drilling mice in the western part of the city. Danger level, low. Reward, 30,000. Investigating the anomalous events surrounding the spirit beasts in Gu F Ing SHN. Danger level, medium. Reward, 150,000. Team action required. LH's gaze swept rapidly across the screen. He was not here for ordinary tasks. He sought any potential clues connected to the Sia Exine organization. These madmen operated in secrecy, yet their activities would inevitably leave traces. For instance, the inexplicable disappearance of spiritual beasts or the emergence of bizarrely formed stitched monsters. A female hunter clad in form-fitting leather armor, her figure alluring, passed by him, and upon noticing the handsome young man accompanied by an unfamiliar yet striking black wolf, she could not help but whistle. "Oh, handsome boy, are you new here? Would you like to team up with your sister? I can take you to great heights." LH turned around, displaying a radiant smile. "Sister, I fear you may not be able to keep up." The female hunter was amused by his response. Laughing heartily before sauntering away, LH returned his gaze to the task list, continuing his search. Xiaohei currently finds himself somewhat challenged when facing ordinary mature-level initial stage spirit beasts. The Yuhan Juhati is indeed ill-fated, encountering the formidable Shuriwetaning beast, akin to its own progenitor. Otherwise, being swiftly vanquished by two higher ranks would be an impossibility. The Bounty Hunter Association's task ratings are notably conservative, with assignments deemed of moderate danger likely leading to encounters with peak mature-level monsters. He cannot afford to be reckless. Just as he was preparing to undertake a simple task for practice, a newly refreshed assignment captured his full attention. Chapter 56, The Malevolent Battle Wolf Bounty. Urgent Commission. Investigate the abnormal outbreak of the malevolent battle wolf in the Hongfeng mountain range. Task description. Recently, the malevolent battle wolf has exhibited large-scale, unusual behaviors, with aggression and organization far exceeding historical records. According to multiple hunter reports, the howls of the wolf pack at night are eerie, and some members have inexplicably gone missing, causing the pack to become frenzied and jeopardizing the safety of nearby towns. The task objective is to delve into the cause of the outbreak, assess the risk level, and avoid unnecessary conflict with the main pack. Danger level, high. Bounty amount, 250,000. Requirements for acceptance. A team of advanced beast tamers, at least 3 members. This newly refreshed task burned itself into Liu He's retina like a searing iron. The malevolent battle wolf. He recalled vividly the sewing nightmare of the Stitcher. That grotesque wolf head was indeed that of the malevolent battle wolf. The Stitcher had self-destructed this sewing nightmare to flee, and he would surely seek new materials to craft his twisted masterpiece. Liu He's heart raced wildly, and he instinctively moved towards the counter to accept the task. However, the harsh reality swiftly doused his enthusiasm. An advanced beast tamer team. As a mere student who had only recently obtained a mid-level beast tamer qualification, accompanied by a progression-level pet, he could not even meet the threshold for the task. Liu furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze swiftly scanning the bustling hall in search of potential opportunities. At that moment, 3 figures approached the task screen, their target similarly the assignment concerning the malevolent battle wolf. Leading the trio was a burly bald man, his muscles bulging, exuding a formidable presence simply by standing there. Beside him was a lean man with hawk-like eyes, 2 short blades sheathed at his waist, a perpetual smirk playing on his lips, suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Lastly, there was a tall woman clad in black leather armor, her arms crossed, her demeanor icy as she meticulously studied the task details. "Brother Xiong, this task seems rather sinister," spoke the hawk-eyed man, his tone sharp. "Those malevolent battle wolves are no ordinary beasts. What could possibly cause their members to go missing? And what else with this mutation, where there are anomalies? There is great profit." The man known as Brother Xiong, his scarred face grave, replied, 300,000 is enough for us to take a breather for a while. However, this task requires a scout for the dirty work. We 3 are more the direct confrontation type." The leather-clad woman added coolly. "The terrain of the Hongfeng mountain range is complex. Without a reliable scout, ambushes are inevitable." Opportunity. Liu He's eyes sparkled with realization. He approached without hesitation. "Greetings, esteemed brothers and sisters." A benign smile graced Liu He's face. "How about adding me to this task?" The trio's attention swiftly focused on him. "Huh." The hawk-eyed man scrutinized Liu He, his derisive grin deepening upon noticing the school uniform he wore. "What is this kid doing here? Go on. This isn't a playground for students." "Ah-ing." Brother Xiong's voice was low, cutting off his companion, yet his gaze towards Liu He remained skeptical. "Little brother, this task is perilous. It's not a school field practice." "I understand." Liu He maintained his smile, pointing to the task requirements suggesting the need for a scouting-type pet. "Though I am not an advanced beast tamer, I possess what you require." "Oh." Brother Xiong raised an eyebrow, appearing intrigued. "What do we lack?" "You lack a scout." A loud laugh erupted from the hawk-eyed man. "You're right, but can you handle it? What is that creature at your feet? A black dog?" He pointed dismissively at Xiaohei, who was sitting by Liu He's side. Xiaohei raised his head, a dangerous glint flashing in his violet eyes. Lu He gently patted its head, signaling it to remain calm. Without further ado, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao He. In the next moment, Xiao He's form melted into the shadows beneath Lu He's feet, vanishing from sight. Brother Xiong's pupils dilated. The hawk-eyed man's smile faltered, and he immediately scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. At that moment, the previously silent leather-clad woman, Sister Wei, suddenly stiffened, as if frozen, and abruptly lowered her head. A pure black claw, unbeknownst to her, had emerged from the shadow beneath her feet, 5 sharp talons resting lightly on her ankle, exerting no force. The chilling aura from the claw penetrated through her leather boots, piercing her skin. Had that claw wished, it could have effortlessly torn through her flesh and severed her tendons in that instant. Cold sweat broke out on Sister Wei's forehead. All right, Xiao He, return. Lu He's calm voice resonated. The eerie claw silently retracted into the shadows. Moments later, Xiao He reappeared beside Lu He, licking its paw as if nothing had transpired. Sister, my apologies. Lu He bowed slightly to Sister Wei, then turned to the two men. What do you think? The entire process unfolded seamlessly, shrouded in an air of mystery. The hall remained bustling with voices, yet a silence enveloped the 4 of them. The hawk-eyed man's previous derision had vanished, replaced by disbelief and a hint of fear. Brother Xiong's expression grew exceedingly grave. He scrutinized Xiao He, then glanced at the composed Lu He, his eyes shifting unpredictably. Having been a bounty hunter for over a decade, he had encountered all manner of spirit beasts. Yet, such an extraordinary stealth ability and assassination technique was a first for him. This young man was indeed correct. They required a being of such caliber. Kid, what is your name? Brother Xiong asked in a serious tone, shedding his earlier disdain. Lu He, why do you wish to take on this task? For money? There are personal reasons that I cannot disclose. Brother Xiong fell silent. He turned to converse quietly with Ling and Sister Wei for a moment. After a brief pause, he faced Lu He once more. All right, you may join us. Brother Xiong's demeanor turned serious. However, I must lay down some ground rules. He raised a thick finger. First, during the task, all actions will be under my command. If you dare to act recklessly, I will be the first to eliminate you. He raised a second finger. Second, your role is solely as a scout. In the event of combat, your primary responsibility is to ensure your own safety. We shall not have the time to look after you. Finally, he extended a third finger. Third, regarding compensation. Out of the 300,000, you will receive 50,000, while the remaining amount will be divided among the 3 of us. So, what is your decision? His conditions were stringent, treating Lu He as nothing more than a disposable tool. Deal. Lu He responded without hesitation, witnessing his prompt agreement. A flicker of surprise crossed Brother Xiong's eyes, yet he refrained from further comment. Go register. He gestured towards the counter with a nod. For individuals, and a pet approached the task registration office. As Lu He handed over his hunter's badge, he felt the scrutinizing, doubtful, and curious gazes of the 3 behind him. He refrained from turning around, initially hoping to earn some money or seek opportunities. Lu He now solely wished to locate the Stitcher. Chapter 57, Water Traces. The rain in the Hongfeng mountain range fell incessantly. The humid air clung to the skin, carrying a moldy scent of decaying leaves that made breathing difficult. Damn it, it's broken again. Ying kicked a slippery tree trunk, splashing a circle of mud, wiping the rain from his face, and glanced irritably at Lu He. Kid, is that black dog of yours reliable? It's the 4th day, and we haven't seen a single wolf hair. We've just been soaked in this hellish place. Lu He ignored him, crouching down to pinch a bit of soil between his fingers. Mixed within the dirt were several strands of dark gray hair, emitting a faint metallic scent. It belonged to the evil werewolf. Xiao He lay beside him, its purple eyes reflecting confusion. It sniffed the ground and then looked up at Lu He, emitting a low growl, indicating that the clues had come to a complete halt here. Once again, they were confronted with a conspicuous and massive puddle. The continuous rain had left the forest inundated with water, yet this particular one was strikingly different. It was too pristine and too vast. It appeared as if someone had poured a large basin of clean water here, washing away all traces. The scent of the evil werewolf, its paw prints, and signs of struggle, all had abruptly ceased before this puddle. Brother Xiong, look, the usually silent Wei Jia has spoken. She pointed at the edge of the puddle, noting that the boundary of the water traces was unusually well defined, unlike the natural gathering of rainwater. The burly Brother Xiong furrowed his brow, crouching at the puddle's edge, dipping his rough fingers into the water and bringing them to his nose. No scent, merely ordinary rainwater, he stated solemnly, though his expression grew increasingly perplexed. This was the 3rd time they had encountered such a situation. Each time Xiao He found a trace, and they pursued it with hope. They were ultimately obstructed by such an inexplicable puddle. It was as if those evil werewolves had collectively jumped into the water and vanished without a trace. Cursed. This is truly bizarre. Aang spat. I've been doing this for years and have never seen anything so absurd. Are these wolves aquatic creatures? Can they dive underwater and escape? Louis stood up, brushing the mud from his hands. His heart sank further with each interruption of the clues. His purpose for coming here was clear. He sought the Stitcher. The evil werewolf was a hallmark material of the Stitcher. With the unusual magnitude of evil werewolves appearing in the Hongfeng mountain range, he was 90% certain that the madman was sourcing them here. Yet the scene before him vastly deviated from his expectations. Louis had witnessed the Stitcher's methods firsthand. They were twisted, frenzied, and replete with sacrilegious connotations, grotesque amalgamations of monsters, and brutally bloody slaughter. It could not possibly resemble the unnaturally clean sight before him. Devoid of even a single drop of blood. Could I have miscalculated? This thought arose only to be forcibly suppressed. Impossible. Surely. That madman must have employed some new and even more bizarre technique. He must be lurking in a corner of this mountain range, crafting his repugnant works of art. Search again. Louis' voice was somewhat hoarse. Let us head north. The terrain is higher there, making it less prone to flooding. If there are still missing wolves, the traces should be more conspicuous. Search again. Aang's tone rose. Kid, do you think this is a picnic? Our provisions are running low. If we can't find a target soon, we'll have to head back. Shut up, Aang. Brother Xiong stood up. His eyes like brass bells fixed on Lu He. You seem quite invested in this task. It's not merely for the 50,000, is it? This seasoned man had a keen sense. Lu He met his gaze, calmly replying, I have a personal vendetta against these beasts. This reasoning resonated deeply with bounty hunters, who frequently encountered those seeking revenge through their missions. Brother Xiong ceased his inquiries, merely nodding. Then let us proceed as you suggest, heading north. Tomorrow noon. If we still haven't found any clues, we retreat. Agreed. The team resumed their journey, the atmosphere even heavier than before. Aang led the way, impatiently hacking at the obstructive vines with his machete. Lu He walked in the middle, with Xiaohe silently weaving around his feet like a shadow. He continuously replayed the scenario in his mind. The disappearance of the Stitcher's water traces. These words seemed irreconcilable. That madman required fresh blood, flesh, and souls, not mere puddles. Had he overlooked some crucial information? Growl. Suddenly, Xiaohe halted, emitting a low warning towards a certain direction. Instantly, everyone became alert. What is happening? Brother Xiong drew his broad knife from his back and lowered his stance. Aang and Wei Jie swiftly adopted combat postures. Lu He's nerves tensed, soothingly stroking Xiaohe's back as he followed its warning gaze. Not far ahead, within a dense thicket, a rustling sound emerged. Moments later, a robust evil werewolf emerged from behind a tree. Its fur was drenched, clinging to its body, appearing somewhat disheveled. Its crimson eyes brimmed with rage and unease. Upon spotting Lu He and the others, it emitted a threatening growl, baring its teeth, drool dripping from its jaws. Yet, it did not immediately charge. Instead, it paced anxiously in place, occasionally glancing back at the dense forest behind, as if in fear of something. Just one. Aang furrowed his brow. Is it solitary? Something feels off. Wei Jie whispered. Observe its demeanor. It's frightened. Something is pursuing it. Brother Xiong's gaze sharpened. Prepare for battle. No matter what's behind it. We must first eliminate this one. After days of pent-up frustration, they finally encountered the main target. Xiaohe go? Lu He swiftly issued the command. He intended to attempt capturing this elusive evil werewolf. Perhaps it would yield some clues. Growl. Xiaohe transformed into a black flash, lunging at the evil werewolf. Shadow Claw. The sharp claws traced dark arcs in the air, aiming for the wolf's neck. The evil werewolf, seemingly paralyzed by fear, did not retaliate but instead turned to flee. Yet, Xiaohe was swifter. Just as the lethal claws were about to tear into its flesh, an uncanny scene unfolded. The fleeing evil werewolf's body abruptly began to tremble violently, without warning. It was as though its form was that of a sand sculpture infused with water, rapidly dissolving. Solid muscles, stark white bones, gray-black fur, all of it liquefied within mere seconds, losing shape, ultimately splashing into a vast pool of clear water. Exactly like the puddles Xiaohe had discovered before. Chapter 58, Parasite. All movements came to a halt, leaving only the eerily clear puddle, quietly reflecting four faces filled with astonishment. A living, furious evil werewolf had transformed before their very eyes into a pool of water, not shattered by skill, nor rendered into energy, but in the literal sense, melted away. What the hell? Aang swallowed hard, struggling to articulate the words after a long pause. He had witnessed bloodshed, cruelty, and dismemberment, yet had never encountered a scene so profoundly challenging the limits of human comprehension. This is more terrifying than a horror film. This is, for heaven's sake, a science fiction film. What on earth is happening? What is that? Wei Jie's voice trembled slightly as she instinctively took a half step back. distancing herself from the puddle as if it were a pool of concentrated sulfuric acid. Brother Xiong's face turned ashen, his grip tightening around the hilt of his broadsword. The veins on the back of his hand bulging prominently. This is not any known spirit beast skill. He articulated slowly, his eyes filled with gravity and confusion. Water-type abilities are not so bizarre, and ghostly powers do not yield such effects. This thing. He found himself at a loss for words to describe it. He stared intently at the puddle, his heart racing. The clues converge here. Those inexplicable puddles were not meant to wash away traces. The puddles themselves are the traces. The missing battle wolves did not flee or get captured. They have all transformed into water. But what does this have to do with the stitcher? That madman seeks twisted stitching, the art of flesh and blood. This method of turning materials into mineral water is completely out of his style. Just as everyone's minds were on the verge of crashing, a faint yet piercing hum resonated from the center of the puddle. A tiny ripple spread outward. Immediately after, a small creature the size of a fingernail, pitch black with a pair of blood-red compound eyes, emerged from the water, vibrating its gossamer wings and hovering in midair. It lingered there, its blood-red eyes coldly surveying the four individuals present. This is the culprit. Ying instantly realized, the suppressed fear and anger finding an outlet. Fire bear. Burn it. He roared, and the air beside him twisted violently as a colossal bear, over 3 meters tall and clad in crimson armor, materialized, flames roaring atop its shoulders, letting out a deafening roar. An early-stage mature spirit beast, fire-armored bear. Almost simultaneously, Wei Jie sprang into action. Shouting, prepare for an ambush. A shadow darted from beneath her feet, transforming into an elegantly poised, yet deadly black panther. Its sharp claws glided silently over the ground, making not a sound. An early-stage mature spirit beast, shadow leopard. Brother Xiong did not summon his own beast, but his muscles tensed, the broadsword resting against his chest like a mountain. The 3 high-level beast tamers instantly entered the highest state of combat readiness. However, the bizarre black insect showed no regard for the 3 mature spirit beasts radiating terrifying pressure. It merely circled in the air as if determining its direction. Then, with a flap of its wings, it transformed into an almost invisible black line, darting deeper into the dense forest. No attack, no provocation, it simply departed. Trying to escape? Ying's gaze sharpened, and the fire-armored bear opened its massive jaws. A fireball the size of a grinding wheel coalescing instantly, ready to be unleashed. Wait. He suddenly interjected, stopping him. Do not act. Are you out of your mind? Ying turned his head, glaring at him. If we don't eliminate it, are we to let it live? It's not fleeing. He's gaze remained fixated on the direction the insect had vanished. We must pursue it. What? I said, we must pursue it. He looked at Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong, this is the only lead. If we do not follow, we will never uncover the truth about these wolves. Brother Xiong stared into He's eyes for several seconds, then glanced at the direction the insect had disappeared, finally gritting his teeth. Let us go. He made the decision. Ying, have your bear lead the way. Wei Jie, have your leopard take a flank position. He, your beast should stealthily follow at the rear, ready to provide support. Understood. Got it. The group immediately sprang into action, with the massive form of the fire-armored bear paving the way, like a human tank, crushing through obstructing bushes and vines. Speeding towards the direction the insect had flown away, they followed the black line, weaving through the forest. The deeper they ventured, the quieter it became. The sounds of birds, insects, and even the wind vanished entirely. Only the heavy footsteps of the fire-armored bear and the rapid breaths of the group remained. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped each heart. They climbed over a ridge, and a vast scene opened up before them. A lake. An enormous lake. Its surface as calm as a mirror, dark as ink. The water was utterly still, lifeless, resembling a giant sheet of black glass. In the center of the lake stood a gigantic, withered monstrosity of a tree. The tree had long since died, devoid of leaves, its bare branches resembling twisted, desperate hands reaching toward the sky. The black insect they had been pursuing was flying straight towards that dead tree. Surrounding it were thousands of identical insects, forming a buzzing black cloud that spiraled around the dead tree. What is that hanging from the tree? Ying's voice trembled as he pointed at the branches. All gazes turned to the bare branches. The branches were densely covered with fruits. Each one was half the size of a person, grayish-white, coated in slime, and still slightly writhing. Pupae. Hundreds of thousands of pupae hung from the dead tree like giant clusters of grapes. A sight that could induce instant death for anyone suffering from trypophobia. Even more chilling, some of the pupae had translucent shells, through which one could faintly see grotesque, repulsive creatures immersed in murky liquid. Such a multitude indicates that they have not only targeted the battle wolves. Many other wild spirit beasts have already fallen victim to their poisonous hands. Ugh! Ying could no longer contain himself. leaning against a nearby tree to vomit. Wei Jia's face turned as pale as paper, desperately covering her mouth to stifle a scream. The truth was revealed to them in the most brutal and disgusting manner. Parasitism. Those bizarre little insects are parasites. They parasitize within the bodies of the battle wolves, waiting for the larvae to mature before unleashing some unknown power to completely liquefy the host, transforming it into a puddle of water. Then the larvae emerge from the water, flying to this withered tree on the island in the lake to form pupae, completing their final metamorphosis. The missing wolves, the strange puddles, this desolate lake, and this tree laden with pupae, all elements intertwined to form a complete, yet grotesque cycle of life. This is no longer merely a mission. Brother Xiong's voice was dry, his gaze fixed on the tree of pupae, fear finally evident in his eyes. This ecological disaster must be reported to the association immediately, requesting assistance. Lu He remained silent. A chill coursed through him. This exceeded even his darkest imaginings of evil. The Stitcher's art, though twisted, at least retained form. Yet this monstrosity before him eradicated life entirely from this world, transforming it into sustenance for something else. This is the utmost desecration of life. This bears a striking resemblance to the madness of the malevolent organization that views all things as mere materials. Just then, crack. A crisp sound of cracking echoed from the center of the lake's dead tree. Everyone's hearts tightened as they looked up sharply. At the topmost crown of the tree, the largest and most swollen pupae began to tremble violently. A fissure rapidly spread across the pupal shell. Something is about to emerge. Chapter 59, The Beast of Harm. Crack. The sound of the crack reverberated through the desolate lake area, as clear as thunder exploding in each person's ear. The cocoon, suspended at the apex of a barren tree, ruptured with a resounding crack. A viscous, murky yellow-green liquid gushed from the fissure, cascading down into the obsidian waters below without so much as creating a ripple. Swallowed whole by the stagnant depths, gurgling sounds emanated from within the shell, a disconcerting writhing that hinted at something eager to escape its filthy prison. Everyone retreat. Maintain your distance. Brother Xiong's thunderous command shattered the oppressive silence as he yanked the retching Aang behind him, his gaze fixated on the cracking cocoon, veins bulging on his forehead. Sister Wei's shadowy cheetah coiled, emitting a low growl, as if sensing an imminent threat. Louis stood behind Xiaohe, his heart racing with trepidation. It was coming. He could not discern what it was, but he felt an unadulterated malice surging forth from that crevice, an instinctual greed that viewed all life as sustenance. With a resounding thud, the entire cocoon burst open from within. Fragments of shattered shell and viscous fluid splattered in all directions. A grotesque, contorted silhouette unfurled amidst the swirling filth, revealing a monstrous entity the size of a small truck. Its body resembled a grotesquely enlarged mosquito, its abdomen swollen and translucent, revealing a nauseating fluid swirling inside. For pairs of gossamer wings vibrated rapidly, producing a disconcerting hum. Most terrifying of all was its head, or rather, the mass of tentacles of varying lengths and thicknesses that coiled together into a grotesque lump. Each tentacle ended in a suction cup adorned with barbs and sharp teeth, rhythmically opening and closing while hissing ominously. Though it had no eyes, Louis could sense that the writhing mass of tentacles was observing them. What in the world was this abomination? A Ying's voice trembled, not from fear but from the visceral disgust and psychological shock that threatened to shatter him. This creature transcended the realm of spiritual beasts, resembling a nightmarish creation conjured by a deranged scientist under the influence of madness. It is a harm beast. Brother Xiong's voice was hoarse and dry, and as he uttered those two words, an unprecedented gravity filled his gaze. Harm beast? Sister Wei looked at him, perplexed. It is the term used by the Beastmaster Association for a certain category of abnormal creatures. Brother Xiong's eyes remained fixed on the monster as he quickly elaborated. They do not belong to any known ecosystem, have no natural enemies, and their sole instincts are reproduction and consumption. They will convert every living being in an area into their nourishment, utterly disrupting ecological balance. This thing is the cancer of the ecosystem. Buzz. The newly emerged harm beast let out a piercing shriek. Its bloated abdomen contracted violently, releasing a thick, sweet-smelling, dark green mist that surged forth from its rear, swiftly enveloping the crowd on the lakeshore. Beware. It is toxic. Brother Xiong bellowed, instructing the flame-armored bear to disperse it with fire. Understood. Aang finally found his outlet for rage, his eyes ablaze as he roared. Burn it. Reduce this repugnant thing and its toxic mist to ashes. Roar. The flame-armored bear reared up, unleashing a thunderous roar. It opened its cavernous maw, a blinding red light igniting within its chest as a massive fireball gathered power. However, the rain began to pour down in earnest, seemingly summoned by the creature's shriek. Torrential raindrops hammered down, drenching the flame-armored bear and producing a hissing sound as steam billowed up. The once blazing fire on its shoulders was instantly doused, leaving only a few feeble flames flickering weakly. Puff! What the flame-armored bear ultimately expelled was not a massive fireball, but rather a feeble jet of fire mixed with thick smoke and steam. The feeble flame merely carved a small breach through the dark green toxic mist before being engulfed and extinguished by the onslaught of poisonous vapor and torrential rain. Damn it! A Ying's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Attribute suppression was the most insurmountable tactic in Beastmaster battles. In this downpour, his pride, the mature-level fire-type spiritual beast, had its combat effectiveness reduced by over 70%. All his skills rendered ineffectual. Damn it! Even the heavens are against us. He vented his frustration by striking a nearby tree trunk with a fierce punch. As the toxic mist began to encroach upon the group, fall back. Brother Xiong decisively pulled the still fuming Ying away, commanding, Sister Wei, have your cheetah prepare for a flanking maneuver. Do not let it get close. Understood. Sister Wei's shadowy cheetah swiftly traversed the area, searching for an opportunity to strike from the side. Just then, a metallic clang rang out. Brother Xiong slammed his palm onto the ground, a complex array briefly flickering beneath his hand. Arise, alloy gladiator. The earth heaved, and a massive metallic hand erupted from the ground, anchoring itself firmly. In the next moment, a towering figure over 4 meters tall, encased in heavy alloy armor and exuding an aesthetic of brutal elegance, fully emerged from the earth. It had no facial features. Its head was a smooth hemisphere, and embedded in its chest was a colossal blue energy core that pulsed with a hum. A mature-level initial stage steel-type spiritual beast, alloy gladiator. The appearance of this metallic giant instantly instilled a sense of security among the group. It disregarded the encroaching toxic mist, striding forward with heavy steps, acting as a moving fortress before the others. Roar! The harmed beast at the lake center seemed incensed by the sudden emergence of this metallic behemoth. It let out another piercing shriek, its tentacle-laden head elongating like a battering ram, hurtling towards the alloy gladiator's chest with a ferocious gust of wind. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding reverberated through the forest. The alloy gladiator was pushed back several meters by this tremendous force, carving deep grooves in the slick mud. Yet it ultimately steadied itself, the armor on its chest bearing only a shallow dent. How sturdy! A Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Steel type against insect type has damage reduction. Brother Xiong explained in a low voice, his expression unyielding, but its level exceeds that of my gladiator. We cannot afford to wear it down. The harmed beast was not only in the late stage of maturity, but also possessed a formidable lineage. Meanwhile, his alloy gladiator and Sister Wei's shadowy cheetah were merely in the initial stage of maturity. With one failed strike, the harmed beast seemed enraged. Buzzing. It vibrated its wings violently, its massive form lifting off the ground, hovering high above as it gazed down upon them. Then, its numerous tentacle-like siphons opened wide, akin to a carnivorous flower in bloom, targeting everyone on the ground. Not good. Brother Xiong's complexion shifted dramatically. It was about to launch an indiscriminate attack. Lui felt his heart leap into his throat. He fixated on the swirling tentacles, his mind racing. What to do? Xiaohei could not intervene either. This creature was not like the soul aggregator, which was easily countered. The monster's attacks would not inflict significant damage. Brother Xiong and the others were severely constrained by level and attributes. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Escape? Where could they flee? This creature could fly, and they could not outrun it. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a shadowy figure emerged suddenly from the rear side of the alloy gladiator. A manifestation of the dark shadow cheetah belonging to Wei Jia. Seizing the opportunity presented by the creature's attack, it struck from an exceptionally cunning angle, akin to a black arrow released from a bow, darting towards the relatively vulnerable base of the creature's wings. This shadow claw attack was a desperate gamble. Chapter 60. What was he doing? The dark shadow cheetah, like a bolt of lightning at midnight, tore through the air with its shadow claw, precisely slicing through the creature's gossamer wings. The piercing sound transformed from a shrill scream into a cacophony mingled with agonizing roars. The creature's resilient wing membrane bore 4 deep wounds, exposing bone, as dark green, foul-smelling blood gushed forth. The ambush had succeeded, yet the damage was minimal. To a beast of such massive proportions, akin to a truck, this felt more like the sting of an irritating mosquito. The pain paled in comparison to the fury provoked. The creature's head, composed of writhing tendrils, jerked violently, and dozens of siphon-like appendages flailed wildly, resembling a swarm of enraged serpents, lunging toward the dark shadow cheetah that still clung to its back. The cheetah reacted with astonishing speed, propelling itself off the creature's smooth exoskeleton and gracefully arcing back to Wei Jia, emitting a low, cautious growl. A successful strike, followed by a hasty retreat. However, the consequences of its attack far exceeded anyone's expectations. The furious roar seemed to issue an invisible command that resonated throughout the entire hard island. The once silent, withered trees on the lake's island began to tremble violently as hundreds, if not thousands, of pale gray insect chrysalises hanging from their branches quivered in synchrony. Their writhing grew increasingly frantic, expelling a viscous liquid that dripped into the dark waters of the lake. A series of soft cracking sounds emerged from all directions, akin to the relentless snapping of brittle twigs. What the hell? Aang's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the reanimating tree, his voice rising in pitch. No way. Can it shake people? Not shake people. Brother Xiong's expression turned grim as he fixated on the cracking chrysalises, his teeth grinding together. It's maturing. It's going to force all the larvae to hatch early. A fully matured beast had already rendered them helpless. If it was joined by hundreds or thousands of its lesser counterparts, the mere thought sent shivers down everyone's spines. That would not be a battle. It would be a one-sided massacre. They would be like chunks of flesh tossed into a piranha-infested pool, devoured to the last bone. Alloy gladiator. Block it, Brother Xiong bellowed, commanding his beast to hold the creature at bay. The metallic giant roared as it swung its iron fists, clashing with the flailing tendrils and producing a cacophony of metallic clangs, sparks flying. Yet, everyone understood that while the alloy gladiator could withstand the brute force, it could not stop the impending swarm of hatching insects. Aang's flame-armored bear was rendered useless in the downpour, merely a 2-hour charge for a 5-minute conversation. While Wei Jie's dark shadow cheetah was a solitary assassin, charging into a swarm would be tantamount to delivering oneself to the slaughter. At that moment, Brother Xiong's bloodshot eyes darted to the back of the group, to Lu He. Lu He. His voice boomed like thunder. Forget about the big one. Your task is to clear all those things from the tree. Not a single one can be allowed to escape. The order was delivered with unwavering authority, leaving no room for doubt. Aang and Wei Jie were momentarily stunned, and Lu He was equally bewildered. Me? Clear those things from the tree? What kind of international joke is this? He instinctively glanced at the pitch-black lake, where the gnarled tree stood at least 100 meters from the shore. The water looked suspicious. Who knew what lurked within? I can't walk on water. Even if Xiao Hei's shadow could stealthily navigate, it needs a shadow to work with. And this surface resembles a black hole, devoid of any reflection. The struggle on his face was evident, and Brother Xiong saw it clearly. How you get there is your problem. Brother Xiong's roar nearly drowned in the cacophony of metal clashes and the creature's shrieks. I can only give you 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Louis's heart raced painfully. Escape? Where could he run? This monster could fly, and behind him loomed a sea of hatching insects. If today's predicament remained unresolved, none would leave. His gaze swept across the battlefield. The alloy gladiator was being overwhelmed by the creature at the center of the lake, while the withered tree loomed ominously. A wild yet possibly viable route rapidly formed in his mind. Let us do it, Brother Xiong, Louis shouted. Have your metal giant charge it toward the shore. Use it as a springboard. What? Aang was confused, but Brother Xiong instantly grasped Louis's intent, a flash of determination igniting in his eyes. All right, he roared, connecting with his beast's will. Alloy gladiator. Heavy charge. The once passive metallic giant unleashed a brilliant blue core light from its chest, ignoring the tendrils lashing against it. Powerful jets of air erupted from the metal armor of its legs as its massive form transformed into a runaway heavy truck, crashing forcefully into the creature's bloated abdomen. Bang! The beast emitted a muffled groan of pain, its bulk losing balance and staggering backward, directly toward the shore where Lu He and the others stood. Now is our chance, Lu He whispered. Xiao Hei's figure melted into the ground, transforming into a flowing, ink-like shadow, darting across the ground with a speed imperceptible to the eye, racing towards the retreating beast. The shadow, like quicksilver, silently ascended the beast's long, leg-like appendages, swiftly spreading upwards. Simultaneously, Lu He took a deep breath, his leg muscles tensing as he braced himself against the nauseating stench wafting from the creature just as its massive body was about to crash onto the shore. With a mighty leap, he soared. Thud! His hands and feet clung tenaciously to the creature's slick, resilient, and slightly vibrating exoskeleton. A noxious odor, a blend of decay and sweetness, assaulted his senses. He nearly retched, but gritted his teeth, clinging to the monster like a gecko. This kid is truly insane. Aang watched in stunned disbelief. I've seen hitching rides, but never on a monster. The creature, in agony from the intrusion of a tiny pest, erupted in fury. It twisted violently, attempting to shake Lu He off while simultaneously being pushed toward the center of the lake by the force of the alloy gladiator's charge. Lu He felt as though he were riding an uncontrollable, oil-leaking tractor, spinning wildly, his insides churning. Yet he had but one thought, Hold on tight. He must not fall into the dark waters. The short distance of 100 meters felt like an eternity. As the creature finally stabilized in the lake's center and prepared to turn around and deal with him, He seized the moment. He kicked off the monster's back with all his might, propelling himself toward the nearby withered tree. Xiaohei, shadow binding. A shadow erupted from beneath his feet, coalescing midair into several dark chains that accurately wrapped around a sturdy branch. He grasped the end of the chains, swinging through the air and landing securely on the main trunk of the withered tree. Success. However, the scene before him nearly froze his blood. Crack, crack. All around him, the densely packed chrysalises were beginning to crack open. The nearest one had already split open, revealing a gaping maw from which a larva with blood-red compound eyes and a fearsome mouth emerged, wet and glistening. It locked eyes with Lu He, its compound eyes devoid of any emotion, only filled with insatiable greed for fresh flesh. Simultaneously, from the lakeshore, Brother Xiong's furious roar echoed. Lu He. 3 minutes. It has begun. Lu He glanced down at the colossal monstrosity entangled with the metal gladiator and then surveyed the nearby trees, on the verge of blossoming from their pupal state. He grimaced, revealing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Let us get to work, Xiaohei. He patted the beast that had reassembled beside him. Today, we are the pest control center of the Hongfeng Mountains. Let us deliver a wave of physical sterilization to these little brats. Meanwhile, on the shore, Sister Wei remarked coolly, just let the beasts handle it. Why does a student, powerless as he is, need to join? Her voice was soft yet pierced through the ears of everyone present like a cold needle. Her query was indeed valid. In the battles of beast tamers, the tamers typically serve as commanders and support, rarely engaging directly in combat. To send a novice beast tamer, whose beasts were merely at the advanced level, onto an isolated island surrounded by monsters seemed like a reckless gamble. Ying instinctively nodded but opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. Let us get to work, Xiaohei. He patted his companion, a tremor in his voice that he himself did not notice. Today, we are the pest control center of the Hongfeng Mountains. Let us deliver a wave of physical sterilization to these little brats. Before he could finish speaking, the nearest pupa burst open with a pop. A wet larva, with blood-red compound eyes, lunged toward Lu He's face, covered in slime and screeching. Its speed was astonishing. Xiaohei. Lu He barely had time to issue a specific command. A shadow moved faster than his voice. Shadow claw. With a whoosh, the pitch-black claws sliced through the larva's neck, severing it in two. The foul, yellow-green liquid splattered all over Lu He. He felt his stomach churn violently, the stench akin to a biochemical weapon, nearly bringing him to tears. However, this was merely the beginning. Crack, crack, crack. The entire tree was awakening. Countless pupae were cracking open, grotesque larvae emerging, their numerous blood-red compound eyes uniformly turning toward Lu He, the sole living target. His scalp tingled. Lu He felt every hair on his body stand on end. The sheer number of them rendered Xiaohei's speed inconsequential. Even if Xiaohei could unleash a flurry of attacks, Lu He himself could not withstand this onslaught. His gaze was fixed on the withered tree. The reason Lu He had jumped into the fray was not due to a reckless impulse, but because the tree appeared strikingly familiar. It was not merely a recognition, but a memory resurfacing from some illustrated compendium. The twisted branches reaching skyward. The resilient bark that remained tough even in death, a term long sealed in the depths of his memory, suddenly sprang forth. The Guangenshuani tree. An extremely rare botanical spirit beast. Its primary attribute was plant-based, yet it simultaneously harbored both light and dark energy seeds within, typically dormant in a withered state. It accumulated strength. When one of the energies was activated, it would awaken, revealing a vastly different form. This spirit beast could never truly die. The so-called desiccation was merely a phase in its life cycle. The pests, it was evident, had turned this slumbering spirit plant into an ideal incubator and nursery. Taking a gamble, he abruptly turned, ignoring the insects that were nearly climbing to his feet, gripping the tree trunk with one hand, while the other hastily reached for the small bag slung across his chest. This was something he had specially purchased before departing, a spatial expansion type that, though seemingly small, had a capacity rivaling that of a tactical backpack. Ying on the shore watched in disbelief. What on earth is he doing at a time like this? He wondered. He.s. looking for something. Sister Wei's keen gaze suggested she had an inkling of what was happening, but could not confirm it. Brother Xiong remained silent, directing the metal gladiator, using its body to withstand the frenzied assaults of the adult pest, buying Lu He every precious second. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing grew increasingly frantic, and the dents on the metal gladiator multiplied. He was on the brink of collapse. Finally, Lu He's hand touched something cold, hard, and imbued with unique energy within the bag. This was it. He yanked his hand out. A pitch-black crystal core radiating a sinister aura appeared in his palm. The Yuying crystal core, the spoils from when that wraith conglomerate had perished. Brother Xiong, keep your eyes peeled. Lu He shouted, his voice a roar. He was not rallying his teammates on the shore, but bolstering his own courage. In the next moment, he raised the Yuying crystal core high and forcefully thrust it into a deep crack in the tree trunk. Revive, my tree. A low, almost inaudible hum resonated from the withered trunk. It was not merely sound, but a vibration, a pulse emanating from the revival of life. Centered around the Yuying crystal core, visible black veins spread like awakened blood vessels along the dry bark, racing outwards in all directions. The originally gray and lifeless trunk was rapidly transformed into a profound shade of black. The larvae that had crawled up the trunk, preparing to feast on Lu He, froze upon contact with the black veins. They then emitted a harrowing shriek, their bodies visibly shriveling and wilting, ultimately crumbling into a small heap of gray-black powder that drifted away. The vitality within them was forcefully siphoned by the tree as it revived. This was astounding. Ying on the shore gaped, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg, his eyes bulging like copper bells. Sister Wei, known for her cold demeanor, was equally astonished. What on earth is happening? Sacrificing oneself to resurrect an ancient deity? Who is this young man? Roar. The adult pest at the lake center sensed this sudden upheaval. It felt its offspring, its swarm, being slaughtered by the very tree it had regarded as a nursery. It abandoned its assault on the metal gladiator and abruptly turned, its head composed of countless tentacles fixating intently on Lu He atop the tree. An overwhelming surge of rage and murderous intent formed a tangible mental onslaught, sweeping toward him. But it was too late. With a rustling sound, the entire Guang and Xuanti tree completed its dark transformation. The twisted branches no longer reached despairingly skyward. They had come to life. Each branch, as black as ink and glimmering with a metallic sheen, moved violently like thousands of venomous snakes ready to strike. Puncture, puncture, puncture. The sharp branches accurately pierced through the still wriggling, not fully hatched pupae. There were no screams, no struggles. The plump pupae deflated at an astonishing rate. Like balloons that had been popped, all their life essence, all their accumulated energy, became the first sumptuous feast for this awakened ancient tree. Reverse consumption. This tree, once a breeding ground, was now devouring these pests that had infested it. The scene became exceedingly gratifying. LH perched upon the trunk of the tree, observing the very insects that moments ago had yearned to devour him, now transformed into mere fertilizer for the tree, and he could not help but smile. The Pest Control Center is at your service. 5-star reviews, dear reader. He even had the leisure to gesture a peace sign to Shi-Ohi. The little creature tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by the meaning of the gesture, yet mimicked him, conjuring a small paw from its shadow, clumsily attempting to replicate the action. However, in the next instant, LH's smile froze upon his face. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from the mature pest beast at the center of the lake. It had gone completely berserk. Chapter 62, The Minion. Roar. This was not a mere screech or a shriek. It was a primal roar. A pure amalgamation of rage and murderous intent, erupting like a tangible shockwave. LH stood on the trunk, directly in the line of fire. A deafening buzz assaulted his brain, his vision darkened, and his chest felt as if struck by an invisible hammer, the metallic taste of blood surging up his throat. He clung desperately to the now pitch-black trunk beneath him, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, barely resisting the force of that mental shockwave. The mature pest beast had completely lost its mind. Its head, composed of dozens of writhing tendrils, was no longer twisting but stood erect, resembling a crown of flesh and blood that had exploded. The hatred of being utterly betrayed emanated from every inch of its carapace. It abandoned the alloy gladiators on the shore, its massive body twisting violently, for pairs of tattered wings vibrating at an incredible frequency, stirring up a foul wind that rushed towards the desolate tree in the lake's center. It sought to tear apart that little insect atop the tree, along with the treacherous tree that had betrayed it. LH, be careful. Brother Xiong's voice echoed from the shore, filled with urgency. The alloy gladiator had lost its target and took heavy strides to pursue, but being a ground combat unit, it was ultimately outmatched against the airborne pest beast. LH looked up at the colossal shadow that blotted out the sun, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. There was no escape. Yet, at that moment, the light-dark dual-branch tree beneath him stirred. With a rustle, the previously passive, life-force-absorbing black branches suddenly came to life. Hundreds of iron-black branches surged skyward like a swelling tide, weaving together above LH's head to form an immense defensive net, meeting the oncoming pest beast. Boom, 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 boom. The beast's grotesque tentacles collided violently with the resilient black branches. The dull thuds resonated like a drumbeat. Those tentacles, which could easily dent the alloy gladiators, were now ensnared and deflected by the flexible branches. Countless branches rushed to the fray, one snapped, and immediately 10 more took its place. This ancient tree, activated by dark energy, revealed its formidable essence as an elite plant spirit beast. It had turned the entire area of the lake island into its dominion. Is this tree really that powerful? Ling on the shore gawked in disbelief. He had thought LH merely activated a fixed turret, not summoned a heavyweight ally. Light dark dual branch tree, an elite spirit beast. Wei Jie's voice, typically cold, bore a hint of astonishment. Its bloodline surpassed even Brother Xiong's alloy gladiator. What methods had LH employed to awaken such a creature? In an instant, the battlefield divided into 2 sections. At the lake's center, an epic clash unfolded between the elite ancient tree and the mature late-stage pest beast, with countless black branches and bloodied tendrils entangled in a chaotic dance. Blood and splintered wood flying in every direction, creating utter pandemonium. On the shore, 3 high-level beast tamers, accompanied by 3 mature pets, exchanged glances, seemingly reduced to spectators. Damn it! Ling stomped his foot in frustration, his face flushed with anger. Are we just going to watch this? I can't take it anymore. The fiery armor bear he took pride in was utterly unqualified to approach the battlefield amidst this torrential downpour. The sense of helplessness was more torturous than being defeated head-on by an enemy. Stay calm. Brother Xiong's eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, his mind racing. They are in a stalemate now, but I suspect this balance will soon be shattered. Just as he spoke, a hum resonated. The pest beast, ensnared by numerous branches, suddenly emitted a blinding green light from its swollen abdomen. A potent, corrosive acidic liquid erupted from its abdominal vents, spraying forth like a high-pressure water jet, drenching the branches and trunk of the light dark dual-branch tree. Sizzle. The sound of corrosion pierced the air. Those iron-like black branches instantly billowed smoke upon contact with the acid, their bark dissolving swiftly to reveal the brittle wood beneath. The light dark dual-branch tree emitted a silent wail as its entire body trembled violently. It works. The pest beast has discovered the method to counter this tree. It immediately intensified the acid spray, corroding, dissolving, and breaking many of the branches. A massive gap appeared in the once impenetrable defensive net. Seizing the opportunity, the tentacled head thrust forward through the opening, akin to a battering ram, charging directly at LH atop the trunk. Ohi. LH's heart raced with alarm. A shadow darted from beneath him, coalescing mid-air into a thick circular shield that stood before him. Shadow shield. This was a defensive maneuver LH had devised, instructing Ohi to imitate the darklight butterfly dragon, constructed from dark energy. Boom. The massive tentacle crashed against the shield. The shadow shield barely held for half a second before shattering. The residual force propelled LH through the air, feeling as though his insides had been rearranged, and he coughed up a spray of blood. This is bad. Wei Jie's expression shifted in alarm. If LH fell into that black lake, it would spell certain doom. At that critical moment, a gigantic arm engulfed in flames caught LH mid-fall. It was the fiery armor bear. It had charged through the rain to the lake's edge. Fortunately, LH's landing was relatively close to the shore, causing him to feel a surge of adrenaline. Ling. Brother Xiong was both astonished and furious. Brother Bear, I can't just stand by and watch. Ling's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a crazed tiger. He pointed at the pest beast in the center of the lake, roaring, "That beast can spray acid. Its abdomen must be its weakest point. My fireball may not reach far, but my fists are strong enough." He audaciously intended to have his fire-type pet engage in close combat in the lake amidst the downpour. What a reckless decision. Brother Xiong was about to intervene. Roar. Yet, the fiery armor bear had already grasped its master's intent. It gently set LH down on the shore before turning to face the ominous black waters, unleashing a thunderous roar. The fiery core within its chest ignited with unprecedented brilliance. A torrent of fire energy surged not outward, but flowed into its arms. The flames, previously dampened by the rain, roared back to life. The raindrops cascading upon it were instantly vaporized into vast clouds of white steam, enveloping its immense form, resembling a flaming deity emerging from mythology. Wei Jie, cover me, Ling shouted. Without hesitation, Wei Jie commanded her pet beside her, Shadow Leopard, Shadow Mist. The leopard opened its mouth, expelling a dense, opaque black mist that swiftly enveloped Ling and his fiery armor bear. This was the best form of concealment. Alloy Gladiator. Brother Xiong's eyes narrowed as he made a decisive call. Steel throw. He commanded his pet beast, seizing a massive boulder weighing several tons beside him. His arm muscles bulged as he hurled it with great force towards the center of the lake where the malevolent creature lingered. The boulder sliced through the air with a deafening roar, tracing a perfect parabolic arc as it struck the beast's head with precision. Just as the creature was preparing to unleash a second acidic spray on the Guangenshuandi tree, it sensed an ill omen and abandoned its attack, twisting its head to shatter the boulder with several stout tentacles. Now is the moment. Charge! The frantic roar of Ying echoed through the dense fog. A colossal figure, engulfed in flames, burst forth from the black mist. The fiery armored bear's legs sank into the slick mud, creating a deep pit as it charged through the torrential rain, resembling a meteor plummeting into the inky waters of the lake without hesitation. Splash! Water erupted to a height of over 10 meters. All held their breath. The next instant, boom. Below the surface, a massive, turbulent wave erupted, filled with countless bubbles. The silhouette of the fiery armored bear broke through the water's surface, lunging directly at the creature's soft, swollen abdomen. Its fists, ablaze with orange-red flames, heated the surrounding lake water to a boil. Explosive flame fist. Die, you wretch. The malevolent beast clearly did not anticipate that this fire-type bear, previously subdued, would dare to attack in such a reckless manner. It attempted to evade, but most of its strength was locked in a struggle with the Guangenshuandi tree's branches, leaving it no time to react. Boom, boom. Two flaming fists landed solidly on its soft abdomen. The resilient shell was punctured in an instant. The intense heat surged into its insides. Hiss! The creature emitted the most anguished, tormented scream it had ever known. Its insides ignited. Murky green blood mixed with charred internal organs gushed from the wound, staining the surrounding waters with an eerie hue. A devastating blow. Well done. Lu He, watching from the shore, felt a surge of adrenaline and could not help but shout. Roar! With a successful strike, the fiery armored bear aimed to deliver another punch. But at that moment, the creature's head, composed of writhing tentacles, twisted around 180 degrees. Fixing its gaze upon it, dozens of tentacle-like appendages shot forth like arrows, infused with endless malice, targeting the fiery armored bear. Return! Ying's face paled as he urgently commanded. But it was too late. Splat! 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 A dozen tentacles pierced through the bear's thick fur and muscle in an instant. Blood stained the lake beneath it. Bear cub! Ying's eyes widened with fury. It was not over. The booming voice of the bear brother roused everyone. Wei Jia, Lu He, it is gravely injured. Now is the time, finish it. Without needing to be told, Wei Jia's shadow leopard had already transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting across the floating debris on the lake's surface, aiming for the creature's nape. Lu He, suppressing the agony in his chest, issued another command to Xiao He. Xiao He, shadow clone. Use shadow bullets. Target its wound and flood it. Xiao He's form split into four, each identical shadow simultaneously opening its mouth to conjure four highly compressed spheres of dark energy. The Guangenshuandi tree seized the opportunity, wrapping its remaining black branches around the creature's limbs and wings like constricting serpents, leaving it no chance to escape. Shadow claw. Shadow bullet. Steel heavy fist. Tree's strangulation. At this moment, all attacks converged from every direction upon the malevolent beast that plagued the world. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted at the heart of the lake. A torrent of energy engulfed the creature's massive form entirely. After a long while, as the dust settled and the rain fell, the mangled body of the beast floated motionless on the water's surface. Is it dead? A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone as their taut nerves finally relaxed. Ying rushed into the lake, embracing his battered fiery armored bear, his eyes filled with tears. The bear brother and Wei Jia approached, inspecting the pet's injuries. Lu He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as if all his bones had been dislocated. Finally, it was over. He managed to smile, wincing at the pain but experiencing an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The lake, stained with blood and acid, suddenly began to boil violently. This was not the result of the fiery armored bear's flames, but rather like water reaching a rolling boil, bubbling furiously. A stench, 100 times more pungent than that of the previous beast, surged from the depths of the lake. Soon after, an enormous, black tumor, covered in blood-red compound eyes, slowly rose from the lake's bottom. Its size nearly occupied half the lake's surface. The mature beast they had just slain was merely a subordinate to this colossal tumor. Wei Jia gazed at the slowly rising monstrosity, her voice trembling with despair. What we killed seems to have just been one of its minions. Chapter 63, The Terrifying Tumor. This statement felt like a bucket of icy, dirty water poured over everyone from head to toe. The exhilaration and joy of narrowly escaping death froze in an instant, shattering into a cold despair. Lu He, who had just sat down, sprang up, forcing himself to disregard the pain in his chest as he fixed his gaze on the lake's center. The blood and acid-stained waters were boiling violently, bubbling. Enormous bubbles surged from the lake's depths, each burst releasing an odor far more potent than that of the previous beast. It was a complex stench, a mix of rot, fishiness, and sulfur, overwhelming to the senses, causing dizziness and nausea. Then, a being beyond description slowly emerged from the lake's depths. It was an unimaginably massive black tumor. It lacked a fixed shape, resembling a mass of discarded, still writhing carrion. Its surface was densely covered with blood-red compound eyes, thousands upon thousands, impossible to count. Each compound eye was the size of an adult's fist, with a cold, crimson glow flickering in the depths of its pupils. As it ascended, the entire surface of the lake became dominated by it. The mature beast they had fought with all their might seemed trivial in comparison to this creature, akin to an ant beside an elephant. No, it was even less than an ant. Wei Jie was right. They had risked their lives and barely defeated a foe that was merely a minion of this terrifying entity. This gigantic tumor, this grotesque amalgamation of countless eyes, was the true master of this deadly lake region. It was the root of this ecological disaster. Ying stood dumbfounded, holding his ailing fiery armored bear, his expression frozen. The sorrow and anger on his face were replaced by a deeper emotion. It was fear, an instinctual terror that arose from the depths of the soul when faced with an incomprehensible and insurmountable being. The bear brother's expression turned gravely serious as he instinctively shielded Wei Jie and Ying, while the alloy gladiator beside him took a defensive stance. Yet, both he and his pet trembled slightly. That is not fear. Rather, it is an involuntary instinctive reaction when confronted with absolute power. This thought simultaneously arises in the minds of all present. How can we possibly fight? Should we charge headfirst? This opponent exists beyond the realm of our comprehension. They even doubt that even a monarch-level spirit beast could gain any advantage against such a bizarre and colossal creature. At that moment, the countless crimson compound eyes on the massive tumor began to slowly rotate, emitting no sound, yet accurately fixating on the four individuals by the shore, as well as the dual-natured tree at the center of the lake, which had just displayed its formidable power. There were no roars, no howls, and not even a hint of movement. Yet an indescribable, almost tangible mental pressure descended upon them with a thunderous force. The sound reverberated within Lu He's mind as if 1,000 searing steel needles simultaneously pierced through, plunging him into darkness, his ears ringing to the point of silence. He let out a muffled groan as blood poured from his nose and the corners of his mouth, his body swaying dangerously close to unconsciousness. This was a terror 100-fold greater than the previous mental roar from the underling. That had been mere rage and killing intent, while this emanated from a higher echelon of life, a merciless mental onslaught. It was akin to how humans feel no emotion towards the ants beneath their feet, merely lifting a foot to crush them. Ying let out a pained howl, collapsing to the ground with his arms wrapped around his head. His psychic strength was the weakest among the trio, making him the most affected by this impact. Wei Jie and Xiongge fared little better. Their faces pale as they gritted their teeth, barely managing to remain upright. Their spirit beasts were equally tormented. The metallic armor of the steel gladiator creaked under the unbearable strain, while the shadow leopard lay prostrate on the ground, convulsing. Even the elite-level dark tree at the lake's center emitted a silent lament under this psychic assault. Countless dark branches writhed as if in immense agony. This monster, with merely a glance, rendered them all devoid of combat capability. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most dreadful revelation was that the rain in the sky had transformed. What had begun as ordinary raindrops now bore a faint gray hue. Drip. A droplet of gray rain landed on Lu He's hand, sending a piercing sting through him. He looked down, his pupils constricting in horror. The skin on his hand was visibly shriveling and turning gray, as if its vitality was being forcibly siphoned away by this drop of rain. This rain carried the energy of the parasitic entities from before. No, it was far worse. This rain was contaminating everything. Look beneath your feet. Wei Jie suddenly shrieked in terror. The group struggled to lower their heads. They saw the once moist soil beneath them turning muddy, viscous, and even beginning to writhe slightly upon contact with the gray rain. Small fleshy growths emerged from the earth, resembling twisted worms. The ground was being assimilated. It was transforming into a part of the monstrous creature in the lake. Their escape routes were being severed. The entire area was morphing into a vast, ever-expanding prison of death. A chilling despair washed over each heart like a tidal wave. There was no escape. They could not fight back. Even standing had become a luxury. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Chapter 64, Water Drain. Despair. Utter despair. Lu He felt as though his lungs were bursting, each breath tasting of blood. The agony of his mind and the wounds on his body tormented his nerves in tandem. He gazed at the writhing ground beneath him. the toxic gray rain cascading from the sky, and the colossal creature in the lake that stripped him of all courage. A clear thought surfaced in his mind. They would die here, silently melting away like those liquefied war wolves, becoming nourishment for this land. No, he refused to accept this fate. He had yet to avenge himself, and many things remained unclear. He could not perish here. Roar. Just then, an anguished and defiant roar resonated from the lake's center. It was the dual-natured tree. Activated by Lu He's shadow crystal core, it was now enduring the brunt of the psychic pressure from the mother of all eyes. Yet it did not yield. As an elite-level ancient spirit beast, it possessed its own pride. With a rustling sound, thousands of dark branches shot skyward, not in attack, but weaving together above Lu He like a vast black dome, attempting to shield against the lethal gray rain. Simultaneously, a pure dark energy emanated from the trunk, forming a force field to resist the all-pervasive psychic assault. It was protecting Lu He, the human it considered its awakener, with the dark tree's support. The excruciating pain in Lu He's mind lessened significantly. He gasped, forcing his chaotic thoughts to regain coherence. Defense was futile. The tree's protection was merely temporary. He could feel distinctly that the dark tree was being rapidly eroded and corrupted upon contact with the psychic pressure and contaminated rain. Those iron-like black branches began to show grayish-white spots, continuously expanding. It was sacrificing its own vitality to buy time for Lu He. Time. Lu He's eyes brightened with determination. He forced himself to calm down, disregarding everything around him, as his mind raced at unprecedented speed. This monster, the mother of all eyes, was extraordinarily powerful, almost absurdly so. Yet it appeared to possess a fatal weakness. Since its appearance, it had remained in the lake, not moving an inch. Its methods of attack were psychic shockwaves and polluted rain. Its body seemed to be one with this entire black, dead lake. This lake was its body, its source of power. As long as the lake remained full, it would be immortal and invincible. What if the lake were to dry up? A wildly audacious thought suddenly took shape in Lu He's mind. He raised his head, looking up at the dark tree that sheltered him, determination flashing in his eyes. This was a gamble. It was their only chance at survival. Xionggu, Weijia, Aing. Lu He summoned every ounce of his strength to unleash a roar. His voice, strained and hoarse from excitement and pain, nonetheless resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Listen to me. The trio by the shore struggled to lift their heads, gazing at the youth on the island in the lake. In this seemingly hopeless situation, they had no idea what Lu He could possibly say next. This tree embodies the essence of darkness. Lu He pointed at the trunk beneath him, speaking with astonishing speed. The essence of darkness is to devour, to absorb. This monstrous lair is this lake. The lake's water is its lifeblood. He inhaled deeply, issuing an almost insane command to the dark tree. Or perhaps it was a request. Do not mind me. Do not mind them. Abandon all defense. With all your strength, drain this lake dry for me. What? Xionggu and Wei Jie froze in shock. Drain this lake? What a joke. How vast was this lake? Even if this tree was an elite spirit beast, how long would it take to drain such a massive body of water? A day? 2 days? By the time it drained the lake, they would have been corroded to nothing by this cursed rain. Moreover, the lake water was filled with pollutants and parasitic energy. Forcibly absorbing it was akin to suicide. This tree will be the first to burst. Lu He, have you lost your mind? Aing clutched his head, crying out in anguish. This is impossible. No, it is possible. Lu He's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a madman. It can do it. Did you not witness how swiftly it devoured those insect pupae? It is now at the elite level. Its ability to consume far exceeds our expectations. This is our only chance, our sole path to survival. His voice carried an undeniable obsession and madness, piercing deeply into the hearts of the three. They gazed at Lu He's pale face, drained of blood, and the flames burning in his eyes. For reasons unknown, their hearts, which had sunk to the depths of despair, were genuinely stirred by his words. Indeed, either way, death awaits. Why not take a gamble? Just as they hesitated, the dark tree responded. It seemed to comprehend Lu He's words. Or rather, it sensed his intense will to survive. With a crackle, the black dome protecting Lu He disintegrated in an instant. Thousands of dark branches, like weary birds returning to their nests, suddenly retracted. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all, these branches shifted direction, resembling black javelins, plunging decisively and forcefully into the boiling black lake beneath them. Splash, splash, splash. Countless branches pierced the lake bed, akin to greedy seeds taking root at the source of this filth. In the next moment, buzz, the entire dark tree transformed into an immense black pump, a voracious engine of consumption, operating at the cost of life. The center of the lake formed a massive vortex visible to the naked eye. The black lake water was being drawn away at an astonishing speed by the countless roots and branches, devoured and transformed into energy for the dark tree itself. The water level of the lake was descending at an unbelievable rate. Effective. Luhi's gamble had paid off. Hiss. The mother of 10,000 eyes emitted an anguished and furious mental screech for the first time. The blood it relied upon for survival was being forcibly extracted by this ancient tree it had once regarded as a nurturing ground. The thousands of compound eyes on its body erupted with a scarlet glow, unleashing a more terrifying psychic impact that struck like heavy hammers against the trunk of the dark tree. The trunk of the dark tree trembled violently, and the rate of decay of its bark accelerated exponentially. Large chunks of black bark flaked off, revealing the wood beneath, tainted with a dull gray hue. It was enduring unimaginable pain, yet it did not falter. It continued to ravenously consume the lake water, as if striving to drag this realm into the abyss of darkness. This was a race against will and time. It remained to be seen whether the mother of 10,000 eyes would corrupt this tree first, or if the tree would drain the lake before that. Chapter 65, Sacrifice. Move quickly. Brother Bear was the first to react, pulling the still-dazed Ying along. Shouting at Sister Wei, the lake water was visibly receding. The originally unfathomable lake now revealed large expanses of dark, foul-smelling sludge. A path strewn with gravel and water plants leading to the shore emerged before them. This was the escape route the dark tree had purchased for them with its life. Every second was immensely precious. Sister Wei also quickly grasped the situation, directing her shadow leopard to follow Brother Bear's lead. Ying regained his senses, glancing at the deeply unconscious flame-armored bear in his arms, then at the dark tree in the lake, battling against the entire body of water, on the verge of collapse, and the figure teetering precariously atop it. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning red, suppressing all feelings of gratitude and worry deep within. Clutching his pet beast, and dashed madly toward the shore. Luhi stood atop the tree trunk, watching the rapidly descending water level, his heart swelling with joy. It worked. He looked down at the half-decayed trunk beneath him and silently urged, "Brother, hold on." With that, he no longer hesitated, directing Xiao He to leap from the now not-so-high trunk onto the freshly exposed sludge. His feet sank slightly, nearly becoming ensnared. The sludge was even stickier than he had imagined, exuding a nauseating stench, making each step an arduous endeavor. Above, the gray polluted rain continued to fall. Although most of the mental pressure was borne by the dark tree, the corrosive contact with their skin still caused them immense suffering. Hurry, faster. Brother Bear forged ahead, commanding the alloy gladiator to clear away obstructing boulders and debris with its massive form. The four of them, along with the leopard, raced against time across this muddy realm of death. Roar. The furious roar of the mother of 10,000 eyes echoed in their minds like a relentless parasite. It seemed to realize that these little insects were attempting to flee. The speed at which the lake water was extracted increased, and its power was waning. It began to grow agitated. Gurgle, gurgle. The sludge beneath their feet writhed more violently. Countless viscous black tentacles surged from the muck, wrapping around their ankles. Watch out. Sister Wei's shadow leopard reacted swiftly, its form flickering as its sharp claws sliced through several encroaching tentacles. However, these tentacles were relentless, for every one severed. 10 more emerged from elsewhere. Do not bother with them. Push through. Brother Bear bellowed as the alloy gladiator stomped down, crushing a swath of tentacles. But its own ankle was ensnared by several particularly thick ones. The iron-forged ankle was even corroded, emanating wisps of black smoke. Damn it, Ying cursed, wanting to call on the flame-armored bear for assistance. But when he looked down, he realized the situation with the bear cub was dire. It was already severely weakened from using fire-based skills in the rain, and now the tentacles of the evil beasts had pierced its body, causing it to lose too much blood. At this moment, under the continuous erosion of the polluted rain, its wounds had begun to fester, and its life force was so faint it seemed it could extinguish at any moment. It no longer had the strength to fight. Hold on, bear cub. Tears mingled with rainwater streamed down Ying's face. This was his partner he had nurtured since childhood, his most trusted comrade, his pride and joy. Now, he could only watch helplessly as it approached death in his arms. This sense of powerlessness was more unbearable than facing death himself. Ying, put it away. Luhi shouted from behind. It will perish faster outside. Although the pet space cannot heal, it at least isolates from external pollution. Yes, put it away. Ying snapped back to reality, trembling hands attempting to activate the beast contract to return the flame-armored bear to the pet space. However, just as he was about to do so, the massive body of the flame-armored bear in his arms suddenly trembled violently. It seemed to forcibly awaken a flicker of consciousness from its deep slumber. It sensed its master's peril. It felt the filthy tentacles wrapping around its master. Roar. A faint yet resolute and protective roar erupted from the depths of its throat. Within its chest, the flame core, which had dimmed to the utmost, erupted forth at this moment, radiating the last and most brilliant light. Boom! The orange-red flames surged from it one final time. This flame no longer surged toward its fists but instead formed a small fiery shield, enveloping Ling and itself. The black tendrils, drawing ever closer, were instantly reduced to charred remains upon contact with the flames. In its final moments of vitality, it cleared the path for its master, removing all obstacles. Having accomplished this, its massive form collapsed with a resounding thud. The fiery core within its chest extinguished completely, and all traces of life vanished in that fleeting instant. No! A heart-wrenching roar erupted from Ling. He felt the bond of the contract with the flame-armored bear severed, not momentarily, but permanently. The flame-armored bear had perished, sacrificing its last breath to protect him, dying on this tainted land. Bear cub. Ling's eyes blazed crimson as he clutched the cold body of his companion, standing frozen in despair. Ling, hurry! Brother Bear turned back, his eyes wild with urgency. Yet, he could not afford to pause. If he did, everyone would perish. In this moment of profound anguish, a sudden transformation occurred. At a spot on Ling's chest obscured by his clothing, a faint yet extraordinarily pure light began to emanate. This luminescence pierced through his drenched attire, starkly contrasting against the grim and muddy world surrounding them. It appeared to be a new and unprecedented beast contract mark, distinct from the fire contract of the flame-armored bear. What could this be? Chapter 66, The Awakening of Its Light, Part 1. The light was faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Yet, it radiated such purity and sanctity. In this land shrouded in corruption and despair, it resembled the sole star in the night sky, instantly drawing every gaze. Ling, what is that on your chest? Brother Bear shouted in astonishment while fending off the encroaching tendrils. Sister Wei also cast a look of disbelief. She sensed that the energy contained within that light was unlike any attribute they were familiar with. It was an energy brimming with life, warmth, and purifying power. It was light, the fabled and most elusive light attribute. Ling himself was taken aback. He stared at the glow emanating from his chest, utterly bewildered. This contract mark was a family secret passed down through generations, a secret he had never divulged to anyone. Yet this contract had remained dormant, dull, and unresponsive, no matter how fervently he attempted to communicate with it. He had even come to believe it was merely an ancient mark of no consequence. Why had it suddenly ignited at this moment? Was it because of the bear cub's death? A thought sent a tremor through his heart. Ling, stop dawdling. We can barely hold on. Lu He's voice snapped him back from his shock. The dark tree's devouring had reached its limit. Over 70% of its trunk was corrupted, and the water level of the lake began to recede at an alarming rate. The mother of 10,000 eyes seemed to be gradually adapting to this drained state, channeling more power into the vile tendrils beneath. If they did not leave now, they truly would be trapped. Ling glanced at the now lifeless flame-armored bear in his arms, then at the increasingly radiant light on his chest. A wave of unprecedented resolve surged within him. He abruptly returned the body of the flame-armored bear to the beast's space. Then, in the astonished gazes of Brother Bear and Sister Wei, he tore open his shirt. A complex and sacred contract mark radiating a gentle white light was exposed to the air. You. Brother Bear's eyes widened in shock, momentarily speechless. This is my family secret. Ling gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. This contract has been in a dormant state. I thought it would never awaken. As he spoke, he fervently poured his spiritual energy into the glowing mark. In the next moment, the light surged. A diminutive figure materialized before Ling. It resembled an exquisitely crafted doll, no larger than a palm. With golden, curly hair and dressed in a pristine white gown, it bore delicate wings akin to those of a butterfly. Eyes closed, it hovered in midair, emanating a soft and warm white light. As it appeared, the frenzied, writhing tendrils recoiled as though encountering their nemesis, emitting crackling sounds as they retreated. Unwilling to approach. Young Great, light attribute spirit beast. Guang Shaoanai. Ling gazed at this small figure, his voice trembling with an emotion he did not fully comprehend. This was the secret his family had guarded for centuries, a light-type spirit beast that had remained in slumber. Brother Bear and Sister Wei were utterly dumbfounded. The reversal occurred too swiftly for their minds to process. Just a moment ago, they were mourning their fallen comrade, and in the next, a legendary light-type spirit beast appeared before them, and it was only in its infancy. What could it possibly do? Serve as a mascot? However, the moment Lu He laid eyes on the luminous doll, a realization exploded in his mind. A bolt of lightning shattered the fog that clouded his thoughts. Light attribute. The light-dark dual-root tree. He finally recalled the complete entry he had seen in the compendium regarding this ancient spirit beast. The light-dark dual-root tree. Its name contained not merely a hint of darkness. Within it dwelled two entirely opposing seeds of energy. Darkness was merely one of its forms. When activated by dark energy, it transformed into a consuming dark tree. Yet when activated by light energy, it revealed an entirely different aspect. This was the true solution. Not flight, not mere survival, but purification. To cleanse this tainted land at its source, to purify the beast known as the Mother of 10,000 Eyes. By heavens! Aying, you've hidden this far too well. Lu, he exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, rushing towards Aying and pointing at the figure known as Guang Shao and I. His words tumbling out in a frenzy. That's it. That's it. We are saved. We don't need to run. Huh. Aying stared blankly at Lu He, who resembled a wild tiger. What do you mean? Rely on it? It's only in its infancy. It can barely provide light. It's useless. No, it is useful. It is immensely valuable. Lu He grasped Aying's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Remember that tree? It is called the light-dark dual-root tree. Light, dark, dual-root tree. Previously, we only activated its dark aspect. Now, we can use your Guang Shao and I to activate its light. Lu He's words struck like thunder in Brother Bear and Sister Wei's minds. They instantly grasped the implications of Lu He's statement. The shroud of despair was torn asunder, allowing a ray of hope to pierce through. A bold and audacious new plan took shape in Lu He's mind. He turned abruptly, gazing towards the half-decayed dark tree in the center of the lake. We are not leaving. We are going back. Today, we shall not only complete our mission, but also conduct a thorough cleansing of this mountain range. Yet, the moment his words fell, a tremendous roar erupted from the nearly dried lake bed. The group stared in shock, as the great entity, known as Wan Yen Ji Mu, a colossal mass of flesh and compound eyes, began to stir after the lake had been nearly drained. It was a sight that could shatter the resolve of even the most steadfast minds. This immense, pulsating mound of flesh, dragging countless tendrils resembling roots, slowly emerged from the parched lake bed. Its intent was unmistakably clear. It aimed to consume the dark tree that had siphoned all of its blood. A tree already decaying in its own right. It sought to preemptively devour this audacious spirit plant that dared to defy it. Chapter 67. Activate its light, Part 2. The grotesque tableau before them was enough to induce despair. A mountain of writhing flesh, viscous fluids, and myriad crimson compound eyes was inexorably advancing, propelled not by legs, but by the undulating tendrils beneath it. Its pace was not swift, yet with each step, the desiccated earth was rapidly assimilated, transforming into the same writhing flesh as its own. The sound it emitted was no longer a mental roar, but rather akin to a colossal serpent scraping against the ground, sending shivers down spines. The overwhelming sense of oppression it exuded was tenfold more terrifying than when it resided in the lake. It had reached the shore. The momentary flicker of hope in the hearts of the onlookers plummeted once more into despair. What was its intent? Ying's voice trembled. It seeks to consume that tree. Lu He stared intently at the moving mass of flesh, articulating each word with gravitas. The Guang and Shuang Di Shu had drained the lake, severed its source of power, and stripped it of its home field advantage. Now, it intended to reclaim everything it had lost, with interest. This elite-level dark tree was the finest supplement for it. Should it succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could free itself from the confines of the lake and become a true calamity capable of movement. At that juncture, not just this forest, but the entirety of the Hongfeng mountain range could transform into its sanguine breeding ground. We cannot allow it to proceed. A fierce glint flashed in Xiongji's eyes. With the situation escalating, there was no turning back. They had to either eliminate this monster here or await its emergence to unleash a catastrophe that could engulf multiple cities. Time was of the essence. Lu He's voice raced as his mind worked furiously, devising a battle plan. They needed to activate the light before it reached that tree. He turned to the others, his gaze now imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. I will now assign tasks. In this life and death moment, no one questioned the command of this novice beast master. Lu He had earned everyone's trust through his knowledge and discernment. Xionggu, Lu He addressed him, your alloy gladiator is the sole steel type, possessing the strongest defense. You are to engage it directly, slowing its progress. Remember, it is a matter of restraint, not a head-on clash. Delay it for as long as you can. Understood. Xionggu nodded firmly, showing no hesitation. This was the most perilous yet crucial task, one that he must undertake. Wei Jia, Lu He turned to her. Your shadow cheetah is the fastest and most agile. You will be responsible for flanking and disrupting its tendrils. The tendrils are key to its movement. Sever as many as possible to impede its advance. All right, Wei Jia replied coldly, her eyes sharp. Ying, and myself. Lu He finally looked at Ying. We must return to the island at the heart of the lake with utmost speed, directly beneath that tree. Return? Ing was momentarily taken aback. But the ground he glanced down at the area transformed into a mire of flesh, realizing that movement was nearly impossible. The viscous tendrils and writhing masses would ensnare them. I will handle it. A glint of determination flashed in Lu He's eyes as he patted his shadow. Xiaohei. A shadow rapidly spread from beneath him. Shadow domain passage. This was not a skill meant for attack or stealth, but rather an advanced application of shadow energy after Xiaohei's promotion. The shadow that spread did not dissipate. Instead, it forcibly created a half-meter-wide path of solidified shadow over the decaying mire, extending directly towards the isolated dark tree on the island. The path of shadows completely isolated them from the corrosive and entangling mire below. Incredible. Ying's eyes widened in amazement. This skill is exceptionally impressive. It is truly a traveler's boon. Enough chatter. Time waits for no one. Lu He seized Ying's arm. Xionggu, Weijia. The success of this endeavor rests on your shoulders. Roar. Xiongji's alloy gladiator emitted a fierce growl, charging forth like an uncontrollable heavy tank into the mass of flesh. Wei Jie's shadow cheetah transformed into a streak of black lightning, flanking from the side. The battle erupted once again. We must go. Lu He wasted no time, pulling Ying along the shadowy pathway towards the island. On the shore, a thunderous crash resounded as the alloy gladiator collided violently with a massive tendril at the forefront of the flesh mountain. The deep reverberation shook the earth. However, the result caused Xiongji's heart to sink. The alloy gladiator's steel charge had failed to budge the tendril even slightly. It felt as though it had struck a resilient and flexible wall, the immense recoil sending it staggering backward several steps. The tendril merely bore a shallow dent, quickly filled by the surrounding writhing flesh. Physical attacks were remarkably ineffective. Hiss! The flesh mountain seemed incensed by the provocation of this insignificant creature. Dozens of slightly smaller tendrils, akin to agile serpents, instantly shot forth from the main body, coiling towards the alloy gladiator. Steel body. Xionggu bellowed. The alloy gladiator shone with metallic luster as it maximized its defense. The tendrils struck with a forceful thud, producing an agonizing sound. Although they failed to penetrate its armor, the corrosive sludge adhering to them quickly dulled and eroded its protective shell. Shadow claw. On the flank, Wei Jie's shadow cheetah sprang into action. It appeared like a specter beside a smaller tendril, its sharp claws leaving multiple black afterimages as they sliced down. Splatter. The putrid, dark green liquid sprayed forth. The tendril was successfully severed a small distance. Effective. Wei Jie felt a surge of exhilaration, but in the next moment, her expression shifted. The severed tendril writhed, and within mere seconds, it regenerated completely, as if it had never been harmed. Rapid regeneration. How can we continue fighting? Both Xionggu and Wei Jie's hearts plummeted. They were confronted by a creature with astonishing defense, bizarre attacks, and the ability to regenerate at an alarming rate. Their restraint might not last even a minute. Chapter 68. Sacrifice. Alloy gladiator. Titan's grasp. Seize it. Xiongji's voice was laced with desperation. He knew he could not hold out much longer. Yet, he had to buy Lu He and the others every last moment. The alloy gladiator abandoned all defense, fiercely clutching the thickest tendril that lashed towards it. With all its might, it attempted to tear the fleshy tentacle from the mass of flesh. A piercing roar erupted from the meat mountain, seemingly caught off guard by the immense strength of this diminutive tin can. Yet, the disparity in power was absolute. The tentacle, firmly grasped, trembled violently, sending forth an irresistible force. The alloy gladiator's specially crafted arms cried out in anguish, succumbing to the overwhelming burden as they began to fracture at the joints. No. Brother Xiong watched in despair as his beloved beast was destroyed, his heart wrenched with grief. Before he could issue another command, another tentacle had silently encircled the back of the alloy gladiator. The tip of the tentacle split open, revealing a terrifying maw lined with circular, razor-sharp teeth. With a soft sound, the maw ruthlessly pierced the energy core of the alloy gladiator from behind. The colossal body of the gladiator shuddered violently, the light in its eyes dimming instantly. It lowered its head, glancing at the gaping hole in its chest, and then at its master. Finally, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. In an instant, the pet was annihilated, the immense backlash of spirit causing Brother Xiong to spurt blood. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Brother Xiong. Sister Wei's voice rang out in alarm from the side. She wished to rush to his aid, but her own situation was precarious. The speed of the shadow cheetah could not surpass the overwhelming network of tentacles. Each evasive maneuver was fraught with peril, narrowly avoiding the highly corrosive tentacles on several occasions. Wei Jie, run. Brother Xiong, lying on the ground, summoned his last ounce of strength to shout towards Wei Jie. He understood that his time was up. With the death of the alloy gladiator, he, as a beast master, could not withstand even a second against this monstrous foe. He could not burden Wei Jie any longer. Wei Jie bit her lip fiercely, almost drawing blood. Run? Where to? This land had completely transformed into a breeding ground for the monster's flesh and blood. Where could she possibly escape? She glanced at the two figures in the distance, racing for their lives. They were almost there. Just a little more. Shadow Cheetah. Shadow Sacrifice. A resolute glimmer flickered in Wei Jie's eyes. Her voice was cold, yet tinged with a sense of liberation. The Shadow Cheetah heeded its master's command, halting abruptly. It turned back, casting a deep look at Wei Jie. Its golden slit pupils brimmed with reluctance. Yet, it hesitated not for a moment. With a deep roar, the Shadow Cheetah transformed into a pure, dense mass of darkness. This darkness was no longer for attack or concealment, but erupted in an instant. Boom! A powerful shadow shockwave emanated from its center, radiating outward with ferocity. All the tentacles struck by the shockwave momentarily froze in their actions. The corrosive energy enveloping them was temporarily neutralized by the pure shadow energy. This was the final skill unleashed by the Shadow Cheetah at the cost of its own life. It had sacrificed itself to provide Brother Xiong, as well as the distant Lu He and A Ying, with a fleeting glimmer of hope. Wei Jie. Brother Xiong gazed at the dissipating darkness, tears of blood streaming down his rugged cheeks. The meat mountain seemed utterly enraged by this final act of defiance. All its multifaceted eyes locked onto the sole remaining figure, Brother Xiong. One tentacle, like the scythe of death, sliced through the air silently, aiming for Brother Xiong's head. He did not evade. He could not evade. He simply lifted his head, gazing longingly towards the island in the lake. He thought he saw those two young souls successfully reach the tree. He beheld that faint yet hopeful glimmer of light. The remaining efforts of my brothers lie in your hands. He murmured, a hint of a relieved smile gracing his lips. Blood splattered. The world plunged into eternal darkness. No. At the edge of the island, Aang witnessed the deaths of Brother Xiong and Wei Jie with his own eyes. He emitted a heart-wrenching wail. All strength seemed to drain from his body, collapsing to the ground. Brother Xiong, Wei Jie. Lu He also halted in his tracks. He stood beneath the decaying dark tree, his body trembling uncontrollably. They are dead. All dead. To shield them, two senior beast masters and their prized beasts had perished within mere seconds. A colossal wave of sorrow and rage erupted within him like a volcano. Hiss. The moving meat mountain, having crushed the last two obstacles, showed no signs of slowing. It dragged its immense form closer to the island, towards the dual-colored tree of light and darkness. The myriad eyes on its body fixated hungrily on Lu He and A Ying, filled with greed and mockery. It seemed to say, now, it is your turn. Chapter 69, it is done. Despair. An overwhelming despair enveloped Lu He and A Ying once more. The time bought with Brother Xiong and Wei Jie's lives was ultimately insufficient. The moving meat mountain was less than 100 meters from the island. At its current speed, it would reach this location in no more than half a minute. And what could they do? A Ying knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant, repeatedly murmuring, they are dead, all dead, and we are doomed. His spirit was on the brink of collapse after witnessing the gruesome deaths of his companions. A Ying, wake up. Lu He rushed in front of him, delivering a sharp slap. The crisp sound jolted A Ying from his stupor. He looked up, bewildered at Lu He. Look at me. Lu He grasped his collar, his eyes bloodshot, nearly roaring. Why did Brother Xiong die? Why did Wei Jie die? Why did their beasts perish? For whom did they die? Was it merely to leave us here, staring into the abyss? Lu He's voice struck A Ying's heart like a hammer, each word resonating deeply. A Ying's vacant gaze finally flickered with a hint of emotion. He recalled Brother Xiong's final roar, Wei Jie's resolute expression, and the scene of the Shadow Cheetah transforming into darkness, the alloy gladiator being pierced in an instant. They fought for themselves and Lu He. They fought for that ethereal plan to ignite the light. But A Ying's voice trembled, glancing at the still sleeping light puppet in his arms. Shao and I is just a child. It knows nothing. What can it do? It struggles to provide illumination. It cannot save us. We are doomed. It can't. Lu He fixed his gaze firmly on A Ying's eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. Do you not remember how those tentacles recoiled when it first appeared? Do you not recall the purity of the power it possesses? It is not that it cannot save us. It is you who are giving up. If you surrender now, Brother Xiong and Wei Jie's sacrifices will be in vain. We will all become fodder for that monster. Not even ashes will remain. Lu He's words pierced through the last defenses in A Ying's heart like a sharp blade. In vain. Those two words made him tremble violently. Indeed, if he surrendered here, what significance would Brother Xiong and Wei Jie's sacrifices hold? And what of the bear cub in his arms? A tumultuous surge of emotions, sorrow, anger, regret, and resentment, erupted from the depths of his heart. Ah, 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 ah. Ling clutched his head, letting out a pained howl. He lifted his gaze, his blood-red eyes fixated on the approaching mountain of flesh. No, I cannot surrender. Even in death, I shall die on the path of charge. Even in death, that monster must pay the price. An unprecedented resolve surged within him. No longer hesitating, Ling looked at the delicate figure cradled in his arms. His voice hoarse, yet imbued with an unwavering determination. Guangxiao and I do not know if you can manage this. I do not know if this will bear fruit. But we have no retreat left. Brother Xiong, Sister Wei, and little Xiong are watching us from above. Now, in the name of Beastmaster Ling, I entrust you with all my spiritual energy, all my will, and all my hope. I implore you, awaken. Illuminate this land shrouded in despair with your light. As his words resonated, Ling poured the last remnants of his spiritual energy and his resolute will into the sacred contract mark upon his chest. Buzz. At that moment, the once faint contract mark blazed with brilliance. A soft white light enveloped Ling entirely. The figure of Guangxiao and who had been with closed eyes, trembled abruptly. Its delicate wings, resembling butterfly wings, began to flutter gently. Waves of pure, pristine light energy emanated from its small body, spreading like ripples. Wherever the light touched, the corrupted blood-soaked marsh beneath them reacted as if encountering a nemesis, emitting sounds of purification, with wisps of white smoke rising and swiftly withering away, revealing the normal black soil beneath. Effective, truly effective. Lu He, witnessing this scene, was nearly propelled into a leap of joy. It worked. His judgment was correct. The light attribute is indeed the greatest nemesis of these filthy entities. Hiss. The distant mountain of flesh seemed to sense this discomforting power. For the first time, its movement came to a halt. Its myriad of compound eyes turned toward them with a gaze filled with confusion and wariness. It could not comprehend why such pure energy, invoking its disgust and fear, erupted from these two insignificant insects. Just then, Guangxiao's long lashes, which had remained closed, quivered gently. Then, under the anxious gaze of Lu He and Ling, it slowly opened its eyes. What kind of eyes they were! Pure, translucent, like two golden gemstones formed from the most untainted light. Not a trace of impurity existed within. In those eyes, there was no anger, no sorrow. Only an innate compassion and mercy for all living things. It awakened. In that moment of awakening, it emitted no sound, merely hovering silently in midair. It raised its gaze to glance at the horrifying mountain of flesh in the distance, then lowered its eyes to survey the scarred and polluted land beneath. Finally, its gaze landed upon the dimly flickering Guang and Shuang Di tree behind it, which too was on the brink of death from darkness and corruption. A glimmer of compassion flashed in its eyes. It opened its small arms as if to embrace the world. In the next instant, an explosion of light energy, tenfold, 100-fold stronger than before, erupted from within it. This energy did not surge toward the mountain of flesh nor ascend to the heavens, but transformed into a pure, warm, and sacred beam of light that resolutely infused into the trunk of the massive, half-decayed dark tree behind it. It activated its light. This was the first and most crucial act of Guangxiao and upon its awakening. Boom. The instant the beam of light made contact with the trunk, the entire island in the lake quaked violently. Chapter 70, Sublord Level. Light. Endless light. When Guangxiao and channeled all its power into the Guang and Shuang Di tree, the entire tree transformed into a colossal luminescent entity. It radiated an indescribable sacred brilliance, warm yet not blinding, gentle yet filled with an irresistible majesty. Virum. The giant tree trembled violently. The grayish spots, akin to leprosy, that had covered the trunk and were corroded by the mother of all eyes, fizzled and melted away under the illumination as if snow met with the fierce sun. Large chunks of charred, decayed bark began to peel away, revealing not the dull wood beneath, but a new trunk, pure white as jade, flowing with golden veins, seemingly condensed directly from light. This was a rebirth, a transformation from the depths of darkness and filth to light and sanctity. Ling was utterly astounded. He stared blankly at the giant tree undergoing this astonishing metamorphosis, his mind a blank slate. He had never imagined that the guardian secret of his family for centuries, this Guangxiao and he had thought to be merely a talisman, could provoke such a terrifying spectacle. Lu He was equally shaken, though he understood from the illustrated guide that the Guang and Shuang Di tree possessed two forms. He had not anticipated that the activation of its light form would be so grand and awe-inspiring. This transcended his comprehension of spirit beasts. The branches of the giant tree began to grow wildly. The previously pitch-black, iron-like branches had transformed entirely into pure white. Each branch was dotted with golden speckles of light, resembling stars. They were no longer menacing, no longer filled with an insatiable desire to devour, but had become gentle, sacred, and teeming with the breath of life. In just a matter of seconds, this tree, once a symbol of utmost darkness and consumption, had undergone a complete transformation. It became a towering white tree, reaching heights of 100 meters, radiating boundless light and warmth. Its aura began to ascend. Elite, Lord. Ultimately, its presence settled into a mysterious level between Lord and Emperor. Sublord level. This was the true form of the Guang and Shuang Di tree. Or perhaps it should now be called the Sheng Guang, Shuang Sheng Shu. Hiss. The distant mountain of flesh finally reacted from its shock. It emitted a shriek filled with fear and fury. It sensed a lethal threat. This tree before it was no longer a mere supplement it could devour at will, but a formidable enemy capable of eradicating it from its very roots. It could not wait any longer. It had to destroy it before the tree fully stabilized its form. Roar. The massive body of the mountain of flesh came alive in that moment, with hundreds and thousands of robust tendrils thrashing like wild demons, lunging toward the metamorphosing Sheng Guang Shuang Sheng Shu from all directions. Simultaneously, its body, composed of myriad compound eyes, witnessed all its eyeballs bulging, laced with blood. A mental shockwave, several times more powerful than before, mingled with the most concentrated filth energy, coalesced into a visible, gray-black shockwave, hurtling toward the center of the tree trunk. This was its ultimate strike. It aimed to turn this defiant divine tree, along with the two small insects beneath it, into dust. Caution. Ying was struck with horror, instinctively wanting to evade. Yet, he found himself utterly immobile, paralyzed by an overwhelming aura of terror that anchored him in place. He was similarly ensnared, helplessly watching as a cataclysmic attack drew ever nearer. Was death truly imminent? Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a gentle hum emanated from the trunk of the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu. The sound seemed to resonate from ancient times, imbued with a soothing power. In the next moment, a soft, translucent golden barrier rapidly expanded from the trunk, encasing the entire central island of the lake. Xingguang Bu. Thunderous roars erupted as hundreds of tendrils struck mercilessly against the barrier. A psychic shockwave, dark as ash and potent enough to obliterate a small hill, crashed against it as well. However, to Lu He and Ying's astonishment, the seemingly fragile barrier merely quivered slightly, producing not even a single ripple. All assaults, whether physical or mental, were effortlessly dissolved by the gentle golden radiance. In fact, the tendrils that struck the barrier emitted a sizzling sound as the tainted energy they bore was rapidly purified and dissolved. Did this truly hold? Ying stammered, his voice quivering. He swallowed hard, grappling with the realization. Was this the might of a sublord-level entity? It was utterly absurd. This was not a battle of the same dimension. The Xingguang Shuangxing Shu appeared to have completed its final transformation. Its luminescence no longer radiated outward but instead slowly retracted, becoming internalized within the trunk. The entire tree resembled a flawless masterpiece, sculpted from light and white jade. It bore no eyes or mouth. Yet Lu He and Ying could distinctly feel a gaze upon them, one filled with gratitude and warmth, as if thanking them for liberating it from eternal darkness and filth. Soon after, that gaze gradually shifted towards the distant mass of flesh, which had been momentarily stunned by the thwarted onslaught. The warmth and gratitude vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, emotionless judgment. With a whoosh, the myriad branches of the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu stirred without wind. One of the stoutest branches, as if forged from white jade, slowly lifted. Its tip ignited with a blinding golden light. A terrifying energy, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble, began to coalesce at the branch's apex. No. For the first time, the once mighty mass of flesh emitted chaotic psychic waves of fear. It was afraid. It was truly afraid. Its colossal form began to writhe uncontrollably, attempting to retreat, yearning to escape back to the already drained lake bed. Yet, it was too late. The judgment of the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu had descended. The branch, infused with boundless radiance, gently pointed towards the mass of flesh. Whoosh! A beam of pure golden light, no thicker than a finger, instantaneously sliced through the air. Chapter 71. The Cost. The speed of that golden beam was unparalleled, surpassing sound and thought. To Lu He and Ying's retinas, it left only a dazzling golden afterimage. The distant mass of flesh seemed to sense the approach of death. Its enormous body thrashed wildly, countless tendrils intertwining in a desperate attempt to form a thick, fleshy shield. Simultaneously, all of its compound eyes erupted with a final crimson glow, trying to employ the same tactic of psychic disruption. However, in the face of absolute power, all struggles proved futile. With a soft sound barely perceptible, The golden beam met no resistance. It effortlessly pierced through the shield of flesh and tendrils, penetrating the massive, resilient form, ultimately emerging from its back to shoot towards the distant horizon. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. The movements of the mass of flesh halted. In a moment, all of its thousands of crimson compound eyes extinguished their light. Lu He and Aang held their breaths, staring intently at the colossal mass of flesh. What was happening? No reaction? Had the attack missed? Or was that seemingly infinite beam of light merely a fade? Just as they were engulfed in confusion, an unexpected transformation occurred. From the tiny hole, no thicker than a finger, that had been pierced by the beam, golden cracks began to swiftly spread across the surface of the mass of flesh. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering resonated clearly on the silent battlefield. Those golden fissures spread like a web, enveloping the mass of flesh in mere seconds. Then, with a deafening roar, the massive and despair-inducing mass of flesh, the terrifying creature known as the Mother of 10,000 Eyes, shattered like a glass sculpture. It did not explode, nor did flesh scatter in all directions. Instead, it was entirely decomposed and purified from the inside out by the purest light energy. Its writhing, fleshy form transformed into countless golden motes in an instant. The viscous liquids evaporated, the tainted energies neutralized, and the tendrils that granted it rapid regeneration crumbled to ash in the light. A fearsome calamity that had existed for untold ages, turning this forest into a desolate wasteland, was completely erased from this world in a single strike of the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu. No trace of its existence remained. Purification. This was the true essence of cleansing. Rooted at its core, Lu He swallowed hard, feeling his throat parched to the point of burning. He glanced at Aang beside him. Aang's mouth hung agape, his eyes wide as saucers, utterly petrified. Clearly, this surreal spectacle had shattered his worldview. One strike. Just one strike. It had annihilated the creature that had cost them 2 teammates and exacted a heavy toll without yielding an inch. Was this the power of a sublord-level spirit beast? Was this the legendary light attribute's force against filth? It was stunningly magnificent. Lu He's heart surged not only with shock, but also an absurd sense of irony. Had he known this tree was so formidable, what had they fought so desperately for? Of course, he recognized the foolishness of that thought. Had it not been for their prior efforts and sacrifices, had Aang not activated the light, Xiao and I, at the critical moment, this tree would likely have been consumed by the Mother of 10,000 Eyes. Every step they had taken had paved the way for this astonishing reversal. Each was indispensable. As the Mother of 10,000 Eyes perished completely, the polluted land began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The heavy, leaden gray clouds that had shrouded the sky began to disperse. A long-lost, warm ray of sunlight broke through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the scarred earth. The incessant, corrosive gray rain ceased. The flesh mound, once assimilated, now writhed as a blood-soaked marsh, rapidly withering and decaying after losing its source of power, ultimately transforming into black dust that scattered with the wind. The nauseating stench of decay and rot in the air was being supplanted by a refreshing aroma. Imbued with the fragrance of verdant flora, the entire world was visibly rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. The Xingguang Shuangxing Shu stood silently at the heart of the lake, refraining from further aggression, merely radiating its sacred light across every corner of this land. Its myriad branches caressed the tainted earth gently, reminiscent of a mother's tender hand. Where the light touched, the withered flora revived, and the parched soil became moist. Even the desiccated lakebed began to yield clear spring water bubbling forth from its center. It was healing this land, using its own strength to mend the wounds left by the Mother of Myriad Eyes. Lu He and Aang stood in a daze, witnessing this miraculous scene. Their grief and anger seemed to be soothed considerably by this grand and warm power. The danger had passed, the battle was over, they had survived. Yet, why did joy elude them? Lu He cast a glance at the distant spot where Xionggu and Wei Jie had fallen. Sunlight illuminated that place as well. But it was utterly empty. Their bodies, along with those of their cherished beasts, appeared to have transformed into specks of light, dissipating in the wake of the terrifying purification. Not even remnants remained. A profound sorrow and emptiness surged within Lu He. They had won, but the cost was exorbitant. Chapter 72. Purification. The purification continued unabated. The Xingguang Shuangxing Shu functioned like an indefatigable purifier, unreservedly pouring its immense luminous energy into this land. Sunlight grew ever more radiant, and greenery began to spread across the charred earth. The once desiccated lakebed had transformed into a shallow pool of crystal-clear water. Everything was progressing favorably. Yet, Lu He and Aang stood in silence. The exhilaration of surviving the catastrophe was swiftly overshadowed by overwhelming sorrow and confusion. They had triumphed. Yet Xionggu and Wei Jie remained forever lost here. This victory weighed heavily, stifling their breath. A Ying's voice was hoarse as he stared blankly at the sacred giant tree, glancing down at the light. Xiao Inai nestled in his embrace. After channeling its power into the giant tree, it had succumbed to slumber once more, its form becoming somewhat ethereal and translucent, as if it might vanish at any moment. Clearly, the exertion of its full force had been too much for this young spirit beast. What shall we do next? A Ying asked in bewilderment. What do we do? Lu He was equally uncertain. Complete the mission? Return for the reward? Then pretend nothing had happened? He found himself incapable of doing so. Just then, the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu, which had been silently purifying the land, suddenly exhibited new activity. Its sacred radiance began to slowly retract towards the trunk. The branches, resembling white jade, ceased to grow, gently drooping down. What is it doing? Lu He felt a tightening in his chest, immediately becoming alert. He sensed the aura of the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu weakening at an alarming rate. The formidable pressure of a sublord level was rapidly dissipating. Was it running out of energy? Or did activating its luminous form entail a tremendous cost? Under the tense gaze of the two, all the brilliance of the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu ultimately converged back into its trunk. The entire giant tree ceased to shine. Its alabaster trunk began to fracture with fine cracks, and the golden veins flowing along it quickly dulled. Is it going to die? Aang cried out in despair. Louis's heart sank. He had surmised correctly. This extraordinary form could not endure. Just as they believed the sacred tree was on the verge of collapse, a gentle, non-aggressive stream of spiritual energy enveloped Lu He and Aang. It was neither language nor sound, but a pure form of communication woven from thought. In an instant, vivid images flooded Lu He's mind. A seed, resolutely rooting itself and sprouting amidst boundless darkness and filth. It absorbed the energy of darkness, struggling to grow. Its heart filled with a yearning for light. Yet the surrounding environment forced it to reveal only its dark, grotesque side. It was waiting for someone who could understand it. Someone who could awaken its other side. Then Lu He saw himself, inserting the Yuing Jinghe into the trunk, activating its dark form. He also witnessed a Ying's light, Xiao Inai, igniting its luminous aspect with its final glimmer. Darkness and light, devouring and purifying. These two opposing forces achieved perfect balance within it. It had become whole. Its life, therefore, reached its conclusion. A surge of gratitude, relief, and liberation flowed through Lu He's heart via the spiritual energy. It was thanking Lu He for allowing it to see true light at the end of its life, completing its ultimate mission to purify the land it had indirectly tainted. The scene shifted. Lu He beheld the giant tree, on the brink of disintegration, concentrating all its life essence, all its primal forces of light and darkness, towards the core of its trunk. There, a glimmer was slowly taking shape. This was. Lu He widened his eyes. The trunk of the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu began to splinter. Yet it did not turn to ash. Instead, it transformed into pure, luminescent specks akin to fireflies, floating skyward, merging into the purified forest. With each speck that fell, a new tender shoot broke through the earth. It was nourishing the land with its final form. Once the entire giant tree had disintegrated into light, only one thing remained in its place. It hovered quietly in midair, fist-sized and oval in shape. One half was as deep as the night sky, pure black, while the other half was as pristine as fresh snow, pure white. The black and white formed a perfect dividing line in the center, reminiscent of a Taiji diagram. These two entirely opposing energies harmoniously intertwined within, creating an enigmatic cycle. A pet beast egg, Lu He exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly believe that the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu, at the end of its life, had condensed its own offspring, a new life infused with its entire primal power. The black and white pet beast egg quivered gently in the air, then slowly drifted toward Lu He, as if it had determined him to be its future master. Lu He instinctively extended his hands. The pet beast egg gently landed in his palms. The sensation was peculiar. One half felt warm and smooth like jade, while the other was cold like iron. A tremendous vitality emanated from the egg, and Lu He could distinctly sense a small life within, peacefully slumbering. This was the final and most precious gift the Xingguang Shuangxing Shu had bestowed upon him. Clutching the pet beast egg tightly, Lu He's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had saved this tree. The tree, too, had saved them. In the end, it entrusted its future to him. The intricacies of cause and effect had become inscrutable. It was truly over. Aang gazed at the rejuvenated forest before him, murmuring to himself. The danger had dissipated. The monsters were vanquished. The land had been purified. They had even received unexpected gifts. Yet, thoughts of Xionggu and Wei Jie tightened the heart that had only just begun to release its burden, filling it anew with profound sorrow. He turned to Lu He. Let us return home. Chapter 73, The Living Suffer the Most. Home. The word now sounded so distant and heavy. Louis cast a glance at the black and white pet egg in his palm before looking at the despondent Aang, silently nodding. Yes, home. The two turned away in silence, preparing to leave the island that had witnessed so much death and rebirth. The once bloody mire had transformed into a soft, dark loam. The clear lake water reached their ankles, carrying a refreshing coolness. The sun bathed them in warmth. Everything seemed so beautiful. Yet, the weight of their emotions felt leaden. Without the shadow of Xiao He to guide them, they could only wade through the water, step by arduous step, back to the shore. Each step was exceptionally difficult. Silence enveloped them. Neither spoke. They were at a loss for words. Comfort? At such a moment, any words of solace felt utterly inadequate. Finally, they returned to the shore. To the place where they had once fought side by side with Xionggu and Wei Jia. Here, there was no trace of battle. No remnants of monsters. Nor the bones of heroes. Only a few badly corroded metal fragments lay scattered on the ground. The remnants of the alloy gladiator. Aang halted before the pile of fragments. He bent down, trembling hands picking up the largest piece, still vaguely resembling a shoulder guard. He gripped the cold metal tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His shoulders began to shake uncontrollably. The pain he had suppressed for so long finally erupted in that moment. He crouched on the ground, weeping like a child in anguish. His sobs quickly transformed into heart-wrenching cries. Xionggu, Wei Jia, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I am useless. If I had known sooner, if I had awakened Guang Shao and I earlier, you wouldn't have had to die. The cub wouldn't have died. It is all my fault. I caused your demise. Aang clutched the metal fragment, repeatedly striking it against the ground with his head. He bore the weight of all responsibility upon himself. Overwhelming guilt and self-blame engulfed him like a tide. Louis stood silently by, watching. He made no attempts to intervene or console. He understood that Aang needed to vent, to release all his pain. Otherwise, he would be crushed by this heavy burden of guilt for a lifetime. What about Lu He? Was he not in pain? Did he not feel remorse? He too was tormented by thoughts of what if. If he had been stronger, if Xiao He had advanced sooner, if he had thought of activating the light earlier, would the outcome have been different? But in this world, there are no what-ifs. What has happened. The dead will not return. The living must bear all this and continue onward. He did not know how long he cried. A Ying's voice gradually shifted from wailing to soft sobs. He lifted his tear-streaked and muddy face, looking vacantly at Lu He. Lu He, do you think there is any meaning in us returning alive? We survived by stepping over their corpses. We are cowards, deserters. Louis took a deep breath and crouched before him. He uttered no grand philosophies, but simply asked in a calm tone, does Xionggu have family? Aang paused, instinctively nodding. Yes, he has a daughter. Just started middle school this year. He adored her. He took on missions to earn more money to buy her a better pet egg. What about Wei Jia? Does she have family? Louis continued to inquire. Yes, she has a younger brother who is unwell and requires expensive medication. She worked so hard to provide for his treatment. A Ying's voice grew softer, as if he understood what Lu He was implying. Lu He looked into his eyes, speaking each word like a hammer striking a Ying's heart. They are gone, but their families are still alive. Who will fulfill the tasks they wished to complete, but could not? Should we lie here and become wild ghosts in the mountains with them? Or should we stand up, walk out, and tell their families that their father, their sister, were heroes? Then, with this life we have regained, fulfill their unaccomplished wishes? Lu He's words were not heavy, yet each was a resounding blow to a Ying's heart. A Ying's body trembled. A glimmer of light gradually rekindled in his vacant gaze. Indeed, when one dies, everything is lost. Only by living can we do something for those who have passed. Only by living can their sacrifices hold meaning. I understand now. Aang trembled as he stood up from the ground. He wiped the tears from his face, his gaze becoming resolutely steadfast. It was a determination imbued with a heavy sense of mission. Lu He, thank you. He solemnly addressed Lu He. Once we turn in our mission, I will seek out their families. I will care for Xiongji's daughter. I will treat Wei Jia's brother. From now on, this life of mine will be lived for them. Lu He gazed at him, feeling a wave of emotion. After this battle, this young man, once impulsive and reckless, had truly matured. He too stood up and patted Aang on the shoulder. Count me in. We shall do this together. They exchanged glances, each seeing the same resolve reflected in the other's eyes. They carefully secured the fragment of the alloy gladiator, the only remnant they could find belonging to Xionggu. As for Wei Jia, she had left nothing behind. The two stood solemnly, bowing deeply 3 times toward the sunlit clearing. Xionggu, Wei Jia, may your journey be smooth. Rest assured, we shall take care of the remaining matters. After fulfilling this, they finally set forth with heavy steps toward the forest's edge. The journey back was long, yet their purpose was crystal clear: to survive, and to carry forth the will of the deceased, living on with greater resolve. Chapter 74, Completing the Mission. Periphery of the Hongfeng Mountain Range. Bounty Hunter Association's outpost. When Lu He and A Ying appeared at the outpost entrance, the young staff responsible for registration could hardly recognize them at first. They looked dreadful. Both were covered in dried blood and dirt. Their clothes tattered as if scavenged from a rubbish heap. Their hair tangled, faces marred by injuries. Most striking were their eyes, those that bore the weight of harrowing experiences, infused with exhaustion, sorrow, and numbness. They bore little resemblance to the vibrant young men they once were. Instead, they appeared as two demons risen from the depths of hell. Halt! What are you doing here? The sentry at the outpost immediately became alert and stopped them. A Ying raised his head, his lips moved, yet no sound escaped. He was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, having reached his limits. Lu He stepped forward and retrieved the slightly damaged badge that represented their squad's identity from his pocket. Bounty Hunter, Squad Number 734. His voice was hoarse and dry, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. We have returned to submit our report. The young staff member took the badge and scanned it with a device. Upon seeing the image of Lu He and A Ying, vibrant and full of life before their departure, he was astounded. You are from the Guangxiong assault team? He stammered, unable to believe his eyes. Has it only been a few days? How did you end up like this? Where are Brother Xiong and Sister Wei? Why didn't they return with you? The staff member instinctively inquired. This question pierced Lu He and A Ying's hearts like a needle. A Ying's body swayed uncontrollably, and Lu He's gaze dimmed instantaneously. He did not respond, but merely reiterated in a hoarse voice, "We must submit our report. Take us to see the person in charge." Observing their state, the staff member realized the gravity of the situation. His expression turned somber, and he nodded hastily, leading them into the depths of the outpost. The person in charge of the outpost was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Lao Ma, a seasoned veteran within the association. Upon seeing Lu He and A Ying, he was taken aback. "Little Lu? A Ying, what has happened to you? Where are Lao Xiong and Wei Wei?" Lao Ma was well acquainted with Brother Xiong and shared a good rapport with him. "Uncle Ma." Louis took a deep breath and carefully placed the stark black and white pet egg on the table. Then, he slowly laid down a fragment of the alloy gladiator beside it. "Brother Xiong and Sister Wei have fallen." The word struck like a thunderclap, freezing the astonishment on Lao Ma's face. It was replaced by disbelief and profound sorrow. "What did you say?" Lao Ma abruptly rose from his chair, gripping Lu He's shoulders tightly. "Fallen? How is that possible? Brother Xiong is a high-ranking beastmaster. His alloy gladiator has one of the best defenses in the entire branch. Wei Wei's shadow leopard is as swift as a ghost. What kind of mission could possibly lead to their demise?" He was unwilling to accept it, dare not believe it. "It is true," A Ying spoke, his voice hollow and numb. "We encountered a creature beyond our comprehension. Brother Xiong and Sister Wei sacrificed themselves to protect us." He could say no more. In the ensuing time, Lu He recounted their harrowing encounter at the Heisei Sihu, using the briefest and calmest language. From discovering the pestilent creature's pupae to activating the light-dark dual-root tree, from the fierce battle with the underlings to the emergence of the Mother of 10,000 Eyes. From draining the lake to the final purification. He omitted the origins of Guang Shaoan Eye and the pet egg, merely stating that the light-dark dual-root tree awakened its luminous form at the last moment. Lao Ma listened, horrified, his cold sweat pouring down. When he heard that the creature, named the Mother of 10,000 Eyes, might have surpassed the elite level and even reached the monarch level, he slumped back into his chair. Monarch-level pollution source, Lao Ma muttered unconsciously, his face ashen. He understood all too well what that entailed. Had Lu He and the others not fortuitously resolved the creature's threat in a miraculous manner, should it have escaped the confines of the lake, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The entire Hongfeng mountain range and several surrounding cities would become wastelands. In that scenario, the sacrifices would not merely be 2 bounty hunters, but potentially thousands, even tens of thousands of civilians. From this perspective, Lu He and the others were heroes. They had saved countless lives. Yet, the weight of this heroic title was immense, so heavy that it cost the lives of 2 familiar individuals. "I understand." Lao Ma remained silent for a long while before slowly lifting his head. His eyes were already red-rimmed. The nature of this mission had transcended the category of a standard commission. "I will immediately report the situation to headquarters. The compensation for Xiong Wei and Wei Wei will be dispensed at the highest standard. Their families will be fully supported by the association. You are heroes, and the association will not fail to honor heroes." Lao Ma regarded the 2 weary young men before him, filled with respect and pity. "You should rest now. Take a shower, and have something to eat. I will handle the remaining matters." Lu He and A Ying nodded silently. They truly needed rest. Under the guidance of the staff member, they exited the commander's office. After they departed, Lao Ma gazed at the cold metallic fragment on the table, and this man, known for his toughness within the association, could no longer contain himself. He lowered his head and covered his face with his hands. A single, Scalding tears slipped through his fingers. Lao Xiong Weiwei, you were brave. Meanwhile, Lu He and A Ying were led to the outpost lounge. The hot water washed over their bodies, cleansing them of dirt and blood, yet it could not erase the scars etched upon their hearts. Changing into clean clothes and eating warm meals, the taste was as bland as chewing wax. Sitting across from each other, they remained silent. Surrounding them were the lively voices of other bounty hunters, boasting about their spoils and discussing which regions were more favorable for capturing spirit beasts. Those sounds were close yet felt distant, as if they were separated by an invisible membrane. They had returned to the world of humanity. Yet a part of their hearts seemed forever left behind in the purified mountains, alongside their companions. Chapter 75. His journey has just begun. Outside the outpost. At a fork in the road, Aang paused. He had donned clean clothes, yet the weariness enveloped him like a shroud. I will head west first. To Sister Wei's hometown. Brother Xiong's place is in the main city. I will go there after sorting out matters here. His plan was articulated clearly, every step meticulously arranged. However, his expression bore no semblance of anticipation, only a profound numbness. Louis nodded. If you run low on funds, contact me at any time. Aing acknowledged. Pulling out the fragment of the alloy gladiator's arm guard from his pocket and gripping it tightly. Louis, yes, stay alive. Without looking back, Aing turned and walked westward. His silhouette elongated and solitary under the setting sun. Louis stood rooted, watching him fade into the distance until he became a small black dot, disappearing at the end of the road. It was time for him to return home. The DD DeLong's to a lizard beast ambled leisurely through the streets of the city. Familiar routes, familiar scents. The neon signs of shops flickered along the sidewalks. Students in uniforms chatted and laughed in groups, discussing the latest pet battle videos. The aroma of cumin and chili wafted from the roadside barbecue stall, enticingly drifting into the car window. Everything was just as it had been when Louis left. Yet, he felt as if the entire world had changed. Or perhaps it is he who has changed. He now resembles a specter, drifting amidst the vibrant tapestry of human existence, feeling utterly out of place. The laughter and clamor around him resonate, as if muffled by a thick pane of glass, failing to reach his ears. In his mind, the maddening shriek of the Wan Yin Jimu echoes, along with the final roar of Xiong Gu and the suppressed weeping of Aing. Subconsciously, he reaches for his backpack, within which lies the black and white pet egg, resting quietly. This is the sole reward from his latest mission. A prize purchased with 2 lives. Upon returning to the academy, Louis traverses the deserted corridor, arriving at his modest single room. The space is small, furnished with a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, all as orderly as when he left. He places his backpack on the desk and carefully extracts the pet egg. One half is pure black, the other pure white. 2 extremes of energy swirl upon the shell, forming a peculiar yet harmonious balance. Louis extends his hand, gently touching the shell. It feels warm yet cold, transmitting 2 distinctly different sensations through his fingertips. He senses a fragile yet resilient life slumbering within. This is the offspring of the Guang and Shuang Di Shu, and he must nurture it to maturity. Gazing at the closed door, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surges within him. He cannot articulate the complexities surrounding him, the deaths of Xiong Gu and Wei Jia, the terror of the Wan Yin Ji Mu, the purification and entrustment of the Guang and Shuang Di Shu. These matters are too burdensome, too bizarre. Who would believe him if he spoke of them? They would merely think he is boasting, spinning tales, or perhaps that he has lost his sanity. The living endure the greatest suffering, a truth Louis now comprehends deeply. He walks among the oblivious crowd, burdened by secrets and pain unknown to others. This is an isolation that penetrates to the very marrow of his being. Suddenly, a shadow emerges quietly from his own shadow. It is Xiao He, with its ethereal form. It gently nudges Louis's arm. Xiao He cannot speak, but Louis can feel its comforting presence. Throughout this mission, Xiao He has matured significantly. No longer is it the little creature that merely followed in his wake, incapable of even forming a shadow ball. It has grasped the art of shadow duplication through combat. Its fighting style has grown more cunning and lethal. More importantly, the bond between it and Lu He, rooted in their souls, has deepened. Lu He affectionately pats Xiao He's head, finding a measure of solace. Thankfully, he is not alone. He still has Xiao He and an unborn little one. He cradles the black and white pet egg delicately in his hands, slowly infusing it with his spiritual energy. He yearns to discover the nature of this little being. A mechanical voice, cold yet familiar, reverberates in his mind. Detected unknown pet egg, would you like to consume spiritual energy for investigation? This is his innate ability, Ling Li Chui Lian. Yes, Lu He silently affirms. In the next moment, a torrent of information floods his consciousness. Pet egg, Guang and Shengzi, unhatched. Attributes, light and dark. Rank. Will become juvenile upon hatching. Base stats. Individual values. Traits. Inherited skills. Description. The sole offspring formed from the entirety of the holy light twin tree's essence, perfectly inheriting the opposing forces of light and darkness. Its birth is, in itself, a miracle. Guang and Shengzi. Lu Yi's heart races with exhilaration. The simultaneous manifestation of both light and dark, two of the most elusive and opposing attributes in legend, within a single pet, is astounding. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly create waves throughout the realm of beast tamers. Even more astonishing is its individual value. His talent, Ling Li Chui Lian, activated upon contact with the egg, automatically elevating all its individual values to their theoretical maximum. Lu Yi's breath quickens as he realizes he has stumbled upon a treasure, one capable of transforming his life. This is the gift earned through the sacrifices of Xionggu and Wei Jia. He clutches the egg tightly, as if it were the very essence of his world. Rest assured, I shall ensure you become the strongest beast in this world. I will ascend to heights unattainable by others with you, and Xiao He by my side. And I will root out those wretched, filthy pests hiding in the shadows, crushing them into dust. His voice is soft, yet each word carries the weight of blood and fire. Outside, the night deepens. Lu Yi's battle has only just begun. In fact, everything is merely the beginning.